Chapter 1 Becoming Guardian Beast. Human, is Swadia just say true? With our meager cultivation, are outrally ancestorofa family? I am no twelred, so dono tatimto disiavim. Not far from a pull at the outskirts of Josha mountain range, an enjordalderly and again stay grand tree, his spalled face attinged with terror shega zedath the demonic beast before him. It was rather common frost ice serpent, its entire body pristine white, measuring gon lie around Timmy Turson length. At that moment, it glared at them with a fierce serpentine head. What astonished Chu Tai and Yang was that this frost ice serpent could actual human language. One must understand thought for a monic beast to possess the ability to articulate human speech, it must reach a fourth-tier demon sovereign level. Such formidable being seemed capable of highlighting the heavens and the seas. How could such accuracy been countered at the outskirts of Josha mountain range? The heavens seek to annihilate Michu family. Chu Tai and Yang lamented, originally entering Josha mountain range in Zirko Fabre Nai, through to counter the crisis facing is family. Little did he anticipate the thwood not on libim bushident grave lie endured be the practitioner so evil family, butyl sakama fasa tophus with a fourth-tier demon thorn beast. Truly, it seemed as if no pathof survival was left for him. Yet, he gritted his teeth and replied, in response to Toyore's timid presence, I must confess, thought a shumbly old man possesses and lie. These can tier warrior level. I am indeed the highest ranking member of Chu familian. The frost ice serpent regarded him, a flicker of surprise sanating in its intelligent gaze. Ithan hastily inquired, how many members do we sheer family have? Esteemed elder, I beseech you out to spareth the lives softma family. I am willing to become your sustenance. Chu Tini and quickly pleaded for mercy. Their Chu family had already been driven to inspiration bith ma familia of Qingyang town. If the fourth-tier demon sovereign serpent before Haimorito intervene, I twould surely spell the Indophany trace of their bloodline. Humph, you may speak free lie, what need is there for such excessive pleasantries? I'd not consume immense. Long Yuan scoffed, and with a single flick of fitstale, it should a near be boulder into countless fragments. This caused Chutuniang Tartarasi uncontrollably. In response to Toyora's timid presence, there were approximately 6 to 7,000 individuals. Chu Tai and Yang Gasteler replied. 6 to 7,000 people. Long Yuan CS glimmered with excitement. Ha ha ha, at last, I have found it. I have finally found it. Long Yuan Shiart surged with exhilaration a shell tout a triumphant roar. It had been 7 years, precisely 7 years since had traversed to this world. To his dismay, he had an explicable transformed in Tothaloistir frost ice serpent. In aerial where a martial prowess reigns supreme in strong beings abound, he was the kindo fexiston sethot could bissily crushed. Fortunately, at a crucialment, the strongest guardian beast system manifested. A slongashabeka metha guardian beasto familiar faction, the system would truly activate. Thus, had been waiting in Jintyoxiao mountain range for a fated individual, and had waited for several years. During these years, without any cultivation techniques, he couldn't literally in his body's instinct sto absorb these Long Yuan had barely managed to cultivate the initial stagio for first-year warrior. In the meantime, he had consumed spiritual herb from the nearby mountains, gaining the ability to talk. Mana cultivators, upon hearing that he could articulate human speech, mistakenly assumed he was a fourth-tier demon sovereign beast, and they were instantly terrified. Yet, that was not the case. Over the years, Long Yuan had occasionally encountered human cultivators in their journeys, but none had captured his interest. System, display character attributes. Host Long Yuan. Race Frost Ice Serpent. Cultivation level initial stagio for first-year Minortamon. Physical cultivation level Quasiminortaman. Current task become the Guardian Beastofa faction. Task rewards 1 blood linear return. Imperial grade is superior technique Tianlong Diju, 5th-year superior technique Yu. Guardian faction level none Thaguardian faction. Avelkan enhanceth the host's cultivation speed. Chu Tainying watched as Frost Ice Serpent, brimming with excitement, flailed its body wildly, feeling Gazerjo fine explicable emotions. Human, your family should not possess a guardian beast, correct? Long Yuan inquired once more. In response to Toyore's timid presence, our family is too small and lacks the qualification to possess a guardian beast. Very well, from this day forth, Ishalbiti guardian besto fio ur chu family. Ah. Chutiani gazed in astonishment at frost-ice serpent before him. Esteemed elder, you cannot be jesting. Wermelias multimal yo few thousand individuals, with nothing worthy of your veneration. This was a fourth-tier demon sovereign, and is thestrangestinth chu family, huus but a second-tier warrior. How could the possibly attract such a powerful being? Long Yuan had no demito indulgengesting. Having finally encountered an opportunity, heckle no tafford telosit. Thoth sixtus eventhausen individuals might not be considered a prominent family in this world, it was just right for him. Those he overlip powerful factions might no teven take an odyssey of him. Since he wareth the highest ranking ancestorif chu family, it is indeed fortuitous. Make your vow. From this day in, I, Long Yuan, shall become the guardian besto fio your chu family. And you, the chu family, shall offer devotion to him for generations to come. Ding, congratulations, host. You have become the guardian beast of chu family in Xingyang town. Thesis to me officially activated. Congratulations, host. You have received in a bloodline return, Imperial Greatest Superior Technique Tianlong Diju, 50-year Superior Technique Yunju. Here it comes, here it comes. Their word finally arrived. Long Yuan trembled with excitement Natan Lai could here return to his bloodline, beat heels acquired powerful techniques. From this day forth, Hispith to Sinden swood officially commence. Suppressing his declaration, Long Yuan Luked kinly at Chu Tinyan Gansade, your grave lie endured come with me. I possess an excellent cava for our healing. Oncio have recovered, we shall return to Chu family. Long Yuan's weightest body, leading Chu Tiny engine to Thepol, eager to discover what surprise await Heim of Teris bloodline a return. Chu Tiny she'd buzzed, complete lib Walderetta having acquired a fourth-tier demon silver guardian being beast. It was not until he was soaked be the pulsesy water they the fully awakened, realizing he had indeed encountered an extraordinary opportunity. The Chu family was saved. As the entered the pole, guided by Long Yuan thruffawinding path, they arrived at Tadri underground space. It was brilliantly illuminated, with thules emitted with luminous stones, a refuge that Long Yuan had prepared for himself, but had never utilized. Here some herbs I collected from the nearby mountains feel free to stomach. I will go and settle matters, Anthen shall head toy orphamalis location Tagather. Long Yuan departed in excitement, leaving Chutuniang standing Theranatus. Why do I feel as thought 'tis Sicily dream? A fourth-tier demon sovereign wishes to become the guardian beast of me Chu family? And hey seven sworn agree? Chu Tianyang murmured, somewhat dazed, it seems we have a not treasuress worthy of a demon sovereign's attention? There Chu family was Maria's malfam lion a tone. He could not comprehend with the other party would place, such importance on Thyron significant Chu family. Forget it, perhaps Sishold nothing to make. Since a great vow has been sworn, we're to really bound together. If the steamidal derise willing to accompany me to Xingyang town, dealing with my family's Mabongwa, ho has reached the 30-year warrior level, would be fruitless. Yet, tis crucial fate will fierce recover from more injurias and the family. Otherwise, delays may lead to unforeseen changes. Chu Tianyang's gaze fell upon the surrounding herbs. Long Yuan descended to the bottom of the pool, finding a comfortable position to coil upon a massive stone where usually rested. System, initiate bloodline return. As the words fell, Azure Joe Femincy energy filled Long Yuan's body, beginning to transform his physique. Long Yuan's mind shook, and a wave of excruciating pain coursed through over a corner of his being, slicing gone burning within like blade of saw fire. Bloodline return weighs a qualitative eshenjata level of life, and it inevitably entailed a period of suffering. Simultaneously, Huay's enveloped in a layer of blue light, and disinternal physique we begin Goviolin transformations. P.S. Cultivation tier classification. First-tier warrior minor demon, second-tier warrior demon, third-tier warrior master demon, fourth-tier warrior sovereign demon, fifth-tier warrior king demon, sixth-tier warrior emperor demon, seventh-tier warrior venerable demon, eighth-tier warrior saint demon, ninth-tier warrior emperor demon. Chapter 2 Bloodline Return. Approximately half an hour later, Thebla light dissipated, revealing Longwin's form within. There was not much change in his eyes, but this coloration had transformed it. Crystalline blue. System. Open the character panel. Host Long Yuan. Race Ice Rock Blue Python. Cultivation level initial stage Iofa first year Minortamon. Physical cultivation level perfected second Teeman. Current task sign in at the faction you protect. Task rewards Dragon Emperor Hall. Source of all spirits Superior King Bot emerging with the Sorcegrants for its body. Guardian faction level 2 stars hosts cultivation speed increase B 20 times. Myris has returned from Frost Ice, Serpento, Ice Rock Blue Python, Long Nguyen audited. The White Frost Ice, Serpentoiseau Fair Markabilo Ronk, existing at the very bottom of hierarchy of demon beasts, scarcely Yevon qualifying a salmon or contender. In stark contrast, the Ice Rock Blue Python boasted significant, superior strength hand defense, its innate kill becoming exceedingly formidable. Moreover, its physical cultivation has sat to net the pinnacle of a second Erdman warrior. This meant the Tights' physical power and defense shed the consummate level of a second Erdman warrior, rendering all being so flesser cultivation and capable of breaching its defenses. Yet, its internal spiritual energy remained unchanged, still at the innocent stage of first year Minortamon. A single bloodline reversion has dramatically elevated my physical cultivation need to pierce that evolution and reversion are indeed the swift test path. Wait a moment, the host's cultivation speed has increased 20-fold? Long UNC's would end in astonishment. 20-fold? Such an augmentation seemed almost monstrous. Unable to contain his excitement, he had surely begun to absorb the imperial greatest supreme cultivation technique, Qingtianlong Diju. As fourth Qingyunju, the twice a cultivation method for humanity. A first-year Minortamon merely absorbed the Sensiophiavin and Earth-to transformatin toits virtual energy. With his cultivation in progress, boom! The vast Sensiophiavin and Earth surged towards his body, flooding into him. His realm began to ascend at an astonishing pace. Initial stage, mid-stage, latest stage, peak, perfection. The imperial grade technique, combined with that one-fold cultivation speed, render it a strange efficiency terrifying high. Boom! In just a little over in her. His cultivation soared direct light at the initial stagio phase second Erdman warrior. His body transforming into a fearsome 4 length. Ha ha ha, the sensation of Havengan guys indeed delightful. Long Yuan logged heartily. Had he been given the opportunity to bind with ascertain famal Yovarodka Diego, he would likely have a become a thesovirig nothis realm but now. Chutianiang's injurious one feel so quickly, shall continue to cultivate during this time. Long Yuan opened his mouth hand expelled a porcelain vial. These ways a third tier elixir had acquired from an injured herdier human martial artist during Risto Devorapagualpasinga Sadager, but the hud hesited tau sight, fearing the energy within my overwhelm his body. Yet now, with the imperial graded technique at his disposal, and having reached the perfection of phase second Erdman warrior, Long Yuan felt a twasti meta consummate elixir. As Long Unimer said himself in cultivation. Outside at the frigid pole. A dozen figuresser round dead Hiria, elder, judging by the bloodstainture, Chutianiang must have a hidden himself within the cold pole. One person Ramato Magion, observing the tracess off blood. Ha ha ha, doashethinka kineska pimi mafamos pursuit be hiding the cold pole? What a foolish delusion. Men, immediately lay an ambush around the cold pole shooter Doretto show himself, shall Sir clean annihilate him. Also, send Simiana to scout for any other potential skipperudis nearby surround of everything. This time, Iwan Thimto Haven await. After this, Qingyang town shall become the stronghold of Mima family. Majiong, gripping gay black Spirinoni hand, stroked his beard with a cold chuckle. Understood. Theathers respond deazurely, promptly making arrangements. Meanwhile, Mazai ongled is meant to conceal themselves within Thethicate surrounding Coldpole. Heziah Shakish lift head on the pole's position. A snipe paset in Tadadon. Suddenly, the cold pole erupted with sound. And Mazaiing Sias lit up, coldly declaring, Hasha finally raked this limit? Then, he and Disgroup leaped from Thunderbrush. Their weapons same a direct lieth the cold pole, glinting with cold light. Long Yuan surged forth from the depths. His massive A-form lending steadily on the shore. Casting a frigid jaziate the surrounding crowd. Hahad sensed their presence while submerged, but regarded them with utter disdain. At that moment, Chu tiani angle so emerged from thwateralt hofis injury eshad not fully healed, thefix softy medicinalerb shad significant liar storedum. Ha ha ha, Chutyanyang, have you finally mustered the courage to emerge? Mazai on Gui's initially taken aback. Butte upon seeing Chutyanyang, Hegrin savagely, not wasting words, and launched an immediate attack. His figure darting forward like he start leds one. The swarden hishin dinvlapeden a layer of spiritual energy, slashing towards his foe. Behind him, others from Mathamalit carjed forward with fervor. Ma family. Chu Tian yangered at the steeth. Though Qingyang town wasmal. It was shown toth Chu, Ma, and Zao families. All coexisting within its bounds. However, recently, the Mathamilis ancestor, Ma Bongwa, had unexpectedly broken through to the 30-year-old martial artists, along with Zaviral elders Wahadrevius been first-year martial artists, no rising to Thescantier. Overturning the previous libelanced power dynamics in Qingyang town. Ambitious by nature, Ma Bangwa launched a fierce offensive against Thether 12 familias immediately following Isbrinai through, swiftly plunging Chuan Zao familias in toprol. Consequently, the Chuan Zao familias were compelled to take a drastic measures. Orisk annihilation. Thus, Chu Tianyang had ventured in Taoxiao mountain range in Zirko fan opportunity to the 30-year-old martial artists. Little did he expect that short lie after his arrival, fueled beam bouched be magion, resulting in grave injuries. Hathan fled to the vicinity of T cold pole, leading to the earlier scene. Surrogant? The true lid not regard me with an immeasurable respect. Long Yuan snorted coldly. Wondering if these full swore a blind doors imply saw high Masamira decoration. Could they not perceive his massive form of over 160 meters? Did they still believe him to be Murray Paper Tiger? His colossal tail swept through the air, creating a roaring wind, as if to sweep away legions. With a sharp crack, Thesakintir spiritual weapon sword ways fortless lie shuddered. And in the astonish edge Majiyong. A tale of brilliantizer, akin to Ado Uring pillar, crashed into Hiskist. Instant Leishaturing is ribsendo obliterating ice internal organs. How can't this? Mazayan's size widened. Blood mixed with his shataretinards pilling from his mouth. His body curlinged into a shrimp-like shapey shua sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree behind him, utterly extinguishing jit's lift force. Elder? The others, following closely behind, halted in shock, exclaiming, Thesakintir martial artistal derad being sent flying be a single blow from the opponent? Their main doblavias to thefact, that Thyrelder had perished. Should Dilly Vithiristoi ow without tissue? Long Yuan inquired of Chutyanyang. Thank you, esteemed guardian ishal Hanley the saint significant pests. Theramaining foswarimer live first-year martial artists. Not worthy of his concern. Picking up Thebro kinsword from the ground, Chu Tianyang charged forth. Scream softer warpier said the air, accompanied be heads filled with dread soaring to Theski, bloodgashin for tas figurus collapsed to the ground. In Marimits, more Athanados and first-year martial artists lay dead. Chu Tianyang took a deep breath. Approaching Long Yuan with a respectful bow, thank you, esteemed guardian. Your grace shall be eternally remembered by Michu family. Not long ago, having broken through and undergone a bloodline reversion, Long Yuan appeared before Chu Tianyang in a complete new form, startling him to the point tof believing jidov perin tof tbs with whom of. Ashasiza had undergone a tremendous transformation. When they met the previous day, he was merely about in meters long. Yet overnight, he had transformed into such a colossal creature, causing Chu Tianyang to nearly faint with fear. It was in life to a thorough explanation from Long Yuan the Thieler net off Teelater's bloodline reversion. Chu Tianyang understood that bloodline reversion, whether for Damon B. Soramans, represented an exceeding literary opportunity. Hito Hoped the Tonde, a warrior with bloodline reversion would emerge from the Chu family. It is of no consequence now that he have become your Chu family's guardian beast, it shall certainly protect you all. Moreover, there is no need to address me esteemed guardian, you may simply refer to me as beast god. Long Yuan stated calmly. Understood, beast god. Long Yuan then declared, let us proceed to strike back at Qingyang town. Hekud hard like contain Hezi Adjournisto seizeth the dragon emperor's hull. Chu Tianyang nodded. With the fourth Dierdyman Lord Gurdian beast to Thiside. What could the insignificant Mafamilla possibly do? P.S. Hierarchy classification. First year martial artist Minortimon, second year Wardiman, third year martial master Demon Master, fourth year martial Lord Emon Lord, fifth year martial King Demon King, sixth year martial Imperademon Emperor, seventh year martial Venera Blemadican Venerable, eighth year martial Saint Demon Saint, ninth year martial Imperademon Emperor. Chapter 3. The swift destruction of the third order martial artist Qingyang Town, nestled at the foot of the Jiuxiao mountain range, is a quaint settlement with a mere population of tens of thousands. At the heart of the town lies a circular lake, around which all edifices are constructed, rendering it a picturesque locale. The three prominent families, the Chu, Ma, and Zhao, are strategically positioned around the lake, establishing a tripartite balance of power. However, at this moment, the Zhao family estate is awash with blood, littered with corpses, and enveloped in a gruesome atmosphere, as thousands of Zhao clan members have been mercilessly slaughtered. Among the deceased lay the second-order martial ancestor and the clan leader. With even innocent toddlers not spared, the Zhao family in Qingyang Town has been utterly annihilated. As for the Chu family estate, numerous bodies lie sprawled across the ground, staining the earth crimson. Fortunately, they have not faced total extermination. A significant portion of their clan remains encircled within their territory by disciples of the Ma family. This is due to the fact that they have yet to eliminate the fleeing ancestor, Chu Tianyang, fearing his potential for revenge. Moreover, these captives could serve as hostages to compel their adversary to reveal himself. The shrewd Ma Bangwa has commanded that once the body of Chu Tianyang is procured, all of his remaining kin shall be executed without delay. This moment, within the grand hall of the Ma family estate, Ma Bangwa, clad in gray and with a ruddy complexion, leisurely savors his tea when he suddenly furrows his brow and inquires, "Is there still no news of Chu Tianyang's whereabouts? Reporting to the ancestor, we have just received word that Chu Tianyang has been gravely injured by the Grand Elder and is currently being pursued. It is believed that it will not be long before his body is brought back," replied the clan leader, Ma Changsheng, with deference. "Excellent. From this day forth, Qingyang Town shall be firmly within the grasp of my Ma family." Ma Bangwa's eyes narrowed slightly. Only by completely subjugating Qingyang Town could he confidently venture into that secret realm. Otherwise, he would remain in a state of unease. Suddenly, chaos erupted as several Ma family members burst in. Panic-stricken, it is dire, clan leader. Enemies have breached our defenses, impudent fools. How dare you display such disorder before the ancestor? Ma Changsheng scolded, his voice brimming with ire. Yet, upon seeing the blood-soaked figures before him, he furrowed his brow and demanded, "What on earth has transpired, clan leader? Chu Tianyang has invaded our Ma family. What did you say? Chu Tianyang of the Chu family has stormed into our estate. Many of our clan members have already been slain." Ma Bangwa's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he queried, "Is it just him alone?" "Indeed, ancestor, he is by himself." Ma Bangwa sprang to his feet. His voice icyt seems Chu Tianyang has been pushed to his limits. "Since he has come knocking, I shall personally send him to the netherworld, in recognition of our long-standing acquaintance." He intended to take matters into his own hands and crush the skull of this rival, whom he had contended with for over a century. "Ancestor!" Suddenly, Ma Changsheng's expression changed, his legs trembling as he gazed in terror at the eaves behind Ma Bangwa, where a massive blue serpent had stealthily taken residence. "What is it?" Ma Bangwa frowned, turning around. But confronting him was a gaping maw, and before he could react, the enormous serpent sank its fangs into his neck, its colossal body descending from the eaves and ensnaring him in its embrace. To strike from the shadows rather than confront head-on was an approach that Long Yuan, the beast, had honed over the years. "Beast!" Ma Bangwa roared in shock, channeling his energy as it surged forth like blades striking the serpent. However, a layer of ice-blue energy enveloped the serpent, rendering it impervious to his assault, an ability only available to third-order martial artists, possessing formidable defensive capabilities that even second-order warriors could not breach. Each attack from Ma Bangwa merely sparked harmlessly against the serpent's scales, eliciting his growing horror. A third-order demon beast? This serpent is actually a third-order demon beast? In a panic, he bellowed, summoning a fiery red aura of energy to envelop him, mirroring the techniques of a third-order martial artist. Yet, in an instant, the energy was obliterated, and as he felt the serpent's overwhelming strength constricting him, he let out a wretched scream. "Ancestor!" Ma Changxing shrieked in terror. "This serpent is incomprehensibly powerful. Even our third-order ancestor is no match for it. Great serpent, I beseech you, what grievance does my Ma family hold against you? Please, I implore you to show mercy." Ma Bangwa coughed up blood. His voice filled with desperation. He sensed his insides threatening to rupture. This entity was far beyond his own capabilities. "Humph! I am the guardian beast of the Chu family. What grievance could you possibly have?" Long Yuan's deep voice resonated ominously. "What?" The Ma family members trembled in disbelief. The guardian beast of the Chu family? A fourth-order demon sovereign. How is that possible? How could the Chu family possess such heritage? "Spare us, great being. What benefits have the Chu family provided you? We, the Ma family, are willing to offer tenfold." Ma Bangwa shouted in a futile plea. "Too late." Long Yuan retorted coldly, having already sworn an oath with Chu Tianyang, an oath unbreakable. "What is this? This is destiny." With an eruption of powerful energy, he clamped down on Ma Bangwa's neck, unleashing a torrent of frigid energy that surged through the latter's body. Though Ma Bangwa fought back, his fiery energy was utterly suppressed by Long Yuan's icy force. In mere moments, he was encased in a blue crystalline ice sculpture, which, under the weight of Long Yuan's massive form, shattered explosively. Witnessing this scene, Ma Changsheng was struck dumb. Paralyzed in place, clan leader, flee. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. Several nearby members quickly reacted, drawing their blades and charging toward the serpent in a desperate bid to create an opportunity for their leader to escape. The moment their ancestor fell, all advantages that the Ma family possessed evaporated. However, the fierce attackers were swiftly dispatched by Long Yuan's sweeping tail. Their bodies collided with Ma Changsheng, rousing him from his stupor. Just as he prepared to retreat, he collided with the blood-soaked form of Chu Dunyang, a clan leader. "Where do you think you are going?" Chu Tianyang's icy voice echoed ominously, as if emerging from the depths of a frozen hell. Chu Tianyang. At this moment, Ma Changsheng felt no spark of combativeness within him, for the terrifying serpent lurked behind him, leaving him no semblance of hope. "Chu Tianyang, do you dare to engage me in a duel to the death?" With no other options, Ma Changsheng could only roar in defiance. "What is there to fear? You insolent whelp, I shall personally send you to the netherworld." Enemies meeting each other ignited a fierce rage. And in an instant, the two were locked in battle. Both were second-order martial artists, their energies surging forth with the power to shatter stone and crush gold. The collision of their fists and palms erupted in thunderous sounds, causing the hall's walls to splinter under their ferocity. Meanwhile, Long Yuan curiously observed the lifeless form of Ma Bangwa die in a single night. Through the Imperial-level technique, the Azure Sky Dragon Emperor art, combined with a 20-fold cultivation speed and the aid of third-order pills, he had swiftly advanced to the initial stage of the fourth-order martial artist. Long Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the exhilarating sensation of having a cheat, surpassing years of effort in just one night. After a while, Chu Tianyang panted heavily, having immersed himself in the second-order martial artist realm for so long, yet still feeling the toll of his injuries, while Ma Changsheng lay lifeless in a pool of blood. "Take this," Long Yuan instructed Chu Dunyang. "Tea must be a treasure if it was carried by Ma Bangwa." "Understood, beast god. This Ma family must have recently encountered some fortune. Otherwise, they could not have cultivated so many second-order martial artists in such a brief period. Whatever secrets they hold can be unraveled once we take full control of this place." Crack, crack. The barbed whip lashed down upon Chu Shuran, sending sprays of blood flying like water splashes. "This is for your arrogance before me. I will not rest until you are dead." Before the entrance of the Chu family estate, a stone path was lined with over 20 stone pillars, each chained to a battered member of the Chu clan, including the clan leader, elders, and the most talented among them. This moment, Ma Guanpeng, the eldest son of the Ma family, wielded a thorned whip, mercilessly striking the most gifted of the Chu clan, Chu Shuran. Previously, Chu Xiaoran had looked down upon him due to his rapid cultivation speed, but now he sought to exact a ruthless revenge. Ha ha ha. A waste is still a waste. Given the opportunity, you squander it. The thorned whip in your hands is nothing but a waste. You worthless trash. Despite the blood streaming from his body and staining the pillars crimson, Chu Xiaoran gazed at Ma Guanping with nothing but contempt and disdain. Ma Guanping's face turned ashen with fury, blood splattered across his visage, rendering him a ghastly sight. His teeth ground together in rage, and suddenly, he grinned maliciously, discarding the thorned whip. Heh, you may be defiant, but I wonder if your sister, Chu Yinran, has a mouth as tough as yours. I should be able to break her easily. Bring Chu Yinran to me at once. I intend to present a splendid performance before you, the prodigy of the Chu family. Ha ha ha. P.S. The hierarchy is delineated as follows. First-tier martial artist, Xiao Yao. Second-tier warrior, Yao Shi. Third-tier martial master, Yao Shi. Fourth-tier martial sect, Yao Zong. Fifth-tier martial king, Yao Wang. Sixth-tier martial emperor, Yao Huang. Seventh-tier martial venerable, Yao Zun. Eighth-tier martial saint, Yao Shang. Ninth-tier martial sovereign, Yao Di. Chapter 4. The rescue of the Chu clan members. A group of young members from the Ma family, wearing sinister smiles, hastened towards the inner courtyard. Beasts, you wretched creatures. She is merely 10 years old. What do you intend to do? What do you want? Chu Xiaoran struggled violently, the chains clanking around him. He feared not for his own life, but would never permit anyone to bully his sister. Never before had Chu Xiaoran yearned for power as he did in that moment. He felt a blazing fire igniting within his heart. Unnoticed by anyone, while fine strands of golden lightning gathered in his eyes. Ha ha, what are you doing? Haven't you already guessed? Ma Guanping licked his lips. Let go of me, let go of me, within the Chu family courtyard. The cries of a young girl echoed in desperation. Ha ha ha, Chu Xiaoran, did you hear that? Whose voice is that? It is truly melodious, isn't it? Ma Guanping laughed heartily at Chu Xiaoran. Ah, what is that? What creature is that? A giant python. Where did it come from? No, help ah! Suddenly, horrified screams erupted from the Ma family members in the courtyard. In the vast courtyard of the Chu family, over 4,000 clan members were confined, many of whom bore severe injuries. Some wept quietly, others remained silent, and some displayed fierce expressions. At the behest of Ma Guanping, several members of the Ma family seized the 10-year-old Chu Yinran, who was crying bitterly, dragging her from the crowd. Those who rushed forward to block them were swiftly cut down. Although we cannot kill all of you now, eliminating a few should pose no issue. After all, they will eventually perish beneath our blades. The Ma family members grinned wickedly, their gaze towards the crowd akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. But at that moment, a massive giant python suddenly scaled the courtyard wall. And with a single bite, it clamped down on the shoulder of a Ma family member, injecting a chilling energy that instantly froze him into an ice sculpture. These Ma family members were merely aspiring martial artists. Not even first-tier warriors. Slaying them was a trivial endeavor. A monster? The Ma disciples nearby gasped in shock, desperately swinging their blades at the giant python, only to have their steel weapons shatter against its scales. While the blue-hued armor of the python remained unscathed, boom! The massive tail swept across, instantly killing several Ma disciples. Scalding blood splattered onto Chu Yinran's face, draining her already pale complexion of any color. The sight of the monstrous python left the young girl utterly petrified. Where did this beast come from? The second elder of the Ma family, stationed to guard the Chu clan members, roared in fury, leaping into the air with a first-tier spiritual weapon sword that struck like lightning at the python's head. It was promptly bitten in half. What the hell? The second elder was taken aback, his corpulent face quivering in shock. This was a spiritual weapon. How could it be severed so easily? What are you? What am I? Himph. I am the guardian beast of the Chu family. What do you think I am? Swish! The python lunged at the second elder like a tempest, causing him to tremble and feared. It spoke human words? A fourth-tier Yao Zong. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Without a second thought, the second elder turned to flee, only to be seized by the legs of an elder from the Chu family. Let go of me, you son of a. Ha ha ha, dragging a second-tier warrior to death with me is more than enough for me. Let us perish together. As the words left his mouth, the python charged forward, sinking its fangs into the second elder's waist, its massive body coiling around him. Amidst his screams, the second elder met his demise. The elder who had held onto the second elder gazed in horror at the python, astonished that it had spared his life. The remaining members of the Chu family trembled, their faces devoid of color. It spoke. It spoke, someone stammered. This is something only a fourth-tier Yaozong beast could achieve. Coupled with its enormous form, it exuded an overwhelming pressure. Instantly, everyone fell silent, too afraid to move. Fear not, for I am the guardian beast of your Chu family. The python proclaimed, surveying the survivors. Fortunately, none had perished. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome for me, our guardian beast. Some members momentarily paused, bewildered. When did the Chu family acquire a fourth-tier Yaozong beast? That is a question best saved for when Chu Tianyang returns. You may inquire then, is our ancestor still alive? Someone asked excitedly. Humph, as long as I am here, he cannot die. I just visited the Ma family and eliminated Ma Bangwa and their clan leader. They are on their way back now. Come, follow me and see for yourselves. The python slithered towards the exit, having just slain Ma Bangwa and their clan leader. The others exchanged glances, unsure of the truth. Yet, some boldly followed behind the python. If it truly wished to kill them, none would escape. Outside, Ma Guamping stood frozen, trembling in place. What had he witnessed? He saw the corpses of his father, Ma Chongqing, and his ancestor. Ma Bangwa? How could this be? Why did this happen? His ancestor was a third-tier martial master. How could he have perished? Thud. Ma Guamping collapsed, powerless, kneeling before Chu Tianyang. It is over. The Ma family is finished. I am finished. Seeing the icy gaze of Chu Tianyang, Ma Guamping trembled and wept. Senior, spare me. Treat me like a dog and let me go. I did not wish to do this. It was them, Ma Bangwa and Ma Chongqing, who forced my hand. Ma Guamping's face twisted in rage as he pointed at the two corpses on the ground. Crack! Chu Tianyang's expression darkened as he delivered a kick, shattering Ma Guamping's legs. Xiuran, this one's life is now in your hands. Chu Tianyang stated coldly. Ancestor. Chu Xiuran struggled to lift his head, his eyes, crackling with thunder, landing on the blood-soaked figure of the ancestor. Wonderful, ancestor. You are alive. It is all right. Everything is all right. Chu Tianyang released Chu Xiuran from the stone pillar. He was a prodigy unlike any the Chu family had ever seen. Given the right conditions, his achievements would surpass all others. At that moment, those in the courtyard followed the python out, their hearts swelling with excitement upon seeing their ancestor alive. The ancestor was their pillar of support. As long as he remained, the Chu family would not perish. Everyone hastily set about freeing those bound to the stone pillars. Many were gravely injured and had fallen unconscious. Quickly, tend to their wounds, Chu Tianyang commanded. Most of those present were senior members of the Chu family or promising youth. The loss of any one of them would be catastrophic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in with the Guardian Force, obtaining the high-grade Imperial Artifact, Dragon Emperor Hall, and the Special Physique. All Spirit Body Essence. The system's voice echoed in Long Yuan's ears, and soon a majestic 9-story palace appeared within the system's space. An Imperial Artifact. Long Yuan gasped, for such treasures were said to be possessed only by 9th-tier martial emperors. Indeed, the thrill of having an advantage was exhilarating, acquiring unimaginable treasures with such ease. And while the all-spirit body was merely a royal body, its compatibility with the essence of heaven and earth was exceptionally high. Allowing for rapid cultivation, of course, Long Yuan did not particularly value such a physique. No matter how high the compatibility, could it match his 20-fold cultivation speed? He resolved to reward this physique to a member of the Chu family later. At that moment, Long Yuan's gaze fell upon the youth beside Chu Tianyang, cultivator, Chu Xiuran physique, Zixiao thunder body, high-grade royal body, not yet awakened, cultivation level, mid-first tier martial artist physical cultivation, aspiring martial artist identity, Chu family member another royal body? Long Yuan was taken aback. He had occasionally heard martial artists mention such physiques during his years in the Jiuxiao mountain range. Physiques were categorized into ordinary, spiritual, and royal, aside from the ordinary physiques possessed by common folk. The others were quite rare. He never expected the Chu family would possess one. It seems he would need to focus on nurturing him in the future. Looking towards Chu Tianyang, he asked, "Can you manage the remaining matters?" As the guardian beast, he need not be involved in every affair. Chapter 5. A new task reporting to the beast god. The third-tier martial master Ma Bangwa has been slain, and there are no longer any threats to me in Qingyang town. Well then, seek out a secluded place for me to meditate. Also, return to see me once you have organized everything. I have something for you. Understood. By the way, what is the storm cloud hovering above the lake center? Long Yuan gazed skyward at the center of the lake in Qingyang town, where an unusual phenomenon unfolded. A vast expanse of pitch-black clouds, stretching for several miles, was ominously shrouded in a tempest of blinding lightning. Reporting back, esteemed elder, that is a natural wonder of our Qingyang town. He recounted, it was said that in the past, some believed it harbored tremendous opportunities, yet many cultivators who ventured into the thunderclouds found nothing but the rampant fury of lightning. Consequently, it had since faded from public interest. Chu Tianyang replied truthfully, as this was common knowledge among many in Qingyang town. I see. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the ominous thunderclouds, sensing that place might be quite suitable for him. Once his cultivation reached a higher level, residing amidst those stormy clouds would indeed exude a sense of grandeur. Long Yuan was then led into the secluded grounds of the Chu family, a place formerly reserved for Chu Tianyang's seclusion, where ordinary individuals were forbidden to tread. His towering form, over 160 meters in height, filled the room entirely. With a mere thought, the Dragon Emperor Palace materialized before him. The 9-tiered Dragon Emperor Palace gleamed resplendently, with each eve entwined by a lifelike golden dragon, emanating a formidable aura that sent ripples through Long Yuan's bloodline. Such power was under his control. Otherwise, the Imperial and Dragon might would surely attract undue attention. With this trump card, he had at least secured his ability to survive in this world. The Imperial weapon represented the pinnacle of weaponry in this realm. Unless one were a legendary martial emperor, no one could shatter an Imperial weapon system. Open the character panel. Host. Long Yuan race. Ice Rock Blue Python cultivation level. Initial stage of 4-tier monster sovereign physical cultivation level. Initial stage of 3-tier monster master current task. Cultivate a 3-tier martial master to protect the family task reward. Half a month of cultivation. 5 awakening elixirs, capable of awakening any special physique. Family protection level. 2 stars. Host's training speed increased by 20 times. With the elevation of his cultivation level, his physical prowess surged as well. Given that monster beasts inherently possess superior physiques compared to humans, even without specialized body refining techniques, a monster beast's physical level would only fall one major realm below its cultivation level, while a human's would lag 2 realms behind. Take for instance the previous Ma Bangwa. Although he had achieved the rank of a 3-tier martial master, his physical cultivation was merely at the 1st tier. Cultivating a 3-tier martial master? Long Yuan pondered the newly assigned task, finding it rather manageable. Chu Tianyang had long been entrenched in the 2nd-tier martial warrior realm, his inability to break through stemming from a lack of inherited techniques. However, with his 5th-tier Qingyan technique, Long Yuan could perfectly fill this gap, making the task quite feasible. As for the task reward, half a month of cultivation? The system was indeed impressive, even granting cultivation rewards. Yet, was half a month rather stingy? Shouldn't it be awarded on an annual basis? The awakening elixirs, however, could be perfectly utilized by that lad named Chu Shuran. He wondered if anyone else in the Chu family possessed unawakened special physiques. Glancing at the Dragon Emperor Palace, Long Yuan focused his thoughts, and the palace expanded, accommodating his colossal form within its confines. The interior of the Dragon Emperor Palace constituted a separate realm, divided into 9 tiers, each larger than the last. Even within the 1st tier, Long Yuan's immense form occupied but a small corner. This was indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, as his cultivation advanced and his body grew larger, he might eventually find himself unable to fit within all of Qingyang town. However, As Long Yuan commenced his practice, he soon encountered an issue. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth here was exceedingly sparse, even less abundant than in the Jiuxiao mountain range, severely hampering his cultivation speed. It seemed the search for veins of spiritual essence would need to be prioritized. The higher the tier of the spiritual veins, the more concentrated the spiritual essence they produced. This was a long-term endeavor, not only crucial for his own cultivation but also for the future advancement of the Chu family's cultivation. After all, the system would undoubtedly require him to assist in enhancing the Chu family's influence. Without spiritual veins, how could they rapidly break through? Moreover, the spiritual veins also yielded stones of spiritual essence, which served not only for cultivation, but also as the universal currency of this world. Thus, the more spiritual veins a family controlled, the wealthier they became. Meanwhile, outside, Chu Tianyang organized some individuals to tend to the injured while he led a group of less severely wounded martial artists to eradicate the remnants of the Ma family. He understood well the importance of rooting out the source. For several consecutive days, Qingyang town was enveloped in an atmosphere of dread, punctuated by frequent cries of anguish. Those were the Ma family's martial artists and clansmen being slaughtered. Such was the nature of this world. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished are rendered outlaws. Ordinary citizens trembled in their homes, filled with fear and trepidation, praying for the swift passage of these dark days. Elder, we have discovered some valuable items in the Ma family's secret chamber. May I request you to come and take a look? Chu Tianyang received this report just after dispatching the last of the Ma family's elders. Let us go. I am curious to see what has allowed the Ma family to rise so swiftly. With intrigue, Chu Tianyang made his way to the Ma family's location. Before long, he arrived at a secret chamber. And upon seeing the treasures within, his breath quickened and his eyes widened. Is that a third-tier technique? And spiritual instruments and elixirs? Where did that old Ma Bangwa procure such an abundance of treasures? Grasping the third-tier technique, Chu Tianyang was elated. With this, he could logically break through to the rank of a three-tier martial master and a third-tier spiritual instrument, along with two second-tier spiritual instruments. Where could the Ma family have acquired such a fortune? Chu Tianyang was utterly astounded. It was worth noting that their Chu family's treasured relic was merely a first-tier superior spiritual instrument. After all, they were but a small Qingyang town, where not many had even become martial artists. Let alone possess third-tier spiritual instruments. Bring all these items back at once. Furthermore, no one is to divulge what occurred here. Otherwise, they will be dealt with as traitors. Chu Tianyang ordered decisively. Yes, the third-tier techniques, third-tier spiritual instruments, and various elixirs were invaluable treasures in Chu Tianyang's eyes. If leaked, he feared it might bring catastrophic consequences to the Chu family. Subsequently, he commanded the collection of the properties previously belonging to the Zhao and Ma families. The Zhao clan had been entirely wiped out by the Ma family, and the Ma family had met the same fate at the hands of the Chu family. All of this was thanks to the assistance of the beast god. Henceforth, Qingyang town would be dominated solely by the Chu family. Chapter 6, Fifth Tier Technique, Qingyun Formula. Upon returning to the Chu family's estate, Chu Tianyang saw individuals demolishing a row of blood-stained stone pillars. Chained and standing at the entrance of the Chu family. Stop, Chu Tianyang commanded. Elder, everyone bowed respectfully. These pillars witnessed our family's life and death crisis. Let them stand here forever. In the future, the coming-of-age ceremonies for our Chu family disciples shall be held here. And every member of the Chu family must remember this history. Although they had not been exterminated, the Chu family had suffered grievously, with many clan members falling to the Ma family's hands. Without the beast god's assistance, their fate would have been no different from that of the Zhao family. Understood, Elder. The others ceased their actions, reinstating the toppled pillars. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyang entered the realm where the beast god resided. Bearing the precious items acquired from the Ma family, including the third-tier technique and spiritual instruments. Where did this palace come from? Upon seeing the palace nestled within the chamber, Chu Tianyang was left dumbfounded. Do not be alarmed. Come in, came the voice of Long Yuan from within the palace. Yes, beast god. Suppressing his astonishment, Chu Tianyang stepped inside the palace. Upon witnessing the expansive space within, he was once again taken aback. From the outside, it appeared quite small, merely the size of a room, yet upon entry, it spanned vast realms. Such phenomena were entirely beyond his comprehension. At that moment, Long Yuan was coiled atop a grand mountain. Engaged in meditation, though the spiritual essence of heaven and earth here was excessively thin. Even with a 20-fold increase in cultivation speed, progress remained sluggish. Beast God, we have unearthed these most precious items from the Ma family and wish to offer them to you. Chu Tianyang presented what he deemed the treasures. Naturally, good things should be presented to the Beast God first. Long Yuan opened his enormous eyes and glanced over, stating nonchalantly, "These items are of no use to me. Keep them for yourselves." Now a 4-tier monster sovereign, he had no need for anything of the 3rd tier. After speaking, he exhaled, releasing a luminous orb that radiated a faint white glow toward Chu Tianyang. This is a 5th-tier technique. Although it may not be extraordinary, it should suffice for your current needs. Take it and cultivate diligently to swiftly break through to the 3-tier martial master. What? A 5th-tier technique? Chu Tianyang's expression shifted in astonishment, his eyes widening like those of a startled bovine. With trembling hands, he cautiously cradled the jade slip containing the 5th-tier martial art. Qingyun Juyuidati that moment, his heart raced with an intensity that felt as though it might burst. His body felt as heavy as a mountain, as if he were bearing not merely a martial art, but an entire mountain upon his shoulders. A mere 3rd-tier martial art had been a treasure beyond compare for him. And the implications of possessing a 5th-tier art were unfathomable. Just as Chu Tianyang's mind went blank, Long Yuan's voice resonated again. There is another matter that requires your immediate attention. Recovering from his shock, Chu Tianyang delicately stowed the 5th-tier martial art away, as if fearing it might slip from his grasp. Great Beast God, please command me, even if it entails traversing fire and water. I shall accomplish your task, he said with utmost reverence. There is no need to go to such extremes. Dispatch someone to seek out the whereabouts of the earthly essence veins. The essence of heaven and earth here in Qingyang town is exceedingly thin, making it quite unsuitable for cultivation. Logically, with the enhancement of 20-fold and the imperial-level martial arts, breaking through should be as effortless as eating or drinking. Yet, after several days of cultivation, his progress had barely shifted from the early to the mid-stage of the 4th-tier demon sect. Such inefficiency was intolerable. Moreover, he had nearly absorbed all the earthly essence present in Qingyang town, leaving little for others to cultivate. Are we to seek the earthly essence veins? He inquired. Yes, I understand. He was aware that some prestigious cultivation families were established atop these earthly essence veins. This was a notion he had never considered before, as it seemed too distant from their current reality. However, with the Beast God's protection and the treasure of the 5th-tier martial art, perhaps it was time to rethink certain matters. Great Beast God, during our pursuit of the elder from the Ma family, we uncovered a troubling piece of information. Chu Tianyang suddenly expressed his concern. What is it? It is said that a member of the Ma family has entered the ranks of the 6-star sect, Zhangyan sect. This matter is exceedingly clandestine. We were unaware until an elder from the Ma family divulged it in a desperate bid for survival. He warned. This could pose a significant threat. According to the elder, the reason it was kept secret was due to concerns that should that disciple attract a formidable enemy, it might lead to the annihilation of the entire Ma family. The 6-star sect? Long Yuan frowned. Are you aware of the hierarchical structure of powers? What level of stronghold does the 6-star sect possess? This, I am ashamed to admit, I lack the experience of venturing out and am unfamiliar with the intricacies of power rankings. Do not concern yourself overly much. Focus solely on cultivating and strengthening our family. Do not fret over a mere disciple from the Zhangyan sect. Even if the entire sect were to come, I would have means to confront them. Setting aside other matters, with the Dragon Emperor's palace in hand, he harbored no fear of anyone. Great Beast God, I have a request that I hope you will grant. Speak. I wish to publicly announce that the Great Beast God has become the guardian beast of our Chu family, so that all may know of our connection. Thus, even should I fall one day, or as the eras change, our family will not forget the existence of the Great Beast God. While many within the Chu family had come to know of the Beast God's presence after recent events, Most remained oblivious to the truth. Some even harbored doubts regarding the beast goddess' existence, which was utterly intolerable for Chu Tianyong. Therefore, he resolved to disclose this matter to all, ensuring that the existence of their guardian deity was universally acknowledged and accepted. Very well. If necessary, I shall make an appearance. Long Yuan nodded, recognizing that as their guardian beast, there was no need for secrecy. With his presence, they would have the confidence to undertake their endeavors, which would greatly benefit the family's development. Thank you, great beast god. Chu Tianyong bowed in gratitude. Once outside the Dragon Emperor's palace, he entered a secluded chamber and carefully examined the fifth-tier martial art bestowed upon him by the beast god. As though fearful of being discovered, is it truly a fifth-tier martial art? Chu Tianyong trembled with excitement. Our Chu family now has hope for resurgence. Perhaps we can fulfill our ancestors' wishes and return to the clan. This was a secret known only to the past patriarchs. Their Chu family was merely a small branch abandoned by the imperial clan. However, as time passed, their lineage had been lost, and they had nearly fallen into extinction. As for what the imperial clan truly was, Chu Tianyong had no knowledge, but he suspected it was a formidable force. Yet one thing had persisted throughout. The desire to return to the imperial clan had never waned. Chapter 7. The unconscious Chu Shiran gazing at the third-tier and fifth-tier martial arts in his hands, Chu Tianyong made a decisive choice. The third-tier martial art would be practiced by all the elders, while he and Patriarch Chu Jingyue would cultivate the fifth-tier Qingyunju. After all, the fifth-tier martial art was far too precious. Should it be leaked, it would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the Chu family. Once the elders reached the level of third-tier martial masters, they would then transition to the fifth-tier martial art. Chu Tianyong began to make arrangements. As the ancestral figure, he typically refrained from managing the family. But now, with the family in dire straits and Patriarch Chu Jingyue gravely injured, he had no choice but to personally oversee these matters. After taking stock, Chu Tianyong felt a heavy weight in his heart. From the original more than 7,000 family members, only a little over 3,000 remained. Jingyue arranged for the healing herbs and pills obtained from the Ma family to be distributed immediately for the treatment of the injured. There is no need for reservation. We must ensure the safety of those who remain. Chu Tianyong instructed Patriarch Chu Jingyue, who, though previously gravely injured and in a coma, was now recovering under the effects of the medicinal pills. Albeit with a pale complexion, Chu Jingyue was a middle-aged man, slightly plump, exuding an air of affluence. Yes, ancestor. Chu Jingyue nodded. Then, hesitantly, he asked, Ancestor, is that fourth-tier demon sect giant python truly our Chu family's guardian beast? Although the python had saved them, as patriarch, he still harbored some concerns, for having such a colossal creature residing in their midst felt akin to having a sword of Damocles hanging over them. More terrifying than death itself. Indeed, the great beast god is our Chu family's guardian beast. We have established a grand contract, so you can place your complete trust in the beast god. He will not harm our Chu family members. Chu Tianyong replied earnestly. Once the family's vitality has somewhat recovered, I will announce this matter to all. But remember, even with the beast god's protection, our Chu family must remain self-reliant. We must not disturb the beast god for matters we can resolve ourselves. Furthermore, I have something to share with you, but this must remain a secret. Chu Tianyong leaned closer to Chu Jingyue and whispered, The great beast god has just bestowed upon our Chu family a fifth-tier martial art. Startled, Chu Jingyue gasped, looking at his ancestor with incredulity. Is this truly the case? Humph. Do you think I would deceive you, ancestor? Now do you understand the great beast goddess favor towards our Chu family? But why? Chu Jingyue was perplexed. With a fourth-tier demon sect beast and a fifth-tier martial art, why would the beast god choose to become their guardian? I asked the beast god. He said it was all a matter of fate. Enough pondering. From now on, focus all your thoughts on managing the family and cultivating. Those matters beyond our capability, the beast god will handle. Yes, ancestor, Jingyue understands. Chu Jingyue took a deep breath, his worries dissipating entirely, and he felt significantly lighter. However, the thought of the fifth-tier martial art filled him with uncontainable excitement. Perhaps their Chu family was indeed on the brink of a prosperous resurgence. As he watched Chu Jingyue leave, Chu Tianyang prepared to enter seclusion to cultivate Qingyunju. He was ready to break through to the third-tier martial master. Having immersed himself in the second tier for many years, his inability to advance had stemmed from the lack of a proper lineage. Now, with the right circumstances aligning, it was time for him to break through. Just then, the eldest elder, Chu Hongtu, rushed in with a pale complexion, worry etched across his face. This elderly man was wrapped in bandages. Limping as he walked, "Hongtu, what has happened?" Chu Tianyang inquired urgently. "Ancestor, my grandson. He has yet to awaken." "What? Shuron still has not regained consciousness. Has he been given healing pills?" "Yes, he was administered a first-tier pill. Yet, for reasons unknown, he still shows no signs of awakening." Chu Hongtu was in a state of deep anxiety. His grandson possessed exceptional talent for cultivation. At merely a dozen years of age, he had already broken through to the first tier of martial artists. Far surpassing their generation, with the right conditions, he was destined to achieve great heights. "Let us go see." Chu Tianyang's heart tightened involuntarily. Chu Shuron was a prodigy of the younger generation of the Chu family. He must not meet the same untimely fate as the late Chu Yin. Chu Yin is the son of the clan leader, Chu Jingyue, originally gifted with extraordinary talent and a remarkably swift cultivation speed. Everyone believed that he would encounter no obstacles in breaking through to become a warrior. However, inexplicably, 3 years ago, his cultivation talent vanished overnight, leaving him unable to make any progress since then, rendering him indistinguishable from the masses. This has evoked deep regret among all. Thus, Chu Shuron must not face any further mishaps. Upon arriving at the resting place of Chu Shuron, one could see that the scars on his body had completely disappeared. Yet he still lay unconscious upon the bed. "Brother, what has happened to you? Please wake up." Beside the bed, a delicate and charming girl kept vigil, tears streaming down her face. She was none other than Chu Shuron's younger sister. Chu Yin ran to that moment. Chu Tianyang and others rushed over. "Grandfather, great-grandfather, please take a look at my brother and see what is wrong with him," Chu Yinran cried, throwing herself into the arms of the elder. Chu Hongtu, "Do not worry, the elder has arrived. There will surely be a solution." Chu Hongtu sighed. "Yinran, do not cry." The family crisis had left a profound psychological scar on this child, causing her to frequently awaken in terror during the night. Chu Tianyang examined Chu Shuron's pulse, his brow furrowing in confusion. Strange. There appears to be no issue with his pulse. In his perception, there was no internal injury within Chu Shuron. Has the clan's apothecary come to examine him? Chu Tianyang inquired. They have all checked, yet could find no trace of a problem. This, Chu Tianyang found himself at a loss. Without identifying the cause of the ailment, there could be no remedy. Were they to lose another young genius from the Chu family? Observing the elder's helplessness, Chu Hongtu could only let out a heavy sigh. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, a voice suddenly rang out. "Shuron is in a coma because his physique cannot awaken." Everyone turned to see a young man clad in simple white garments, exuding an air of elegance, his handsome features illuminated by a brilliant gaze. Chu Yin. This was indeed the once fallen genius of the Chu family. "Chu Yin, what did you just say? A physique that cannot awaken. Are you implying that Shuron possesses a certain physique?" Chu Hongtu looked at the youth in astonishment, puzzled as to how Chu Yin could discern what they could not. "Wait!" Chu Tianyang suddenly exclaimed, staring at Chu Yin in shock. "You have broken through to the first level of a warrior? And you've achieved full mastery? Thanks to the concern of the elder and esteemed elders." "I just broke through yesterday." A smile played on Chu Yan's lips. He was aware of the considerable time and resources the elder and the elders had dedicated to him during the years of his sudden loss of talent. If not for the family's support, it would have taken even longer for him to restore his gifts. After all, the apothecary residing within his ring required substantial energy to awaken. What? Full mastery of a warrior. The elder, Chu Hongtu, gazed at Chu Yin with shocked. It was known that only the clan leader and a few elders possessed such mastery. Yet this youth, merely in his teens, had reached the same level of strength as the older generation. It was nothing short of astonishing. Excellent, excellent. A breakthrough is indeed a cause for celebration. After 3 years of silence, you have truly astonished us. Chu Tianyang nodded with excitement. I just hope your talent has been restored. If so, that would be even better. With Chu Yan's talent, he could easily cultivate the 5th level technique. Qingyun Ju, thank you for your concern, Elder. The circumstances of the past few years will not repeat. If it weren't for the family's support over the past years, I could not have regained my cultivation talent in such a short time. Chu Yan's voice resonated with determination, his gaze unwavering. Wonderful. Your resolve makes our 3 years of effort worthwhile. Chu Tianyang nodded with satisfaction. When they first witnessed Chu Yan's talent fade, some clan members opposed continuing to provide him resources given their limited capabilities. Ultimately, it was Chu Tianyang's firm decision to maintain support for Chu Yan, ensuring it was not diminished. After all, Chu Yan was different. While others could not absorb energy, he was like a bottomless pit, capable of consuming energy at an astonishing rate. Chu Tianyang speculated that Chu Yan's cultivation talent might still exist. But something peculiar must have transpired within his body to hinder his breakthroughs. As it turned out, his initial judgment had proven correct. Chu Yan, you just mentioned that Shuran fell into a coma due to the awakening of his physique? Does he possess a legendary special physique? Chu Hongtu, regaining his composure from the shock, redirected the conversation back to his grandson. Indeed, Shuran possesses a special physique. It simply has yet to awaken. However, the family crisis has triggered the beginning of its awakening. Unfortunately, due to insufficient energy, he remains in a coma. Chu Yan explained calmly. With his own understanding, he could not have known these details. This information had been imparted to him by the remnant soul of the apothecary within his ring. Chu Yan, is what you say true? Chu Tianyang asked breathlessly, a special physique. They had only heard of such things mentioned by passing warriors. It was said that among human warriors, those with exceptional talent might awaken a special physique or martial soul, significantly enhancing their cultivation and combat prowess. Yet, such occurrences had never been witnessed in their small town of Qingyang. Esteemed elder, I would not dare to speak falsely about such matters, but I need to investigate further to provide a targeted remedy. You possess knowledge of these things? Chu Hongtu looked at him in astonishment. This was something even the elder did not comprehend. The younger generation has encountered certain opportunities and gained some understanding in this area. Very well, then you shall investigate, Chu Tianyang instructed. Chu Yan nodded, placing his hand upon Chu Shuran's wrist, commencing his examination. Chu Yan, you must cure my brother's ailment? Chu Yanran pleaded, tugging at Chu Yan's sleeve, her dark eyes glistening with tears. Do not worry, your brother will be fine. Chu Yan smiled, inwardly thinking, Apothecary, I entrust this matter to you. At that moment, a voice of ancient wisdom resonated in Chu Yan's mind. Soon, an invisible spirit manifestation of an elder emerged from the ring on Chu Yan's hand. The apothecary, who had awakened only yesterday, was the very reason for Chu Yan's stagnation over the past 3 years. During his slumber, the apothecary instinctively absorbed external energy, which explained why all the energy Chu Yan absorbed vanished without a trace. However, with the apothecary's awakening, there was no longer a need to continue drawing upon Chu Yan's strength. Furthermore, as compensation for the past 3 years, the apothecary returned some of his power to Chu Yan, enabling him to break through to full mastery of the first level of a warrior yesterday. At this moment, everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the outcome. After a brief interval, Chu Yan stood up, furrowing his brow. The results are mixed. What do you mean by that? Chu Tianyang asked hurriedly. Shuran indeed possesses a special physique, and it is a rather powerful one. The purple cloud thunder body from the upper tier of royal physiques. What is a royal physique? Chu Hongtu inquired, perplexed. The elders should know that in our world, human talents are classified into physiques and martial souls. Physiques are divided into mortal, spiritual, royal, and sacred tiers. Corresponding martial souls also have ordinary, spiritual, royal, and sacred levels. Both physiques and martial souls are further categorized into upper, middle, and lower grades. The higher the grade, the rarer and more powerful they are. With this explanation, you should now understand how formidable an upper-tier royal physique truly is. Chu Yan's words left Chu Tianyang and the others in awe as they glanced between him and the unconscious Chu Shuran. They were astonished not only by the knowledge Chu Yan possessed, but also by the revelation of Chu Shuran's royal physique. But where lies the concern? Chu Hongtu asked excitedly. To my knowledge, a martial soul requires an awakening stone to awaken, and a physique requires corresponding materials to create a physique awakening pill. The more powerful the physique, the more precious the materials required. As Chu Yin spoke, everyone understood. In essence, given the current capabilities of the Chu family, they were utterly incapable of refining the physique awakening pill for the purple cloud thunder body. Were they? It is not merely the pill. Even the materials are exceedingly difficult to procure. With our present strength, it is impossible for our Chu family to obtain them. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy. They possessed a powerful physique, yet due to the family's limited capabilities, it could not awaken. It was akin to holding a treasure chest brimming with riches but being unable to open it. Chu Yin, do you happen to know what materials are required? If so, please write them down, and we shall find a way to procure them. Chu Tianyong, with a resolute expression, declared, with the beast god granting me a 5th-tier cultivation technique, alongside the 3rd-tier technique acquired from the Ma family, our family's strength will soon experience an exponential surge. At that time, we shall not be without means. Chu Yin nodded, diligently inscribing the materials required for the concoction of the physique awakening pill. Upon seeing the list, the crowd was instantly overwhelmed. A total of over 20 types of materials were required, the lowest of which were 3rd-tier spiritual herbs, with the highest demanding even 6th-tier spiritual herbs. Yet, in their current predicament, they had yet to even lay eyes on a 2nd-tier spiritual herb. Chu Tianyong clenched his fists, his voice resonating with conviction. From this moment on, everyone must strive to cultivate diligently and rapidly enhance our strength. Are we not merely discussing some materials? I refuse to believe that our Chu family cannot procure them. Chapter 9. Mission accomplished, breakthrough to Demon King. After all, a unique physique has finally manifested. Even if it means exhausting our family fortune, Chu Tianyong will leave no stone unturned to ensure its awakening. And let us not forget, we have the esteemed Beast God on our side. The Beast God is a formidable 4th-tier demon sect expert. With his assistance, we will undoubtedly gather all these materials. However, we must first gather intelligence on the materials ourselves. At that time, I will solicit the Beast God's aid. Chu Yin bit his lip, torn with uncertainty, yet he posed the same question his father had. Chu Tianyong did not withhold information, recounting his conversation with his father once more, notably omitting the matter of the 5th-tier Qingyun technique. For that treasure was far too precious to be exposed before others. Does this mean that there is already a great Dao contract between the Beast God and our Chu family? Chu Yin pondered inwardly. Indeed, the great Dao contract is inviolable. It appears to be unequivocally true. Elder Yao affirmed, as long as there is no danger, all is well. Even if peril does arise, I shall not fear. If need be, I can request Elder Yao to expel it from our Chu family. As for the favor he has shown our family, I can repay him tenfold in the future. Chu Yin departed. Returning to his quarters, sighing, Elder Yao, how I wish you had awakened sooner. Our Chu family would have been spared this calamity. Had it not been for the intervention of the Beast God, we might have faced annihilation. Do you think I do not wish to awaken soon? Elder Yao replied. Yet, absorbing only a modicum of energy daily does little to hasten my awakening. Fear not, for the situation has not yet descended to its direst state. I shall guide you in your cultivation. As you grow stronger, so too will our Chu family. Elder Yao's ethereal form emerged from the ring, floating like a specter in the air. I shall impart to you an 8th-tier cultivation technique. With diligent practice, becoming a powerful being will be but a matter of time. What? An 8th-tier technique? Chu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom such a level of technique, knowing that their family's strongest technique was merely 2nd-tier. What manner of existence is Elder Yao, possessing such a rarefied technique and offering it without hesitation? Elder Yao, you, enough said. After my demise, your mother fled here with the ring containing my soul. Bestowing this ring upon you signifies her immense expectations. And as her son, guiding your cultivation is my rightful duty. Once you break through to the 3rd-tier martial master, you must leave this place. To awaken your sacred body physique, you must venture into the vast world to seek out those high-tier materials. Moreover, do you not wish to find your mother? Her absence indicates that she has yet to free herself from her troubles. Perhaps she desperately needs your assistance. All of this hinges upon your burgeoning strength. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yin clenched his fists, his gaze resolutely firm. Indeed, I have much to accomplish. Although the challenges are daunting, what of it? I have endured the most agonizing 3 years of my life. What can possibly stand in my way? Elder Yao, rest assured, I will awaken the sacred body, find my mother, and even reshape your physical form. You shall witness it with your own eyes, Chu Yin declared with unwavering determination, subsequently immersing himself in earnest cultivation. Truly the son of the Holy Maiden. Even his resolute gaze mirrors that of the Holy Maiden herself, Elder Yao remarked with a warm smile as he observed Chu Yan's dedicated practice. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyang, having ensured that Chu Xiuran was well attended to, also commenced his training. He sought to elevate his strength swiftly in pursuit of the whereabouts of those materials. In truth, he harbored another ambition: to locate the main family. The imperial clan of the Chu family, if it were them, perhaps they could easily facilitate Chu Xiuran's awakening of his physique, and perchance even allow him to return to that family. Yet, as time had passed, he was utterly unaware of the location of this imperial Chu family or how to seek them out. Thus, he could only rely on himself. Concurrently, clan leader Chu Jingyue distributed the third-tier techniques and auxiliary pills to all the elders. His sorrow slightly alleviated by Chu Yan's talent's restoration. After attending to related matters, Chu Jingyue also began his cultivation, for within the entire Chu family, only he and the ancestor had attained the second-tier martial warrior realm. Though he was merely at the late stage of martial warrior, with the aid of pills and the formidable fifth-tier Qingyan technique, he anticipated that ascending to the third-tier martial master would not take long. Approximately 10 days later, while in repose, Long Yuan was suddenly greeted by the voice of the system in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the emergence of a third-tier martial master in the family you guard. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward of half a month's worth of cultivation and 5 physique awakening pills, capable of awakening any special physique. Boom! In an instant, a surge of formidable power coursed through his body. As Long Yuan's cultivation began to ascend rapidly in his astonished gaze, progressing from the late stage of the 4th-tier demon sect to its peak, then to perfection, ultimately breaking through to the initial stage of the 5th-tier demon king. Yet, it did not cease there. His power continued to escalate until he reached the perfection of the 5th-tier demon king before finally coming to a halt. How is this possible? Half a month's worth of cultivation has elevated me to the perfection of the 5th-tier demon king. Long Yuan marveled in disbelief, teetering on the brink of breaking through to the 6th tier. Suddenly, his eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. Could it be that this half-month of cultivation was under the influence of a 20-fold training speed and the imperial-level technique? Moreover, my breakthrough did not rely on the essence of the surrounding world. Could it be that the system infused me with energy? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, for under the current circumstances, such a rapid advancement in cultivation over half a month was inconceivable. Initially, he had thought the system's reward of half a month's cultivation rather stingy. Little did he know it would prove to be so bountiful. Long Yuan was beside himself with excitement, for this exceeded all his expectations. Ha ha ha, what bliss! He roared skyward, his massive blue form soaring over 250 meters into the air, gliding like a dragon. Soaring through the clouds, a truly magnificent sight. Upon reaching the 4th-tier martial sovereign, he had already acquired the ability to fly, and now at the 5th-tier demon king, he could manipulate a modicum of the world's essence for offense or defense, affecting a qualitative change in his strength. With a whoosh, energy surged within him, and the essence of the world in the Dragon Emperor Hall responded in kind. A vast blast of icy blue breath erupted from Long Yuan's mouth, instantly encasing the ground within a radius of 10,000 meters in a thick layer of blue ice nearly 10 meters deep. What a delight! Long Yuan let out a long howl. The power he wielded now was indeed a world apart from when he was a 4th-tier demon sect expert. The feeling of being overpowered was exhilarating. He then turned his attention to his attribute panel. Chapter 10. Is it not the physique awakening pill? Host, Long Yuan race. Ice Rock Blue Python realm. Perfection of the 5th-tier demon king physical realm. Perfection of the 4th-tier demon sect current task. Elevate the Guardian family to a 3-star family, 1 third-tier Martial Master. 3 second-tier Martial Warriors, task reward, 1 bloodline return, the ability to summon the essence of the world, and 10 third-tier superior spiritual weapons. Guardian family level, 2 stars, hosts cultivation speed increased by 20 times. Finally, a bloodline return. Observing the newly appeared task reward, Long Yuan was once again elated. A bloodline return differs from a realm enhancement. The latter merely boosts strength, while the former signifies a transformation at the racial level. He wondered what he would evolve into next. Long Yuan felt that the distance between himself and a true dragon was narrowing. If he was not mistaken, it should be Chu Tianyang who had broken through to the 3rd-tier Martial Master. This meant they were only 3 second-tier Martial Warriors away. Second-tier Martial Warriors are relatively easy to cultivate, and the concentration of the world's essence in Qingyang Town is sufficient. With a bit of technique and pills, they could easily break through in a short time. With the 3rd-tier technique and pills obtained from the Ma family, along with the 5th-tier Qingyan technique I provided, nurturing 3 martial warriors should not take long at all. However, Long Yuan summoned the recently ascended Shuxinyang, eager to ascertain the current strength of the Chu family. I have encountered the beast god. Shuxinyang bowed respectfully. Upon gazing at Long Yuan's once again colossal form, his pupils abruptly contracted. The only reason for a beast's size to increase was a further breakthrough in cultivation. Could it be that the beast god had ascended to the 5th tier of demon kings? Contemplating this, Shuxinyang's breath quickened. The more powerful the beast god became, the safer their family would be. You have indeed broken through to the 3rd tier of martial artists. Quite commendable, Long Yuan declared, his voice resonating like thunder. Exuding a chilling aura from his mouth and nose, at that moment, the area surrounding him was enveloped in a thick layer of blue ice. A climate that brought Long Yuan great comfort. It is thanks to the beast god's 5th-tier techniques that I could achieve such a rapid breakthrough. However, it is the beast god's ascension that is truly worthy of celebration. Long Yuan chuckled, not concealing his pride as he replied, "Indeed, I have just reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier of demon kings." Revealing his strength would instill greater confidence in the Chu family, preventing them from acting with trepidation. Moreover, his swift advancement was largely due to Shuxinyang's exceptional support. Shuxinyang, invigorated, exclaimed, "Congratulations, beast god." "How wonderful!" Long Yuan nodded and transitioned to the main topic. "I summoned you to inquire about the current strength of the Chu family. Aside from yourself, in response to the beast god, aside from me, the strongest is our current patriarch, Chu Jingyue, who is now a 2nd-tier martial artist. The 7 elders are all 1st-tier martial artists. The rest of the clan members are mostly aspiring martial artists or ordinary people." Shuxinyang reported. And 2 of our young prodigies have also reached the 1st-tier martial artist level. Unfortunately, one of them remains in a coma due to an inability to awaken their constitution, and we do not know when they might awaken. Shuxinyang laid bare the current state of the Chu family. An inability to awaken their constitution. "Is it the young man named Chu Xiuran?" Long Yuan inquired, having previously discerned the individual's attributes as an unawakened royal physique. "How does the beast god know this?" Shuxinyang was astonished, as they had not yet informed the beast god. I could tell at a glance that he possessed the unawakened royal physique, the purple cloud thunder body. Long Yuan retorted, "Hmph. I previously instructed you to seek me whenever you encountered insurmountable issues. Otherwise, you would only hinder the family's development. Have you dismissed my words as mere whispers in the wind?" Long Yuan's voice was laced with anger. If he had not inquired, how long would it have taken them to awaken Chu Xiuran's royal physique? A year? 3 years? Or 5? Would they allow such a talent to languish in inactivity? Such a genius would undoubtedly cultivate at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary physiques, thereby accelerating the development of the Chu family. As long as the family's growth was swift, the system's tasks could be completed expeditiously, and his own strength could rise rapidly. I was wrong, but to awaken the royal physique requires the corresponding awakening elixir. And currently, we have no leads on the materials needed to forge such elixirs, which is why we did not dare to disturb the beast god. Shuxinyang hastily explained. In his view, they should first wait for the family's strength to improve before seeking clues about the materials. As those materials were of a high grade, far beyond the Chu family's current capabilities, If they found leads but could not procure them, they would then need to ask the beast god for assistance, who surely wished to avoid frequent disturbances during his cultivation. It merely the awakening elixir. How do you know I do not possess it? Long Yuan scoffed. Shu Xinyang was taken aback, staring incredulously at the beast god, exclaiming, could it be that you have the awakening elixir? Humph, it is but a single awakening elixir. How could I not have one? Long Yuan retorted, spitting forth a golden elixir that soared toward Shu Xinyang. This was one of the 5 awakening elixirs awarded by the system, capable of awakening any constitution. Shu Xinyang was left dumbfounded, never expecting the beast god to actually provide him with an elixir. However, its high grade overwhelmed someone of his limited experience, and he could not ascertain if it could truly awaken Chu Xiuran's purple cloud thunder body. It was not that he doubted, but according to Chu Yin, each constitution required different materials for its corresponding awakening elixir. This elixir might awaken another constitution, but not necessarily the purple cloud thunder body, which would waste such a precious treasure. I know what you are concerned about, but your worries are unfounded. My elixir can awaken any constitution. You may administer it to Chu Xiuran. Should he fail to awaken, I shall personally seek the rare materials you require, Long Yuan declared solemnly. The items produced by the system were beyond their imagination. Forgive my ignorance, beast god. I was short-sighted. Shu Xinyang conceded. In that case, I shall administer this to Chu Xiuran. With the beast god speaking to such an extent, any further doubts would be foolish. Long Yuan watched Shu Xinyang depart, understanding that he was not truly angry. Although he had saved their entire clan, trust still needed to be cultivated over time, especially concerning matters that exceeded their comprehension. Chapter 11. Awakening the purple cloud thunder body. It matters not. After a few more occurrences like this, they will grasp the extent of my supernatural abilities. Long Yuan, perched atop the thick ice layer, began to develop his offensive techniques. As for cultivation, the essence of heaven and earth in this place was no longer suitable for a 5th-tier demon king like him. With nothing else to occupy his time, he resolved to explore something of significance. Shu Xinyang hurriedly made his way to Chu Xiuran's side after leaving the Dragon Emperor Hall. Ancestor, the Grand Elder, Chu Hongtu, bowed. Several days had passed, and his injuries had completely healed, his spirit now vibrant. Yet, each time he thought of his grandson lying in bed, a frown creased his brow. Their Chu family had finally birthed such a unique physique. Yet it lay dormant. Leave Xiuran's care to others. We have finally obtained a viable cultivation method, and as the Grand Elder, you must not squander your time. Shu Xinyang urged. You are unaware, Ancestor. Hongtu has just broken through to the 2nd tier of martial artists and has emerged from seclusion. Chu Hongtu replied, I must say, the 3rd-tier techniques are truly formidable, greatly enhancing the speed of cultivation. Previously, while practicing the family's 2nd-tier techniques, I stagnated at the 1st-tier martial artist's peak for over a decade. Yet with the 3rd-tier techniques, I broke through in no time. Oh? Shu Xinyang regarded the Grand Elder earnestly, sensing the energy emanating from him. Indeed, he had broken through to the 2nd tier of martial artists. Excellent! The overall strength of our Chu family has improved. Shu Xinyang smiled with satisfaction. Ancestor, I sense that the energy fluctuations around you seem even more profound than before. Have you also broken through? Chu Hongtu inquired in curiosity. Ha, indeed, Ancestor. I have just broken through to the 3rd tier of martial artists. Shu Xinyang beamed, elated at having achieved a level he had long coveted. Congratulations, Ancestor. Chu Hongtu exclaimed with fervor. It had been ages since their Chu family had seen a 3rd-tier martial artist. Ha, this is all thanks to the beast god. Without him, our Chu family would have been utterly obliterated. Indeed, the beast god has bestowed upon our Chu family immeasurable grace. Chu Hongtu nodded in agreement. Deeply appreciative of this fact, that moment, Shu Xinyang produced a gleaming golden elixir, its rich aroma causing both men to shudder. Ancestor, what is this elixir? It seems remarkably potent. This is an elixir given by the divine beast, purported to aid in awakening Xiuran's physique. What? Is this true? Chu Hongtu stammered. I cannot ascertain its veracity, but the beast god assures me it is real. Ancestor, I choose to believe the beast god. Shuxinyang stated resolutely. Hongtu, what say you? Shuxinyang asked, as the consequences of administering the elixir remained uncertain. After all, Shiran was Hongtu's grandson. Our entire clan owes our lives to the beast god. He has no motive to harm Shiran. Thus I too choose to trust the beast god, Chu Hongtu replied solemnly. Very well, let us administer it to Shiran. As the golden elixir was swallowed by Chu Shiran, crackling bolts of golden thunder erupted from his body, dancing like slender, luminous serpents, radiating golden light. Shuxinyang and Chu Hongtu exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the change. Could it be that this elixir truly worked? Just as they pondered this, a brilliant pillar of golden lightning erupted from Chu Shiran. Soaring thousands of meters into the sky, a golden radiance enveloped the surroundings, illuminating all directions. This extraordinary phenomenon instantly stirred the entire populace of Qingyang town. In the midst of his cultivation, Chu Yin hastily exited his chamber, gazing towards the source of the radiant pillar and murmured, "What on earth is this? This is the manifestation of a physical awakening. That little fellow, Chu Shiran, has awakened his purple cloud thunder body." The spirit of Elder Yao floated forth from the ring, astonished as he beheld the luminous column. Shiran has awakened his physique? How can this be? Elder Yao, did you not mention that awakening of physique requires a corresponding physique pill? Could it be that Shiran has inexplicably succeeded in his awakening? Chu Yin questioned, perplexed. He found it hard to believe that their Chu family could procure the awakening pill for a royal physique at this stage. It is impossible to achieve such an awakening without the requisite elixir. Something must have transpired. Let us hasten to investigate, Elder Yao urged. He too was puzzled by the sudden awakening of that young lad. Chu Yin hurriedly sprinted towards the direction where Chu Shiran was located. Meanwhile, not far from Qingyang town, a figure stood tall in the sky, gazing in astonishment at the golden thunderous pillar, murmuring, "I never expected that in such a remote and impoverished place, someone would awaken a royal physique. And a thunder attribute physique at that." Subsequently, his expression transformed into one of elation as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, this physique is fated to be with my thundercloud sect. This disciple is surely destined to be mine." At that moment, Chu Shiran had already risen to his feet, staring in bewilderment at the golden lightning dancing around his form, still unaware of what had transpired. His fists clenched tightly, the golden lightning glimmering. "Casting him in the likeness of a thunder deity, I did it. I truly succeeded in my awakening." Chu Tianyang and the others trembled with excitement, their eyes wide with disbelief, feeling immensely fortunate to witness the birth of a royal physique. "Grandfather ancestor, how splendid! You are all still alive," Chu Shiran exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the two elders before him. "Alive, we are all alive, and you too are alive. We are all safe," Chu Hongtu said, wiping away his tears in joy. Just then, Chu Yin rushed in, his eyes widening at the sight of Chu Shiran, enveloped in lightning. "He truly awakened? Ancestor, how did Shiran suddenly achieve this?" Chu Yin asked in confusion. "Ha ha ha, this is all thanks to the physique awakening pill bestowed by the beast god." Chu Tianyang laughed heartily, then slightly shamefaced, shook his head, realizing he had previously doubted the existence of such a pill. Thankfully, the beast god was magnanimous and did not hold it against him. The beast god provided the physique awakening pill. Chu Yin looked bewildered. Indeed, it is the beast goddess physique awakening pill. He claimed that his elixir can awaken any physique. Initially, I had some doubts about such a pill, but now I am 100% convinced. A pill that can awaken any physique. Chu Yin was astonished. Pondering, Elder Yao, does such a pill truly exist? Absolutely not. I have lived for over 10,000 years and have never heard of such a pill. Even those imperial-level factions require corresponding awakening pills to awaken physiques. There has never been a single pill capable of awakening any physique, Elder Yao asserted with certainty, for he had been a renowned alchemist before his demise, well-versed in various elixirs, including those long lost to time, making him quite qualified to speak on the matter. Chapter 12. Elder of the Six-Star Sect, what is the situation before us? Chu Yin asked, perplexed. There is only one possibility. The physique awakening pill given by your beast god just happens to be capable of awakening the purple cloud thunder body. Elder Yao explained. Chu Yin nodded inwardly, realizing that this explanation was indeed the most reasonable. Beast God. Which beast god? By the way, what about Yin Ran? What has become of her? Chu Shiran suddenly inquired anxiously, recalling that the scoundrel Ma Guangpeng seemed intent on harming his sister. Fear not, Yin Ran is safe. Chu Tianyang then recounted in detail the events that transpired after Chu Shiran fell unconscious. So, the beast god saved our Chu family and even helped me awaken a special physique? Chu Shiran murmured. Indeed, had it not been for the beast goddess physique awakening pill, you might have remained in slumber for several years, Chu Hongtu stated earnestly. Where is the beast god? I must personally express my gratitude. Chu Shiran declared hastily that it is indeed time to show proper gratitude to the beast god. I shall take you there at once. Chu Tianyang nodded. Just then, a clan member responsible for guarding the entrance burst in. Ancestor, Great Elder, a person outside claims to be an elder of the Six-Star Sect's Thundercloud sect and wishes to meet the clan leader. However, the clan leader is currently in secluded meditation, so I can only notify the Great Elder and others. What? The Six-Star Sect? Everyone was taken aback. Chu Tianyang's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly said, quickly, go greet them. He was uncertain of the Six-Star Sect standing, but being referred to as a sect meant they were certainly not ordinary. Their strength must surpass that of the Chu family, and the visitor was an elder, a figure of significant stature. Shiran, you must stay here. Your physique just awakened, and they have arrived at this moment. It is likely that your awakening has attracted their attention, and their target may very well be you. Therefore, we must first ascertain their intentions. If I do not call you out, you must not emerge. Chu Tianyang instructed earnestly. Ancestor, could there be danger? Do not worry. With the beast god present, our Chu family shall encounter no peril. Previously, when he mentioned the Six-Star Sect, the beast god had indicated that he had no fear of them. Perhaps he had harbored doubts before, but after witnessing Chu Shiran's awakening, he had no further reservations regarding the beast god's words. If the beast god claimed to be unafraid, then indeed, he was unafraid. Having said that, Chu Tianyang swiftly led Chu Hongtu out to greet their guests. Elder Yao, should we not take a look? Chu Yin inquired inwardly. Observing from a distance will suffice. They are merely elders of the Six-Star Sect, whose strength is at most that of a fifth-tier martial king, and they will not detect my presence. Besides, that level of faction is unworthy of your involvement. Chu Tianyang, accompanied by several elders, ceremoniously welcomed Elder Mingwu of the Thundercloud sect into the Chu family. It is truly an honor for my Chu family to be graced by your esteemed presence. Chu Tianyang said respectfully, now certain that this was indeed a fifth-tier martial king, as the aura emanating from the visitor was akin to that of the beast god. It is not I who brings glory to your Chu family, but rather your genius who has awakened his physique. So, are you not going to let me meet him? Elder Mingwu inquired in a deep voice. He was a towering figure clad in azure and purple garments, adorned with a golden thunderbolt insignia on his chest. His skin bore a resemblance to bronze, exuding an indomitable aura. Moreover, strands of electric arcs danced in his raven-black hair, giving him an extraordinary presence. Indeed, Chu Tianyang felt a shiver run down his spine. The visitor had indeed come for Shiran. Yet, he braced himself and asked, he is but a junior of the family, lacking in etiquette, and may inadvertently offend you. Esteemed elder, no matter. A genius must possess a measure of pride. You need not worry. I harbor no ill intentions. I happened to witness the manifestation of the awakening phenomenon while passing through this area, and I surmised that someone had awakened a royal physique. I wished to take this pearl, untainted by dust, as my disciple. Therefore, you may summon him. Elder Mingwu stated solemnly, if he does not wish to accompany me. I shall not force him. In that case, I shall summon him to meet you, esteemed elder. Upon hearing that the visitor bore no malice, Chu Tianyang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Moments later, Chu Shiran emerged, the golden lightning still swirling around him. The purple cloud thunder body? Elder Mingwu instantly became animated. His earlier perceptions were correct. It was indeed a thunder attribute royal physique, and a superior royal physique at that. Such a physique was exceedingly rare even within their Thundercloud sect, and undoubtedly had the potential to ascend within the sect, standing just below the sect master in rank. Its status would surpass that of his own as an elder. In any case, I must take him as my direct disciple, Elder Mingwu thought to himself. Chu Shiran pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Ah, indeed a remarkable young man. Child, do you wish to take me as your master? Elder Mingwu asked directly. In fact, news of the events unfolding here had already reached Chu Shiran during the journey. I shall heed the arrangements of my ancestors. This unexpected turn of events left Chu Shiran utterly unprepared. Alas, as practitioners of martial arts, we seek clarity within our hearts. If one desires something, they should pursue it. Go against one's true intentions, hesitating and faltering, will only hinder one's path in martial arts. Mengwu gently patted him on the shoulder. When I arrived, I heard from others in the town about the recent calamities that befell your Chu family, nearly resulting in your extermination, correct? Witnessing your kin perish before your very eyes. Did you not feel an overwhelming sense of powerlessness? Do you not yearn to grow stronger, to one day safeguard your family and protect your loved ones? Observing the sudden constriction of the other's pupils, Mengwu quietly concluded that there was hope and continued. Our Lei Shao sect is precisely the place where you can rapidly enhance your strength, especially with your awakening of the purple sky thunder body, which aligns perfectly with our sect's teachings. There, you will undoubtedly experience swift growth, and in the future, should your family encounter misfortune, your prowess will enable you to easily assist them through the crisis. Moreover, once you become a disciple of our Lei Shao sect, your family will essentially gain a formidable ally. Anyone who wishes to harm your family will have to think twice about the sect that stands behind you. Mengwu spoke fervently. Were it anyone else, he would not have bothered to elaborate. For every year countless disciples aspire to join the Lei Shao sect. However, the individual before him was a prodigy with the awakened purple sky thunder body, and he was willing to expend extra effort to ensure the other willingly joined the sect. I am willing to join the Lei Shao sect, Chu Shiran declared, clenching his fists with determination. Recalling the harrowing images of his kin lying in pools of blood and the near calamity that had befallen his beloved sister. Thus, he resolved to grow stronger. However, I still wish to consult the opinions of my ancestors and the beast god. Chu Shiran added. Chapter 13. The instruction of Longyuan. Chu Shiran contemplated the enhancement of his strength through the sect, yet if his ancestors and the beast god, whom he had never met, had alternative suggestions, he would defer his decision. Elder, please wait here for a moment while we confer. Chu Tianyang addressed Mengwu with a respectful gesture. Ha, very well, take your time deliberating. Mengwu settled down to enjoy his tea. He realized he had not exerted himself so vocally in ages. After such an effort today, he felt somewhat parched. Of course, the most significant aspect was that he had successfully persuaded the youth. As for the rest, he cared little. Even if the other rejected his proposal, he was indifferent to others' opinions. Chu Tianyang led Chu Shiran and Chu Hongtu towards the beast god's dwelling. Grandfather, ancestor, what are your thoughts? Chu Shiran inquired along the way. Your choice is sound. Only within a grand sect like the Lei Shao sect can one grow swiftly. Here in our humble Qingyang town, even with all our family's resources, we cannot facilitate your rapid development, Chu Tianyang affirmed. Yet the outside world is fraught with peril, powerful cultivators and ferocious beasts abound, and a moment's carelessness could lead to utter destruction. Chu Hongtu expressed his concerns. As long as I can become strong, what is a mere danger? Furthermore, compared to danger, I would far rather not witness my family suffer such tragedies again. At that moment, the group finally arrived before the majestic nine-tiered palace. Dragon Emperor Hall? Is this the abode of the beast god? Chu Shiran felt a surge of anxiety, having heard tales of the beast god's fearsome visage, uncertain of their veracity. Chu Hongtu felt similarly. Having previously fainted from torment, he had never glimpsed the true form of the beast god. Upon entering the Dragon Emperor Hall, as they beheld the colossal creature coiling atop the mountain, their hearts raced, and they dared not draw a deep breath. At approximately 250 meters in length, the oppressive aura was overwhelming. Moreover, the thick blue ice that enveloped the environment imparted an unmistakable chill, akin to plunging into an ice cavern. Oh, you have arrived. How is it? Do you still doubt the authenticity of my elixirs? Long Yuan opened his enormous eyes and soared into the sky, gazing down upon Chu Tianyang. Suddenly, he turned his attention to Chu Hongtu, astonished that this elder had actually broken through to a second-tier warrior. He recalled that Chu Tianyang had mentioned their clan leader, Chu Jingyue, had long ago achieved this rank. This meant that with just one more second-tier warrior, he could complete the system task and initiate the bloodline return. The thought filled him with joy. It is my ignorance that has led to this misunderstanding. I beg the beast god to forgive me. Chu Tianyang expressed with humility. Long Yuan's form shifted, instantly appearing before the trio, his immense serpent head looming mere meters away, an unparalleled pressure causing them to hold their breath completely. I have stated before. Should you encounter problems you cannot resolve, come to me at once. If I cannot resolve them, we can then devise other methods together. Otherwise, with your capabilities, you may take far too long to accomplish your goals. As your guardian beast, it is my duty to lead the Chu family towards rapid advancement and bolster your strength. Thus, I do not fear the inconvenience. What I fear is that you will hesitate to seek my aid when faced with challenges. What is there to fear? I do not consume people. Long Yuan endeavored to speak in a gentle tone, for it was imperative to leave a favorable impression, ensuring they did not harbor fear towards him. Yes, I shall bear your teachings in mind. Chu Tianyang took a deep breath and replied. Every time he had previously met the beast god, he had felt an overwhelming sense of dread, primarily due to the fear of disturbing the beast goddess cultivation and inciting his displeasure. However, with the beast goddess reassurances, he felt liberated from those burdens. Now, what brings you here to seek my counsel? Long Yuan inquired. Chu Xiuran stepped forward, saying, I have come to express my gratitude for the physique awakening elixir you provided. Without your elixir, I would have been unaware of when I might awaken my physique. He bowed deeply in thanks. Do not mention it. It is but a trivial matter. The physique awakening elixir is merely one of many I possess. Should there be any unawakened physiques within the Chu family, do not hesitate to inform me, for I would not wish for any talent to remain undiscovered. His words startled the others. Having heard from Chu Yin that the physique awakening elixir was an exceedingly precious treasure, how could the beast god speak of it so casually, as though it held little value? Following this, Chu Xiuran divulged his desire to join the Lei Shao sect in its entirety, a 6-star sect. You say? Long Yuan mused before continuing, your decision is indeed prudent. While the Chu family has begun to develop, our foundation remains too shallow to rival a sect that has been established for thousands of years. Joining a sect does not equate to severing ties with the Chu family. Growing within a sect will facilitate your rapid advancement, allowing you to complete your system tasks more swiftly, which will benefit both you and the development of the Chu family immensely. Furthermore, did they not mention that there are teachings that align exceptionally well with your abilities? Chu Xiuran's heart leapt with joy. Both the beast god and his ancestor had consented, allowing him to confidently pursue his path to the Lei Shao sect. However, there is one thing you must remember. Please, speak, esteemed elder. The Chu family will always be your home. If you tire of the outside world or find it unsatisfactory, you may always return. Moreover, do not shy away from challenges. Do not concern yourself with attracting calamity to the family while you venture forth. Pursue your aspirations boldly. I assure you, my cultivation has reached the 5th-tier Demon King level, and I possess numerous abilities. Even when faced with formidable adversaries far beyond my realm, I can ensure the safety of the Chu family. Chu Hongtu's eyes widened in astonishment. 5th-tier Demon King? I thought it was the 4th-tier Demon Sovereign? Meanwhile, Chu Xiuran was profoundly moved by Long Yuan's words. His tone resembled that of a kind ancestor rather than merely a guardian beast. The 4th-tier Demon Sovereign was my previous level. I recently achieved a breakthrough. Thus, you should act with greater boldness in your endeavors, without hesitation. Do not confine your vision to Qingyang town. Instead, aspire to the grand cities beyond. You must believe that with my presence, the Chu family will one day rise to become the most renowned family in this world. When people hear the name Chu, they should immediately think of your family. Chu Tianyang felt his heart ignite. The beast god aspired to elevate the Chu family to the status of the foremost family in the world. What grandeur that entailed! Suddenly, he felt as though he had returned to his youth, that moment when he had boldly vowed to lead the family beyond Qingyang town. After years of silence, his nearly extinguished heart felt rejuvenated. Before they departed, Long Yuan addressed Chu Tianyang. Once you have dealt with matters outside, come to me. I have something to give you. Another item? Chu Tianyang was taken aback. The last time the beast god had said something similar, he had received a 5th-tier technique. Could it be that another treasure awaited him? Yes. I shall obey your command, beast god. Chu Tianyang respectfully bowed. Watching their retreating figures, Long Yuan nodded. He believed his abilities had sufficiently impressed them, and they would no longer doubt his words. Yet, just then, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Chapter 14. The bloodline returns once more. Ding. Congratulations. The family you guard has upgraded to a 3-star force. Congratulations to the host for receiving the ancestral bloodline reward, which allows for the invocation of the divine technique to harness the essence of heaven and earth, along with 10 high-grade 3rd-tier spiritual weapons. The sudden voice from the system left Long Yuan momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming joy. Has he truly become a 3-star force so soon? Does this mean that someone has broken through to the 2nd-tier warrior level? Long Yuan did not expect such delightful news to arrive so quickly. He had thought he would have to wait a while longer. System. Initiate the ancestral bloodline process, Long Yuan declared eagerly, for he yearned for the ancestral bloodline enhancement more than mere cultivation improvement. After all, each time the bloodline was revitalized, he came one step closer to becoming a true dragon. A radiant blue light erupted, transforming into a colossal cocoon of light that enveloped his form. A mysterious energy surged within him, causing his flesh and bones to writhe. Every drop of blood, every piece of flesh, every bone seemed to undergo rigorous tempering, subsequently beginning to transcend. After a considerable duration, the serpent scales that adorned him underwent a complete metamorphosis, becoming exquisite blue crystalline dragon scales the size of a palm. As the blue radiance faded, Long Yuan's magnificent figure was revealed. It remained blue, yet now glimmered with a crystalline beauty akin to that of precious water crystals. 3 translucent blue horns sprouted from his forehead, 1 positioned between his nostrils and 2 extending above his head. Along his spine to the tip of his tail, a row of resilient blue spines emerged. At this moment, he no longer bore the fierce appearance of before. Instead, he resembled a finely crafted work of art, sculpted from exquisite jade. Not bad, not bad. I look much more handsome. Long Yuan nodded in satisfaction. System. Open the panel. Host. Long Yuan race. Xianbing Jinghu realm. 5th-tier demon king. Perfected physical realm. 4th-tier demon sovereign. Perfected current task. Seek out a vein of heavenly essence for the guardian clan. Any level. Task rewards. Holy level martial technique Shin Jiao Lai Tianji. 1 holy level heavenly essence vein. 5 sources of any spiritual body. 3 sources of any spiritual weapon. Guardian clan level. 3 stars. Host's cultivation speed increased by 30 times. The change in race signifies that he has finally shed the lineage of the python, evolving into a Jinghu. This is indeed a joyous occasion, bringing him 1 step closer to transformation into a dragon. However, why did his physical cultivation remain unchanged? Could it be that his prior cultivation level was too high? Long Yuan pondered carefully, recalling that after his last ancestral bloodline revitalization, his physical cultivation had advanced from quasi-little demon to perfected 2nd-tier warrior. If each evolution could elevate him by 2 realms, then this time his physical cultivation should have reached perfected 4th-tier demon sovereign. Yet, prior to the bloodline revitalization, he had already attained perfected 4th-tier demon sovereign. Thus, this ancestral bloodline enhancement has not significantly boosted his strength. It was merely a pure race evolution. Nevertheless, it matters little, at present. He is not overly concerned with that level of cultivation. With the Guardian clan's level elevated to 3 stars, his cultivation speed has increased by 30 times. This implies that the stronger the Chu clan becomes, the quicker his cultivation speed will be. It appears the quest for the heavenly essence vein must be expedited. The rewards offered by the system for this task are exceedingly generous. The holy level martial technique Shin Jiao Lai Tianji. 1 holy level heavenly essence vein, 5 sources of any spiritual body, and 3 sources of any spiritual weapon. The first 2 will greatly benefit his strength and cultivation, while the latter 2 could enhance the number of talented individuals within the Chu clan. significantly aiding its rapid development. Before long, Chu Tianyang returned to the Dragon Emperor Hall, and upon witnessing the transformed beast god, he was left utterly speechless with shock. There's no need for astonishment. I have merely undergone an ancestral bloodline revitalization. Long Yuan replied calmly. Another revitalization? Chu Tianyang's mouth gaped in disbelief. Is it truly that easy? Wasn't it just over half a month ago that you underwent one? Such opportunities cannot be so easily attained. Long Yuan felt inclined to say, my revitalization is entirely thanks to your efforts. Has Chu Xiuran already departed? Yes, he has accompanied that esteemed elder to the Thundercloud sect. Regaining his composure, Chu Tianyang cautiously presented a ring to the beast god. What is this? Long Yuan inquired with curiosity. This is a storage ring, which contains its own space, used for storing various treasures. It was given to our Chu clan by Elder Mingwu of the Thundercloud sect after he took Xiuran away. It contains many resources provided by that elder. Chu Tianyang exclaimed excitedly, his admiration for the six-star sect growing immensely, as even the smallest offerings from them were regarded as treasures in their eyes. Oh, what treasures does it contain? Long Yuan asked, intrigued. Chu Tianyang emptied the contents of the storage ring, having only taken a fleeting glance at it earlier. There are martial techniques, first, second, and third-tier spiritual weapons, along with some elixirs. This must be the legendary Essence Stone. As he examined each item, Chu Tianyang was filled with awe. These items were treasures in his view, yet he could not name some of them. What a pity. There are no cultivation techniques, Chu Tianyang sighed, believing that techniques held even greater value. Cultivation techniques are the foundation of a sect's inheritance. They are not so easily shared. Long Yuan shook his head and suddenly remarked, I recall that there was indeed a ring among the spoils from the Ma family. Could it also be a storage ring? Chu Tianyang paused. There was indeed a ring, but at the time, we had no idea what it was and simply discarded it in the warehouse. Upon hearing the beast god's words, Chu Tianyang immediately felt elated. No wonder the Ma family suddenly had so many treasures. Could it be that the Tsangyan sect provided them with resources? Thankfully, that ring was not thrown away and remains in the warehouse gathering dust. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Beast god? Does this ring contain anything you might need? Chu Tianyang asked. No, I have already become a 5th-tier demon king. These items are of too low a grade. They are better used to enhance the strength of my kin. Do not fear depleting resources. Resources exist to bolster strength. As long as the clan grows strong, more resources will be acquired. Indeed. By the way, has there been any change in the token we discovered from the Ma Bangwa? Long Yuan inquired. Not yet, and I attempted to infuse it with energy, but there was no response. Long Yuan nodded. There is no rush. We shall research it slowly. Beast god, our disciples sent to search for the heavenly essence vein have made some discoveries. Chu Tianyang suddenly revealed some delightful news to Lunjiyuan.it. It said that other wandering cultivators have found a place within the Jiuxiao mountain range where the essence of heaven and earth is particularly dense. Suspecting it could be a vein of heavenly essence, however, a terrifying aura emanates from deep within, and they do not dare to venture further. Chapter 15. Chu Tianyang merges with the 10,000 spirits body heavenly essence vein. Long Yuan's interest was piqued. The system had just issued a task, and already there was a lead. What an unexpected delight, however, this only provides a clue. Whether it truly exists remains uncertain. No matter, I happen to be a bit hungry and need to hunt. I shall go take a look then, Long Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Such matters depend on luck, especially since the Chu clan is still too weak to send out powerful individuals for the search. Long Yuan had originally planned to venture out himself in due time to see if he could locate the heavenly essence vein and complete the system's task. Beast god, do we need to settle the clan members? Chu Tianyang inquired. Why would we need to settle the clan members? Does that mean the clan does not need to relocate? I have heard that some forces establish themselves atop heavenly essence veins. Why relocate the entire clan? I have my ways to draw the heavenly essence vein to Qingyang town. Draw the heavenly essence vein? Chu Tianyang exclaimed in astonishment. How does one accomplish that? You will find out in due time. The divine technique granted by the system is precisely for the purpose of drawing heavenly essence veins. Qingyang town is an excellent location, blessed with mountains and waters, boasting delightful scenery. Moreover, Long Yuan is still fixated on the thunderclouds in the center of the lake. Once he breaks through to the 6th-tier Demon Emperor, he will reside within the thunderclouds, instantly elevating his prestige. By the way, allow me to present you with something. With a thought, 10 spiritual weapons flew out from the system space, landing before Chu Tianyang. What is this? Chu Tianyang trembled all over. Spiritual weapons. 10 third-tier spiritual weapons. An ear-piercing sound escaped his lips as his eyes quivered at the sight of the treasures before him. Even the Thundercloud sect had only provided a single third-tier spiritual weapon, yet the beast god had produced 10 at once. Take them and use them to bolster the foundation of the clan. It can be established as a reward. Any clan member who surpasses the 3rd tier shall be granted a 3rd-tier spiritual weapon, which can also serve to motivate the clan members in their cultivation. The system's rewards are inherently designed to enhance the strength of the Chu family. After all, these items hold little value for oneself. However, could this be too extravagant? What if it incites jealousy among other martial artists? It could potentially bring disaster upon the family. This is, after all, a 3rd-tier spiritual weapon. Who knows how many people covet it? What is there to fear? Am I merely a bystander here? Focus on developing the family. Leave the difficulties to me? Yes. The younger generation shall wholeheartedly devote themselves to the growth of the family's power. Chu Tianyang, trembling, stored 10 spiritual weapons into his spatial ring, immediately feeling the weight of the ring increase significantly. Soon after, a pure white orb of light flew towards him. What is this? I shall assist you in refining and merging it. This is the essence of the myriad spirits. Such an item serves no purpose in your possession, so it is better to utilize it promptly for the Chu family. Chu Tianyang nodded, not inquiring further about the item, but since the beast god instructed him to refine it, he would proceed. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Chu Tianyang began to refine the orb of light before him. Dragon Yuan also exerted his energy beside him, aiding in the refinement of the essence of the myriad spirits. The myriad spirit body is a high-grade royal physique. If relying solely on Chu Tianyang's 3rd-tier martial artist abilities, he would be incapable of refining it. Hence, Dragon Yuan's assistance was essential. Thus, it took a full 7 days for the fusion to be completed successfully. Cultivator. Chu Tianyang physique. Myriad spirit body, high-grade royal physique, realm. Full circle of 4th-tier martial sovereign physical cultivation. Full circle of 2nd-tier martial artist identity. Ancestor of the Chu family, how do you feel? Dragon Yuan inquired. Chu Tianyang opened his eyes, exclaiming in delight. How peculiar! I suddenly feel that the essence of heaven and earth is exceptionally vibrant, and the speed at which I absorb it has significantly increased. What could this mean? I have never experienced such a sensation before. It is truly marvelous. Moreover, my cultivation has astonishingly reached the full circle of 4th-tier martial sovereign. Chu Tianyang was utterly astounded. How could this be possible? Even with 5th-tier techniques, he should still require a considerable amount of time to reach 4th-tier martial sovereign. The 4th-tier martial sovereign was a realm he had always regarded as legendary, and now he had so abruptly broken through? It felt as if he were dreaming, yet the explosive energy within him caused his body to lift off the ground. Flying in the air is the hallmark of a 4th-tier martial sovereign. Because what you just fused is the essence of the myriad spirits, Dragon Yuan elucidated. Myriad spirit body? Chu Tianyang's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that this is also a form of special physique? Indeed, it belongs to the same tier as the purple cloud thunder body awakened by Chu Xiuran, classified as a high-grade royal physique. However, his physique excels in offensive capabilities, while yours enhances cultivation speed. Each possesses its own strengths. Moreover, due to the fusion process, you even bypass the awakening stage. After Dragon Yuan finished speaking, Chu Tianyang's throat quivered, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He stared blankly at his hands. A high-grade royal physique? He actually possessed such a physique? It was utterly unfathomable, yet the distinctly different sensation within him assured him that this was all genuine. Beast God. Wow. Chu Tianyang fell to his knees. Weeping uncontrollably, he could never have imagined that this old man would one day break through to 4th-tier martial sovereign and possess a special physique, and moreover, a high-grade royal physique. It felt as if he were in a dream. Look at you, appearing so unaccomplished, Dragon Yuan smirked coldly, saying, although you have already refined and fused, it is not innate. You will still need to refine and adapt to fully unleash the capabilities of the myriad spirit body. Furthermore, do not let others know of this matter, or it will indeed lead to endless troubles. Although Dragon Yuan was unafraid, it would undoubtedly affect the developmental pace of the Chu family. Yes, the younger generation understands the significance of this matter. Chu Tianyang wiped away his tears and rose unsteadily. Enough, you may leave now. Focus on stabilizing your realm and do not let down my efforts in nurturing you. When you emerge from seclusion, I will venture out to seek the veins of heaven and earth. The Chu family must have a formidable presence. Otherwise, should we encounter any crises, if we are extinguished, Dragon Yuan would truly weep. Yes, esteemed beast god. Chu Tianyang exited the Dragon Emperor Hall in excitement. He was about to enter seclusion to stabilize his realm, as the recent enhancement was overwhelmingly significant. Ancestor, what is the matter? Why are your eyes so red? Upon leaving the Dragon Emperor Hall, he encountered the clan leader, Chu Jingyue, who was emerging from seclusion. I am happy, Ancestor. Chu Tianyang replied with a quiver in his voice. Indeed, Shuran has joined the Thundercloud sect, and Yenner has regained her talent. These are indeed two joyous events, Chu Jingyue remarked, feeling that with these two prodigies in the family, it is merely a matter of time before they flourish. No. I am elated because I have broken through to 4th-tier martial sovereign. Congratulations. What? Ancestor, you have broken through to 4th-tier martial sovereign? Chu Jingyue froze, staring in disbelief at his ancestor. After sensing the aura emanating from the ancestor, Chu Jingyue's eyes widened. The aura from the ancestor felt as solid as a mountain, certainly not that of a 3rd-tier martial artist. This, ancestor, how did you suddenly break through to 4th-tier martial sovereign? Chu Jingyue's voice rose in pitch. Had he not just recently broken through to 3rd-tier martial artist? You do not understand. It is all thanks to the opportunity bestowed upon me by the beast god that allowed me to ascend to this realm swiftly. And I am not far from 5th-tier martial king. Chu Jingyue was momentarily stunned. Not far from martial king? Martial king. That was a realm he had never dared to dream of. Jingyue, recently, I, the ancestor, shall enter seclusion. You will manage the family affairs. Additionally, select an auspicious day to gather all members of the Chu family and publicly announce the matter concerning the beast god. Remember, this is the most significant event for our Chu family. It must be conducted with great splendor, without the slightest error. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Yes, ancestor. Watching the ancestor's retreating figure, Chu Jingyue's heart surged. Had the ancestor truly become a 4th-tier martial sovereign? Such a powerful being was a legendary existence in his eyes. What tremendous opportunity had the beast god bestowed upon the ancestor? Chu Tianyang entered seclusion. The moment the 5th-tier technique was activated, the essence of heaven and earth surged towards him as if it had found its lost path. Easily absorbed into his body, refreshing, truly exhilarating, Chu Tianyang sighed. Is this the sensation of cultivating a royal physique? No wonder it is said that prodigies possess extraordinarily rapid cultivation speeds. Indeed, there is a vast chasm separating them from ordinary people. Chu Tianyang immediately focused on solidifying his realm without wasting any time. At this moment, the Chu family had completely restored its previous order. Those who had been injured were fully recuperated with the aid of various medicinal pills. Moreover, the assets of the Zhao and Ma families in the town had been wholly taken over by the Chu family, making the Chu family the sole dominant force in Qingyang town. The others were essentially individual households, lacking any familial structure. During this time, the tale of the Chu family's remarkable turnaround spread like wildfire throughout Qingyang town. Everyone knew that the Chu family had a powerful guardian beast. How terrifying! It is said to be a 4th-tier demon sovereign giant python that can fly, measuring over 100 meters in length. Just imagining it sends chills down one's spine. 4th-tier demon sovereign. What incredible fortune has the Chu family encountered to have such a fearsome being as their guardian beast? A giant python. Could it possibly consume people? Is there any danger living here? You are overthinking. As an ordinary mortal, you lack the qualification to be its food. Such beings require powerful energy from other beasts or martial artists to satisfy their needs. However, on a different note, I have heard that the Chu family's prodigy, Chu Shuran, has entered the Six-Star sect, the Thundercloud sect, and has become a disciple of an elder. Six-Star sect? What is the Six-Star sect? I do not know. All I know is that it is an extraordinarily powerful sect. It is said that a single finger could obliterate our entire Qingyang town. Recent events concerning the Chu family became the topic of conversation for everyone in Qingyang town, and all understood that the Chu family was on the rise. However, this news was overheard by several individuals from the Qin family who were currently resting in Qingyang town. The Qin family, like Qingyang town, is a small town near the Jiuxiao mountain range, yet its strength surpasses that of Qingyang town by a significant margin, primarily due to the presence of the Qin family, whose ancestor is a formidable expert who has immersed himself in the realm of third-tier martial artist for decades. Have you all heard? The leader of the group, a young man clad in splendid robes, inquired of those beside him. He wielded a long sword adorned with several gleaming jewels on its sheath, as if declaring to the world that he held a valuable sword in his grasp. Young master, we have all heard. The others murmured, their black attire indicating their roles as guards. What do you think? Chen Xiaohua inquired while sipping his tea. Young master, I believe we should inform the clan leader. The recent inexplicable events surrounding the Chu family are highly suspicious. It is quite possible they have encountered a remarkable opportunity that has significantly bolstered their strength. The head of the guards asserted. Previously, the strongest among the Chu family was merely a second-tier warrior. How could they now have a fourth-tier demon sect to protect them? And regarding the claim of clan members joining a sect, has anyone witnessed this firsthand? Such matters can be spoken of freely without fear of discovery. Chen Xiaohua nodded. The Chu family must have stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity to become the overlords of Qingyang town. An opportunity that can elevate them overnight is surely no trivial matter. Good fortune should be shared among all, should it not? Ha ha ha, the young master's words ring true. The group hastily returned to Wuan town to relay this news to their family. Father, what is it that you seek me for? Chu Yin entered his father Chu Jingyue's study. The ancestor entrusted me with something to give to you. What is it? Chu Jingyue produced the fifth-tier martial art, the Qingyan Ju. Since when did our Chu family possess such high-level martial arts? Chu Yin gazed in astonishment at the Qingyan Ju. This is the technique given to the ancestor by the beast god. Currently, only the ancestor and I within the family practice it, before entering seclusion. The ancestor specifically instructed that since your talent has been restored, you are now eligible to cultivate this fifth-tier martial art. This will enable your rapid growth. Wait, you have broken through to second-tier warrior? Chu Jingyue's voice suddenly rose in astonishment, looking incredulously at his son Chu Yin. How is it possible for you to have progressed so quickly? Chu Yin nodded. Perhaps it is due to the lengthy suppression I endured. Now that my talent has recovered, my cultivation speed has greatly accelerated. The rapid cultivation speed was, in truth, entirely attributable to the 8th-tier martial art bestowed upon him by the elder Yao. Good. Chu Jingyue patted his son's shoulder with pride, tears welling in his eyes. Only he, as a father, knew the immense trials his son had faced over the past 3 years. In light of this, you are even more qualified to practice this 5th-tier martial art. I believe that with its assistance, your cultivation will accelerate. Chu Yin pursed his lips, ultimately feigning excitement as he accepted it. Regrettably, the 8th-tier martial art was meant solely for him, or he would have shared it with the family. The voice of Elder Yao echoed in Chu Yin's mind. This is also for the good of your family. An 8th-tier martial art is an exceedingly precious treasure in our mortal realm. If news of it leaks, even those elusive, super-powerful old monsters will come to seize it. Just consider, can your Chu family withstand such formidable adversaries? This is not a 5th-tier martial art. 5th-tier techniques are hardly noteworthy among major powers. But an 8th-tier martial art is referred to as a holy level technique, a foundation of strength among those great factions. The consequences of a leak are beyond what the current Chu Yin can bear. Chu Yin silently nodded. He would wait until he grew stronger before addressing it. By the way, do you wish to meet the beast god? Chu Jingyue suddenly asked. Chapter 17. Awakening of Chu Yan's sacred body, the beast god? Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, His heart filled with gratitude towards the being who had saved his entire clan. He nodded. It is indeed time to meet the beast god. Subsequently, Chu Jingyue led Chu Yin to the clan's secret grounds. The beast god's abilities were extraordinary, and Chu Jingyue wished for his son to make a good impression before the beast god, as it would be highly beneficial for his future. Moreover, as the clan leader, it was somewhat unacceptable that he had never met the beast god himself. Upon arriving before the Dragon Emperor Hall, Elder Yao's voice suddenly resonated in Chu Yan's mind. What is it, Elder Yao? Chu Yin looked towards the hall. This place is extraordinary. Though its spirit is subdued, it is no ordinary object. Even I cannot discern its level. What? Even you cannot discern the rank of the Dragon Emperor Hall? Chu Yin was taken aback. Although Elder Yao had never revealed his true strength, anyone capable of producing an 8th-tier martial art was undoubtedly formidable and well-informed. I have indeed never encountered such a treasure. Let us proceed inside. Chu Yin followed his father into the Dragon Emperor Hall. This is a self-contained space, an imperial artifact, Elder Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Though he had never seen an imperial artifact, he had heard of such treasures. Even in the sacred grounds where he previously resided, they were rarely seen, only possessed by certain imperial powers as a foundation of strength. What is an imperial artifact? Chu Yin wondered. A 9th-tier spirit artifact. In 9th tier? Chu Yin nearly bit his tongue. He had no concept of imperial artifacts, but he certainly understood what a 9th-tier spirit artifact entailed. Their Chu family's strongest spirit artifact had only ever been 1st tier. How could our Chu family possess such a high-tier spirit artifact? Your beast god may be extraordinary. For now, let us refrain from communication, lest we attract attention. Previously, I would not have regarded a 4th-tier demon sect. But a beast possessing an imperial artifact is undoubtedly exceptional. It could very well be an old monster in possession of a body. Understood. Chu Yin nodded, wary of Elder Yao being discovered. Another little one has arrived. The massive head of Long Yuan emerged from the clouds. A 5th-tier demon king could fly freely, yet maintaining altitude for extended periods still demanded considerable energy. It seemed that staying aloft over Qingyang town would be challenging for him until he achieved 6th-tier demon emperor status. Chu Jingyue trembled at the sight of the beast god and hastily bowed. The overwhelming pressure he felt was far more suffocating than what the ancestor had described. The beast god. This is indeed the beast god. I pay my respects to the beast god. Chu Yan's pupils constricted sharply, his body trembling. The sheer size was overwhelming. This was no mere giant serpent, but rather the legendary Sui, cultivator. Chu Jingyue physique, Nun realm, late-stage 2nd-tier martial artist physical cultivation, quasi-warrior identity, clan leader of the Chu family cultivator. Chu Yin physique, 9 Yang sacred body, superior sacred body, unawakened realm, early-stage 2nd-tier martial artist physical cultivation, quasi-warrior identity, member of the Chu family. There is even an unawakened sacred body? Long Yuan looked at Chu Yin in surprise. This is a rather rare physique. Buzz. Chu Yin felt a buzzing in his mind. The beast god had discerned his unawakened sacred body with just a glance. Such keen perception was undoubtedly on par with Elder Yao. Sacred body? Chu Jingyue looked at his son in confusion. Are you not aware? Long Yuan regarded Chu Jingyue with curiosity, assuming he had sought help to awaken his son's physique. It appeared he was completely unaware of his son's sacred body. This, I truly do not know. However, Chu Yin inexplicably lost his cultivation talent for 3 years, only to recently recover, and his cultivation speed has become strangely rapid. Chu Jingyue relayed the circumstances surrounding Chu Yin to the beast god. Could this peculiar situation be the result of his son possessing a sacred body? Chu Jingyue felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that fortune had truly favored their Chu family? First, there was Chu Shuran's purple cloud lightning body, and now his son's sacred body. Long Yuan displayed a look of surprise, suddenly glancing at the ring on Chu Yan's right hand, revealing a look of realization. The Dragon Emperor Hall was a product of the system, already refined by him. Nothing within this space could escape his notice. Long Yuan had not anticipated encountering a protagonist template here, accompanied by an old man. At that moment, the elder Yao hidden within the ring felt a sense of being discovered. With this realization, he dared not reveal himself. Ah, I see. I see. No matter. As long as recovery is possible, it is fine. Long Yuan nodded. What of the old man? As long as he posed no threat to the Chu family, he could do as he pleased. Moreover, was he not aiding the Chu family in nurturing strong individuals? Long Yuan was grateful and had no intention of directly exposing him. Subsequently, a golden elixir flew out from the system space and landed before Chu Yin. What is this? Consume it. It is beneficial for you. Long Yuan stated nonchalantly. Chu Yan's body stiffened slightly, his gaze shifting to his father. He was suspicious of whether this elixir posed any danger. Could it be an attempt to control him now that the beast god had discerned his sacred body? It was not that he viewed the world with suspicion, but rather that 3 years of hardship had made him more mature than his peers, and Elder Yao had advised him to always be vigilant. As it is bestowed by the beast god, then you shall consume it. Chu Jingyuan nodded affirmatively. Chu Yin sighed inwardly. In such circumstances, even if he wished to resist, it seemed utterly futile. It mattered little. For Elder Yao had promised to teach him the art of alchemy. Surely, if any issues arose, there would be means to resolve them. Thus, he closed his eyes and swallowed the pill in one gulp. In an instant, a searing sensation spread from his dantian throughout his entire being. At that moment, Chu Yin transformed into a being of fire, every inch of his skin and hair ablaze with roaring flames. What is this? Chu Jingyue stared wide-eyed at the transformed Chu Yin. This is the awakening of one's constitution, Long Yuan proclaimed. What I just gave him is the Constitution Awakening Pill. Constitution Awakening. Does this mean that Chu Yin's sacred body has awakened? Indeed, his 9-yang sacred body has awakened. Long Yuan smiled, realizing that with this, the Chu family had gained another extraordinary talent, propelling their development at an unprecedented pace. Boom. A torrent of crimson flames erupted from within Chu Yin, surging skyward. Fortunately, they were within the confines of the Dragon Emperor's Hall. Otherwise, such an extraordinary phenomenon would undoubtedly draw the attention of all, for the spectacle of a sacred body awakening is far more terrifying than that of a king body. Chu Jingyue trembled in awe. Is this truly the manifestation of a sacred body awakening? At this moment, the flames coalesced, forming 9 radiant crimson suns that hovered behind Chu Yin. What is happening to me? Chu Yin gazed at his hands, which blazed with fiery intensity, astonished beyond measure. Moreover, he could sense a significant surge in his cultivation, astonishingly reaching the pinnacle of the 4th stage martial master. This revelation left Chu Yin utterly flabbergasted. How could my cultivation have increased so dramatically? This is the awakening of your constitution. Should you not express your gratitude to the beast god? Chu Jingyue hastily reminded him. Constitution awakening? Chu Yan's expression shifted. Chapter 18. Elder Yao's shock. How could this be? Elder Yao had previously mentioned that awakening his sacred body would be exceptionally challenging, given the rarity of the required materials and the difficulty of concocting the Constitution Awakening Pill. He had advised Chu Yin not to entertain thoughts of awakening his sacred body in the near term. The best course of action was to join a powerful sect and leverage its resources to seek out those materials. Yet, how could his sacred body have awakened so effortlessly now? Chu Yin stood there, stupefied. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and express your gratitude to the beast god. Chu Jingyue urged once more. Regaining his senses, Chu Yin, still in a daze, bowed in gratitude to the beast god. Chu Yin thanks the beast god for the Constitution Awakening Pill. It is of no concern. The sacred body is an immensely powerful constitution that has elevated your cultivation significantly. Thus, take a moment to contemplate the differences brought about by this newfound realm. Do not squander your constitution, nor waste the benefits of this awakening pill. Long Yuan spoke with calm authority. Yes, Chu Yin shall not disappoint the beast god. Very well, you may leave for now. Jingyue will remain. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yin departed, eager to inquire of Elder Yao regarding the circumstances surrounding this event. If Chu Shuran's Constitution Awakening was indeed due to the beast god possessing the Constitution Awakening Pill for the Purple Cloud's thunder body, could it be that he too had received something similar? Chu Yin felt a twinge of disbelief. Hastening back to his chamber, Chu Yin called out for Elder Yao. Just now, I felt as though I had been discovered by someone. Chu Yin, your family's beast god is no ordinary being. He possesses even treasures like the imperial artifact. Elder Yao exclaimed repeatedly. At that moment, Chu Yin suddenly interjected. Elder Yao, my sacred body has awakened. Sacred body what? What did you say? Elder Yao's spirit surged forth, gazing at Chu Yin in astonishment. With a thought, 9 crimson suns materialized behind him. This is the awakened Nanyang's sacred body. How could this be? What on earth has transpired? Elder Yao was astounded. He had only stepped away for a brief moment. How could Chu Yan's sacred body have awakened? It was the beast god's constitution awakening pill. Chu Yin recounted the events without reservation. Does the beast god truly possess a pill that can awaken any constitution? Or is it merely a coincidence that he had the awakening pill for the Nanyang sacred body? Chu Yin was filled with curiosity, yet based on his earlier observations, it was evident that the beast god was encountering him for the first time. How could he fortuitously possess the awakening pill for both the purple cloud's thunder body and the Nanyang sacred body? I have never heard of a pill that can awaken any constitution, yet the latter possibility is equally improbable. Your family's beast god is truly enigmatic, Elder Yao sighed. The imperial artifact from earlier had genuinely astonished him. In all his years, he had never encountered such a treasure. Today, he had witnessed it in this remote and desolate land. It was utterly unbelievable. As the two conversed, a voice suddenly called from outside the chamber. Chu Yin, come out quickly. I hear your talent has been restored. As a celebration, let's engage in a duel. A shrill voice rang out. It was that fellow, Chu Zhan. Chu Yin instantly recognized the voice. Apart from the battle-mad Chu Zhan, who else in the Chu family would dare to be so boisterous? However, he held a favorable attitude toward Chu Zhan, for during the years when his talent had vanished, there were certainly peers who resented him, questioning why he continued to occupy so many family resources despite lacking cultivation talent. In those times, it was Chu Zhan's fists that silenced those complaints. Stepping outside, Chu Yin smiled and said, "Let us fight. In gratitude for the support you have given me these past 3 years. Ha ha ha, you truly understand me, Chu Yin. Come, come, come. My fists are eager for action." Chu Zhan laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Chu Yan's shoulders. He was tall and sturdy, with pronounced features and a physique so muscular that his arms were thicker than some people's thighs. The pair made their way to the family's martial arts arena, where numerous young members were already engaged in sparring. Upon seeing Chu Yin and Chu Zhan arrive, they gathered around. Everyone was aware that Chu Yan's talent had been restored, and with Chu Zhan being the most combative among the younger generation, the anticipation of their clash stirred excitement. Without further ado, they engaged in battle. However, Chu Yin suppressed his cultivation to match Chu Zhan's first-stage martial artist level, and they fought fiercely. Even so, the awakened sacred body was immensely powerful. Its physical strength far surpassed that of Chu Zhan, who relied solely on his training. Before long, Chu Zhan was left bruised and battered, yet rather than feeling disheartened, he was invigorated. After all, among the younger generation of the Chu family, only Chu Xiuran had previously matched him. Now, with another contender, he felt his blood racing with exhilaration. Eventually, Chu Zhan let out a triumphant roar before collapsing flat on the arena floor. Chu Yin shook his head, carrying him to a place for healing. This lad possesses commendable physical strength. To have cultivated to such a level in this resource-deprived setting is a testament to his potential as a body cultivator. Regrettably, I have no suitable cultivation methods for him. Elder Yao sighed. Having once occupied a high position and looked down upon lesser body cultivation techniques, he was reluctant to provide advanced techniques, fearing it might lead to disaster for either Chu Zhan or the Chu family. Chu Yin nodded. During their earlier bout, he too had sensed that Chu Zhan's physical strength was nearing that of a first-stage martial artist. Had this occurred before the awakening of his sacred body, he might have struggled to withstand Chu Zhan's blows. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Emperor's hall, the beast god, Chu Jingyue clasped his hands respectfully. You brought those from the family who were investigating the veins of heaven and earth. I must locate that vein. Yes. The following morning, as dawn broke, a colossal figure soared into the sky, vanishing into the Nine Peaks mountain range. Originally, Long Yuan had intended to wait until Chu Tianyang stabilized his realm before seeking the vein of heaven and earth. However, now that Chu Yin had also broken through to the fourth stage martial master pinnacle, the Chu family had a powerful presence to secure their territory, allowing him to depart with peace of mind. His form glided through the clouds, and upon his back stood several astonished members of the Chu family. Is this truly the beast god? He can soar through the skies, indeed living up to the rumors of reaching the fourth stage demon master realm. The second elder, Chu Hongxiao, murmured excitedly, younger and more robust than the tall and thin first elder, Chu Hongtu. He sported a finely groomed beard, exuding an air of refinement. Second elder, I am frightened. A Chu family member trembled. What are you afraid of? Fear of heights? No, I fear the beast god. What is there to fear? The beast god is our guardian. He would never harm us, Chu Hongxiao admonished. Our attitude towards the beast god should be one of reverence, not fear. These are the words spoken to him by the patriarch. The beast god does not wish for the members of the Chu family to fear him. Rather, their attitude towards the beast god should be one of respect, akin to that which they showed towards their ancestors. Chapter 19. The Wolf King, not a bad lad. I shall bestow upon you an opportunity in due course, came the voice of Long Yuan, addressing Chu Hongxiao. Thank you, beast god, Chu Hongxiao exclaimed, his face lighting up as he hurriedly bowed in gratitude. He had heard from the patriarch that, due to certain opportunities granted by the beast god, their ancestor had already broken through to the fourth-rank martial sovereign. One can only imagine how immense the opportunities bestowed by the beast god truly are. Have we arrived at the location? Long Yuan inquired. Nearly there. I've heard from several wandering cultivators passing through Qingyang town that it should be in this vicinity. Chu Hongxiao produced a map, as he was responsible for inquiring about the location of the celestial veins. So he was quite well informed. Before long, Long Yuan descended into a mountainous region, where towering peaks rose like swords piercing the sky, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. This should be the place, Chu Hongxiao declared. Long Yuan carefully sensed the surroundings. Indeed, the essence of heaven and earth here was remarkably abundant, allowing even fifth-rank powerhouses to cultivate here. It was far richer than the location he had previously occupied by the pond. Yet, this was not sufficient. To employ the divine restraint technique, one must ascertain the precise location of the celestial veins. Suddenly, a wolf howl echoed, startling everyone. A giant silver wolf appeared from nowhere behind Long Yuan, its eyes fixed predatorily upon him. Soon after, dozens of colossal wolves emerged, encircling Long Yuan and his companions. Who dares to intrude upon my territory, you great serpent? A cold voice rang out. Long Yuan looked up to see a massive one-eyed wolf standing atop a peak, gazing down at him with disdain. Its silver fur billowed in the wind, emanating a terrifying aura, exuding an imposing majesty. It speaks human language. Is this a fourth-rank demon sovereign? Chu Hongxiao gasped in astonishment. No, this is a fifth-rank demon king, Long Yuan replied calmly. Demon cultivator, wolf king race, moon-watching celestial wolf, possessing a trace of divine beast, Songlong bloodline, realm. Mid-stage fifth-rank demon king physical cultivation. Mid-stage fourth-rank demon sovereign identity. Demon king of the nine heavens mountain range. What? A fifth-rank demon king? The faces of the Chu family members turned pale. They had never encountered such a fearsome being. Great serpent, this place is mine. Outsiders, leave at once. The Wolf King bellowed, his single eye flashing with ferocity. This is your territory? Do you know where the celestial veins are located? Long Yuan retorted. Ha ha ha, naturally, I am aware of the celestial veins, but what does that have to do with you? Leave these humans and depart swiftly, or face my wrath. The Wolf King leered at the humans behind Long Yuan, his mouth practically watering. It had been ages since he had tasted human flesh. Since you know, I would appreciate your guidance. Long Yuan said, seeking death? Do you take my words lightly? The Wolf King roared in fury, leaping down with the colossal body, his gigantic claws outstretched, energy surging forth in a blinding flash as he lunged towards Long Yuan's head. It seems I must subdue you to achieve anything. Long Yuan opened his mouth, releasing a torrent of blue icy breath that swept towards the Wolf King like a rolling fog. Simultaneously, a wave of cold energy emanated from his body, enveloping the expansive mountain range in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever the cold air passed, vegetation and stones alike turned into frozen sculptures. Even the unsuspecting wolf pups were entirely encased in ice. Boom. The Wolf King's attack collided with Long Yuan's icy breath, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Following the impact, the Wolf King deftly leaped to the side, but much of his massive form was already encased in a layer of blue ice. With a swift swipe, his enormous claws aimed for Long Yuan's vital points, causing the earth to tremble slightly. However, the celestial energy he manipulated and attached to his claws made his attack incredibly formidable. Manipulating even a sliver of celestial energy is a privilege of the fifth-rank powerhouses, yet even such a fraction is exceedingly difficult for a fourth-rank martial sovereign to withstand. As the saying goes, to strike a snake, aim for its vital spots. The Wolf King, having thrived in the Nine Heavens mountain range, was well versed in this principle. But just as his claws were about to strike, a thick layer of blue ice formed instantaneously around Long Yuan. Infused with celestial energy, the Wolf King's claws left a ghastly scratch upon the ice layer but failed to shatter it. What? The Wolf King gasped in disbelief, preparing to attack again, but Long Yuan's body suddenly swung, executing a dragon's tail sweep towards him. The Wolf King could only raise his claws in defense, yet the terrifying force still sent him hurtling backward, crashing through the ancient trees that had been frozen solid behind him. Long Yuan did not hold back. His massive form surged forth like lightning in pursuit. Great Serpent, you seek death! The Wolf King roared in fury, unleashing a silver beam from his mouth as he was propelled backward. Aiming at the charging serpent, Long Yuan's enormous form twisted agilely, dodging the attack just in time, and opened his gaping maw to fiercely bite towards the Wolf King's head. At present, he had not yet evolved into a flood dragon. Lacking claws and relying solely on his icy breath and the cold energy he could emit, his methods of attack were rather singular. Aside from constriction and cold energy erosion, he had no other means. Thus, he was eager to complete the task assigned by the system to acquire the sacred-level martial technique, the Divine Serpent's pouncing strike. The Wolf King, having been sent flying, came to an abrupt halt. After a brief skirmish, he realized he was no match for the serpent. He turned to flee into the sky, but the ice layer clinging to him slowed his speed, and Long Yuan seized the opportunity to bite down on his hind leg. Pulling him down from the air, the terrifying cold surged through Long Yuan's fangs into the Wolf King's body, while his form wrapped around the massive creature with agility. "Spare me, Great Serpent!" the Wolf King cried in desperation, realizing he was ensnared. Once entangled by the colossal serpent, there was no escape. "Humph! Spare your life. What gives you the right to ask for mercy from me?" Long Yuan scoffed, his power intensifying, causing the Wolf King's bones to crack ominously under his grip. "I know where the celestial veins are, and I am aware of a stronghold left by a powerful being." The Wolf King wailed. "Oh? A stronghold left by a powerful being? Is it truly so?" Long Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. If it was indeed a stronghold, there might be a legacy left behind. The Chu family was currently lacking in foundation. If true, it would be a fortuitous event. Since that is the case, I shall grant you a chance, but if you harbor any ulterior motives, I will take your life without hesitation," Long Yuan declared, once more injecting a vast amount of cold energy into the Wolf King's body, causing him to shudder and tremble uncontrollably. "Lead the way," Long Yuan commanded icily. "Yes." The Wolf King trembled as he led the way towards his lair. Chu Hongxiao and the others remained atop Long Yuan's back. Witnessing the fifth-rank Demon King, the Silver Wolf, being subdued so easily by the Beast God, leaving them profoundly astonished. How powerful! The Beast God is truly formidable. Even a fifth-rank Demon King is no match for him. We, the Chu family, are incredibly fortunate to receive the protection of the Beast God. Chu Hongxiao sighed in admiration. Chapter 20. Seizing the celestial veins under the guidance of the Wolf King, the group entered his lair, which resided within a vast cave, spacious and expansive. As they ventured deeper, the essence of heaven and earth became increasingly dense. Long Yuan could sense that the divine restraint technique could be utilized here. It seemed the celestial veins were located just below. This realization brought him relief. This journey had not been in vain, and soon he would obtain the system's reward. As they reached the innermost depths of the lair, they arrived at a vast chamber, where a semi-transparent silver barrier appeared before them. Is this what you refer to as the legacy of the strong? Long Yuan gazed at the Wolf King. Reporting to you, Great Demon King, this barrier is exceedingly powerful. Even I cannot breach it. It must be left by some formidable being. Otherwise, it could not have formed naturally. The Wolf King was enveloped in cold energy. Layers of ice shards appearing and vanishing in succession as he attempted to dispel the chill within him, yet to no avail. After all, Long Yuan's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 5th-rank Demon King. With a massive blue tail, he swept towards the silver barrier, crashing into it with a resounding boom. The essence of heaven and earth surged, while the silver barrier emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire space in a dazzling brilliance. Quite sturdy. Long Yuan was slightly taken aback as he observed the formidable presence responsible for the formation of this barrier. However, since he had already uncovered its existence, it would be illogical to return empty-handed. If necessary, he could directly utilize the Dragon Emperor Palace to breach it. Just then, a smile crept across his face. So it was. This barrier relied on the underground celestial veins for support. He had sensed the turmoil of the celestial veins during his earlier attack, and a substantial influx of celestial essence had surged forth. This indicated that as long as the celestial veins in this location remained unexhausted, the barrier would remain intact indefinitely. Of course, if one possessed enough strength. It was theoretically possible to forcibly shatter the barrier, but that was a different matter entirely. Given this, he resolved to extract the celestial veins directly. While this might pose a significant challenge, or even be impossible for others, it was a mere trifle for him. Long Yuan promptly employed the divine binding technique, opening his gaping maw towards the ground, where a pitch-black vortex emerged, drawing the surrounding celestial essence into it like rivers converging. Boom! The nearby earth began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck, followed by the emergence of a colossal fissure. Seeing the opponent casting a spell, the Wolf King's eyes darted around in panic, preparing to flee, only to find Long Yuan's fierce gaze locked onto him, causing him to hurriedly lower his head and tuck his tail. Seizing this moment, he concentrated on expelling the chill from his body. What is the beast god doing? Chu Hongxiao and the others regarded the scene with growing curiosity. At that moment, a silver entity resembling a flowing river materialized from the underground fissure, stretching several hundred meters in length. Exuding a rich celestial essence, it was the celestial veins. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the silver river was swiftly consumed by the black vortex. Mission accomplished, Long Yuan declared with satisfaction. The divine binding technique truly lived up to its reputation as a system reward. Specifically designed to capture celestial veins, it was indeed effective. Moreover, this celestial vein was of no low grade, reaching the 5th tier. A 5th-tier celestial vein signified that the celestial essence it emitted could sustain the cultivation of 5th-tier powerhouses. The celestial essence should suffice for the Chu family in the coming years. He then turned his attention to the barrier before him, which had begun to dim from its previously radiant silver glow. Long Yuan swung his tail once more, striking the barrier. This time, as his blue tail swept through the air, a resounding roar echoed, caused by the mobilization of celestial power. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous crash. The glow of the silver barrier faded further. Following 2 successive strikes, the silver barrier shattered with a resounding explosion. It was breached, but at that moment, the Wolf King transformed into a streak of silver light, darting into the space within the barrier. The rationale behind establishing his lair in this location was not only due to the abundant celestial essence, but also his desire to acquire the legacy contained within the barrier. Now that it was open, there might be methods inside to contend with the massive python. You seek your own demise. Long Yuan bellowed furiously. How dare you steal my fruit? What audacity you possess. His massive form surged forward and entered the barrier as well. Inside, there was nothing but a black palace. Ha ha. Is this a 7th-tier spiritual artifact? The Wolf King cackled gleefully, charging into the palace. Given that even the palace itself was a seventh-tier spiritual artifact, one could imagine the magnitude of the legacy contained within. Long Yuan followed closely behind, but as he stepped through the grand entrance, he heard the Wolf King's agonizing scream, "Ah! A woo! A woo!" Countless strands of black sword energy crisscrossed throughout the entire palace, and in an instant, the Wolf King's body was riddled with holes. Blood spouted forth like a fountain. What the hell? Long Yuan was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, his scalp prickling as he beheld the multitude of dark sword energies hurtling towards him, sensing that he could not withstand such an onslaught. In the next instant, a 9-story palace appeared above him, showering down wisps of light. Clang, how has the essence of heaven and earth suddenly become so dense? Only the 5th-tier veins of heaven and earth can unleash such rich essence. Elder Yao gazed in astonishment at the surrounding hazy mist. I am as perplexed as you. It was not like this moments ago. Suddenly, it is transformed into this. Chu Yin shook his head. Something must have transpired. Go and inquire with your father. Very well. Even though it is night, nearly all the high-ranking members of the Chu family are stirred by this unexpected change. Father, what has happened to our clan? Chu Yin approached the astonished Chu Jingyue and asked, I don't have the specifics, but I suspect that the beast god has brought us a vein of heaven and earth. Chu Jingyue stroked his chin and remarked. For previously, the beast god had taken the second elder and others into the Jiuxiao mountain range precisely to seek out the vein of heaven and earth. Now that such a change has occurred, who else could be responsible aside from the divine means of the beast god? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Elder Yao's voice echoed in Chu Yan's mind. Throughout history, powers have been established atop the veins of heaven and earth. No one has ever been able to extract a vein and place it beneath their influence. This is certainly not a human endeavor. At that moment, the second elder and others rushed over with faces full of excitement, exclaiming, Ancestor, clan leader, it is truly a miracle. The beast god truly possesses divine capabilities. What has transpired? Chu Tianyong hurriedly inquired. Did you not accompany the beast god to seek the vein of heaven and earth? We have located a 5th-tier vein of heaven and earth, and the beast god has just successfully integrated it beneath our Chu family. Otherwise, why do you think the essence of heaven and earth here has surged so suddenly? Chu Hongxiao said excitedly, having just witnessed the beast god integrate the flowing substance acquired from the Jiuxiao mountain range into the ground beneath their family. Out of curiosity, he inquired about that substance, and the beast god revealed that it was the vein of heaven and earth they had sought. Indeed, it is the vein of heaven and earth. The means of the beast god truly exceed our imagination. Chu Jingyue exclaimed in shock. Yet, compared to his astonishment, Elder Yao was rendered utterly speechless. Even having lived for countless millennia, he had never heard of such a method. Not even the holy lands he previously inhabited, nor some imperial-level powers, could achieve such a feat. With the beast god present, the rise of our Chu family is merely a matter of time. Tears streamed down Chu Tianyong's face. He had never envisioned that the Chu family would develop to such an extent one day. Moreover, with this 5th-tier vein of heaven and earth, his breakthrough to the 5th-tier martial king is just around the corner. Perhaps the grand ambition spoken of by the beast god, to make the Chu family the foremost family in this world, might truly come to fruition. The entire Chu family rejoiced, and Long Yuan was equally exhilarated, for the rewards from the system had finally arrived. Ding! In search of a vein of heaven and earth for the guardian family. Rewards include a holy-level martial technique, the divine horn cracking the sky strike, a holy-level vein of heaven and earth, 5 portions of any spiritual body essence, and 3 portions of any spiritual-level martial soul essence. In an instant, the holy-level martial technique, the divine horn cracking the sky strike, appeared in Long Yuan's mind. Moreover, he had completely mastered it without needing to study or comprehend it. As he focused his thoughts, the 3 curved horns atop his head began to emit a blue light, coalescing into a blue sphere that radiated an intense chill. Whoosh! A beam of blue light shot forth from the sphere, striking a nearby mountain within the Dragon Emperor Hall. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the entire mountain range was leveled, only to be instantly frozen. Impressive. Truly worthy of a holy-level divine technique. Witnessing the power of this move, Long Yuan's eyes lit up. It was undoubtedly far more terrifying than his previous abilities. However, it did consume quite a bit of his internal spiritual energy. After that single strike, he felt somewhat drained. At that moment, he recalled the holy level vein of heaven and earth rewarded by the system. Long Yuan directly integrated this vein into the 9th layer of space within the Dragon Emperor Hall. The Dragon Emperor Hall comprises 9 layers, with the first layer being the smallest and the 9th layer the largest. When the holy level vein of heaven and earth was incorporated, the essence of heaven and earth within the entire Imperial Artifact's internal space suddenly became tremendously rich. Chapter 22. A New Task. Chu Jingyue integrates the golden light body. Long Yuan took a deep breath, immediately feeling his entire body relax, as if he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. Finally, I can begin cultivating. The essence of heaven and earth emanating from the holy level vein is exceedingly abundant. Unlike before, where even if he wished to cultivate, the environment was not conducive. Additionally, the essences of physical constitution and martial soul must also be allocated to the Chu family members. Both physical constitution and martial soul serve a similar purpose, enhancing a cultivator's combat power or cultivation speed. However, martial soul possessors naturally align with martial arts, allowing them to cultivate martial techniques more swiftly than those with physical constitutions. Thus, in certain respects, martial souls possess an advantage, which is why they are rarer than those with physical constitutions. Yet, this distinction matters little to Long Yuan. For him, both physical constitution and martial soul are merely means to nurture the Chu family. Host, Long Yuan Race, Xianbing Crystal Serpent Realm, 5th Tier Demon King Perfection Physical Cultivation, 4th Tier Demon Sovereign Perfection Current Task. Guardian Family Population surpasses 10,000, 3,650 10,000. Task Reward, 1 Bloodline Return to Ancestry. Holy Level Upper Grade Cultivation Technique Starry Body Refining Method, Holy Level Upper Grade Defense Formation Sun, Moon, and Stars Array Guardian Family Level, 3 stars, Host Cultivation Speed increased by 30 times. Gazing at the newly emerged task, Long Yuan felt overwhelmed. While the reward was indeed satisfactory, a bloodline return to ancestry, holy grade cultivation technique, and holy grade formation, the task posed quite a challenge. There was still a shortfall of nearly 6,000 individuals. It seems this will require some time. Moreover, why is the Guardian family level still at 3 stars? Did not Chu Tianyang and Chu Yin both achieve the perfection of the 4th tier martial sovereign? Surely they must have met the requirements to ascend to a 4-star family. Long Yuan was perplexed as to what the criteria for becoming a 4-star family truly entailed. Now that the Chu family boasts 2 4th-tier martial sovereigns, it is high time for vigorous development. They must expand outward. They can no longer remain confined to Qingyang town. The rewards from the system can indeed propel the Chu family's strength immensely. But for long-term sustainability, they must rely on their own efforts. The 5 portions of spiritual level physical constitution essence and 3 portions of martial soul essence must be utilized on them without delay. Furthermore, it is essential to cultivate alchemists and pharmacists, as this is the foundation of long-term development. Just then, Chu Tianyang's voice rang out from outside the Dragon Emperor Hall. Come in. It was Chu Tianyang, accompanied by Chu Jingyue and other high-ranking members, coming to express their gratitude to the Beast God for his contributions to the Chu family. Long Yuan also articulated his demands. Now that the conditions of the Chu family have improved, it is imperative to rapidly increase the family population. Those who can take concubines should do so, those who can marry should hurry to marry, those who can allow others to join their family should facilitate it, and those who can bear children should start having them, prioritizing rapid population growth. Only with a larger population base can there be a greater probability of producing geniuses, ensuring the prosperity of the Chu family. However, one point must be made clear. Chu family women shall never marry outside. Long Yuan stated, if they marry outside, they cease to be members of the Chu family and become part of another family. This is something he cannot allow. Moreover, the Chu family must begin to expand beyond Qingyang town. After all, with 2 4th-tier martial sovereigns now within the family, it is clear that Qingyang town can no longer confine them. Furthermore, with my presence here, any issues you cannot resolve, I shall personally address. A power's domain must expand to acquire more resources. This is a virtuous cycle. Otherwise, even with the system, it would be impossible for Long Yuan to sustain all the members of the Chu family. Yes, we will diligently follow the beast god's directives, Chu Tianyang and the others responded earnestly. Although this task was given by the beast god, it was evident that the benefits would accrue solely to the Chu family. Moreover, after breaking through to the fourth-tier martial sovereign, Chu Tianyang had already planned for expansion. Just as the beast god had indicated, they could not remain trapped in the small locale of Qingyang town indefinitely. Long Yuan nodded and turned to Chu Jingyue. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Clan leader, please remain. Yes. After the crowd exited, Chu Jingyue stood there nervously, uncertain of why the beast god had retained him. Before him appeared a radiant sphere of golden energy. What is this? You will understand once you absorb and integrate it. Subsequently, Long Yuan began to assist Chu Jingyue in refining the essence of physical constitution. The following days passed peacefully in Qingyang town, though many continued to seek information about the Chu family. A few days later, Chu Jingyue emerged from his seclusion, his countenance glowing with vitality, trembling with excitement. I finally understand why the ancestor wept tears of joy back then. He extended his palm, and an explosion of energy surged within him, instantly radiating waves of golden light. It was the supreme-grade spiritual physique, golden light body. He could feel that not only had his cultivation level significantly increased, reaching the pinnacle of the third-tier martial master, but more importantly, his combat prowess had ascended several tiers. He could even contend against ordinary fourth-tier martial ancestors. Whether in the early or mid-stages, at that moment, his admiration for the beast god was as boundless as the flowing rivers, relentless like the floods of the Yellow River. Qingyao, did you see? I possess a physique now. Chu Jingyue murmured to himself, tightly clenching his fists. The memories that had long been sealed in his mind resurfaced, recalling the anguish and determination etched on his wife Lu Qingyao's face when she left him and their newly born son Chu Yan. Yet, both he and the Chu family had been too weak to alter their fate, forced to watch her depart in tears. But now, with a son possessing a sacred body and a spiritual physique of his own, perhaps there was a chance to find her. As the clan leader, one must not only possess formidable leadership skills but also substantial cultivation and combat strength. This golden light body has bestowed that upon you. You must lead the Chu family to rise. The voice of Long Yuan echoed in his ears, and after a few more instructions, Chu Jingyue departed from the Dragon Emperor Hall. The beast god instructed me to select 7 potential family members who are absolutely loyal to the Chu family. He has opportunities to grant them. Could it be another special physique? Although it seemed incredulous, after all, it was the beast god, whose divine methods were beyond his comprehension. Moreover, had it not just occurred to him? Chu Jingyue felt this matter required careful consideration, as it pertained to extraordinary physiques. Yinran, that child, is indeed clever, but she is still too young. He could also choose from among the elders, but whom should they select? Being an elder meant one was undoubtedly loyal to the family, especially after the previous familial crisis, where not a single elder betrayed the clan, which spoke volumes. And as the clan leader, he could not show favoritism. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for suitable candidates. Resisting the urge to focus on cultivation, Chu Jingyue began to roam within the family. Upon arriving at the training ground, he saw Chu Zhan battling several members of the Chu family. Chu Jingyue's eyes lit up. Chu Zhan, this lad is indeed a representative of the younger generation? Yes, he can be a designated candidate. Just then, someone hurriedly approached Chu Jingyue with a grave expression. Chapter 23. The strong thrive, the weak perish. Leader, it is not good. Many aggressive individuals are charging towards our Chu family. Charging towards us. Do you know who they are? Chu Jingyue inquired with a furrowed brow. I do not know, but many family members have already been captured by them. What? Chu Jingyue gasped, immediately realizing that this was undoubtedly an external force. Quickly inform the other elders. Follow me to see who dares to act recklessly in my Qingyang town. Yes. Before the gates of the Chu family, over 20 bloodied pillars stood tall. Not far away, dozens of armed warriors surrounded the Chu family gate with predatory gazes. At the forefront was a wiry elder. His hair already graying at the temples, his forehead lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. It was Qian Yunkuan. the ancestor of the Chen family from Wuhan town. Behind him stood several capable members of the Chen family, including the eldest son of the Qin family, Qian Xiaohua. When did such terrifying spiritual energy manifest here? It seems the Chu family has indeed obtained some remarkable opportunity, Qin Yuankuan exclaimed in astonishment. The distance between Qingyang town and Wuhan town was not great. There was occasional interaction between the two towns, but he had never known that the spiritual energy here was so dense. Evidently a recent development. If the Qin family could occupy this place, their family strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. This place must belong to my Qin family. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered nearby. Understanding that Qingyang town, which had been peaceful for nearly a month, was about to witness a significant event today. Chu Jingyue, accompanied by several elders, strode out like a meteor, standing before the gates. Who dares come to my Chu family with such great fanfare? What is your business? Chu Jingyue directly inquired. Although he appeared quite affluent, his long-standing position as clan leader imbued him with an air of authority. Ha, I am Qin Yuankuan, the ancestor of the Qin family from Wuhan town. Here to seek some opportunities from your esteemed clan, Qin Yuankuan calmly replied, as if he were casually borrowing something from a neighbor. You are the ancestor of the Qin family? Ha, indeed, I am that very ancestor. I have heard that your Chu family has recently flourished. As the saying goes, one must not forget their old neighbors in times of prosperity. Qin Yuankuan chuckled heartily, and the members of the Qin family behind him joined in laughter. Chu Jingyue and the others understood. The other party was coveting their Chu family's opportunity. Elder Chun, our two families have traditionally kept to ourselves. Is it not somewhat excessive to act in this manner? The Grand Elder Chu Hongtu retorted with a glare. Excessive? Ha, it seems the lesson the Ma family imparted to you has not been remembered. In this world of cultivation, what is there to be excessive? It is merely the law of the jungle. The strong thrive, and the weak perish. This principle still eludes you. Qin Yuankuan coldly scoffed. Chu Jingyue stepped forward, saying, since the conversation has reached this point, let us engage in battle and see who is stronger. Just you? You might as well summon that old fellow from your Chu family. Qin Yuankuan sneered, completely dismissing Chu Jingyue, a junior. Want to see my Chu family ancestor? You should defeat me first, Chu Jingyue shouted, then immediately charged at the opponent. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Qin Yuankuan's expression darkened, his energy surging as he leaped into battle with Chu Jingyue. Leader, be careful, the Chu family members shouted in concern. At that moment, Chu Yin approached, watching in astonishment as his father fought. Pinnacle of the third-tier martial master? He exclaimed in shock. What is happening? Just a few days ago, he was merely at the mid-stage of the second-tier martial artist. How has he suddenly broken through to the pinnacle of the third-tier martial master? Old Yao, what is going on? Chu Yin asked in surprise. Perhaps he consumed some potion to enhance his strength. Old Yao replied, after all, it is merely from the second tier to the third tier. There are plenty of potions capable of such effects. At this moment, the battle raged on, with figures darting about and energies colliding. Both combatants were enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, and their clashes unleashed waves of powerful energy shocks. Energy beams sliced through the air, instantly tearing the ground apart like it had been struck by blades. You have actually reached the pinnacle of the third-tier martial master? After several exchanges, Qin Yuankuan stared in disbelief at Chu Jingyue. What? Is it only you who can be a third-tier martial master? Am I not capable as well? Chu Jingyue replied calmly. Behind him, a group of Chu family members displayed astonishment. The leader has actually reached the pinnacle of the third-tier martial master. When did this happen? Chu Hongtu exclaimed in shock, I do not know. I always thought the leader was still a second-tier martial artist. The other elders replied, equally bewildered, entirely unaware of this development. Chu Zhan shouted excitedly, the leader is mighty. Instantly, the Chu family disciples echoed, shouting in unison, the leader is mighty. The Qin family members, not to be outdone, roared under Chen Xiaohua's lead, the ancestor is invincible, suppressing all enemies. Qin Yuankuan's lips twitched. You lot could be even more exaggerated. Yet, the words stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. Now that you have broken through to the pinnacle of the third-tier martial master, you can no longer be kept alive. Qin Yuankuan bellowed, unleashing his energy without reservation. Early stage of the fourth-tier martial ancestor? Chu Jingyue gasped in surprise. This old man had been hiding his strength. The Qin family erupted in jubilation. Even they were unaware that their ancestor had become a fourth-tier martial ancestor. A true powerhouse now, who could stand in their way? Ha ha ha, did you not expect this? I, the old ancestor, have braved countless dangers in the Jiuxiao mountain range over the years. Did you think I was merely frolicking about? Chen Yuankuan stood confidently, victory assured, gazing at Chu Jingyue, only to see the latter standing there without a hint of fear, igniting his fury, making him feel as though he were striking a fist against cotton. Father, he seems unafraid. Chu Yin also noticed this and had initially intended to intervene, but his father's fearless demeanor made him question whether his father had some hidden trump card. Die. Chen Yuankuan unleashed a torrent of formidable energy, launching an attack upon his adversary. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a resplendent golden light erupted from Chu Jingyue, followed by a powerful punch that collided with Chen Yuankuan's advancing fist. The ensuing explosion reverberated like thunder, causing the eardrums of all present to ache as energy surged forth, transforming into ripples that cascaded outward. The golden light expanded instantaneously, carrying an unparalleled force akin to a surging tidal wave, crashing into Chen Yuankuan. His figure, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, was sent careening backward like a tattered sack, crashing violently to the ground with a cough. He spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Chapter 24. I am here just to spectate. All were left in a state of near stupor as they beheld this scene. Could it be true that the legendary fourth-tier martial sovereign was vanquished by a mere third-tier martial master? Elder Yao, what was that sudden burst of golden light from my father? Chu Yin inquired urgently. It is a spirit-level special physique. The golden light body? Elder Yao replied gravely. Is my father also a special physique? Chu Yin asked in astonishment. He was not before, but now he is, Elder Yao clarified. What do you mean by that? Chu Yin pressed. When I first awakened, I distinctly observed your father's condition. He was just an ordinary physique. That much is certain. However, the golden light he has now manifested is indeed indicative of a spirit-level physique. As for why this change occurred, I am not entirely certain. Chu Yin speculated, could it be that he cultivated it later in life? Some physiques can indeed be cultivated postnatally, but the golden light body cannot. And do you truly believe your Chu family possesses such profound heritage? The Chu family does not, but perhaps the beast god does. This matter perplexes me as well. Why has your father suddenly awakened to the golden light body? Perhaps after this affair concludes, you can inquire with him. At that moment, as Chen Yuankuan hit the ground, bloodied and bewildered, he gazed at Chu Jingyue in horror. A special physique. You possess a special physique. He found it hard to believe. How could such a barren land produce a special physique? However, Chu Jingyue paid him no heed. Springing forward like a fierce tiger, Chen Yuankuan bellowed, launching himself into the air, his palms curling into claws as his internal energy erupted, transforming into a pair of tiger claws, with the phantom of a ferocious tiger emerging behind him. Tiger Mountain Opening Technique. Chen Yuankuan unleashed his most powerful martial skill, engaging in battle with Chu Jingyue. At this moment, he dared not hold back in the slightest. Otherwise, he would truly face death in an instant. The two clashed once more, energy exploding as they collided, with deafening booms echoing throughout. Under the enhancement of their martial skills, both sides remained evenly matched. Chen Yuankuan was struck with deep astonishment. How could his opponent possess such formidable combat power? Chu clan leader, we are evenly matched. Continuing this battle would only lead to mutual destruction. Why not cease hostilities and reach an amicable resolution? Fear began to creep into Chen Yuankuan's heart. If Chu Jingyue was this powerful, how much stronger might the elusive Chu Tianyang be? Humph. The Chu family is not a place where one can come and go as they please. Chu Jingyue retorted coldly. Did you not say that the strong thrive and the weak perish? Chu Jingyue, do you truly believe you can harm me? Chen Yuankuan shouted, his body unexpectedly levitating into the air, standing defiantly. You should know, if I wish to flee, you cannot stop me, for I am a fourth-tier martial sovereign. Ha ha ha! His laughter abruptly ceased as his eyes darted in terror towards the direction of the Chu family. where a massive and grotesque blue crystal serpent's head was slowly emerging. A wave of immense pressure enveloped the area, causing Qin family disciples facing the Chu family to tremble uncontrollably, some collapsing to the ground in a faint. What is happening? A group of Chu clan members turned to look, and upon witnessing the colossal creature, they erupted into exclamations of disbelief. When did the Chu family acquire such a behemoth? It is the beast god. Bow to the beast god. Chu Hongxiao shouted excitedly, leading the others in a bow. The turned Chu Jingyue and Chu Yin quickly followed suit. Seeing their leader bow, the others hastily lowered their heads in reverence. Was this truly their Chu family's beast god? But the beast god did not seem this enormous. Nearby, the onlooking commoners screamed in terror and scattered, with some fainting outright, though not be overly formal. I have merely sensed the fluctuations of battle here and have come to spectate. You need not concern yourselves with me. Long Yuan declared, having sensed the clash between two powerful martial sovereigns, he sought merely to observe. His massive form hovered above, his enormous head peering down at Chu Jingyue. Continue your duel? Yes, Chu Jingyue nodded. Acknowledging his aerial opponent, Qin Yuankuan suddenly roared, snapping back to reality from his fear, energy surging skyward as he bellowed, "Come, to the death." He swiftly turned and fled into the distance. Damn it! That gigantic serpent instills a terrifying sense of dread. It undoubtedly surpasses a fourth-tier demon sovereign, perhaps even a fifth-tier demon king. Remaining here would only lead to my demise. At that moment, he truly believed that the Chu family possessed a fearsome guardian beast. Yet, he felt a pang of sorrow. This sudden turn of events caught Chu Jingyue off guard, and by the time he resolved to pursue, his opponent had already fled. Sigh, I was merely here to spectate. Why must you flee? Long Yuan lamented, his massive form shifting slightly before vanishing like lightning from the sight of all present. Just as the crowd was still reeling from the shock, with a scream, Qin Yuankuan's figure came hurtling back like a cannonball, boring, truly boring. With such meager strength, how dare you provoke the Chu family? Long Yuan's voice echoed from afar. He then maneuvered his body into the storm clouds above Qingyang town. With a thud, Qin Yuankuan crashed to the ground, lifeless. Even a mere flick of Long Yuan's tail was beyond his capacity to endure. His innards had been crushed. Ancestor. The Chun family members were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how events had spiraled to such a conclusion. Seize them all. Following Chu Jingyue's command, the Chun family found themselves encircled. Awaiting them was only a path to death. This was precisely what Zhao Yuankuan had spoken of. The strong survive. The weak perish. Had the Chu family lost, their adversaries would undoubtedly have shown no mercy in executing them. Xiao Yin, you will accompany me to Wuan town shortly. Since the Qin family dares to act against us, there is no longer any need for the Qin family in Wuan town to exist. Furthermore, our clan requires expansion. Let us begin with Wuan town. For safety's sake, Chu Jingyue summoned his son, for his cultivation was higher. Yes, father. Chu Yin nodded. Meanwhile, Long Yuan arrived amidst the storm clouds above Qingyang town. Precisely as Chu Tianyang had previously stated, there were no opportunities to be found within. Other than the rampant thunder, there was nothing else present. The intensity of the thunder was not particularly strong, making it an ideal refuge for him. Long Yuan nodded, planning to relocate the Dragon Emperor Palace into the storm clouds once he broke through to the 6th-tier Demon Emperor, ensuring that all happenings in Qingyang town would be under his watchful eye. At this moment, Chu Tianyang and Chu Yin, along with a contingent of elite Chu family members, sped towards Wuan town, while the elder, Chu Hongtu, and the second elder, Chu Hongxiao, focused on increasing the family's population, as this was a task commanded by the beast god, and they dared not show any signs of neglect. Chapter 25. Development, Drawing Lots. As for the method, it was precisely as Long Yuan had previously stated. Either have children or marry wives. For each child born, the family would receive generous rewards. The fastest way, naturally, was through marriage. If a man could take several wives and concubines, the goal of 1,000 individuals could be achieved in no time. Thus, the Chu family began widely posting marriage announcements throughout Qingyang town. Of course, they did not force anyone. The approach was entirely voluntary. As the only prominent family in Qingyang town, The number of women aspiring to enter into a wealthy family or men seeking to live off their wives was countless. Moreover, the dowry offered by the Chu family, though modest, was perceived as a substantial fortune by others. Consequently, in the period that followed, the Chu family experienced a series of joyous occasions, with numerous women marrying into the family, and occasionally, men entering through marriage. There were even instances where several pairs of newlyweds celebrated their unions on the same day, resulting in a lively atmosphere. Firecrackers rang out, drums beat loudly, and banquets were nearly continuous, allowing the ordinary citizens of Qingyang town to partake in the festivities. Where else could they savor such exquisite food? Moreover, Chu Hongtu and Chu Hongxiao deliberated that their ambitions should not be confined merely to Qingyang town, as its size is rather limited. Even the recently conquered Wuhan town, which has been entirely secured by their family, has now become a target, being significantly larger than Qingyang town with a population of approximately 70 to 80,000. However, within it, only the Chun family holds substantial power. Following the extermination of the Qin family by the Chu clan, Wuhan town naturally became a subordinate settlement of the Chu family. Furthermore, there are several surrounding villages and towns that should also be brought under their influence. Firstly, they must demonstrate the might of the Chu family and the advantages of marrying into their lineage. Chu Hongxiao stroked his beard thoughtfully. The beast god has proclaimed that we need not fear revealing our strength. However, to subdue those small villages and towns, the prowess of the ancestors and the clan leader is more than sufficient. Perhaps we can set our sights even further, Chu Jingyue suggested. What does the clan leader imply? Yinyang City? Yinyang City? Both Chu Hongtu and Chu Hongxiao were momentarily taken aback, for they had occasionally heard from passing martial artists about this place, described as an exceedingly large city housing powerful fifth-tier martial kings. They had previously dispatched individuals there, yet all had vanished without a trace. The journey requires traversing the Falling Eagle Valley, home to formidable beasts, which can only be crossed by third-tier martial artists. Yet, with the current strength of the Chu family, they should now be able to pass through safely. But will the women of such great cities be willing to marry into a small town like ours? Humph! A mountain need not be high if there are spirits within. The strength of the Chu family stands before us. Not to mention the beast god, our ancestors will soon break through to the fifth-tier martial king. By then, who would dare to look down upon the Chu family? Moreover, while Qingyang town may not boast a large population at present, with the growth of our clan, it won't be long before Qingyang town might transform into Qingyang city. Chu Hongtu and Chu Hongxiao exchanged glances, each recognizing the ambition reflected in the other's eyes. Ultimately, they agreed to expand the family's influence into Yinyang City. However, the most pressing matter remains the grand ceremony in a few days. This will be the beast god's first public appearance before our entire clan, solidifying recognition and acceptance of the beast god's existence. This matter must not be treated with the slightest negligence. Now that the family has resumed normal operations, it is vital to note that the day chosen is an auspicious one. Had it not been for this reason, the ceremony could have been held much earlier. However, there is one more matter requiring the participation of all elders. Chu Jingyue suddenly remarked with a smile. What is it? Drawing lots. What? Drawing lots? Indeed. It pertains to a tremendous opportunity that the beast god is about to bestow upon you. Yet the chances are limited. I cannot show favoritism. Hence the most rudimentary method, drawing lots, must be employed, leaving everything to fortune. Oh, second elder, you need not participate. Why? Chu Hongxiao was perplexed, wondering where he had gone wrong. You have been predetermined by the beast god. The beast god previously mentioned that he would grant you an opportunity, so you need not partake in this drawing, Chu Jingyue stated calmly. The last time I accompanied the beast god to seek the essence of heaven and earth. He indeed mentioned this. Chu Hongxiao had thought the divine beast had forgotten, yet it turned out to be waiting for him here. Shortly thereafter, the 8 elders gathered together, and Chu Jingyue reiterated the situation. Everything would be left to their luck. Excluding the second elder, Chu Hongxiao, the remaining 7 elders would participate. Yet the opportunities available amounted to only 3. Clan leader, could you divulge what this opportunity entails? The first elder inquired curiously. I promised the beast god I would not disclose it. All I can reveal is that this opportunity will not only significantly enhance your strength, but also allow you to defy fate. Both the ancestor and I have experienced substantial growth in power due to the opportunities granted by the beast god. This statement caused every elder to draw in a sharp breath, realizing that the ancestor and clan leader's rapid ascension in strength was due to the beast god's gifts. Instantly, a sense of anxiety gripped everyone. Even the already predetermined second elder, Chu Hongxiao, clenched his fists tightly, increasingly eager to discover what this opportunity could be, given its remarkable potential. Let us begin. Chu Jingyue produced a box, from which he drew out a paper ball. If it bore the image of the divine beast, congratulations, you have won. Subsequently, the group simultaneously reached into the box. Soon, 7 paper balls appeared in their hands. Open them. At that moment, everyone's hands trembled. Everything depended on fate. Chu Hongtu took a deep breath and opened the paper. Ha ha, I have won. I have won. He saw that the paper ball in his hand bore the image of the divine beast. Following suit, the others opened their own paper balls, but only the 7th elder, Chu Jianchen, and the 8th elder, Chu Yunfei, had the image of the beast god on theirs. Upon witnessing this, the others could only sigh in regret. Firstly, congratulations to the 3 of you for receiving the beast god's blessing. Additionally, the rest need not feel disheartened. With the divine beast present, many opportunities will arise in the future, and there will be chances to seize them. It is merely a matter of early or late. Due to time constraints, only a few have acquired this qualification for now. They must await the conclusion of the grand ceremony before being granted the opportunity by the beast god. A few days later, the grand ceremony commenced. On this day, the Chu family halted all activities, and everyone returned to the clan, from the ancestors to 3-year-old children, all partaking in this event. Even nearly all the inhabitants of Qingyang town gathered to witness the Chu family's guardian beast. Yet, many were puzzled as to why the guardian beast of the Chu family, which was said to reside deep within the clan, faced the central Qingyang lake instead. Boom! Accompanied by rumbling thunder, the enormous head of Long Yuan emerged from the storm clouds above Qingyang Lake. Chapter 26. Opportunity. The purpose of the grand ceremony was simple: to openly inform all members of the Chu family, this is our clan's guardian beast. The colossal serpent's head descended from the dark clouds. Gazing down upon the crowd, at this moment, not only the people of Qingyang town, but even the members of the Chu family held their breath. Despite the fact that nearly everyone had learned in advance that the beast god was a giant python, seeing it in person still instilled an unprecedented sense of oppression. Especially those who had never encountered the beast god before were nearly paralyzed with fear. Is this truly our beast god? However, regardless of their thoughts, everyone had now witnessed the true form of the beast god. I recall that the last time the beast god saved us from the Ma family, it did not appear this way. Moreover, its size was nowhere near as enormous as it is now, someone questioned. The current beast god must be at least over 300 meters long, the second elder explained. The beast goddess bloodline has reverted, and its cultivation has improved. Indeed, as they mentioned, Long Yuan's cultivation had indeed ascended once more. Under the influence of the rich essence of heaven and earth released by the sacred level essence, it had broken through to the mid-stage of the 6th-tier demon emperor. All members of the Chu family must remember, without the beast god, our clan would have long perished, and we would not be where we are today. Henceforth, the beast god shall hold the highest position within our clan. Anyone who disrespects the beast god shall be dealt with according to clan rules, without exception. Chu Tianyang's voice, imbued with power, resonated in the ears of every member of the Chu family. We shall strictly obey the ancestor's decree. Long Yuan nodded. The so-called grand ceremony merely required him to make an appearance, allowing everyone to acknowledge his presence. What he was more concerned about was the current completion rate of the system's tasks. After this period of development, the number of members had increased from over 3,000 to over 5,000, a significant rise, yet still about half remained to fulfill the task. It appeared that this task would require considerable time to complete. This reward was not easily attained. Long Yuan estimated it might take around a year. After all, as martial artists, many focused solely on cultivation, with few indulging in procreation. Fortunately, the essence of heaven and earth was currently abundant, which did not hinder his cultivation in the slightest. After making his appearance, Long Yuan once again returned to the storm clouds. He would not involve himself in the management of the Chu family. His sole responsibility was to expedite the completion of the system tasks through the assistance of the Chu family. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor Hall also floated amidst the storm clouds. Long Yuan's body shifted, and he instantly entered the hall. Mid-stage of the 6th-tier Demon Emperor. After Long Yuan departed, the voice of Yao Lao echoed in Chu Yan's mind. 6th-tier Demon Emperor. Has the beast goddess growth rate truly accelerated so rapidly? Chu Yan gasped in astonishment. Just the other day, he was still a 5th-tier Demon King, and now he has ascended to the 6th-tier Demon Emperor. Your beast god is quite mysterious. One cannot gauge him with conventional standards. Following the grand ceremony, Chu Tianyang personally led several clan members, along with the essence stones bestowed upon him by the beast god, to Yin-Yang City, where they aimed to establish the Chu family as stronghold. As Long Yuan remarked, his cultivation speed in the realm of the all-spirits was remarkably swift, having now attained the initial stage of the 5th-rank martial king. Before departing, Chu Tianyang entered the thunderclouds and met with Long Yuan. Your mission in Yin-Yang City is not only to elevate the reputation of the Chu family, but ideally, you should also acquire the legacies of alchemists, artifact masters, and formation masters. Only by cultivating our own alchemists and artifact masters can the Chu family truly thrive. Long Yuan advised, yes, beast god. Should you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, promptly send word back, and I shall intervene. After Chu Tianyang's departure, Chu Jingyue led a few individuals into the Dragon Emperor's hall. Among them were the 4 elders. Along with 3 promising youths from the Chu family, Chu Zhan, Chu Shan, and Chu Luiying. These were the 3 exceptionally virtuous members of the younger generation selected by Chu Jingyue. Is this the residence of the beast god? Chu Zhan curiously surveyed the interior of the Dragon Emperor's hall. Had he not initially stepped into a grand hall, he might have thought he was still outside. Moreover, the essence of heaven and earth here was far more abundant than that found in their family. Greetings, beast god. Upon seeing the colossal serpent coiling in the high air, everyone hurriedly bowed. Have you brought everyone? Then let us commence, Long Yuan declared, and pure white orbs of energy appeared before them, exactly 7 in number. Select 1 each and begin the fusion. These were the remaining 7 sources, 4 of which were physical sources and 3 were martial soul sources. It was better to utilize these resources than to let them linger, thereby enhancing the Chu family's foundation. Each of these sources was of the spiritual level, and they were all of superior quality, promising substantial benefits. You 3 youngsters may choose first, the eldest elder, Chu Hongtu, said as he stroked his beard. The other 3 elders nodded in agreement. He, in that case, I shall not hold back. Chu Zhan stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the beast god, and after a fleeting glance, he grasped one of the sources in his hands. Since it was not discernible from the outside, he figured it best to select one at random. Following suit, Chu Shan and Chu Luiying each made their selections after bowing to the beast god. Although they were all under 20, Chu Shan appeared more composed. Chu Luiying, the sole girl among them, was of similar age to Chu Zhan, donned in a light yellow gown, slender in form yet of ordinary appearance. Though her eyes sparkled with vitality, the 4 elders then chose their respective sources. Chu Hongtu, the 1st elder, Chu Hongxiao, the 2nd elder, Chu Jianxin, the 7th elder, and Chu Yunfei, the 8th elder. Let us begin the refinement and fusion. I shall assist from the side. Long Yuan addressed everyone. Subsequently, beams of light began to merge into their bodies. Chu Jingyue watched in exhilaration, realizing that the Chu family was about to give rise to 7 new formidable warriors. Long Yuan also commenced aiding them in refining the sources. Meanwhile, some martial artists who had come to the Jiuxiao mountain range for training noticed the changes in Qingyang town. The 5th-rank essence vein had significantly enriched the essence of heaven and earth in the town, making it highly conducive for cultivation. Many inquired about the developments, but none could ascertain the truth. The matter of Long Yuan seizing the essence vein had been sealed by Chu Tianyang. People only knew it pertained to the beast god. Yet the exact nature of the connection remained elusive. While the number of martial artists increased, none dared to act recklessly towards the Chu family, for a 4th-rank martial sovereign had taken residence there. However, some disciples from other factions reported the changes occurring here to their sects, indicating that Qingyang Town was destined to become a center of turmoil in the near future. Nonetheless, regardless of the tumult outside, the Chu family continued to progress steadily. Those meant to wed were marrying, and those destined to bear children were doing so, with family members steadily increasing. After nearly a month, Long Yuan finally assisted Chu Hongtu and the others in refining the sources. "What is this?" Chu Zhan exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement as he felt his skin transform into a bronze hue. The Great Strength Diamond Body? Chapter 27. The fortuitous opportunity to defy fate. He could hardly believe that the opportunity granted by the beast god was the superior quality spiritual body. The Great Strength Diamond Body. Not only that, but my cultivation level also broke through to the mid-stage of the third-rank martial master. It is worth noting that prior to coming here, I was merely at the mid-stage of the first rank. I have directly leaped over 2 major realms. I possessed the starry glaze body. Chu Luiying marveled at her palm, which resembled exquisite glass. Her face awash with astonishment, with a roar. A colossal ape of electrifying brilliance manifested behind Chu Shan. Is that a martial soul? Chu Zhan and Chu Luiying gazed in awe at Chu Shan. Superior quality spiritual martial soul, thunder exploding ape. The shock in Chu Shan's eyes was palpable. In many respects, a martial soul of the same quality offered greater advantages than a physique, as martial soul bearers had an edge in cultivating martial techniques compared to those with special physiques. Thus, martial soul possessors were rarer than those with unique physiques. The 4 elders were equally thrilled as they beheld their newfound fortunes. The first elder, Chu Hongtu, had the sunlight martial soul. The second elder, Chu Hongxiao, possessed the dark night profound body. The 7th elder, Chu Jianxin, had the jade spirit sword martial soul. The 8th elder, Chu Yunfei, had the profound ice body. The elders exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Initially, they had anticipated opportunities in the form of pills, martial techniques, or spiritual weapons, yet they had not expected to receive enhancements to their physiques and martial souls. Moreover, each of these elders had nearly reached the 2nd-rank martial artist threshold before arriving. Thus they all now stood at the pinnacle of the 3rd-rank martial master, merely a step away from the 4th-rank martial sovereign. We have all obtained spiritual level physiques and martial souls. Chu Hongtu quivered as he spoke. The opportunities granted by the beast god are truly monumental. They are indeed altering our destinies. Chu Jianxin exclaimed, his jade spirit sword martial soul resting in his hands, allowing him to feel the immense power contained within. Furthermore, with the fusion of the jade spirit sword martial soul, he would find it significantly easier to master sword techniques. The clan leader was indeed correct. This was truly a turning point for them. At that moment, Long Yuan's voice echoed, "Your physiques and martial souls have completely merged with you. Yet the intricacies require your own gradual exploration. However, you must remember, if anyone inquires about the origin of your physiques, merely state that they were awakened naturally. Do you understand the implication?" "We understand." Chu Hongtu responded earnestly. Long Yuan nodded. "This matter must not be disclosed prematurely, lest it provoke numerous troubles. There is yet another opportunity, though whether you can seize it depends on your fate." Long Yuan addressed the group, and then everyone felt a flicker before they found themselves before a pitch-black grand hall. "Is this the hall discovered within the Jiuxiao mountain ranges barrier?" Chu Hongxiao exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, it is that hall. Through my research, I have found that only humans can enter without facing attack. Therefore, you may enter and see who can obtain the inheritance. I can assure you, the opportunities within are substantial." Recently, Long Yuan had been astonished to discover that the entrance of the hall bore the inscription, "No entry for non-human races." It was then he realized that the inheritance was solely intended for humans. Any other races attempting to enter would be met with the assault of sacred swords, of course. This was also why Long Yuan had little interest in the sword path inheritance. Otherwise, he would have directly utilized the Dragon Emperor's hall to subdue the sacred sword. The first elder took the lead as they entered. Initially, the second elder felt a tinge of anxiety, recalling the scene where a 5th-rank demon king was slain by sword energy, yet upon entering, he found that the previously terrifying black sword energy did not materialize, which eased his trepidation. Soon, the first elder shook his head in disappointment. I have failed to meet the beast god's expectations and have not acquired the inheritance. No matter, such things are acquired by those fated. Not long after, everyone emerged, with the seventh elder, Chu Jinshin, wielding the obsidian longsword. As expected, Long Yuan nodded, confirming his suspicions. Chu Jinshin, having fused with the Jade Spirit Sword martial soul, was indeed the most likely among them to acquire the sacred sword inheritance. Thank you, beast god. Chu Jinshin knelt, overwhelmed by the magnitude of his gains. Long Yuan replied, the reason I have bestowed so many opportunities upon you is to facilitate your swift growth and the flourishing of the Chu family. My singular objective has always been to transform the Chu family into an unparalleled great clan in this world. Thus, our journey remains long, and you all must strive together. Yes, we shall diligently heed the beast god's teachings. First elder, here, take this day and night in yang art and present it to the clan leader. It is a mid-grade 6th rank body refinement technique. Those capable of training in it, do so, as it will enhance your strength. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. A 6th rank technique? Chu Zhan exclaimed, a body refinement technique? This is perfect for me. He firmly believes that only a direct and forceful confrontation constitutes a true battle among men. Moreover, his formidable body, akin to that of a titan, is particularly well suited for close combat. Should he cultivate another body-refining technique, his powers would undoubtedly experience a remarkable enhancement. Indeed, I shall faithfully adhere to the decree of the beast god. With utmost care, Chu Hongtu tucked away the jade slip containing the 6th-tier techniques close to his person. Subsequently, amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Long Yuan passed on several martial skills to the Grand Elder. The highest quality reached the 6th tier, inciting sheer ecstasy among the crowd. With the acquisition of these techniques and enhancements to their physiques, if they fail to elevate the Chu family to new heights, they would truly be unworthy of the beast god's generous cultivation. After the crowd dispersed, Long Yuan surveyed the Black Palace. The ancient sword's legacy had been bestowed upon Chu Jinshin, yet the elder's spatial ring had been seized by Long Yuan beforehand. The Sun and Moon Yin-Yang technique, a powerful method for harnessing the energies of the sun and moon to refine the body, had been extracted from that very spatial ring. Indeed, this elder was undoubtedly a formidable figure in his prime, for within the spatial ring lay a sacred level technique. However, such a high-tier technique cannot yet be shared with them. It would be more prudent to reserve it until the family's power has grown significantly. Thereafter, Long Yuan retrieved a blood-stained scroll from the elder's spatial ring, inscribed with the reasons for his demise. The Hell Gate. This elder, known in life as the Ink Sword Sage, was a veritable martial sage whose downfall stemmed from seizing an imperial elixir from the Hell Gate, leading to his relentless pursuit and eventual death at the hands of a martial emperor. The successor shall inherit the consequences of my actions. Does this imply that Chu Jinshin, wielding the Ink Holy Sword, is destined to embark upon a path of vengeance on his behalf? Yet, what does it matter? With this imperial elixir in hand, what consequence could possibly deter him? Long Yuan gazed upon a pill radiating a golden aura within the spatial ring. Indeed, this was the imperial elixir, capable of enabling a consummate martial sage to successfully transcend to the realm of a martial emperor. Chapter 28. Elevating the family to 4 stars as long as this imperial elixir exists. Both he and the Chu family could potentially witness the emergence of an unparalleled martial emperor. At that point, whatever consequences may arise can be effortlessly severed by a single stroke of a sword. Moreover, Long Yuan glanced at the system panel. Host, Long Yuan Race, Xianbing Crystal Serpent Realm, late 6th tier Demon Emperor Body Refinement, late 5th tier Demon King Current Task. Ensure the family population exceeds 10,000 task rewards. 1 instance of Bloodline Return, a Sacred Level Upper Tier Body Refining Technique, and a Sacred Level Upper Tier Defensive Formation, Family Level, 4 stars, Host Cultivation Speed increased by 40 times. At this moment, the Chu family's status had ascended to 4 stars, and Long Yuan's cultivation speed had surged to an astounding 40-fold. The path to 7th tier Demon Sovereign was now within reach. With nothing pressing at hand, Long Yuan commenced his cultivation. Although the system occasionally offers rewards for enhancing cultivation, one cannot afford to squander time idly. Just as Chu Hongtu and the others exited the Dragon Emperor Hall, Chu Jingyue awaited them alongside several other elders. Patriarch, have you broken through to fourth-tier martial sovereign? Chu Hongtu and the others gazed in astonishment at the patriarch hovering in midair. Indeed, I have just achieved it, Chu Jingyue replied with a smile, eliciting envy from the gathering. This scene was witnessed by many in Qingyang town. A clear declaration that the Chu family truly possessed a fourth-tier martial sovereign safeguarding their ranks. How are your gains? Inquired the other elders as they approached the Grand Elder and his companions. Ha ha ha, the opportunities bestowed by the beast god are indeed beyond our wildest imaginings. Chu Hongtu beamed with joy, stroking his beard, his flushed face resembling that of a withered tree experiencing the arrival of spring. Indeed, the chance that allowed all our elders to attain the pinnacle of third-tier martial master is nothing short of monumental, Chu Jingyue affirmed. What? All four of them have reached the pinnacle of third-tier martial master? The eyes of the other four elders widened in disbelief, considering they had entered the Dragon Emperor Hall less than a month prior. Ha ha ha, what significance does realm hold? The greatest opportunity lies not in realm. Chu Hongxiao chuckled, stroking his mustache with delight. This expression left the other four elders, who had not received similar fortunes, feeling rather disheartened. Enough. Let us refrain from further provoking them, Chu Jingyue interjected. Since everyone has broken through to the pinnacle of third-tier martial master, let us focus on diligent cultivation in the coming days and aim for a breakthrough to fourth-tier martial sovereign. This realm is vastly superior. Subsequently, Chu Hongtu presented all the martial techniques and skills granted by the beast god to the patriarch, leaving the others in a state of shock. The opportunities provided by the beast god to the Chu family were simply overwhelming. The beast god has instructed us to vigorously develop our family. Particularly in terms of expanding our population, we must not show the slightest negligence, Chu Hongtu declared. This is indeed the case. Our Chu family's influence has not only enveloped the villages and towns surrounding the Nine Sky Mountain Range, but has also extended to Yinyang City. As we continue to bolster our family's strength, more individuals will seek to marry into or join our Chu family. With a larger population base, we will naturally see an increase in the number of children born each year, thereby enhancing the probability of producing gifted children. Ultimately, this world is one where the strong prevail. As long as our strength increases, everything else will follow suit effortlessly. Otherwise, as in the past, we would be unable to even leave Qingyang town, let alone develop our family. 2 weeks later, news arrived from Yinyang City. What? You mean to say that our ancestor has secured the inheritance of a fifth-tier alchemist, yet is trapped within the city and unable to exit? Chu Jingyue inquired solemnly. Indeed, there is a branch of the 10,000 Domains Merchant Association in Yinyang City, reputed to be one of the largest merchant associations in the world. They hold auctions at regular intervals. This time, our ancestor utilized a substantial amount of spirit stones to obtain the inheritance of a fifth-tier alchemist, only to be targeted by the 3 prominent families of Yinyang City. Each of these families possesses renowned fifth-tier martial king ancestors, leaving our ancestor unable to leave the city. The returning clansman hastily explained, in that case, I shall summon the beast god for assistance, Chu Jingyue declared, soaring towards the thunder clouds. Shortly thereafter, a colossal blue serpent soared towards Yinyang City. Yinyang City was a vast metropolis, sprawling over an extensive area with a population in the hundreds of thousands. Typically bustling with activity, it now lay shrouded in an eerie silence, with scarcely any pedestrians on the streets, as an ominous atmosphere pervaded the city. This was due to the clash of several martial kings. A realm that commanded reverence, an invisible pressure stifled the breath of all within the city. Within the city, 3 terrifying presences locked onto Chu Tianyang at the center from 3 directions. They were the ancestors of the Li, Zhou, and Peng families of Yinyang City. In their eyes, the inheritance of the fifth-tier alchemist was akin to a priceless treasure. Each of these 3 individuals had likely lingered in the martial king realm for countless years. Their strengths unfathomable. In contrast, Chu Tianyang was merely at the initial stage of martial king, lacking any formidable martial skills, and even with his unique physique, he found himself powerless against the 3. Fortunately, the 3 families were also wary of one another. Hesitating to make a rash attack, As long as they could endure until the beast god arrived, these adversaries would pose no threat. Chu Tianyong mused to himself. Chu Tianyong, relinquish the inheritance of the alchemist. And I promise I shall spare your life. Zhou Tianqing, the ancestor of the Zhou family, intoned ominously. His head was crowned with white hair, and though his body was hunched and he leaned on a cane, his presence was fearsome beyond measure. Indeed, yield the alchemist inheritance, and considering we are all fifth-tier martial kings, we may grant you a path to survival. Li Zizhou, the ancestor of the Li family, stated coldly. The 10,000 Domains Merchant Association made it abundantly clear that this inheritance contains numerous exceedingly rare recipes, including the fifth-tier breakthrough pill. For any family, this inheritance is unimaginable. Just think, if they could secure this inheritance, it would mean the continuous emergence of fifth-tier martial kings within their family, significantly enhancing their overall power. Thus, all three sought to claim the alchemist inheritance for themselves. However, despite their coercion, Chu Tianyong remained resolute and unyielding. Is he waiting for reinforcements? Seize him at once. The three soon realized the implications and acted immediately. If another individual arrived, it would undoubtedly jeopardize their position. Yet just then, the clouds above roiled ominously, swiftly shrouding the entirety of Yinyang City, casting a pall over the once bright sky. The three, poised to strike, halted their movements, gazing up at the tumultuous clouds. Ha ha ha, the beast god has finally arrived. Chu Tianyong rejoiced, detecting a familiar aura. Indeed, a gigantic blue serpent, adorned with 3 twisting horns, emerged from the clouds. So, who dares to covet the fifth-tier alchemist inheritance of the Chu family? Long Yuan's voice resonated through the sky, echoing throughout Yinyang City. At that moment, everyone within the city heard this proclamation, and those hiding within their homes were struck with terror, their souls nearly departing their bodies. Chapter 29. Do you still desire this inheritance? Zhou Tiansheng and his companions gazed at the head-down figure of Long Yuan, whose body remained shrouded within the clouds. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, the trio was undeterred. The aura emanating from Long Yuan was reclusive, concealing his true realm. However, based on Chu Tianyong's assessment of his strength, it was evident that his reinforcements were likely at the fifth-tier martial king level. After all, he was merely a nouveau riche from Qingyang town. How formidable could he truly be? We all seek it, Li Zizhou declared boldly. In that case, let us grant them their wish. Long Yuan replied to Chu Tianyong. Indeed, beast god. Although Chu Tianyong was puzzled, he complied with Long Yuan's directive and tossed the jade slip containing the legacy of a fifth-tier alchemist into the air. Zhou Tiansheng and his companions were momentarily stunned, then simultaneously unleashed their formidable powers, rushing toward the jade slip as the beast god hoping to benefit from the conflict. Such a simplistic maneuver could hardly escape the others' notice. As expected, in the next instant, the three hovered around the jade slip, forming a tripod stance, yet none dared to make a move. With a formidable foe at hand, why not eliminate the external threat before claiming the inheritance? Zhou Tiansheng proposed. Indeed, we cannot allow ourselves to be the means for another's gain. Li Zizhou nodded in agreement. The patriarch of the Peng family also expressed his concurrence. The three then turned their gazes toward Long Yuan and Chu Tianyong. So, have you decided who shall claim this inheritance? Long Yuan inquired. This legacy is destined for the Peng family, the patriarch asserted firmly. Just as the other two were about to speak, a colossal python from the heavens addressed Chu Tianyong. Where is this old man's family located? Point me in the direction. That way. Chu Tianyong pointed, and Long Yuan's consciousness surged forth, instantly locating the family. What do you intend to do? The patriarch of the Peng family furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a blast of icy breath surged forth, sweeping across Yinyang City and striking the ground of the Peng family, instantly encasing the entire clan in ice. You audacious beast! How dare you? The patriarch's eyes widened in fury. All his family members were now entombed in ice. I shall kill you, the patriarch bellowed, soaring into the sky to confront Long Yuan. Buzz! A sphere of blue energy, the size of a human head, materialized above Long Yuan, emanating a terrifying aura. Is this a sixth-tier demon emperor? Zhou Tianxing and Li Zizhou exclaimed in disbelief, their expressions shifting dramatically as they beheld the imposing python eye. In that very moment, the blue beam of light engulfed him. When the radiance dissipated, the patriarch of the Pang family had completely vanished. He is dead. The patriarch has perished. Li Zizhou and Zhou Tianxing were struck with terror, their faces turning pallid. Their legs quaked beneath them. They had never anticipated that Chu Tianyang was backed by a sixth-tier demon emperor. So, do you still wish to claim this inheritance? Long Yuan regarded the other two patriarchs. We no longer desire it. We are unworthy of such a legacy. It was our folly to covet it. Senior, we were blind to your greatness. We beseech you to spare our lives. Both men pleaded in unison, before a sixth-tier demon emperor. A fifth-tier martial king is akin to a child powerless to defend themselves. Henceforth, it would not be unreasonable for my Chu family to claim a share of this Yinyang city. Would it? Long Yuan asked. Not at all. Not at all. Even if the senior wishes to become the master of this city, we would not dare to oppose in the slightest. The two hastily shook their heads. In this world, reason holds no sway. Strength dictates the truth. Long Yuan nodded, pleased with the outcome. Go retrieve the inheritance and return to Qingyang town. It suffices to leave an elder here to oversee matters. Long Yuan instructed Chu Tianyang. Yes, beast god. Meanwhile, within a bustling pavilion in Yinyang City, Gu Tianli, the president of the 10,000 Domains Chamber of Commerce, gazed at the unfolding scene with mild astonishment. He had not anticipated the emergence of a sixth-tier demon emperor in this seemingly inconsequential Yinyang City. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Furthermore, the individual was linked to the recently appeared fifth-tier martial king, Chu Tianyang. Could there be hidden secrets behind this? Might it involve the mysteries of the Nine Skies mountain range? On the journey back to Qingyang town, Chu Tianyang inquired of the beast god, puzzled as to why such actions were necessary. Wouldn't exterminating their three families be more convenient? After all, for the beast god, such a task would be effortless. Wouldn't it be better to have these two families become subservient to the Chu family? However, that would require your involvement. Long Yuan was only responsible for the grand scheme. The specifics of execution were beyond his concern. I see. Chu Tianyang nodded. As the family continued to grow, it was inevitable that numerous subordinate forces would emerge. It was prudent to familiarize themselves with this now. Upon returning to the family compound, Chu Tianyang was taken aback by the cultivation levels of several elders. Had it only been a month since his trip to Yinyang City? How could such significant changes have occurred? This is all thanks to the opportunities bestowed upon us by the beast god. Chu Hongtu explained. That makes sense. I thought so. Even with a fifth-tier earth essence vein, it would be implausible for your strengths to elevate so rapidly. It must be the work of the beast god. Chu Tianyang nodded in understanding. He then produced the spoils acquired from Yinyang City. His gains during this period were considerable, in addition to the inheritance of a fifth-tier alchemist. He had also secured various martial skills and elixirs, all of which were greatly needed by the Chu family, especially the martial skills, as they could significantly enhance a warrior's combat power. He had successfully bid on several fourth-tier martial techniques. Such a bounty was entirely reliant on the spirit stones provided by the beast god. Chu Tianyang sighed. Patriarch, I believe our family currently possesses the capability to seize a plot of earth essence vein. Don't you think? Chu Jingyue suggested. The beast god has already aided us sufficiently. We cannot rely on him for even the smallest spirit stones. As for the earth essence vein beneath us, it will take a long time to yield spirit stones. The time has indeed come, however. Searching for an earth essence vein is a troublesome endeavor. The only nearby source is within the Nine Skies mountain range, but even I hesitate to venture deep into it. Chu Tianyang lamented. Indeed, during our last encounter with the beast god, we did not delve too deeply, yet we faced adversaries at the fifth-tier demon king level. Should we venture further, we would likely encounter even more formidable beasts. The second elder, Chu Hongxiao, concurred. Thus, this matter requires careful deliberation. Following these events, the name Qingyang town spread thoroughly throughout Yinyang City and its surrounding areas, primarily centered around the formidable presence of Long Yuan. The sixth-tier demon emperor. With fame comes fortune, as many martial artists began flocking to Qingyang town. Almost all were aware of the earth essence vein present here, a veritable paradise, in a short time. The influx of martial artists invigorated the economy and population of Qingyang Town, thereby enhancing the fulfillment of Long Yuan's mission. Chapter 30. Continuous bloodline reversion. During this period, the patriarchs of the Li and Zhou families personally visited the Chu family. Bearing generous gifts, they subtly inquired about the relationship between the Chu family and the sixth-tier demon emperor. Chu Tianyang candidly responded, "To speak frankly, the beast god is the guardian spirit of my Chu family. Our family's current standing is entirely due to the blessings of the beast god." Zhou Tianqing and Li Zizhou exchanged glances, both sensing the astonishment in each other's eyes. This sixth-tier demon emperor is actually the guardian spirit of the Chu family? They had learned that the Chu family's rise had only occurred in recent months, and prior to this, they were a clan on the brink of extinction, with scarcely a second-tier warrior among them. What incredible prowess does this beast god possess to enable such rapid ascendance for the Chu family? Then, Chu Tianyang revealed an astonishing piece of news. The beast god was on the verge of breaking through to the seventh-tier demon sovereign. This revelation struck the two men like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through their minds. A sixth-tier demon emperor was already a figure they could hardly aspire to, while a seventh-tier demon sovereign was an existence they might never reach in their lifetimes. After departing the Chu family, Li Zizhou and Zhou Tianqing promptly dispatched elite disciples from their families to Qingyang Town, instructing them to seek opportunities for marriage or alliance with the Chu family. What? Our prestigious five-star family talents are to marry into a remote and impoverished place like Qingyang Town? A group of young elite boys and girls scoffed, asserting that even if the Chu family had a martial king to guard them, they would not lower themselves to such a position. Do you not understand? The future of the Chu family is destined to surpass that of mere five-star families. The two venerable ancestors bellowed with fury. Indeed, the cultivation environment of Qingyang Town surpasses that of Yinyang City. The reason they have managed to cultivate to the rank of fifth-stage martial king here is entirely due to the energy convergence array established within the city, which absorbs and gathers the essence of heaven and earth from the nearby mountains. However, Qingyang Town boasts its very own fifth-stage earth essence vein, a feat that Yinyang City cannot rival. Thus, it is destined to evolve into a haven suitable for cultivation. Their desire to join the Chu family is also a strategic move to secure a connection with the Chu family. Or rather, to latch onto that monstrous emperor. Despite their status as fifth-stage martial kings, which indeed renders them dominant within Yinyang City and its surrounding regions, their influence pales in comparison to broader territories. In those more expansive realms, they are scarcely noteworthy. Conversely, a seventh-stage demon lord holds a different standing. Even amidst the vastness of the outer world, a demon lord truly enters the ranks of the formidable. Meanwhile, the name of Qingyang Town, now gaining renown, echoed further afield. Many martial artists were filled with curiosity, eager to discover the mysteries concealed within. Gradually, everyone became aware of the rising Chu family, leading many to speculate about the fortuitous circumstances that allowed a family on the brink of annihilation to thrive. This surge in interest caused the population of Qingyang Town to swell from several tens of thousands to over 100,000, nearly all of whom were martial artists, resulting in an extraordinary bustle throughout the town. The area of Qingyang Town expanded rapidly as well, with numerous desolate areas transformed into thriving homes. In the span of just a few months, Qingyang Town had evolved from a mere town into Qingyang City. To accommodate the rapid population growth, the Chu family directly merged the surrounding villages and towns into their domain. As for the tasks mandated by the beast god, they diligently persevered. As long as one met the moral standards, they could join or be adopted into the Chu family. Although these individuals possessed minimal martial talent, Chu Tianyang and others did not harbor expectations for them. They were focused on the future generations. With a larger population base, the likelihood of extraordinary talents being born increased. Finally, as Chu family numbers grew day by day, Long Yuan, brimming with anticipation, finally received the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations! The population of the family you safeguard has surpassed 10,000. Reward: 1 bloodline return to ancestry, a top-tier sacred-level cultivation technique, the starry body refinement technique, and a top-tier sacred-level defensive formation, the Sun-Moon Stars formation. The moment had finally arrived. Long Yuan was immensely thrilled. This task had consumed a considerable amount of time, several months. In fact, He had been anxiously waiting. System. Initiate the bloodline return to ancestry. Long Yuan declared. A blue radiance enveloped him, and his body began to undergo transformation once more. After a considerable duration, Long Yuan emerged, revealing a colossal dragon-like creature nearly 500 meters in length, with a pair of four-fingered claws sprouting from its abdomen. Its head had morphed into that of a true dragon, while the blue curved horn at the center of its nostrils remained largely unchanged. However, the two blue curved horns located behind its eyes had now branched out like antlers. This was a genuine dragon. Long Yuan exclaimed in exhilaration, having drawn closer to the reality of a true dragon. He glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Long Yuan race, Blue Crystal Ice Dragon Realm, Mid 7th Stage Demon Lord Physical Cultivation, Perfect 7th Stage Demon Lord Current Task. Elevate the Guardian Family S rank to 4 stars. Task rewards. 1 Bloodline Return to Ancestry. Imperial Level Divine Ability, the Floating Tower Annihilation Hand, and 5 Mirror Breaking Pills, capable of breaking through any realm, including that of the Martial Emperor. Guardian Family rank, 5 stars. Host's cultivation speed increased by 50 times. This bloodline return to ancestry had transformed him into a blue crystal ice dragon. His physical cultivation had surged to the perfect 7th stage demon lord. This revelation astonished Long Yuan. The magnitude of his physical enhancement was considerable. However, he was perplexed. Had he not already completed the task of elevating the Guardian Family's rank to 4 stars? He had achieved this several months prior. Moreover, during this period, Chu Tianyang had updated him regarding the ranking system of forces. For instance, a 4-star family required 1 4th stage martial sovereign and 4 3rd stage martial masters. Yet, the Chu family had already ascended to being a genuine 5-star family. Why was the task still prompting? What was happening, system? Are you malfunctioning? Long Yuan inquired. Ding, congratulations. The family you safeguard has been elevated to 4-star status. Reward, 1 Bloodline Return to Ancestry, Imperial Level Divine Ability, the Floating Tower Annihilation Hand, and 5 Mirror-Breaking Pills. At last, the system's voice resonated, and Long Yuan felt a surge of joy. He had feared that the system might retract the task upon realizing it had already been completed. Clearly, he had overthought. It appeared that the system's tasks operated like a predetermined program. As long as he completed the tasks ahead of time, rewards would still be issued. Previously, he had contemplated following the system's tasks, issuing instructions to the Chu family to fulfill them, but now he recognized he could develop the Chu family in every aspect. However, upon seeing the reward of bloodline return to ancestry, Long Yuan felt exhilarated once more. The rewards for completing tasks ahead of time were genuinely delightful. What would he return to ancestry this time? A true dragon? System. Initiate the return to ancestry. Instantly, Long Yuan was enveloped in blue light again, and his form began to shift once more. Though the transformation was excruciatingly painful, the thought of drawing closer to becoming a true dragon made the pain seem negligible. Chapter 31. The surprise of completing tasks consecutively. Before long, the bloodline return to ancestry was completed again, but to his disappointment, he had not transformed into a true dragon. Instead, he became a blue flame ice dragon. Its appearance had come exceedingly close to that of a true dragon. Yet it had not fully transformed. Although a ring of blue, flame-like mane adorned its neck, extending along its spine to its tail, resembling a cow's tail. Additionally, its dragon claws had transformed into 4, yet each claw possessed only 4 digits, thus classifying it still within the dragon series. However, host, Long Yuan race, Blue Flame Ice Dragon Realm, Mid 7th Stage Demon Lord Physical Cultivation, Perfect 9th Stage Demon Emperor Current Task, Cultivate an Alchemist for the Guardian Family Task Rewards, rewards from the 3rd rank of the Heavenly Fire List, the ZY Tianyin, Imperial Level Technique, the Azure Sky Battle Art, Sacred Artifact, the Heart Refining Tower, and Imperial Level Alchemical Inheritance. Guardian Family Rank, 5 stars, Host's cultivation speed increased by 50 times. Although he had not returned to ancestry as a true dragon, the physical prowess of the Blue Flame Ice Dragon had nonetheless reached the perfect 9th stage Demon Emperor. This revelation thrilled Long Yuan. Did this mean he was now invincible in this world? Long Yuan mused, pondering whether this evolution had progressed too swiftly. After all, The Chu family he safeguarded had only achieved 5-star status, so how would the system continue to reward him in the future? Furthermore, if the dragon had already reached the perfect demon emperor, what of the true dragon? Long Yuan suddenly felt that his advantage was rather excessive. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Congratulations! You have cultivated an alchemist for the family you safeguard. Rewards. From the 3rd rank of the Heavenly Fire list, the ZY Tianyan, Imperial Level Technique, the Azure Sky Battle Art, Sacred Artifact, the Heart Refining Tower, and Imperial Level Alchemical Inheritance. Long Yuan was taken aback. Had this task been completed already? When had he cultivated an alchemist for the Chu family? Did this imply that the Chu family had produced an alchemist on their own? Long Yuan summoned Chu Tianyang, who was currently cultivating on the 1st floor. The Dragon Emperor Hall was divided into 9 levels, with increasing concentrations of the essence of heaven and earth as one ascended. Beast God? Indeed, it is I.Do not be astonished. I have not transformed into a true dragon. Long Yuan replied nonchalantly, a true dragon. Such beings have long been extinct. Chu Tianyang gasped, gazing in awe at the creature so closely resembling a true dragon. Had the truth not been spoken, he might have believed he stood before an actual dragon. Tell me, has anyone from our Chu family become an alchemist? That child, Chu Yin, became an alchemist months ago. He possesses exceptional talent in alchemy and is now a 4th-stage alchemist. Oh, it is that little fellow. After all, he awakened the 9 suns' sacred body, and Long Yuan held him in high regard. He has done remarkably well. Reward him. A pill radiating an enticing aura soared towards Chu Tianyang. This is a mirror-breaking pill. It can break through any realm barrier, including that of the martial emperor. Present this pill to Chu Yin as a reward for his becoming an alchemist. Chu Tianyang was instantly struck as if by lightning, his mind buzzing. A pill that can break through any barrier, including that of the martial emperor? His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the pill before him. This means if this pill is used at the perfect martial saint level, our Chu family could produce a martial emperor. Chu Tianyang's heart raced, feeling as if it might leap from his chest. Now, you are on the brink of becoming a 6th-stage martial emperor. Do not overreact. You must learn to remain composed. It is merely a broken mirror pill, and yet you are so agitated. I fear that if I were to present you with something truly valuable, your excitement might cause your blood to surge, leading to your untimely demise. Long Yuan remarked helplessly. For someone like him, who has already attained the level of a martial emperor, the broken mirror pill is hardly worth mentioning. This, beast god. Such an item is exceedingly precious. Even if Chu Yin has become an alchemist, the reward should not be so lavish, considering he is merely a 5th-level martial king, and the family has already bestowed upon him numerous rewards. In my humble opinion, it would be best for the beast god to keep this item. It will undoubtedly be of use when the beast god seeks to transcend to the demon emperor. Chu Tianyang dared not accept such a precious item. It was akin to cradling an imperial-level powerhouse in his hands. Indeed, if that is the case, then you should accept this pill. I have more. More? Chu Tianyang was utterly astonished. It seems you are wholesale supplying these items? Why does everything precious seem so inexpensive in the hands of the beast god? After a brief moment of hesitation, Chu Tianyang nodded and accepted the broken mirror pill, considering it a token for Chu Yin. He could always hand it over when Chu Yin breaks through to the battle emperor. Yet, this was not the end. A new task had also been accomplished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating a weapon master for the family you protect. Rewards include the host's personal imperial artifact, the 10,000 Dragon Tower, upgrades with the host's cultivation level, the clan's imperial weapon, the Dragon Emperor Cauldron, and the inheritance of an imperial-level weapon master. Long Yuan was momentarily taken aback, looking at Chu Tianyang with a puzzled expression. A weapon master has emerged in the family? Yes. Recently, we successfully auctioned a 3rd-level weapon master inheritance from the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce in Yinyang City. And with this inheritance, an elder of the family has successfully embarked on the path of weapon crafting. Having already produced a 1st-grade low-tier spirit weapon, Chu Tianyang replied. Wonderful, wonderful. This deserves significant recognition, Long Yuan exclaimed excitedly. These individuals truly have delivered an incredible surprise. However, shortly thereafter, the system's voice rang out repeatedly, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating a 5-star force for the family you protect. Rewards include 1 year of cultivation, 1 bloodline return to ancestry, the Imperial level divine ability, the Azure Sky Reversal Dragon Hand, the divine level physical ability, the Tsanglong Stone Cutting Hand, and 3 portions each of holy level physical and martial soul origins." What? Is this for real? Long Yuan was dumbfounded. Another accomplishment? This implies that with Chu Tianyang, a 5th level martial king, the Chu family has now birthed 5 4th tribulation martial zone. However, recalling the opportunities he had previously bestowed upon them regarding their physiques, this seemed quite reasonable. Nevertheless, this latest reward was genuinely astonishing. Aside from the 2 divine abilities, there were also the bloodline return to ancestry and 1 year of cultivation. It is worth noting that this so-called year of cultivation is under an imperial level cultivation method, equivalent to a 50-fold increase in cultivation speed, which essentially equates to having cultivated for 50 years. Excellent. The recent progress of the Chu family has been remarkable. We must maintain this momentum to continue advancing. I believe there will come a day when we achieve our goal of becoming the one and only Chu family in this world, Long Yuan declared with enthusiasm. Indeed, Chu Tianyang was equally exhilarated. He could sense that the Chu family was truly just a step away from greatness. Furthermore, from now on, any who reach the 5th level martial king can enter the Dragon Emperor Hall to cultivate. Chapter 32. Clan's Imperial Artifact. Certainly, Chu Tianyang nodded. The concentration of essence in the Dragon Emperor Hall is indeed far superior to that of Qingyang City. After Chu Tianyang departed, Long Yuan began the bloodline return to ancestry once more. Surely this time I shall evolve into a true dragon. As blue light enveloped him, Long Yuan's physique underwent another transformation. This time, he truly became a blue true dragon. Host: Long Yuan. Race: Sangyan Blue Dragon. Realm: Mid-stage 7th level Demon Sovereign. Physical cultivation: Complete 10th level Demon God. Current task: Elevate the protected family to a 6-star family. Task rewards: Divine level cultivation method, Dragon God technique, Divine level ability, Dragon God 9 transformations, 9 body enhancement pills, which can elevate any physique below divine level by a major tier. 1 divine level essence vein, protected family level, 5-star, host's cultivation speed increased by 50 times. A Tsangyan Blue Dragon. Although I am unaware of this dragon's specifics, it is undoubtedly a member of the dragon lineage. Moreover, above the 9th level lies the 10th level Demon God, which corresponds to the martial god among humankind. I have transcended to become a deity. How exhilarating it feels to have such an advantage. Long Yuan mused, but the forthcoming rewards were equally enticing. Divine level cultivation methods, divine level abilities, body enhancement pills, and divine level essence veins. Each of these is an invaluable treasure. It seems that beyond the divine level, there may well be other realms. Long Yuan speculated that there must be, for the Chu family is currently only a 5-star family. Otherwise, what further rewards could the enhancement system possibly present? It is entirely possible that the Tsangyan Blue Dragon is not the final bloodline return to ancestry. There may be further transformations ahead. Of course, this is merely conjecture. The specifics will depend on how the system orchestrates it. First, I shall absorb that year's worth of cultivation. Long Yuan said excitedly. System, commence the fusion of cultivation. Boom! A surge of power began to flow into Long Yuan's body, causing his cultivation to rise continuously, and his physique to expand further. Ultimately, he transformed into a colossal entity nearly 1,000 meters long. 50 years of cultivation merely allowed me to break through to the complete 9th level Demon Emperor? That cannot be right. Long Yuan furrowed his brow. He felt an abundance of energy within him, suggesting he could continue to break through. Could it be due to the cultivation method? Long Yuan was practicing the Imperial level cultivation method, the Azure Sky Dragon Emperor technique, which only supported cultivation up to the 9th level Demon Emperor and could not transcend to the divine level. That must be the reason. However, it was sufficient. His cultivation now allowed him to roam freely in this world. It is time to assess my recent gains. Today's acquisitions have been monumental, and I must carefully review them. In terms of cultivation methods, There are the holy level superior cultivation method, the starry body refinement technique, and the imperial level superior cultivation method, the Sangtian battle technique. Both are human cultivation methods, indicating that the system has prepared these techniques for the Chu family. Additionally, there are 5 broken mirror pills, 3 portions each of holy level physical and martial soul origins, a holy level superior defensive formation, the sun, moon, and stars array, the sacred artifact, the heart refining tower, the imperial level alchemy inheritance, the clan's imperial weapon, the dragon emperor cauldron, and the imperial level weapon master inheritance. All of these are resources that the Chu family can utilize. Furthermore, there are his own innate treasures, the 10,000 Dragon Tower, the 3rd ranked Heavenly Fire, the ZY Heavenly Fire, and several divine abilities. Yet, among all these rewards, what truly piqued Long Yuan's interest were the sacred artifact, the heart refining tower, and the clan's imperial weapon, the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. The heart refining tower serves as a place for honing one's spirit. A martial artist requires a steadfast martial heart, and the heart refining tower facilitates the tempering of that martial resolve. As for the clan's imperial weapon, it intrigued Long Yuan further. Spirit weapon, Dragon Emperor Cauldron, the clan's weapon, formed by the combination of clan fortune and the bloodline of the Chu family. Grade, superior imperial artifact, upgrades with the family's level. Usage method, only when the entire clan is united in purpose can this cauldron be activated. Long Yuan retrieved the Dragon Emperor Cauldron from the system space, only to find it felt as heavy as a divine mountain. Despite being merely an imperial artifact, he could not lift it. How peculiar. Although this is a reward from the system, I find myself unable to move it. Could it be that only members of the Chu family can wield it? Long Yuan pondered, scratching his chin with his dragon claw, and summoned Chu Tianyang. Beast God, Chu Tianyang queried, unsure of what was afoot. Please attempt to lift this cauldron. Long Yuan gestured towards the massive cauldron before him. Very well. Chu Tianyang gripped the cauldron with both hands, unleashing a tremendous force from within, and to his surprise, he hoisted the cauldron effortlessly, nearly tumbling to the ground. Chu Tianyang felt a tad embarrassed. Having heard the beast goddess words, he anticipated the cauldron to be immensely heavy, yet it felt light as a feather. It appears I was correct. This cauldron can indeed only be wielded by members of the Chu family. Truly, it is an imperial weapon forged from the clan's fortune and bloodline. Long Yuan mused inwardly. Although he was closely tied to the fortune of the Chu family, he lacked the bloodline. It seems that even items produced by the system cannot be exempt from their own rules. He then added, now, try to see if you can activate this spirit weapon. No matter how Chu Tianyang infused energy into the Dragon Emperor Cauldron, it remained unresponsive. This, beast god, perhaps my strength is insufficient to activate this spirit weapon. Chu Tianyang shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Do you know the grade of this spirit weapon? Long Yuan inquired. I cannot discern it. This is an imperial artifact. An imperial artifact? Could it be a 9th level imperial artifact? Chu Tianyang exclaimed in astonishment. Why are you shouting? Remain composed. Indeed, it is a 9th level imperial artifact. However, it is not an ordinary imperial artifact. It is a clan's treasured artifact, the colossal form of Long Yuan's sword through the skies. And it was only at this moment that Shuxinyang realized that the beast god had grown significantly larger. This signified a tremendous enhancement in the beast god's power. This imperial artifact has been meticulously crafted for you, combining the fortune and bloodline of the Chu family. Once completed, even I could not lift it, yet you managed to do so effortlessly, for you embody the fortune and bloodline of the Chu family. But do you understand why you cannot activate it? It is due to your improper method of usage. This is a clan-protecting imperial artifact, requiring the unity of the Chu family's fortune to unleash its true power. In other words, if you can rally the entire Chu family, channeling all their fortune, you will be able to unleash the full might of this imperial artifact. Long Yuan spoke calmly, yet how one might mobilize that fortune remained a mystery to him. Leaving Shuxinyang to navigate this on his own. After all, clan fortune is an elusive concept. Indeed, Shuxinyang was taken aback. Such imperial weapons existed in the world? Moreover, the beast god was actually a master craftsman? Truly, the beast god was deserving of his title. No wonder he could effortlessly produce pills and spiritual artifacts. However, as he gazed at the grand cauldron in his hands, his eyes radiated determination. Although he could not perceive the clan fortune, he was resolute in his quest to comprehend it, to decipher how to activate this clan-protecting imperial artifact. Chapter 33. The Six-Star Sect, Song Yin Sect. Witnessing this scene, Long Yuan furrowed his brow, concerned that Shuxinyang might become so engrossed in this clan-protecting imperial artifact that he would neglect his own cultivation. Thus, Long Yuan offered a gentle reminder. Rest assured, Beast God, I understand the priority of matters. Upon hearing Shuxinyang's words, Long Yuan felt considerably reassured. Just then, he sensed a commotion outside Qingyang City, indicating that powerful adversaries were clashing. Your family may be in trouble. Go and investigate. Yes, above Qingyang City, Chu Jingyue was engaged in combat with a fifth-tier martial king. With every strike, the energies of heaven and earth surged, unleashing terrifying power. Although Chu Jingyue was merely a fully realized fourth-tier martial sovereign, bolstered by the golden light body, his combat prowess was astonishing, enabling him to contend with an early-stage fifth-tier martial king. Chu family head, I advise you to surrender the opportunities your family has secured. Otherwise, the Chu family shall cease to exist. Nia Weidu's body erupted with vast energies, flames swirling around him, emanating searing heat that distorted the surrounding space. Ha ha ha, do you think you can uncover our Chu family's opportunities with just your strength? You are gravely mistaken. Chu Jingyue laughed heartily, unleashing formidable martial techniques infused with unparalleled power towards his opponent. The Chu family had undergone remarkable transformations. Nia Weidu's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light as he gazed at Chu Jingyue, unabashedly revealing his avarice. He was not coveting his opponent's physique, but rather the territory of the Chu family and the opportunities that had allowed them to rise to such heights in merely 6 months. To witness a power comparable to a martial king emerge in such a short span was a testament to the magnitude of their fortune. It was known that even in his own faction, cultivating a power akin to a martial king would require several years. Nia Weidu speculated that the Chu family had likely obtained opportunities from the legendary Nine Heavens mountain range. Do I lack qualification? What of the Six-Star Sect, Song Yin Sect, behind me? Nia Weidu sneered. Initially, he had accompanied his disciple, Ma Chengfeng, back to Qingyang town to assess the situation of the Ma family, but unexpectedly found himself amidst a significant development. Master, you must avenge my Ma family. At the former site of the Ma family's estate, a youth, resembling a madman, howled in fury. It was Ma Chengfeng, a former disciple of the Song Yin sect. His eyes burned crimson. His hair disheveled. Days prior, while training outside, he had heard of the events in Qingyang City, and an ominous feeling had washed over him, especially since the Ma family was at odds with the Chu family. Thus, he returned to investigate, only to discover that his family had long been exterminated by the Chu family. Enraged by the fate of his clan, Ma Chengfeng initially intended to storm the Chu family. But upon learning of their rapid advancement in the past 6 months, he realized he lacked the strength to do so, and thus sought the assistance of his master. His decision proved wise. Had he acted rashly alone, he would have met an untimely demise. Chu Jingyue's movements abruptly halted, but he soon unleashed an even fiercer assault. What of the Six-Star Sect? Does the Chu family fear you? Very well, you said it today. I will make your Chu family vanish from this world. Nia Weidu shouted fiercely. Vanish? You speak with such bravado. A voice suddenly resonated behind Nia Weidu. Who goes there? He immediately disengaged from Chu Jingyue, his face a mask of terror as he beheld the elder who had appeared behind him. This old man had managed to approach silently, his strength undeniably formidable. Yet, before he could recover from his shock, Shuxinyang had already materialized before him. Without uttering a word, he seized Nia Weidu by the head and coldly declared, "Remember this. I am Chu Tianyang, the ancestral elder of the Chu family." Subsequently, an explosion of energy erupted, and in a moment of sheer terror, Nia Weidu's head was obliterated. Hiss! This scene sent shockwaves through all who were spectating. Shuxinyang had actually slain a member of the Song Yin sect, a martial king. Even within the Song Yin sect, was undoubtedly an elder-level figure. Yet he had been killed by the ancestral elder of the Chu family? It was over. The Chu family was doomed. This would surely incite the wrath of the Zhang sect. Flee from Qingyang City. For the foreseeable future, this place will undoubtedly become the epicenter of conflict. Panic spread among the crowd. The Six-Star sect was a colossal entity. Once enraged, it would surely bring devastation and rivers of blood. At that moment, even a wave of energy could obliterate them. Not necessarily. Did you not see that Shuxinyang showed no fear? Moreover, he dared to strike knowing the opponent was from a Six-Star sect, indicating he does not fear the Zhang sect at all. Yet regardless, it would be prudent to vacate the area and return once the situation calms down. Many began to prepare to leave Qingyang City, for most of its inhabitants were of low strength. Ancestral Elder, with our current strength, would it not be reckless to provoke a Six-Star sect? Chu Jingyue inquired. It matters not. Any enemies we cannot handle will be dealt with by the beast god. Furthermore, the Zhang sect is among the closest major sects to us. Should we be able to annihilate them, the territory of the Chu family will undoubtedly expand significantly. Additionally, the resources of a Six-Star sect should not be underestimated. They will undoubtedly bolster the strength of the Chu family. Remember, with the beast god present, no challenge is insurmountable. With that, Shuxinyang turned his gaze to the previously howling Ma Chengfeng and calmly stated, "Eliminate the roots." Within the Dragon Emperor's hall, Long Yuan was engrossed in studying the sacred level formation, the sun, moon, and stars array. This formation harnessed the powers of the sun, moon, and stars from the cosmos, boasting formidable defensive capabilities that could only be breached by imperial-level forces. He then placed the formation disk amidst the thunderclouds, and an invisible great formation swiftly enveloped the entirety of Qingyang City. Excellent. With this in place, unless an imperial-level power intervenes, none shall breach the defenses of Qingyang City. Long Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Now, the entire city was considerably more secure. Meanwhile, upon a majestic mountain range, the essence of heaven and earth swirled, transforming into delicate threads dancing through the air. Pavilions and towers stood in splendid array, with magnificent structures perched upon the mountains, radiating an extraordinary aura, accompanied by the cries of birds and beasts and the gentle sound of flowing springs. It was indeed a paradise on earth. Home to the Six-Star sect, Zhang sect. At this moment, within the main hall of the Zhang sect, the atmosphere was frigid, permeated with murderous intent. It had been confirmed that Elder Nya had perished in Qingyang City, slain by the ancestral elder of the Five-Star family, the Chu family. Have we, the Zhang sect, been too low-key in recent years? How dare a mere Five-Star family kill our elder? If we, the esteemed leader of the Thundercloud sect. Xiao Zhentian massaged his temples, for he was not unfamiliar with this place. Initially, he had presumed it to be merely the nascent rise of a small clan, but he was taken aback to discover that they had stirred such a monumental fiasco. Elder Ming, if I recall correctly, your disciple, Chu Shuran, hails from the Chu family of Qingyang City, does he not? Xiao Zhentian inquired. Elder Ming's lips twitched slightly as he rose to respond, reporting to the sect leader. He indeed belongs to that family. It was he who brought Chu Shuran from the Chu family to the Thundercloud sect. However, at that time, the strongest member of the Chu family was merely a second-tier warrior. How could they have escalated to a level that dares to provoke the Six-Star Zhangyan sect in such a short span? What is his current strength? He is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the Martial King realm. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the Purple Cloud Thunder Body. It indeed aligns remarkably with our sect's techniques. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhentian stated, since he is engaged in his breakthrough, let us refrain from disturbing him lest we distract him. Elder Ming replied, sect leader, should we intervene in this matter? Intervene? How should we intervene? They brazenly executed Martial King Yahweh, and the Zhangyan sect will not let this go unpunished. All we can do is ensure that a sliver of the Chu family's bloodline remains. Xiao Zhentian spoke in a grave tone. The Thundercloud sect and the Zhangyan sect have always had a contentious relationship. Should they take action, it could very well ignite a war between the two sects, resulting in a true bloodbath. Days passed, and the residents of Qingyang City began to flee in droves, terrified of being swept up in this impending conflict, uncertain of how they might perish. Boom. Outside Qingyang City, Several figures descended, emanating a terrifying aura, each radiating a chilling, murderous intent. They were the three martial king elders of the Tsangyan sect. Is this the Qingyang city of the Chu family? Let it be obliterated. Without a moment's hesitation, the three unleashed their most fearsome martial techniques, directing them towards Qingyang city. What? They intend to annihilate the entire city. This scene struck terror into the hearts of all the residents within, who had assumed the intruders were merely seeking trouble with the Chu family, only to find them so ruthlessly intent on total destruction. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, as the terrifying assaults grazed the outskirts of Qingyang city, they were all thwarted by a shimmering silver barrier. What is this? The onlookers gawked at the sudden appearance of the silver barrier, within which celestial bodies shone brilliantly, radiating dazzling light. Is this the holy level formation? The sun and moon star array, spoken of by the beast god. Chu Tianyang gazed at the grand formation in the sky. Truly deserving of its holy level name, the attacks from the three martial king elders merely grazed the surface. Failing to create even a ripple, this defense was indeed formidable. The beast god is indeed the beast god, capable of conjuring such a holy level formation. Chu Jingyue was once again astounded. Humph, have you forgotten about our clan's imperial artifact? Oh, right, but regrettably, we have yet to fully comprehend that artifact. Outside Qingyang city, the three martial kings wore frowns, taken aback by the existence of an impenetrable formation that thwarted their efforts. In that case, we shall remain here. I shall see how long they can stay holed up inside. One elder snorted, unwilling to let the Chu family escape the wrath of the Tsangyan sect so easily. Who says we intend to remain inside indefinitely? Just as the three elders settled down to plot, Chu Tianyang unexpectedly stepped forth. Beside him stood a middle-aged man wielding a pitch-black longsword, the Chu family's seventh elder. Chu Jinshan. Though he had yet to ascend to the martial king realm, his mastery of the holy sword and the insights gleaned from it allowed him to contend with martial king adversaries. If that is the case, let your blood serve as a tribute for Elder Nya. The three elders of the Tsangyan sect unleashed their terrifying might and charged forth. Then let us see your capabilities. Chu Tianyang and his companion held nothing back, unleashing formidable power as they charged into battle. Chu Jinshan wielded his sword, unleashing waves of black sword light as he engaged one of the adversaries in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyang faced two opponents, his strength nearing a breakthrough to martial sovereign. Sword light flashed, seemingly capable of rending the heavens apart. Fist strikes and palm prints erupted, shaking the very earth. Energy surged, obliterating even the mountains outside Qingyang city. Chu Jinshan, with the holy sword in hand, clashed fiercely with a mid-stage martial king elder, while Chu Tianyang, facing two foes, held his ground, at times even pushing the two martial kings back. Inside Qingyang city, all witnesses were left in utter disbelief. The Chu family's strength had reached such heights. They could not be subdued even by three martial king-level opponents. They had known of the Chu family's prowess, but never anticipated it to be at such an extraordinary level. With the added presence of the cross-border patriarch, Chu Jingyue, it was as if the Chu family possessed three martial king-level warriors. Some gasped in astonishment, feeling a shiver of terror at such strength. And what of those hidden talents? Viewed in this light, the Chu family's power undoubtedly surpassed their wildest imaginations. Alas, if that boy Chu Yin were home, he would surely crush them all. Chu Jingyue sighed, for he knew that the holy body of Chu Yin allowed for rapid breakthroughs and incredible combat prowess. Unfortunately, he had ventured out for training 2 months prior. Yet, Chu Jingyue was aware that Chu Yin sought to uncover his mother's whereabouts. Swish! The black sword light sliced through the air, leaving a bloody gash on his opponent. A 6-star sect elder? Is this all you have? He looked coldly at his adversary with disdain. Had it not been for the spiritual weapon in your hand, do you truly believe you could stand against me? The adversary scoffed. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. He produced a 6th-tier mid-grade spiritual weapon, the withered wood blade, from his spatial ring. Attack? He bellowed, wielding the 6th-tier weapon against his opponent. Then let us see. Chu Jinshan executed his martial technique, instantly appearing before his foe, his energy surging wildly as he swung his ink-black long sword with razor-sharp intent. Clang! A deafening crash resonated as the holy sword clashed with the spiritual weapon, and in the terrified gaze of the Tsangyin sect elder, the withered wood blade shattered in an instant. The black longsword then cleaved horizontally across the elder's chest. With a sickening squelch, a deep gash appeared, revealing the innards beneath. No wonder you are a martial king. You survived that strike. Then brace yourself for another. A sword, radiant as jade, materialized behind him, transforming into a streak of light that merged with the ink-black longsword, causing the holy sword to erupt in brilliant black light, emanating even more terrifying sword energy. A martial soul? You possess a martial soul? Chapter 35. The Fall of the Martial King. A proactive strike. The elder was astounded, utterly taken aback. How could a place like Qingyang City, once a mere backwater town, harbor someone awakened to a martial soul? Such prodigy should have been claimed by sects long ago. Yet, in the very instant of his astonishment, a profound black sword light flashed past, severing his neck. Meanwhile, the other two martial king elders found themselves retreating in haste under the relentless assault of Chu Tianyang, who was now on the verge of breaking through to the martial sovereign realm. With his enhanced physique and the advantage of being on the cusp of martial sovereign, he could hardly be bested. Witnessing their companion's demise, the two elders felt a surge of dread. The strength of the Chu family was far beyond their expectations. They had thought it merely a newly rising force, yet it was proving to be so formidable that only a martial sovereign could hope to eradicate it. Exchanging glances, they swiftly retreated, realizing that their only option was to return to their sect and request the intervention of a martial sovereign ancestor. But just then, two figures approached from behind, radiating the same martial king aura. Another pair of martial kings? The two elders were taken aback. The newcomers were Li Zizhou and Zhou Tiansheng from the Yinyang city. They had pledged allegiance to the Chu family, becoming its vassals. Their appearance was entirely within Chu Tianyang's scheme. "Where do you think you're going, elders?" Zhou Tiansheng inquired with a smile. "Step aside. I advise you not to meddle." "Apologies, but we are affiliated with the Chu family, and we must obey orders," Li Zizhou spoke solemnly. "What? You are martial kings. How could you submit to another martial king, the Chu family?" One elder gazed at them incredulously. In an instant, their expressions shifted. Could it be that the Chu family harbored an even more terrifying presence than a martial king? Upon this realization, a chilling sensation surged from the soles of their feet, racing towards the crowns of their heads, causing both individuals to break into a cold sweat. That moment, Chu Tianyang and Chu Jinshin soared in from behind, launching an immediate assault without uttering a word. Li Zizhou and Zhou Tiansheng swiftly joined the fray, while the two elders unleashed their most formidable techniques, channeling the very forces of heaven and earth. Each strike bore the devastating power to obliterate. Yet, mere fists could not withstand the combined might of four hands. In but a fleeting moment, the two martial kings of the Tsangyin sect were brutally slain, their crimson blood splattering upon the ground beyond Qingyang City. Staining the earth in red, 3 martial kings had fallen? This scene horrified the onlookers of Qingyang City. The strength of the Chu family was indeed terrifying, reducing even the Li and Zhou families of Yinyang City to mere vassals. Just then, a massive black tower, reminiscent of a mountain, descended from the heavens. This tower was peculiar. Atop its 7 flying eaves on each level sat a vividly lifelike dragon head, and at its pinnacle, a sphere radiating pure white light was embedded. The tower exuded an overwhelming aura, surging towards Chu Tianyang and the others. Li Zizhou and his companion felt their scalps tingle, for beneath this tower, they were engulfed by a sense of impending annihilation. Could it be that a martial emperor from the Tsangyin sect had intervened? Not only they, but all within Qingyang City shared this sentiment. After all, the pressure emanating from this black tower was utterly terrifying. Yet, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the tower shrank down to a mere foot in height, landing in Chu Tianyang's hand. Beast God! Chu Tianyang immediately bowed deeply towards the dark clouds at the center of the lake in Qingyang City. "This is my life-bound spiritual weapon. Take it to the Tsangyin sect, and from this day forth, the Tsangyin sect shall be the territory of the Chu family." In the midst of the dark thunderclouds, a grand voice resonated. "Yes, I shall faithfully obey the command of the beast god. A chill ran through Chu Tianyang's heart. The beast god intended to destroy the Tsangyan sect. However, it was time for the Chu family to unveil its fangs. As their family's power grew, they gained a deeper understanding of this world, known as the human realm, which was divided into 33 celestial domains, and they resided in the minuscule Tsangzhou of the Qian domain. The strongest forces within Tsangzhou were 5 six-star sects, with the Tsangyan sect being one of them. It was high time for the Chu family to claim their share. Was that the voice of the demon emperor? He actually intended to annihilate the Tsangyan sect, which was also a family guarded by a martial emperor. Could it really be that he could destroy a six-star sect solely with his life-bound spiritual weapon? Li Zizhou exchanged glances with his companion, wondering if this might be too risky. What if they failed? The consequences would be unimaginable. However, Chu Tianyang held unwavering trust in the beast god. Since the beast god had instructed him to wield this life-bound spiritual weapon to the Tsangyan sect, it was assured that they would conquer the six-star sect. Gentlemen, do you wish to accompany me? Chu Tianyang inquired of Li Zizhou and his companion. Haha, no worries. Since that's the case, you should remain in Qingyang City. It is the safest place. Sensing their hesitation, Chu Tianyang did not press further and set forth towards the Tsangyan sect with several elders of the Chu family. This news rapidly spread to surrounding cities. If the Chu family succeeded, they would become one of the 5 overlords of Tsangzhou. Success? How could they possibly succeed? The Tsangyan sect had a history spanning thousands of years. Could a family that had developed for less than a year compete with such profound heritage? Not necessarily. It is said that the Chu family's guardian deity is formidable and may have already reached the realm of the demon emperor. The outcome is yet to be determined. Haha. Even so, what of it? Their guardian beast has not gone to the Tsangyan sect. It is said it merely went for his life-bound spiritual weapon. Do they truly believe they can suppress the entire Tsangyan sect relying solely on that? If so, they are underestimating a sect that has existed for thousands of years. As the news spread, the majority believed that the Chu family was being overly ambitious and would likely fall to the Tsangyan sect. Some more powerful cultivators, intrigued, trailed behind the Chu family, eager to witness how this battle would unfold. Days later, Chu Tianyang and his group arrived at the Tsangyan sect. Truly, a sect with millennia of heritage. Even their aura is significantly stronger than that of our Chu family. Observing the sprawling architecture, Chu Jinshin remarked in awe, "Indeed, it is quite impressive, but soon it shall belong to our Chu family." Chu Tianyang stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. He pondered whether to relocate the Chu family here in the future. Who goes there? This is the domain of the Tsangyan sect. Outsiders are forbidden to enter, or face death without mercy. A disciple guarding the entrance bellowed. What a formidable presence! No wonder it is a 6-star sect. Even the gatekeeper exudes such dominance. One might mistake him for a martial king. Chu Hongtu chuckled lightly. We are from the Chu family of Qingyang City, here to pay a visit to the Tsangyan sect with a modest offering. Chu Tianyang smiled, producing 3 square boxes from his spatial ring and presenting them. The Chu family of Qingyang City? Haha, you are the ones who dared to oppose our Tsangyan sect. Such audacity to come to our territory. Are you seeking death? The disciple, possessing only a 3rd-tier cultivation, glared fiercely as he coldly reprimanded, "It is our fault, and we have come to the Tsangyan sect to offer our apologies. This is a token of our sincerity. Please present it to your sect leader. He will surely be moved by our goodwill and come out to meet us." Chu Tianyang insisted as he handed over the 3 boxes. "Humph, consider yourselves somewhat perceptive. Remain here obediently, and whether the sect leader meets you will depend on the sincerity of your offering." The gatekeeper disciple took the boxes, signaling to the surrounding disciples to keep a close watch on these individuals, ensuring they did not escape, and then flew towards the inner sect. The Tsangyan sect was vast, naturally protected by a defensive formation, resembling a semi-transparent golden veil. How dare the Chu family provoke us? What gives you such courage? Kneel and await the punishment from the sect elders. It is said that your Chu family has obtained some fortune. We wonder what it might be. If it pleases us, perhaps we can speak a good word for you before the sect leader. Other gatekeeping disciples surrounded Chu Tianyang and his companions, mockingly observing them. Although their strength was lacking, their backing was substantial, so they felt no fear of Chu Tianyang. Haha, What gives us courage? It is naturally the beast god. A cold smile crept across Chu Tianyang's lips as he suddenly erupted in fury, swiftly decapitating one of the disciples before him. You dare to be so brazen? The other disciples' expressions changed drastically, and they hastily retreated. But it was too late. The Chu family's elders acted decisively, blood splattering as bodies fell to the ground. Be mindful in your next life. Show reverence to the strong, Chu Tianyang coldly proclaimed. Initially, he had no desire to slay these lowly disciples, but their insolent words had irked him. A mere third-tier martial master dares to covet their attention. Ancestor, why not directly use the beast god's life-bound spiritual weapon to breach the defensive formation and charge in? Chu Jinshin questioned in confusion. Would that not be much simpler? The beast god's life-bound spiritual weapon could certainly breach this formation. However, considering the strength of this formation, it is a 6th-tier upper-grade defensive array. If we were to forcibly break through, would it not be tantamount to revealing that we possess the means to slay a 6th-tier martial emperor? If that happens, what if the other side quietly slips away? I do not wish to leave future troubles. Therefore, the best approach is to capture them all in one fell swoop. Hehe, once the Tsangyan sect's leader. Song Feng, seize those 3 heads. He will undoubtedly rally all the elders to come in a furious rage. If they are cautious, they might even summon their martial emperor ancestor. Then we can truly capture them all. Chu Tianyang stroked his beard thoughtfully. If we are to act, we must do so thoroughly. Ah, the damned Chu family dares to slay 3 of my elders again. This enmity shall not be forgotten. Within the Tsangyan sect, a potent aura filled with murderous intent erupted from the sect leader, Song Feng. His black hair billowed, engulfed in flames, resembling a ferocious beast. Beneath him, the disciple who had entered with the 3 boxes was drained of color. Unable to fathom that this so-called generous gift was, in fact, the heads of 3 elders, immediately summon all the elders. I shall not only kill that old man Chu Tianyang, but will also raze all of Qingyang City to the ground. Ensuring the Chu family's bloodline is extinguished, Song Feng roared, flames erupting from his pupils as if he intended to incinerate the very heavens and earth. Esteemed leader, it seems that the Chu family has come fully prepared. I suggest we summon the ancestor from seclusion for a more secure approach. The Grand Elder Chu Chong, fueled by fury, proposed. Very well, this time, I shall ensure that the Chu family faces utter annihilation. Song Feng declared, his body engulfed in flames, yet emanating an icy, bone-chilling aura in but a moment. A more terrifying presence erupted from the depths of Tsangyan sect, akin to a divine majesty that struck fear into the hearts of all. This aura even penetrated the defensive array, extending beyond the Tsangyan sect. Is this a martial emperor? And a perfected one at that? Good heavens! Has the ancestor of Tsangyan sect reached the pinnacle of martial emperor? It is merely a step away from the 7th-rank martial sovereign. It is over. The Chu family is doomed. Even if their guardian spirit is a demon emperor, it cannot possibly contend with the perfected martial emperor. Even if he were, relying solely on his innate spiritual weapon to suppress the ancestor of Tsangyan sect is nothing short of a foolish dream. Quickly, let us hasten to pay our respects to the ancestor of Tsangyan sect. The perfected martial emperor's prowess is unmatched across the entire Tsangzhou, even among the other 4 major 6-star sects. It can be said without exaggeration that the ancestor of Tsangyan sect is the veritable strongest in Tsangzhou. Such a formidable being is deserving of the utmost reverence from all. In an instant, those hidden in the shadows, quietly observing this scene, emerged, kneeling at the entrance of Tsangyan sect, exclaiming in unison, "Congratulations to the ancestor of Tsangyan sect for ascending to the title of Tsangzhou's strongest." Each face was marked with profound respect, as if confronting their own ancestor. The primary motive behind this was, of course, to leave a good impression, hoping for guidance or the fortunate opportunity to join Tsangyan sect. Oh no, that old fellow Shui Guang has actually broken through to perfected martial emperor. This is dire news. Given that old man's disposition, he may very well turn his wrath upon the other 4 sects. The hidden spies sent by the other 4 major sects felt an ominous foreboding. In this world, the strong are always revered. The powerful can devour the weak without need for justification. if pressed for a reason. It would simply be, "Who told you to be so feeble?" This matter must be reported to the sect immediately. As for the members of the Chu family, they have already become as good as dead in their eyes. Ancestor, what shall we do? Feeling this overwhelming aura, the Chu family members furrowed their brows. It is far too strong, surpassing the martial emperor by more than a degree. It instills fear within them. Can such a powerful being really be matched by relying solely on the spirit weapon of the beast god? I have faith in the beast god, Chu Tianyang proclaimed solemnly, his determination unwavering in his gaze. Within Tsang Yin's sect, Tsang Feng, accompanied by a multitude of elders, knelt upon the ground, fervently exclaiming, "We welcome the ancestor from seclusion. Congratulations to the ancestor on breaking through to the perfected martial emperor realm." The chorus of voices surged like a tidal wave, resonating throughout Tsang Yin's sect. The ancestor of Tsang Yin's sect, Shui Guang, radiant with joy, stood high above, surveying the crowd with a smile and a nod. His long hair billowed, his eyes ablaze with fiery light, and his crimson robe shone a thunderous roar, akin to the very wrath of the heavens. Roused the warriors still kneeling upon the ground, their faces pale with shock. Impossible, utterly inconceivable. The guardian deity of the Chu family was also of the martial emperor realm. How could he possibly subdue a perfected martial emperor solely with his innate spiritual weapon? Qiu Peiran growled, his demeanor frenzied, cursing inwardly. Had he just secured a powerful ally only to see it vanish so swiftly? Ah, he almost forgot. Hadn't you recently joined the Tsangyin sect and ascended to the status of an elder? Oh, and you intend to fight on behalf of that martial emperor elder against our Chu family? Chu Tianyang suddenly appeared before Qiu Peiran, a cold smirk adorning his face. No, that's not it. Qiu Peiran's countenance turned ashen as he shook his head, retreating unsteadily. How could this happen? Wasn't a perfected martial emperor supposed to be invincible in Tsangzhou? How could he perish so easily? Chu Tianyang's eyes narrowed, his hand striking out fiercely, aiming to eliminate Qiu Peiran. Before long, a voice resounded amidst the chaos within the Tsangyin sect. Both the sect's patriarch and its founder had fallen. From this day forth, this place shall be taken over by my Chu family. All present must vacate the premises within a quarter of an hour. Failure to comply will result in merciless retribution. Following this decree, a dark tower ascended into the heavens, unleashing a terrifying gravitational force from its base. Every individual within the Tsangyin sect who had reached the fourth tier of the martial master realm was drawn into the tower, where only a dead end awaited them. After all, a fourth-tier martial master was considered a formidable force in Tsangzhou, and none could be spared. Those who had hoped to take advantage of the chaos to reap benefits from the Tsangyin sect suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, hastily abandoning their ill-conceived thoughts and retreating from the scene. Ruthless, far too ruthless. Especially those who had knelt at the entrance of the Tsangyin sect, who dared not linger even for a moment, fearful of attracting the Chu family's ire. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Tsangyin sect fled in a frenzy, no longer daring to remain within the sect's confines. As a six-star sect, the Tsangyin sect boasted hundreds of thousands of disciples, yet within mere moments, they all vanished without a trace. Chapter 38. Your beast god is quite mysterious. From this day forth, this territory belongs to our Chu family. Chu Tianyang gazed with fervor at the grand Tsangyin sect before him. The goals spoken of by the beast god were indeed being realized step by step. Let us first organize all the resources here, particularly the martial techniques, pills, and essence stones, Chu Tianyang commanded. Ancestor, are we relocating our family here? Chu Hongtu inquired excitedly, considering the vast expanse compared to Qingyang City. As the Chu family continued to develop, their population would only grow, and Qingyang town might soon be unable to accommodate them. This matter requires further discussion with the beast god. We shall see how the beast god decides. Moreover, the concentration of elemental essence here does not differ greatly from that of Qingyang City. At most, it contains a sixth-tier elemental vein. Subsequently, the Chu family formally took control of the area. The foundation of a six-star sect was sufficient for them to digest for a considerable time. Meanwhile, the events unfolding here spread like wildfire throughout Tsangzhou. A six-star sect, a hegemonic force, had vanished without a trace, becoming a mere memory. Almost all cultivators discussed the incident, particularly the sudden rise of the Chu family, who had managed to subdue a perfected martial emperor without the slightest hint of resistance. It was not just the ancestor Chu Tianyang, but the guardian beast of the Chu family, said to have directly slain martial emperor Shui Guang with its innate spiritual weapon. Hiss, what manner of being is the guardian beast of the Chu family, possessing such formidable power? Rumors circulated that it had likely reached the 7th tier of demon sovereign, its strength unparalleled, truly the foremost powerhouse in Sangzhou. A demon sovereign? Surely not. Can such a being truly exist in Sangzhou? Moreover, the Chu family was merely a small clan on the verge of annihilation just half a year prior. What could a demon sovereign be doing protecting such a minor family? The reasons remain unknown, though some speculated it might be linked to the legends surrounding the Jiuxiao mountain range. Had the Chu family inherited the legacy of the former Yunqiao sect? Who truly knows? Everyone was abuzz with speculation regarding this matter, many harboring intense curiosity about the mysterious guardian beast of the Chu family, even desiring to behold its true form. To their astonishment, it seemed they had indeed succeeded. Within Yinyang City, Li Zizhou and Zhou Tianqing stood in a stupor upon hearing the news, having initially dismissed the Chu family as lacking promise. After all, those six-star sects had profound foundations and martial emperors to safeguard them. Yet they had ultimately triumphed. This outcome far exceeded their expectations. Had they known, they should have allied with them. Perhaps they might have garnered some opportunities. Zhou Tianqing sighed, a hint of regret coloring his voice. They had lingered at the martial king realm for an extended period. Without opportunities, it seemed they would never ascend to martial emperor. Could it be that the guardian beast of the Chu family truly attained the 7th tier of demon sovereign? Otherwise, how could it wield such fearsome power? Yet, dwelling on those thoughts was futile now. Should the opportunity arise in the future, they must closely follow the path of the Chu family, lest their own achievements remain forever confined to the martial king realm. Within the Thundercloud sect, Sect Master Xiao Zhentian and the elders remained in shock, unable to regain their composure. Shui Guang had broken through to perfected martial emperor. Strong, indeed. Yet he had fallen at the hands of the Chu family. Unable to stir even a ripple, Elder Meng, is Chu Xiuran still in seclusion? Xiao Zhentian inquired. Elder Meng, snapping back to reality, replied, he has already broken through to Martial King and is currently in seclusion to stabilize his realm. Upon his emergence, inform me promptly. We shall visit the Chu family. Understood? Elder Meng nodded, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. The rapid development of the Chu family was astonishing. How had they surpassed their existence? Moreover, what manner of being was their beast god? Why could one of its spiritual weapons slay a martial emperor? This was truly terrifying. Not only them, but the other 4 six-star sects were also preparing lavish gifts to visit the Chu family. Numerous 5-star and 4-star lower-tier forces were likewise making their way to Qingyang City. Even if they could not leave a favorable impression, they must avoid creating a negative one, particularly the former subordinate forces of the Zhangyan sect, who, fearing retribution from the Chu family, acted swiftly, almost all bearing their most treasured possessions as gifts to express their intentions. At the borders of Sangzhou, Chu Yin, dining at an inn, overheard others discussing these events and was utterly astonished. Their Chu family had actually vanquished a 6-star sect. The beast god was indeed immensely powerful. Even a martial emperor was rendered utterly defenseless before him. Chu Yin sighed, reflecting on how, within a mere 6 months, their family had transformed from a clan on the brink of extermination into a formidable entity capable of defeating a 6-star sect. After some time in the world, he understood the immense difficulty of establishing and growing a force. Yet this challenge seemed absent in the case of the Chu family. No, it should be said that this transformation occurred only after the arrival of the beast god. Your guardian beast is quite mysterious. It is highly likely a reincarnation of some formidable entity. The voice of Elder Yao echoed in Chu Yan's mind. Particularly during the second battle between Chu Yin and Chu Zhan, he had genuinely been terrified. He could not fathom why the seemingly unremarkable Chu Zhan had suddenly awakened a special constitution, an upper-tier divine body of great strength. Moreover, it did not end there. He had also cultivated a body-refining technique, rendering him immensely powerful within the same realm. Even Chu Yin had nearly suffered a setback due to his own carelessness. Yet what confounded him was how Chu Zhan, clearly an ordinary body, had suddenly awakened a special constitution. All signs pointed to the beast god of the Chu family. If that were the case, why would he choose to become the guardian beast of the Chu family when it would likely offer him no benefits? Chu Yin pondered in confusion. I cannot say for certain, but perhaps once you become powerful enough, you will naturally understand. However, from what is evident, your guardian beast bears no malice towards your Chu family. So you can proceed with your cultivation without worry. Perhaps once your strength is sufficient, everything will become clear. Chu Yin nodded earnestly. I will. He had now broken through to the martial king realm, steadily progressing toward the pinnacle. By the way, Elder Yao, is the earth fire you mentioned truly nearby? Indeed, I visited it a millennium ago. However, at that time, the earth fire had yet to fully form. Now, the timing should be just right. If my intuition serves me correctly, it should be the 7th-ranked earth fire on the list, the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. If you can harness it, not only will it greatly aid your alchemy, but it will also significantly enhance your strength. Very well, then, I, Chu Yin, shall claim this Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire for myself. The city of Qingyang has become even more bustling than before, as those who once departed have returned once again. Moreover, an influx of visitors is drawn here by the esteemed reputation of the Chu family. Upon experiencing the abundance of spiritual essence in this realm and learning of the impenetrable defensive array that even the martial king cannot breach, a profound sense of security emerges, prompting many to settle permanently in this place. Consequently, the population swells, and the entire city flourishes even further. Notably, the prominent Li and Zhou families have also relocated here. And the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce, which spans the entirety of the human realm, has established a branch within Qingyang City. Within the Dragon Emperor Hall, ensconced in the thunderclouds above Qingyang City, Chu Jingyue stands before Long Yuan, reporting on the recent developments at the Zhangyan sect. The divine beast and our ancestor have instructed me to inquire whether our Chu family should directly relocate to the Zhangyan sect. No need. Long Yuan's consciousness emerges from the refining heart tower as he replies, that place is of little value. Once we have thoroughly extracted its resources, we shall see if we can sell them. He holds that location in disdain. As the saying goes, a mountain need not be lofty if it harbors a celestial being. As long as one's strength is formidable, the geographical location of a family matters little. What of Qingyang City? It boasts picturesque landscapes and pristine waters. Once our Chu family ascends to become the foremost family in this world, this city shall naturally rise to prominence as the foremost city. Chu Jingyue expresses his concerns, yet, with our family's growing population, it seems our territory may soon prove insufficient for habitation. I need not worry. In due time, I shall create a spatial realm for you. Whether you have tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of people, there will be ample space for all. Long Yuan assures him. Thus, focus on developing your family and honing your skills. Those concerns shall be addressed by me. Create a spatial realm. Chu Jingyue is taken aback. The beast god can accomplish such a feat. What level of cultivation and strength must that entail? Long Yuan had contemplated this plan since his breakthrough to the beast emperor stage. And now he possesses the requisite strength. In fact, attaining the 8th stage of beast sage grants one the ability to create a spatial realm, and he has now reached the pinnacle of beast emperor. With his physical prowess attaining the fullness of beast deity, creating a realm is a trivial endeavor. Furthermore, the family he protects must possess an air of prestige. Long Yuan gazes beyond the Dragon Emperor Hall, contemplating when he might venture out to explore. However, whether in his past life or this one, he has always preferred the comforts of solitude, eschewing aimless wandering, desiring only to quietly fulfill the tasks assigned by the system and joyfully receive his rewards. Days later, Chu Tianyang returns to Qingyang City.as for the territory of the Zhangyan sect. He has entrusted its auction to the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce, certain it will fetch a handsome price. Have we retrieved all the legacies from there? Long Yuan inquires. Indeed. Chu Tianyang responds excitedly. Everything of value has been transported back. The resource vault has been thoroughly plundered. The profound heritage of a 6th-tier sect is beyond their imagination. encompassing not only martial arts techniques and elixirs, but also the legacies of alchemists, weaponsmiths, and formation masters. Moreover, they have procured a physique testing stone and a martial soul testing stone, which, as their names imply, can identify clan members with special physiques and martial souls, indispensable for the family's long-term development. Nothing has been overlooked, I trust? Long Yuan questions. Absolutely not. One of our family members has contracted a treasure-seeking spirit beast. Possessing an extraordinary ability to locate hidden treasures, it was this little creature that discovered all the deeply concealed vaults. Oh? A treasure-seeking mouse has been contracted. Someone has attained the legacy of a beast tamer? Long Yuan expresses his astonishment. Among warriors, there exists a branch known as beast tamers, who can contract spirit beasts to fight alongside them, greatly enhancing their combat prowess. However, such figures are seldom seen, as their legacy seems to have faded into obscurity. Long Yuan is intrigued that someone from the Chu family has obtained the legacy of a beast tamer, albeit a fragmented one, from the Jiuxiao mountain range. Jiuxiao mountain range? Such a legacy exists there? Chu Tianyang states, as our family has grown, we have encountered various secrets. It is said that many moons ago, there existed a formidable power known as the Yunxiao sect within the Jiuxiao mountain range, which reached the 8-star level and was guarded by legendary martial saints. Yet, for reasons unknown, it vanished overnight, with even the sect's remnants lost to time. Thus, over the years, many have ventured to the Jiuxiao mountain range to train, hoping to uncover legacies and ascend to greatness. Contemplating the terrifying nature of this world, Long Yuan reflects on how an 8-star sect could be obliterated so effortlessly. What kind of strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? Compared to an 8-star sect, the Chu family still has a long way to go. Jiuxiao mountain range? Yunxiao sect? Long Yuan feels a vague recollection, as if he had heard passing warriors mention them during his time in the Jiuxiao mountain range. He then suggests, in that case, the Chu family should send some individuals to investigate. If fortune favors them, it could bolster our family's strength. Certainly. Chu Tianyang nods. As their strength increases, many clan members frequently enter the Jiuxiao mountain range for training. Though the occurrence of fortuitous encounters ultimately rests upon individual luck. Subsequently, Chu Tianyang begins his cultivation within the Dragon Emperor Hall, aiming to break through to the 6th-tier martial sovereign at the Leixiao sect. Chu Xiuran has finally emerged from seclusion. As a martial king, he has firmly established himself within the realm. His swift breakthrough to the martial king stage owes much to the elevation of his realm granted by the beast god awakening him. It is time to return to Qingyang town. Now that he has transcended to the martial king stage, he feels it is a matter of family honor, ensuring that he will never again face the dire threat of extermination as before. He wonders how Yanran is faring. However, just as he steps out of his secluded chamber, he finds his master and the sect's elders waiting outside. Master, what has happened? Chu Xiuran inquires in astonishment. It concerns your family. What? Our family? What has happened to the Chu family? Chu Xiuran urgently asks, have we been threatened with extermination again? I cannot say for certain. You must return and see for yourself, the sect leader, Xiao Zhentian, replies. Let us accompany you. Chu Xiuran is bewildered. What momentous event has transpired to warrant such concern from the sect leader and the elders? Anxiously, he prepares to depart. Let us go, at once. Chu Xiuran sets off towards Qingyang town. Days later, upon arriving outside the grand Qingyang city, he is taken aback by the sheer size of the city. When did such a magnificent city arise? Where has Qingyang town gone? Behind him, Xiao Zhentian and Meng Wu follow closely, their expressions shifting to one of reverence upon arrival, for it is said that the beast god of the Chu family is a 7th-tier beast sovereign. Before such an illustrious figure, even the slightest disrespect could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 40. The astonished Chu Xiuran rushes into the city, speeding towards the location of the Chu family as he remembers it. The small town he once knew has completely transformed, with only the thunderclouds above Qingyang Lake serving as a recognizable landmark. How audacious! Flying is prohibited above Qingyang City. At that moment, a furious shout rings out, and a figure swiftly ascends from below, blocking Chu Xiuran's path. That you, Xiuran? Chu Zhan exclaims, astonished to see the flying figure. Aren't you at the Leixiao sect? What brings you back? You are Chu Zhan. Chu Shiran halts, gazing at the sturdy young man before him. Ha ha ha, Shiran, it truly is you. Why didn't you give me a heads up before returning? I could have prepared a feast and come out to welcome you. Chu Zhan excitedly approaches, throwing an arm around Chu Shiran's shoulder with a grin. Though Chu Zhan is known for his combative nature, he enjoys a stellar reputation within the family. As one of the few first-tier martial artists of the younger generation, he frequently sparred with Chu Shiran. Come, let us descend before we continue. Flying is forbidden within Qingyang City. Chu Zhan chuckles. Prohibited flying. Chu Shiran stares in shock at Chu Zhan. You? You have reached the fourth-tier martial sovereign? He, that was several months ago. Now, I am just a step away from the martial king. Ah, I am ashamed. I have only just broken through to martial king. Congratulations, congratulations. We must have a match of 300 rounds later. Chu Zhan hooked his arm around the shoulder of his counterpart. And indeed, one could not underestimate those who had ventured into the grand sex. Their cultivation advanced with astonishing rapidity. Wait a moment, Chu Zhan, tell me, how is the family faring? How are the clan leader and our ancestors? Chu Shiran inquired hastily. All is well. The elder is truly enviable. You have no idea, Shiran. The elder has been cultivating with the beast god lately, and I heard he has recently broken through to the 6th rank martial emperor. Chu Zhan sighed. With a face full of melancholy, he lamented that among those who had shared the opportunity of the divine beasts, he was the weakest in cultivation, due to his frequent challenges against those of higher rank. He had sustained severe injuries multiple times, which significantly delayed his recovery. Buzz. Chu Shiran's mind resonated, and his body froze in place, his legs feeling as if they were weighed down by lead. The elder has broken through to martial emperor? Chu Zhan, you are not deceiving me, are you? Why would I lie to you? This matter is well known among the higher echelons of our Chu family, though it has yet to be publicly announced. Chu Zhan answered calmly. Behind them, a few members of the Lei Shao sect exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their astonishment. The Chu family had risen to prominence in less than a year, and Chu Tianyang had become a martial emperor. Upon arriving at the family estate, Chu Shiran was struck by the sight of the 20-odd blood-stained stone pillars still standing at the entrance of the Chu family, prompting a deep sense of reflection. What are these? Meng Wu inquired, having noticed the pillars during his last visit but paid little heed to them. These are the pillars of shame for our Chu family. Chu Zhan replied solemnly before suddenly asking, Who are you? This is my master, as well as the sect leader and our ancestors. Oh, then we are all family. Come, please enter. As they stepped into the clan grounds, Chu Shiran's heart finally settled upon witnessing the bustling activity within the family. He then went to pay his respects to the clan member Chu Jingyue. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. The clan leader, who had originally been a first-rank martial artist, had now astonishingly become a 5th-rank martial king. Moreover, several elders possessed frighteningly powerful cultivation levels, with some even rivaling his own. What on earth had transpired within the family? Chu Shiran was increasingly bewildered, questioning how such earth-shattering changes could occur in less than a year. You all arrived just in time. In a few days, we will be celebrating our Chu family's elevation to a 6-star family, and I sincerely hope you can stay a few more days to allow the Chu family to extend our hospitality. Chu Jingyue said with a smile to Xiao Zhentian and his party. Clan leader, has the elder truly broken through to martial emperor? Chu Shiran asked, astonished. Indeed, he just broke through a few days ago and is currently in seclusion with the beast god to stabilize his realm. He should be emerging soon. Chu Jingyue nodded, explaining that the beast god had instructed them not to conceal their strength, as greater power would yield more resources in this world. Most importantly, on that day, the beast god would make a significant appearance. Clan leader, what fortuitous circumstances has our Chu family encountered to rise to a 6-star family in such a short span? Chu Shiran queried, astonished. He had perused the development history of the Lei Shao sect, which took several hundred years to ascend from a minor power to a 6-star sect, yet the Chu family had accomplished this in less than a year. Fortune. Our Chu family's greatest fortune lies with the beast god. Chu Jingyue replied earnestly. In the following days, various factions came to visit the Chu family, including the other 3 major 6-star sections, even Gu Tianli, the president of the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce from Qingyang City, paid a visit. I did not bring any grand gifts. Gu Tianli stroked his beard. Senior, you are being too modest. It is an honor for our Chu family to host you. The elder has instructed that any senior who visits must be received with the most elaborate of ceremonies. Chu Jingyue replied respectfully. The Wanyu Chamber of Commerce wielded vast influence across the mortal realm, a true behemoth, rendering the Chu family insignificant in comparison. Furthermore, the elder Chu Tianyang had once known Gu Tianli during his time in Yinyang City and had provided much assistance to the Chu family, such as facilitating the acquisition of high-grade martial arts and medicinal pills through the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce. Ha ha ha, although I have not brought any gifts, I do come bearing news that should pique your interest. Oh? What news do you bring regarding a ground fire? Gu Tianli continued. At the borders of Artsangzhou, a ground fire has emerged, and it is said to be the 7th-ranked Qinglian Earth Heart Fire on the ground fire list. With your Chu family's current strength, you are already qualified to compete for it. However, it would be wise for you to discuss this matter thoroughly, for the appearance of such ground fire will attract not only the top powers of Tsangzhou but even formidable forces from neighboring states or the entire Qinyu to participate. Chu Jingyue was astonished. He had not anticipated the emergence of a unique fire from the ground fire list. The extraordinary fires of the world are categorized from high to low as heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow levels. Among them, heavenly-level unique fires can only be refined by martial emperor-level experts, and those below the emperor level cannot even catch a glimpse, let alone obtain them. Thus, people must settle for alternatives. Earthly-level unique fires can be used not only for alchemy but also serve as formidable weapons to enhance one's strength. Thank you, Senior, for sharing such crucial news. Chu Jingyue bowed, recognizing that this information was worth more than any grand gift. Days later, Chu Tianyang emerged from seclusion, unabashedly exuding the aura of a martial emperor. What a splendid feeling! It is as if the heavens and earth are at the mercy of my will. Chu Tianyang clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power. Just as he prepared to leave the Dragon Emperor Hall, Long Yuan summoned him to the 9th level. What instructions does the beast god have? Chu Tianyang inquired respectfully. A golden elixir flew towards him. Consume this, yes. With absolute trust, Chu Tianyang did not hesitate to swallow the elixir whole. A warm current coursed through his body, spreading to every corner before ultimately converging and dissipating in his dantian. Boom! An energy fluctuation emanated from Chu Tianyang, his cultivation unexpectedly advancing from initial to mid-martial emperor. Was this a pill for enhancing cultivation? Chu Tianyang was taken aback. It was astonishing that he had broken through a small realm in an instant. Yet, he sensed something else had changed within him. The essence of heaven and earth flowing through his body seemed more vibrant than before. No, this is not merely a cultivation-enhancing elixir. It is a pill for evolving one's physique. Long Yuan explained. 4. At the moment Chu Tianyang broke through to the 6th rank, the system's mission had been completed. This indicated that the Chu family now possessed a 6th-rank martial emperor and 6 5th-rank martial kings. The rewards for the mission's completion had also been received. A divine-level technique, the Dragon God's method. A divine-level supernatural power, the 9 transformations of the Dragon God. 9 physique enhancement pills, which can elevate all physiques below divine level by 1 major tier. And 1 divine-level essence vein. Finally, the acquisition of divine-level techniques and essence veins meant that he could continue his cultivation journey. Lying around idly would not suffice. What? A pill for enhancing one's physique? Chu Tianyang's eyes widened. Does such a pill truly exist? Did you not sense the heightened affinity of the surrounding essence of heaven and earth? Long Yuan queried, then turned to him, cultivator. Chu Tianyang. Physique. Sacred body of all spirits, top-tier sacred body, realm. Mid-6th rank martial emperor, physical cultivation. Perfect 5th rank martial king, identity. Ancestor of the Chu family. Chu Tianyang had just perceived the changes in the essence of heaven and earth but had assumed it was due to his recent breakthrough. To discover that his physique had actually been enhanced was beyond his comprehension. Does this mean I have now become a sacred body? Chu Tianyang exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, you possess the sacred body of all spirits. Hiss! Chu Tianyang trembled all over, astonished that the legendary sacred body had manifested within him. Joy and shock flooded his expression, and he trembled with excitement. How many times must I remind you, as the ancestor of the Chu family, not to keep displaying such a naive demeanor? Long Yuan admonished. The prowess of the beast god is truly astounding, Chu Tianyong remarked. Not only myself, but even anyone who has witnessed the grandeur of the world would likely be overwhelmed. Very well, then take your time to be astonished. Now that the Chu family has become a 6-star family, it is time to set our sights on becoming a 7-star family. We must not neglect the enhancement of our own cultivation. The development of the family must also be prioritized. Alchemists, blacksmiths, formation masters, those with such talents must be nurtured at any cost. Do not hesitate to invest resources, Long Yuan admonished. The new task assigned by the system is to elevate the Chu family to a 7-star family, and the rewards are naturally exceedingly generous. Host, Long Yuan race, Sangyan Blue Dragon, Realm, 9th Order Demon Emperor Perfection, Physical Cultivation, 10th Order Demon God Perfection. Current task, to elevate the Guardian family to a 7-star family. Task rewards, 10 years of cultivation, 1 bloodline return to ancestry, 10 holy artifacts, 5 portions of holy level physical constitution essence, 5 portions of holy level martial soul essence, and the imperial level body refining technique, the cosmic star technique. Guardian family level, 6-star, host's cultivation speed increased by 60 times. Indeed, I can continue the bloodline return to ancestry. Furthermore, as the Chu family's level continuously rises, the rewards become even more bountiful. Not only is there a bloodline return to ancestry, but also 10 years of cultivation. Do not underestimate this 10 years of cultivation. With the enhancement of the family's level, it transforms into 600 years. What effects could 600 years under the divine level technique, the dragon god technique, yield? Perhaps it could directly break through to the divine level. Yes, I shall faithfully obey the beast god's command, Chu Tianyong replied with a bow. Subsequently, Long Yuan directly bestowed upon him 2 holy level techniques, the superior holy level technique, the star refining body technique, and the inferior holy level technique, the sacred heart technique. The former was a reward from the system, while the latter was left by the elder in the black ancient hall. As expected, Chu Tianyong was once again astounded. The beast god's generosity is truly immense, providing holy level techniques. He must exert every effort to develop the family, setting a modest goal first, to become a true imperial clan, Long Yuan proclaimed. Chu Tianyong gazed at the beast god in shock. An imperial clan, a modest goal. This is the highest-ranking family in the world. In the beast god's eyes, it is merely a small objective. Then Long Yuan tossed 2 jade slips to Chu Tianyong, stating, within these are recorded imperial-level alchemy techniques and imperial-level artifact forging techniques. Take them back to the family. Let those talented clan members learn. This is a reward from the system. Long Yuan absorbed the inheritance and inscribed it into the jade slips. Although alchemists and artifact smiths hold a high status, he had no interest in them. Thus, he decided to hand them over to the Chu family to enhance their foundation. Imperial level. Chu Tianyong's body trembled, and he felt his head buzzing. The beast god possesses imperial level inheritance? Indeed, the beast god once mentioned that the clan-protecting imperial weapon, the Dragon Emperor Cauldron, is an imperial artifact, so having imperial level inheritance seems to be within expectations. Moreover, the numerous pills given by the beast god are sufficient to prove that the beast god is a powerful alchemist. With these realizations, Chu Tianyong nodded. Nevertheless, he remained utterly astonished. After his departure, Long Yuan extracted the holy level essence veins from the Dragon Emperor Hall and infused the divine level essence veins into the hall. In an instant, the richness of the essence within the Dragon Emperor Hall transformed into swirling vortexes, while in some areas, it directly became lakes of essence. We welcome the ancestor from seclusion, by Qingyang Lake. Led by Chu Jingyue, numerous members of the Chu family stood in unison, offering their heartfelt congratulations. Ha ha ha. It's merely a martial emperor, not deserving of such grandeur. Chu Tianyong chuckled. For even if he had broken through to the martial emperor, he still could not fathom the beast god, indicating that the beast god's power is undoubtedly above that of a martial emperor. However, the extent remains unclear to Chu Tianyong. Moreover, compared to the breakthrough in cultivation, He was far more delighted by the enhancement of his physique, as well as the two holy-level techniques and the inheritance of an imperial-level alchemist and artifact smith bestowed upon him. These are true treasures, mid-martial emperor. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Chu Tianyang, powerful martial emperors like Xiao Zhantian were instantly filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that he would break through to the mid-martial emperor level in such a short time. How could he achieve this? At this level, even a small breakthrough could take decades, if not centuries, or possibly remain eternally stagnant. Yet, Chu Tianyang had managed to break through two small realms at once. Who would believe that there was no extraordinary opportunity involved? Chapter 42. Long Yuan appears, creating a world. What? The ancestor actually broke through to mid-martial emperor? Chu Jingyue and others were astonished. How long has it been? Ha ha ha. It is all thanks to the beast god that he could consecutively break through two small realms. Chu Tianyang laughed as he stroked his beard, stepping forward from beneath the thunderclouds to join Chu Jingyue and the others. The beast god? That same mysterious beast god. Xiao Zhantian exchanged glances with Gu Tianli. How is it that everything concerning the Chu family is intertwined with that enigmatic beast god? What manner of existence is this mysterious beast god? It is said that at the grand banquet for the Chu family's ascension to a six-star family, their mysterious beast god would make an appearance. Even now, I can hardly wait to see the true visage of that beast god. The patriarch of the Thundercloud sect spoke with anticipation. I had a glimpse of him a few months ago. He was a colossal azure serpent. At that time, he had reached the pinnacle of Demon Sovereign. Now, he should be at the fastest, the level of Demon Lord, and no higher, Gu Tianli remarked, recalling that he was the president of the Yin-Yang city at the time, having witnessed that being obliterate the Pang family. Yet, even now, curiosity filled the hearts of all. Had that divine beast truly broken through to Demon Lord? Zhou Tianxing and Li Jiazhou sighed. Once brothers, they could no longer aspire to reach such heights. With Chu Tianyang's emergence from seclusion, the Chu family officially became a six-star family, one of the most formidable forces in Cangzhou. The jubilant celebration commenced, and the entire Qingyang city erupted in festivity. This city, governed by the Chu family, was destined to become one of the central hubs of Cangzhou. During the celebration, Chu Tianyang raised his cup, drinking with the crowd. After 3 rounds of toasting, Chu Tianyang spoke. While our ascension to a six-star family is indeed worthy of celebration, there is an even greater matter that truly merits our joy. Has it finally arrived? Everyone's spirits were instantly invigorated. In fact, a significant portion of those present were eager to catch a glimpse of that mysterious beast god. Chu Tianyang announced, "Let us respectfully invite the esteemed beast god." All the members of the Chu family rose in unison, their expressions filled with excitement as they gazed upwards. Currently, the Chu family boasts tens of thousands of members, the vast majority of whom have never laid eyes on the beast god. The skies shifted ominously as the previously localized thundercloud over Qingyang Lake began to expand, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Qingyang City. Then, amidst the anticipatory gazes of all, a deep dragon's roar resonated, and a colossal dragon head, as large as a mountain, emerged from the thunderclouds, 2 golden eyes the size of lakes gazing imperiously below. As the dragon's head appeared, its nearly 1,000-meter-long body also materialized from the clouds. Wow! How enormous! Is this the beast god of the Chu family? What is this? A flood dragon? Yet it resembles nothing like a flood dragon. Everyone stared in astonishment at the sky. No, this is not a flood dragon. This is a true dragon. Gu Tianli's eyes widened as he beheld the figure in the sky. Did he not remember it being a giant serpent? How has it transformed into a true dragon? And such an ancient creature was thought to be extinct. How could it appear here? President Gu, can you discern the beast god's cultivation level? The patriarch of the Thundercloud sect inquired softly. I cannot fathom it. Gu Tianli shook his head. The being is like an abyss, its depths unfathomable. Long Yuan regarded the Chu family below, nodding with satisfaction. There are at least tens of thousands of them now. It is now exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to marry into or be adopted by the Chu family. The least one must be a first-order warrior. Long Yuan hovered above the Chu family land, launching a punch forward, and in an instant, the void shattered, revealing a dark, ominous opening, is shattered space. This is the strength of a demon saint, Gu Tianli exclaimed. What? Demon saint? The surrounding crowd was filled with disbelief. A demon saint belongs to the 8th order of strong beings, that is only second to the legendary imperial-level powers. President Gu, are you certain? Someone questioned incredulously. How could such a powerful being exist in Sangzhou? There can be no mistake. The shattering of the void is an act only achievable by a saint-level power. A being below the demon saint cannot accomplish this, Gu Tianli observed the beast god, who was continuously striking the void with dragon claws, realizing that even the strongest within their Wan domain chamber of commerce was merely a martial saint. Suddenly, he froze in realization. No, this is not the shattering of the void. Aha! I knew it. How could there be an 8th order power in Sangzhou? The crowd let out a sigh of relief. If such a powerful being existed, they would genuinely feel as though a mountain loomed over them. Yet, just as they relaxed, Gu Tianli spoke in alarm. This is not the shattering of the void. This is the creation of space within the void. Is there a difference? The difference is profound. The shattering of the void is an act achievable by saint-level powers, but creating space is a feat only imperial-level powers can accomplish. Thus, President Gu, you cannot be suggesting that the beast god of the Chu family is an imperial-level power. Can you? Surrounding him, someone unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Hee. Although I have never encountered an emperor-level powerhouse, it is indeed only such beings who can achieve this level of prowess. Boom. The energy within Long Yuan erupted, and his massive dragon claws clenched into fists, relentlessly striking forward. Indeed, he was creating a spatial realm for the Chu family, where the descendants of the Chu clan could reside henceforth. For him, the act of opening a spatial realm was effortless, but it was no ordinary space. It was a realm destined to endure for eternity. As he continued to swing his fists, strands of pitch-black chaotic energy seeped from the shattered space, collapsing the surrounding void. At this moment, the members of the Chu family were filled with curiosity about what the beast god was actually doing. Before long, Long Yuan came to a halt, and a colossal gate, resembling an opened portal, hovered above the Chu family's land, its inner chamber as dark as an abyss. It is done, Long Yuan declared. Thank you, beast god, for creating this family space for us. Chu Tianyang bowed respectfully. Such a feat was far beyond the reach of someone like him. A martial emperor? Long Yuan nodded and placed the holy level earth vein from the Dragon Emperor Palace inside, along with the heart-refining tower, a reward from a previous mission. But that was not all. He also deposited the sacred body essence, martial soul essence, and mirror-shattering pill, along with the body evolution pill, into the heart-refining tower. In the future, anyone wishing to obtain rewards must pass the trials of the heart-refining tower. The heart-refining tower evaluates not cultivation level, but the state of one's heart. You may enter and take a look, Long Yuan announced. Subsequently, his figure flew back into the Dragon Emperor Palace amidst the thunderclouds. He preferred seclusion and was not fond of appearing in public. Had it not been for creating a spatial realm for the Chu family, he might have continued to remain hidden within the Dragon Emperor Palace. The timing of his actions was entirely to establish the Chu family's dominant status, which, at least for now, had indeed made them the overlords of Sangzhou. We bid farewell to the beast god. Chu Tianyang and the members of the Chu family bowed deeply. He then invited Gu Tianli and others, saying, Might I ask if you would be gracious enough to enter and take a look? Naturally, I too wish to see what such an extraordinary spatial realm looks like. Although our Myriad Domains Merchant Association possesses its own spatial realms, they were created by our forebears. This is the first time I have witnessed a powerhouse forging a spatial realm with my own eyes. Chapter 43. Is the beast god the demon emperor? Upon entering the spatial realm, everyone was left astounded. Initially, they believed the spatial realm would be small, but it turned out to be more vast than all of Sangzhou. And even more terrifying, it had 9 layers. What kind of means could achieve such a feat? Xiao Zhentian exclaimed in awe. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Especially as they observed how effortlessly the Chu family's beast god seemed to have created such an immense spatial realm. Chu Laozu, do you know what level your beast god truly possesses? Gu Tianli inquired, gazing at the magnificent spatial realm. noting that even their Myriad Domains Merchant Association's headquarters did not have a spatial realm of this magnitude. I do not know. When I first met him, the beast god was merely a fourth-tier martial disciple. However, as my own strength steadily increased, I discovered the beast god's power was as unfathomable as an abyss. I once asked the beast god, but he did not disclose anything. Chu Tianyang shook his head. Yi Tianli said solemnly, "To be able to create such a spatial realm, your beast god's cultivation must have reached the level of a demon emperor." However, what perplexed him was that this world cannot birth emperor-level powerhouses without permission, can it? Is it possible that the Chu family's beast god has ties to that power? It should be impossible. If the beast god truly had connections to that force, he would certainly have left with them. After all, that was how it had always been in the past. The most likely scenario is that the Chu family's beast god possesses the ability to break through to the demon emperor level without alarming that power. Gu Tianli thought in shock. If that is the case, then the Chu family's beast god is indeed terrifying. One must remember that every action in the mortal realm is under the surveillance of that power. No one has ever escaped their gaze. Chu Tianyang trembled, looking incredulously at Gu Tianli. Impossible. How could the beast god be a demon emperor? This was something he found hard to believe, for emperor-level powerhouses are the strongest beings in this world. How could the beast god possibly be such a terrifying existence? Moreover, when I first met the beast god, he was merely a fourth-tier demon disciple, and I believed that I had grown quickly with the beast god's assistance. Could it be that the beast god has surpassed me in growth? However, the ability to create a spatial realm is indeed something only an emperor-level powerhouse could accomplish, Gu Tianli affirmed. Furthermore, his gaze fell upon the pristine 9-layered treasure tower situated in the first layer of the spatial realm, which turned out to be a sacred artifact. Chu Laozu, is this tower for sale? Gu Tianli inquired. If this item could be procured, his status within the Merchant Association would undoubtedly rise significantly. Not for sale. This is something the beast god left here. It must have its purpose. Chu Tianyang shook his head. What a pity. Suddenly, Xiao Zhentian's expression shifted, exclaiming, "Why is the essence of heaven and earth here so rich? I feel it is many times denser than that of our Thundercloud sect." The elder of the Thundercloud sect nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is far denser than that of our Thundercloud sect. Gu Tianli envied. If I am not mistaken, there should be an 8th-tier earth vein here. The density of the essence of heaven and earth here rivals that of our headquarters' spatial realm. What? 8th tier? Everyone was astonished. The level is indeed so high. Does opening a spatial realm come with such high-tier essence of heaven and earth? Someone asked in disbelief. Of course not. Gu Tianli frowned. The essence of heaven and earth in our headquarters' spatial realm was introduced from the outside through formations. But here, he rested his chin on his hand, noting that the earth vein of Qingyang Town was only 5th tier, while the earth vein within here had reached 8th tier, clearly not drawn from the outside. Could it be that the beast god directly integrated an 8th tier earth vein into this realm? That is impossible. How could he possess such means? If such means truly existed, then throughout history, people would not have sought various paradises, but would have established their forces wherever they pleased. Chu Tianyang recalled how the beast god had once captured the essence of heaven and earth with great divine powers. It seems the beast god may have relocated the holy level earth vein from the Dragon Emperor Palace here. After the celebration, the crowd dispersed, and Qingyang City became even more vibrant, gathering numerous warriors, and the entire city expanded once more. Chu Xiuran did not return to the Thundercloud sect but remained with the family. Just as his master Mengwu had said, the cultivation environment of the Thundercloud sect was far inferior to that of the current Chu family. Moreover, the key point was that the Thundercloud sect's cultivation techniques could at most support warriors to reach the 6th-tier martial emperor. Advancing further was nearly impossible. Yet the depth of the Chu family was something they could not perceive, and staying there would likely provide a greater chance of becoming a powerhouse at this moment. Chu Xiuran and Chu Zhan were engaged in combat, one embodying the Purple Cloud Thunder body and the other the Great Strength Vajra body. Although the former had a higher physical quality and greater combat enhancement, Chu Zhan had learned formidable body refining techniques and preferred physical cultivation, directly colliding with Chu Xiuran using his powerful physique. On the training grounds, a tremendous energy erupted and golden thunder rumbled, echoing like the thunderclouds above. Not far away, Chu Shan and Chu Luiying stood watching the battle, truly worthy of a royal-level physique. The attack power is indeed terrifying. Even a powerful body-refining master like Chu Zhan finds it quite challenging to contend. Chu Luiying remarked, observing the fierce battle on the training grounds. Body refining is far more difficult than normal cultivation. The suffering involved is something most cannot endure. Naturally, otherwise, how could it be called a royal physique? Chu Shan replied with a stern face. Previously, they had all sparred with Chu Xiuran, but the latter's purple cloud thunder body was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, making it difficult for them to cope. Yet they were unaware that the Chu Xiuran in the training grounds was truly shocking. Not only was he of a special physique, but the family seemed to have produced an abundance of such unique physiques. And there were also those awakened with martial souls. This foundation did not resemble that of a newly emerging family, but rather that of an ancient clan accumulated over hundreds or thousands of years. What on earth had transpired within the family? On the other side, Chu Jingyue had also dispatched someone to the Zhangzhou border to inquire about the news of the Blue Lotus Heartfire. If they could obtain it, it would be a treasure for the Chu family. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyang entered the heart-refining tower, eager to discover the purpose of the treasure tower left by the beast god. The moment he stepped into the tower, the scene before him instantaneously transformed, and he found himself back at the moment when the Chu family was nearly exterminated, just as he was seeking refuge and a breakthrough opportunity by entering the Nine Heavens mountain range. An illusion? Chu Tianyang furrowed his brow, holding his breath and concentrating his mind, unleashing his spiritual energy to strike at the surrounding illusion. However, to his astonishment, the illusion here remained utterly unaffected. Could it be that this is not an illusion? Is it possible that this is real? Impossible. Under the leadership of the beast god, our Chu family has become immensely powerful. This must be a fabrication. Chu Tianyang remained steadfast in his belief, yet after resting here for a night, he began to feel that what he had deemed the beast god and the so-called six-star families were merely a figment of his own imagination. Moreover, he discovered that all his cultivation and physical prowess had vanished. Chapter 44. The omen of the appearance of the strange fire. So, was it merely a dream? Waking from his slumber, Chu Tianyang embarked once more on the path to save the Chu family and seek opportunities. Half a month later, news arrived from the borders of Zhangzhou, confirming the emergence of the Qinglian Earth Core fire. Just as President Gu had mentioned, the Qinglian Earth Core fire truly appeared. However, nearly all the formidable forces of the Qin domain had gathered, including martial sovereigns and the sole 8-star sect, the beast-taming sect. Therefore, this contest would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Within the hall of the Chu family, Chu Hongtu relayed the gathered information to the clan leader and all the elders present. A 7th-stage martial sovereign has actually appeared. It seems the competition for the Earth Fire will indeed be exceptionally intense. As for the beast-taming sect, it is said to be the most powerful and ancient sect in the Qin domain, possessing the long-lost art of beast-taming, making their overall strength extraordinarily formidable. To be classified as an 8-star sect, they would undoubtedly have at least one 8-stage martial saint and 8 7-stage martial sovereigns stationed within. Showcasing their might, especially since they excel in group battles, they are exceedingly difficult to contend with. If such forces join the fray, our chances of seizing the Qinglian Earth Core fire are exceedingly slim. Chu Jingyue furrowed his brow. Yet, they were very much in need of this strange fire. With the ancestor absent, they could only seek assistance from the beast god. Chu Jingyue stated, "The beast god has said that if we encounter difficulties, we should seek him without hesitation. If the beast god intervenes, it will undoubtedly be problem-free." The elders all nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chu Jingyue set off to seek an audience with the beast god. "I understand. When do you intend to depart?" Long Yuan inquired. Although he possessed the ZY Heavenly Fire, ranked 3rd on the Heavenly Fire list, it did not hinder the Chu family from acquiring other strange fires. He would certainly take action if it benefited the Chu family. "We shall depart immediately. Otherwise, we risk being outpaced by other powerful entities," Chu Jingyue replied. "Very well. Let us set forth. However, this would leave Qingyang City without any defenders. The ancestor has yet to emerge from the heart refinement tower. No matter, Long Yuan nonchalantly responded, my innate spirit artifact will guard this place. The Wanlong Tower, my spirit artifact, possesses a spirit. Even a martial emperor-level powerhouse would find it impossible to breach its defenses. Soon after, several elders from the Chu family were dispatched, and the moment Long Yuan appeared from the Dragon Emperor Hall, dark thunderclouds roiled across the sky, extending for an infinite distance. His form coiled within the thunderclouds as he flew toward his destination. Having been in this world for such a long time, it was his first venture to such a distant place, and he felt a surge of excitement at the thought. As Long Yuan soared through the mist, he curiously observed this world. In reality, after breaking through to the Demon Emperor level, he had utilized his spiritual energy to survey this realm, which indeed was vast, known as the human realm, divided into 33 domains, each possessing an expansive area that ordinary individuals, even low-tier martial artists, could not traverse in their lifetime. Even his Demon Emperor-level spiritual energy could not encompass the entirety of the human realm. However, there were still a few Emperor-level powerhouses within this world. Strangely, they seemed to be congregating in one location. Long Yuan's spiritual perception detected those Emperor-level powerhouses. Logically, such beings should be scattered throughout the world. Why were they gathering in one place? Why dwell on such matters? As long as it does not impede my efforts to develop the Chu family, that suffices. Should they dare obstruct my endeavors for the Chu family, then they must be eliminated. They are merely emperor-level powerhouses, hardly worth his concern. Days later, Long Yuan and several elders from the Chu family arrived at the Zhangzhou border. Here lay a massive fissure leading directly to the depths of the earth. Waves of scorching heat sweeping forth like an oppressive tide, reducing all surrounding flora to ashes, even causing some stones to melt away. Truly, the earth fire ranked 7th on the heavenly fire list exudes such terrifying power even before its emergence. Chu Jinshin marveled, and though he had now reached the 5th stage of Martial King, he felt that merely touching this fearsome earth fire could render him to ashes. Thankfully, they had summoned the beast god. Otherwise, even the ancestor might struggle to withstand the might of this strange fire. Chu Hongtu stated gravely. Even with the Tianyang martial soul, he felt immensely uncomfortable at this moment. Is this truly the Qinglian Earth Core Fire? Ranked 7th on the Earth Fire list? Its power is indeed formidable. If the Earth Fire possesses such strength, what of the legendary Heavenly Fire? In a corner, the cloaked figure of Chu Yin felt the searing temperature and licked his lips. His Zhiyang sacred body itching to absorb the Qinglian Earth Core Fire into his being. He, you young lad, should not even think of the Heavenly Fire for now. There are only 9 heavenly fires in the human realm, and only emperor-level powerhouses can subdue such treasures. Elder Yao shook his head. He was aware of the existence of a heavenly fire, but knew it was unattainable. Just drawing near would cause even someone as formidable as a martial saint in his past life to be reduced to ashes. Precisely because the heavenly fire was unattainable, people directed their aspirations towards the earth fire. But Elder Yao, with so many powerful beings surrounding us, how can we seize the strange fire? Chu Yin gazed at the eager individuals surrounding them. While he could dismiss those below the martial king level, he found himself unable to contend with the few martial sovereigns present. In no matter, Elder Yao reassured, once the Qinglian Earth Core Fire fully materializes, it will unleash a conspicuous phenomenon. Did I not previously concoct an ice heart pill for you? During the outburst of the phenomenon, you can consume this pill to directly delve into the depths to refine the strange fire. With your Zhiyang sacred body, you can easily refine it. If it were any other physique, there might be conflicts with the strange fire, but the Zhiyang sacred body will not. Chu Yin nodded. This strange fire would not only amplify his strength but also enhance his alchemical skills. At this moment, a multitude of martial artists had already gathered near the fissure. The weaker individuals were merely onlookers, hoping to gain some insight, while the true powerhouses lingered not far from the underground fissure. Biding their time for the right moment, among those at the forefront stood several individuals radiating immense power, behind whom loomed terrifyingly large spirit beasts. There were enormous white ice serpents, pitch-black demon wolves, and venomous spiders glistening with green hues. They exuded an overwhelming presence that made it difficult for others to contend with, signifying the spirit beasts contracted by the beast-taming sect. The few individuals stood there with their arms crossed, their aura imposing, utterly disregarding the presence of others. As the only 8-star force in the Qian domain, they were justified in displaying such an invincible demeanor. Himph! A group of ants dares to covet the earth fire. How preposterous! One of them spoke, casting a disdainful gaze at the others. He, this is our stage. Let them be mere spectators, cheering us on. However, they all turned their gazes skyward, where dark thunderclouds had inexplicably gathered. Suddenly, a tremendous blue fire surged skyward, instantly evaporating the clouds above Tsangzhou. The scorching heat distorted the very air around them. Chapter 45. The Qinglian Earth Core Fire. In an instant, a wave of azure energy swept outward, enveloping the area surrounding the fissure as if they were ensconced in an eternal sun, reaching an extreme temperature. The powerful individuals unleashed their strength to resist this terrifying searing force. A cry of agony erupted as the azure firewave swept past, instantly incinerating some of the weaker cultivators. Run! The power of the earth fire surpassed our expectations. Witnessing this scene, many with lower cultivation levels turned pale, hastily fleeing into the distance. After all, for the majority, this was their first encounter with the strange fire, and they were unaware of its true power. The thought of such a terrifying entity being beyond their grasp was truly disheartening. The elders from the Thundercloud sect and the other 3 major sects of Tsangzhou felt a deep sense of regret. If they could harness such a strange fire, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset. Unfortunately, even if those martial sovereigns refrained from taking action, given their cultivation levels, it was unlikely they could approach the strange fire, let alone control it. The Chu family has also arrived. The elder of the Thundercloud sect observed Chu Hongtu and another elder not far away, and was surprised to find that they had brought only 2 martial king elders. It seemed they merely wished to join in the excitement without any intention of genuinely vying for the strange fire. If that enigmatic beast god were to arrive, perhaps there would be a chance to seize the... Yet it seems the other party has not come. Chu Yin, the moment has arrived. The voice of the elder medicine resonated within Chu Yan's mind. Nodding, Chu Yin rose and stealthily descended into the chasm beneath the deserted corner. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the extraordinary phenomena occurring here, and no one would suspect that someone would dare to venture into the source of the searing heat scorched Chu Yan's body, turning his garments to ashes in an instant. However, the intense heat could not harm him in the slightest. Chu Yin moved as though he were traversing ordinary ground. This was not merely due to his status as a 9-yang sacred body, but also because the cultivation technique he practiced was fire-based. Although he had only mastered the first volume, he had already reached the 8th tier. Chu Yin could hardly fathom what level he would achieve if he were to complete the technique. As he delved deeper, the temperature escalated. Compelled, Chu Yin activated his technique to withstand the oppressive heat. Eventually, as he neared the source, he had to unleash the full power of his 9-yang sacred body. Chu Yin, it is time to consume the ice heart pill. Remember, the effects of the ice heart pill can last for an hour. You must refine the blue lotus earth's core fire within that time, or you will encounter significant trouble. Do not worry. I shall assist you from the side, suppressing the opponent with my... Were it not for the fact that is ranked higher than the blue lotus earth's core fire, he would have long since transferred it to Chu Yin. The latter nodded and produced a blue ice heart pill, preparing to ingest it, but at that moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded before him. A blue tail suddenly flicked in front of him, gently sweeping by and stirring a refreshing breeze. Chu Yan's hair stood on end, and every pore on his body constricted sharply. A living being? Elder medicine, how could there be a living being here? Chu Yin growled. Elder medicine also witnessed the scene, his heart gripped by terror. How could there possibly be a living being present here? We must leave at once. Anyone who can enter this place is undoubtedly a martial saint-level powerhouse. Those below that rank would never dare approach without special. Elder medicine urged, contemplating whether to find a way to transfer his to Chu Yin, determined to prevent him from perishing here. Just then, a colossal blue head appeared before Chu Yin, its golden eyes fixed intently upon him. What? What kind of monster is this? Chu Yin stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Losing even the courage to flee, a dragon, the legendary true dragon thought to be extinct. My heavens, how could such a terrifying entity exist here? Elder Medicine was equally filled with dread. He had only encountered such creatures in ancient texts. Yet, it was said that these beings had long since vanished. How could one appear here? Are you Chu Yin? Long Yuan inquired, astonished. Hadn't he been out training for several months? Why was he still in Sangzhou? Senior, who are you? Chu Yin stammered, taken aback that the other party recognized him. How could you forget? I awakened your 9-yang sacred body, Long Yuan retorted, though he noted that his own bloodline had recently undergone a few changes, leading to significant alterations in his appearance. It was understandable that the other might not recognize him. You are the beast god. How could you be here? Chu Yin exclaimed in astonishment, gazing in disbelief at the immense creature before him. Indeed, this holds some significance for your Chu family, which is why I have come to claim it. Having idled here for too long, I wanted to prevent the from being taken by others, so I rested beside it for a moment. What, are you also here for the? To be frank, beast god, I have been preparing for months to obtain this. Chu Yin suppressed his shock and replied. Resting beside the? Hadn't Elder Medicine said that anyone below the saint level would find it nearly impossible to survive in the presence of the? Just how formidable was the beast god's physical body? In that case, take it. This can also be considered a gain for your Chu family. Long Yuan extended a massive dragon claw, revealing a flame, resembling a lotus, burning fiercely. It was none other than the blue lotus earth's core fire. Compared to the Ziwei heavenly fire, the power of was significantly lower. Chu Yin swallowed hard. The beast god was actually holding the in his hand, yet he shook his head and replied, since the family requires it, then take it back for them. I do not know how long my journey will take, and with present, it can bolster the family's strength. Moreover, this world is vast. There will surely be other. Upon learning that his family needed the Chu Yin declined the offer to IC. Then let us see what the elders wish to decide. After all, it is merely a. It holds little value. Long Yuan remarked nonchalantly, yet he did not wish to determine the ownership of such matters. In the midst of Chu Yan's astonished gaze, Long Yuan's colossal form instantly transformed into that of a handsome young man. Clad in blue robes, with a pair of blue dragon horns atop his head. His blue hair flowed in the wind, and his golden eyes radiated an air of unyielding authority. Let us go. Long Yuan grasped Chu Yan's shoulder, and they vanished into the chasm below. Outside the chasm, everyone struggled against the scorching heat. Once the period of this eruption has passed, we shall enter and search for the martial sovereign from the beast-taming sect declared, as it was currently the most perilous moment of this formation. However, in the next instant, the flames that had previously surged into the sky vanished without a trace. Everyone appeared bewildered. Where had the extraordinary phenomena gone? What had transpired? The several martial sovereigns from the beast-taming sect felt an ominous premonition. Let us enter and investigate. The group, accompanied by spirit beasts, soared into the chasm, yet after searching, there was no sign of the, who stole the that my beast-taming sect had set its sights upon. Several terrifying presences erupted from beneath the chasm. Chapter 46. The arrival of the martial saint. Above the chasm, those who had yet to enter were momentarily stunned. The had vanished? It had been taken by an unknown entity? Recollecting the sudden disappearance of the extraordinary phenomena, it indeed seemed plausible. What a pity. I had hoped to witness a fierce contest, yet it concluded in such a manner. Someone lamented. The ancestor of the Thunder Sky sect sighed and glanced at the two elders of the Chu family, only to find that they had inexplicably vanished. Let us go home. To be able to seize the in such circumstances, their power was beyond their imagination. In this world, if one does not possess a clear understanding of oneself, the outcome will only be tragic. Just as everyone prepared to depart, an unparalleled aura descended with thunderous force, appearing above their heads like a divine mountain. In an instant, everyone froze in place as if immobilized by a spell. As they gazed upward in terror, their expressions changed dramatically. A figure appeared in the sky, clad in black robes, radiating a holy light impervious to all. What, what kind of powerhouse is this? It exudes an aura even more terrifying than that of the martial sovereigns of the beast-taming sect. Could it be that a martial saint has descended? Everyone was horrified. Could this be the martial saint of the beast-taming sect? However, upon noticing the insignia on the newcomer's attire, they realized that this was not a martial saint of the beast-taming sect. The attire of the beast-taming sect featured spirit beast patterns, while the visitor bore a white skull. Particularly striking was a mark resembling white flames on his forehead. What faction does this powerful being belong to? Everyone was puzzled. There should not be such an existence within the Qian domain. Yet the several martial sovereigns of the beast-taming sect, who were fuming in the chasm, turned pale upon sensing this terrifying aura. It is a saint envoy. The three did not dare linger in place, but immediately soared into the sky, arriving before the figure, cupping their hands and bowing deeply. The beast-taming sect pays respects to the saint envoy. Where is thee? The figure spoke, getting straight to the point, showing no intention of greeting the three martial sovereigns of the beast-taming sect. Reporting to the saint envoy, that was stolen by an unknown powerhouse. One of them stammered, "What? Stolen? What were you doing?" The presence of Hua Tu loomed ominously, his fierce and somber gaze fixating on the three, causing them to tremble and kneel before him. This scene shattered the worldviews of all those below. The martial sovereigns of the 8-star beast-taming sect actually knelt before him, and this person was not even their ancestor? Why is this happening? Shouldn't the 8-star sect be high above, looking down on all? However, this was not the end at the very moment when the three figures knelt. Another figure traversed the distance, emanating an aura that rivaled that of the previously mentioned saint-level powerhouse. Was this yet another martial saint? Approaching was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, adorned in garments emblazoned with the insignia of a spirit beast. This was the revered ancestor of the beast-taming sect. Some widened their eyes in astonishment, but the next scene left everyone present utterly speechless. The ancestor of the beast-taming sect, Du Liuan, paid his respects to the esteemed saint. Unaware of the saint's recent emergence from seclusion and failing to extend a proper welcome, he implored the saint for forgiveness. Under the gaze of all, this formidable martial saint, typically an invincible presence, knelt on one knee before that figure, his expression betraying sheer terror. Stunned silence enveloped the crowd. They all understood that a martial saint was an unparalleled entity. Why would he bow to another? Reporting to the saint, a saint-level powerhouse has surreptitiously stolen the three martial elders from the beast-taming sect hastily explained. A saint-level powerhouse? Ha! I am eager to discover who dares to covet what I hold dear. Hua Tu sneered, let him not be discovered. Otherwise, even a martial saint must relinquish it or face certain doom. The white flame at his brow began to flicker, his consciousness erupted, spreading in all directions, and suddenly he squinted, found it with that, his figure vanished in an instant, while the ancestor of the beast-taming sect and the three martial elders trailed behind him like devoted hounds. In a tavern near the Great Rift, Long Yuan and several members of the Chu family were gathered. So, how do you propose we allocate this? Long Yuan inquired, cradling the blue lotus core fire in his hands. As Chu Yin possesses the holy body and is also an alchemist, he should be the one to receive this. Chu Hongtu stated, no, it would be wiser for our family to retain it. Chu Yin countered, you have witnessed the power of this. Keeping it within the family serves as a strategic advantage and enhances our security. Though I am an alchemist, I cannot predict how long I will be away. And I fear I will be of little assistance to the family in the short term. It is better to allow other alchemists in the family to utilize it, cultivating more talents for our lineage. Chu Yin resolutely shook his head. Chu Hongtu responded, we understand your intentions. However, that endeavor is fraught with peril. Without formidable means at your disposal, your journey may be fraught with danger. Thus, it would be prudent for you to keep as it may prove vital for your survival in critical moments. They all had seen Chu Yan's mother. Without a doubt, her appearance and demeanor signified her extraordinary lineage. Chu Yan's quest to reclaim his mother would undoubtedly be riddled with challenges, perhaps even peril. Furthermore, Chu Yin was the hope for the ascendance of the Chu family. No, It is best that the family retains it. Both sides were reluctant, each wishing to keep the close at hand. Long Yuan, overwhelmed by their insistence, interjected, "Enough, enough. It's just a piece of. Why are you all getting so flustered over something that seems like a treasure of immeasurable worth? Very well, let them remain with the family. As for Chu Yin, since your journey entails dangers, I shall gift you this with that." Long Yuan extended his right hand, and a violet flame materialized instantly. "The Zy Tianhua?" Elder Yao exclaimed in disbelief, his soul form swiftly emerging from the ring on Chu Yan's finger. Staring incredulously at the violet flame, "Who is this?" Chu Hongtu and the others unleashed a terrifying aura, pressing towards Elder Yao like a tidal wave. "Elders, wait. This is my master." In a crucial moment, Chu Yin stepped protectively in front of Elder Yao. "Why your master?" Afterward, Chu Yin recounted the situation succinctly. The Chu Hongtu and the others, enlightened, clasped their fists in respect toward Elder Yao, recognizing that he had indeed contributed to the cultivation of talent within their family. Yet Elder Yao merely waved his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the violet flame in Long Yuan's grasp. He had never anticipated encountering the legendary here. "Elder Yao, is this truly?" Chu Yin inquired. Captivated by the dazzling violet flame, he could sense that his holy body was unusually invigorated, even more so than when he beheld the blue lotus core fire. Moreover, the sense of danger emanating from this object was far more formidable than that of the blue lotus core fire. It felt as though he would dissolve upon contact. There is no doubt. This is the Zy Tianhua, ranked third on the. Elder Yao confirmed. Chapter 47. In the blink of an eye, the martial saint is reduced to ashes. Chu Yin was astonished, as were Chu Hongtu and Chu Jianchen. If the blue lotus core fire, ranked seventh on the, was so terrifying, one could only imagine the horror of the third-ranked. Suddenly, Chu Yin looked up at the beast god. Trembling, beast god. It is said that only an emperor-level powerhouse can subdue. Could you be an emperor-level being? In an instant, all eyes turned to the beast god, their expressions filled with dread. Previously, there had been speculation that the beast god was an emperor, but it had never been confirmed. Now it seemed to be true, however. Long Yuan merely laughed and shook his head. "I am not an emperor. When you become emperor-level powerhouses, perhaps you will understand my true cultivation. You should refer to me as the beast god." But he refrained from voicing this sentiment. "All right, I will now integrate this Zy Tianhua into your body, allowing you to use it at will henceforth. The blue lotus core fire shall remain with the family." Long Yuan pointed at Chu Yan's brow, and the violet Zy Tianhua flowed into him through his fingertip. Elder Yao was astonished. He had not even taken any protective measures. Directly transferring it into another's body, such a technique would be impossible for anyone but an emperor. Moments later, Chu Yin opened his eyes, the violet flames reflected within them. He extended his hand, and the roaring violet flames blazed forth. Yet he felt no pain from the heat. This was because the Zy Tianhua had been thoroughly refined with Long Yuan's assistance, a flame only emperor-level powerhouses could command. He had never imagined that he, a mere martial king, could wield such power. Chu Yin felt as though he were dreaming. Elder Yao was equally incredulous, for it was an extraordinary treasure, a coveted item even among emperor-level beings, and here it was so casually bestowed. Long Yuan had become even more enigmatic in his eyes. "Thank you, beast god." Chu Yin clasped his fists, bowing deeply in earnest gratitude. The favor shown to him today was monumental. Long Yuan nodded and handed him a jade pendant, saying, "Do not fear as you venture forth. Do not shun any power. If you encounter a situation you cannot handle, crush the jade pendant, and I shall intervene." Chu Yin, touched, accepted the pendant. The beast god had been exceedingly kind. However, he resolved not to disturb the beast god unless absolutely necessary. Besides, within hand, no one below the emperor level could contend with him. Long Yuan patted his shoulder, stating, "I eagerly await the day you become a martial emperor." "Fear not, beast god. I shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of martial emperor," Chu Yin declared with determination. "Excellent. I believe you can achieve it." At that moment, he glanced outside the room and remarked, "All right, you may continue your ventures." Trouble approaches. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yin vanished from the room. Upon reappearing, he found himself outside Songyun City. It is a martial saint-level powerhouse, Elder Yao stated. What? A martial saint powerhouse? Chu Yin gasped. Soaring into the sky, anxiously gazing toward the tavern. Oh, not fret. The strength of your beast god exceeds your imagination, Elder Yao replied calmly. Elder Yao, can even you not discern the true cultivation of the beast god? I regret to say, I indeed cannot, he admitted. But based on my estimates, he is undoubtedly an emperor-level powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not be capable of subduing, nor could he transfer it to your body without any auxiliary measures, let alone refine it completely for you. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of a martial saint. Outside the tavern, Huatu stood in the air, his cold gaze fixed on the interior. Moments ago, he had sensed not only the aura of the blue lotus core fire, but also a presence even more powerful. Could it be? Impossible. Aside from our Hell Gate, no martial emperor could possibly exist. Upon contemplating this, Huatu's internal energy surged, and he struck down with a single palm. In that instant, the winds roared and the clouds churned. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked, and the void itself seemed to shatter. Such was the might of a martial sage. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yin could not help but clench his fists, feeling a deep concern for the beast god and the two elders. Yet at that moment, a slender beam of blue light, no thicker than a thumb, suddenly erupted forth from within the inn, piercing through Huatu's brow in an instant. His descending palm halted abruptly, suspended in midair, as the once formidable attack, capable of annihilating the entire Songyun City, dissipated into nothingness. With a thud, Huatu's body fell powerless from the air, crashing to the ground. Hiss! A single strike had slain a sage. It seemed that the beast god was indeed an emperor of demons without a doubt. Chu Yin was left in utter shock at this spectacle. I had already assured you there was no need for concern, Old Yao remarked, yet his brow furrowed deeply. The aura emanating from that martial sage should have originated from the gates of hell, which implies that the Chu family's beast god bears no connection to them. How then did he manage to transcend to the rank of demon emperor? In this world, the gates of hell are the sovereigns. Anyone aspiring to ascend to emperor must gain their consent, lest they face ruthless annihilation at the moment of their ascension. Yet, this beast god appears to be unbound by such rules. Could it be that he possesses a means to evade the vigilance of the gates of hell? If that were the case, it would indeed be terrifying. The downfall of his previous faction was largely tied to the gates of hell as well. Du Liuan followed closely behind the sage to Songyun City, just in time to witness the blue light piercing the sage, and in an instant, the expressions of the onlookers changed drastically. The sage is dead? This is disastrous. Du Liuan's face turned ashen. With the sage's fall, the gates of hell would undoubtedly seek retribution, and it was at the hands of another. Such occurrences had not transpired in the human realm for many years, as all formidable beings understood that the gates of hell were supreme and inviolable. The death of the sage today indicates that someone has openly defied the gates of hell. Who could it be? An elder bellowed, recalling how much effort they had invested in this sage. Countless riches, enchanting beauties that could bring ruin to nations, and the humiliation of ingratiation. All for the chance for their ancestor to join the gates of hell and seize the opportunity to become an emperor. Now, with the sage's demise, all those efforts are utterly wasted. Silence, Du Liuan admonished. We must not provoke the opponent. The ability to slay the sage with a mere gesture speaks volumes of their terrifying prowess. Far beyond our means to contend with. What then shall we do? Have all our years of effort been rendered futile? An elder growled, his face contorted with rage. It is all about survival. However, this is not the time for such thoughts. We must swiftly report the events here to the gates of hell, lest they unleash their wrath upon our beast-taming sect. Otherwise, our millennia-old legacy could be obliterated in an instant. As for our previous efforts, Du Liuan gritted his teeth and declared, if necessary, we shall start anew. After all, I can still live for several thousand more years. The legacy of the sect and our very lives are of utmost importance. Additionally, we must immediately dispatch individuals to secretly investigate all those present in the inn. Hoping to uncover some clues, Du Liyuan dared not enter the inn, fearing for his life. Chapter 48. A heavy burden to bear. However, when they entered the inn, it was completely devoid of any presence, not even a trace left behind. Soon after, the martial artists vying for the received the news. The formidable martial sage, who had once forced the beast-taming sect's sage to kneel, had fallen, pierced through the brow by an unseen hand, his soul scattered. In a moment, everyone was struck with horror. A being that stood at the pinnacle of the world had perished. How could this be? How could such an invincible existence be slain? All minds buzzed with disbelief, unwilling to accept the reality. This was the realm they had pursued their entire lives, and now, to be told it was so easily vanquished? They felt as if the faith they had long cherished had crumbled. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It was a mysterious entity within the inn that annihilated him with a single strike. It is highly likely that a presence of unparalleled significance has arrived in our Qian domain, perhaps even one surpassing the level of a martial sage. You mean an emperor? But is it not forbidden to ascend to emperor in today's world? That remains unclear. It is all mere speculation. Regardless, we should maintain a low profile for the time being, and be cautious not to provoke those seemingly inconspicuous beggars or unremarkable individuals on the streets. They could very well be formidable figures. The death of the martial sage plunged the entire Qian domain into chaos. Not only did the beast-taming sect tremble in fear, but other martial artists also felt a pervasive dread. As the mysterious figure who had vanished loomed over the Qian domain like a mountain. Meanwhile, the instigator, Long Yuan, had returned to Qingyang City and retreated into the Dragon Emperor Hall, resuming his seclusion. At this moment, he once again revealed his true form, transforming into a 1,000-meter-long blue dragon. After such an extensive period of cultivation, he found himself still a long way from the divine level. It appears that breaking through this realm remains a considerable challenge. Despite his 60-fold cultivation acceleration, ascending to the divine level is no trivial feat. System. Open the attribute panel. Host. Long Yuan. Race. Zhangyan Blue Dragon. Realm of cultivation. 9th tier Demon Emperor. Perfected. Physical cultivation. 10th tier Demon God. Perfected. Current task. Elevate the family to a 7-star family. Task rewards. 10 years of cultivation. 1 bloodline return. 10 holy artifacts. 5 origins of holy level physique. 5 origins of holy level martial souls. And the imperial level body refinement technique. Cosmic star technique. Family level. 6 stars. Host's cultivation speed increased by 60 times. Upon seeing the rewards of 10 years of cultivation and bloodline return, Long Yuan felt a surge of excitement within. However, he was uncertain whether 600 years of cultivation would suffice to propel him to the divine level, so he resolved to continue his diligent training, striving for a breakthrough in the future under the accumulation of 600 years of cultivation. He wondered what transformations the bloodline return might bring forth. The thought exhilarated him. Subsequently, he began to ponder the current state of the Chu family. At present, only Chu Tianyang had broken through the martial emperor realm. The others, including the saint body Chu Yin, remained merely martial kings. However, Chu Yin was not far from the martial emperor. To become a 7-star family, they required at least 1 7th-tier martial venerable and 7 6th-tier martial emperors. Moreover, reaching this level would not be as swift as it had been initially. Currently, the Chu family possessed 1 martial emperor and 3 martial kings. Still a considerable distance from achieving 7-star family status. Nevertheless, with the Chu Tianyang would undoubtedly be the first to ascend to the 7th-tier martial venerable. After all, his is exceptionally suited for cultivation, boasting a speed that surpasses even Chu Yan's. This is, of course, assuming Chu Yin has not encountered any extraordinary fortuitous events. They must be encouraged to enter the refining heart tower to obtain those rewards. Soon after, Long Yuan summoned Chu Jingyue. Greetings, beast god. Chu Jingyue bowed respectfully. Has Chu Tianyang yet emerged from the refining heart tower? Long Yuan inquired. Reporting to the beast god, our ancestor has been inside for over a month without any sign of emerging. Such an extended absence? Could he be trapped by some inner demons? Long Yuan pondered. Once ensnared by inner demons, one either perishes or must vanquish those demons to escape the refining heart tower. However, Death in this context is not true death, but rather a demise within the illusions of the refining heart tower. Yet if this occurs, one cannot acquire the treasures within. Only by defeating the inner demons and elevating one's state of mind can the rewards be attained. Rest assured, he will be fine. The primary purpose of the refining heart tower is to temper the mind. If you are untroubled, you may also enter the refining heart tower for a trial. Indeed, moreover, I have placed some treasures within. For instance, there are physique evolution pills, mirror-breaking pills, and even origins of holy-level physique and martial souls. If one can conquer their inner demons and undergo the trials of the heart, they may obtain these treasures. The physique evolution pills can elevate one's physique to the next major tier, while the mirror-breaking pills can help transcend any realm, including that of martial emperors. As for the origins, I believe you are well aware of their functions. Chu Jingyue's eyes widened. There are so many treasures within that tower, and even physique evolution pills and mirror-breaking pills. Do you now understand the significance of the refining heart tower's location? From now on, aside from those who contribute significantly to the family, others wishing to obtain fortuitous opportunities must brave the refining heart tower. Do not let it fall into neglect. I hope those rewards can be swiftly claimed by our kin, for I placed those treasures there to enhance the strength of the Chu family. Chu Jingyue was overwhelmed with excitement. The beast goddess' gratitude towards their Chu family was beyond words. He could only kneel on the ground to express his reverence. Enough, there is no need for such formality. The Chu family still has a long way to go before reaching our goals. Upon returning, focus on your cultivation and the development of the family. Indeed, Jingyue shall not disappoint the beast goddess entrustment. After Chu Jingyue departed, Long Yuan continued his rigorous cultivation, aspiring to attain the divine level before his family could break through to the 7 stars. Upon returning to the family, Chu Jingyue began to extol the virtues of the heart refinement tower, though he refrained from mentioning the treasures contained within, for such matters must remain undisclosed. Sharpening one's mindset? I shall give it a try, Chu Zhan declared with interest. Without further ado, he plunged into the heart refinement tower. Presently, many members of the Chu family had commenced their transition into the 9-layered spatial realm. Yet only warriors and pregnant women were permitted entry. This was because prolonged exposure to the essence of heaven and earth during pregnancy significantly increased the likelihood of giving birth to a child who would not only become a warrior but might also possess a special constitution. This explains why illustrious families often produce prodigious talents. Now that the Chu family had flourished, they took exceptional care of expectant women, ensuring that all beneficial treasures available to the family were provided for their use. This was, after all, laying the foundation for the next generation. As for ordinary individuals who could not cultivate, they were left to remain in Qingyang City. Such is the harsh reality of this world. Chapter 49. The Heart Refinement Tower. Half a month later, Chu Tianyang emerged from the Heart Refinement Tower. However, his condition was far from ideal. He exuded an aura of madness, his demeanor suggesting a descent into insanity. "Ancestor, are you well?" the concerned family members surrounding the tower inquired. Was the Heart Refinement Tower truly so terrifying that it could render the ancestor in such a state? Gazing at the multitude of Chu family members before him, Chu Tianyang cast a glance at the tower, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. It turned out that everything he had experienced prior was but an illusion, a trial designed to temper the spirit. "Ancestor, what has happened to you?" Chu Jingyue and others, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, questioned anxiously. Why was the ancestor weeping? It was horrifying. The Heart Refinement Tower was indeed dreadful. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tianyang sat down to meditate for an extended period, gradually calming the madness etched upon his face. Yet his revelation instilled hesitation in many who were preparing to enter the Heart Refinement Tower. If even the martial emperor ancestor deemed it terrifying, would they not be walking into a certain demise? "Ancestor, what exactly did you experience inside?" Chu Hongtu inquired cautiously. "I returned to the night before the Ma family annihilated us." Chu Tianyang spoke solemnly. At that time, he had been compelled to venture into the Jiuxiao Mountains in search of opportunities, while the Ma family relentlessly pressed for his appearance, threatening to kill a Chu family member for each day he remained hidden. Chu Tianyang understood well that should he reveal himself, all members of the Chu family would be slaughtered. Thus he persisted in searching for opportunities within the mountains. However, the repeated news of family members perishing drove him nearly to madness. Yet, unexpectedly, in his moment of utter despair, he stumbled upon a legacy. A demonic skill that thrived on devouring the essence and blood of living beings. At that moment, it felt like a treasure, and he immediately began to cultivate it. In the Jiuxiao Mountains, he consumed the essence of the blood and flesh of the demonic beasts, growing exponentially. Yet ultimately, it was a demonic skill that gradually tainted his mind, turning him into a relentless killer, consumed solely by the desire for slaughter, forgetting the very purpose for which he had entered the Jiuxiao Mountains. When he finally awoke, he found that every member of his family had been mercilessly slain by the Ma family. Driven to madness, he unleashed a torrent of vengeance, wiping out the entire Ma family, sparing not even the tens of thousands of inhabitants of Qingyang town. From that moment, he truly descended into the abyss, becoming a soulless puppet, slaughtering city after city, viewing entire populations merely as resources to bolster his cultivation. He became the enemy of the world, until one day, a girl appeared before him, claiming to be a survivor of the Chu family. Yet, his heart remained unmoved, and in a moment of impulse, he raised his hand and killed her. Her blood splattered across his face, and in that instant, he recognized her as kin. It awakened a flicker of conscience within him, almost recalling the original intent behind his entrance into the Jiuxiao Mountains. Ultimately, he took his own life. Everyone gazed at the ancestor, astonished by the harrowing experiences he had endured within the Heart Refinement Tower. How could it be so terrifying? Demonic skills were not to be cultivated. Such things could indeed warp one's very essence. Furthermore, he had been too eager for success, which led him to become a puppet of the demonic skill. Abandoning his original intent, Chu Tianyang sighed, reflecting on how hatred had clouded his judgment, driving him to become a relentless avenger, ultimately transforming him into a pariah of the world. Ancestor, do you still recall the methods of the demonic skill? Chu Hongxiao inquired, a fleeting dream, nothing more. Naturally, I cannot remember. Chu Tianyang shook his head, acknowledging that his attempt to temper his mindset had been a complete failure. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! At that moment, a shout echoed from the Heart Refinement Tower, revealing Chu Zhan emerging with a look of exhilaration. His mid-tier spiritual physique, the mighty diamond body, had astonishingly evolved into a top-tier king-level diamond battle body after consuming a reward evolution pill. Chu Zhan himself had not anticipated such a fortuitous gain. However, he had heard the beast goddess voice instructing him to keep this discovery a secret. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of the beast god. As no one else possessed such capability, Chu Zhan, why are you out so soon? Chu Jingyue exclaimed in surprise, noting that Chu Zhan had only entered for half a month. I'm not quite sure how it happened. I just found myself outside. Did you receive a reward? Chu Jingyue asked incredulously. Chu Zhan nodded. An enormous reward. I must challenge you once more, Shuran, he declared to Chu Shuran with enthusiasm. No problem. Chu Shuran nodded in agreement. Wait, you two can spar later. Chu Zhan, what transpired within? The elders inquired urgently. I returned to the day I was bound to the pillar of shame. However, that night, with the desperate protection of my kin, we managed to escape. From that moment, I vowed not only to seek vengeance but also to restore the Chu family. Yet, I was acutely aware of my current strength, so I chose to bide my time, leading the surviving members into the perilous journey to Yinyang City. Ultimately, I discovered a legacy at a market stall and resumed my cultivation. Though my aptitude was lacking, my desire for vengeance and to revive the Chu family fueled my relentless training. Even so, it took me over 100 years to reach the third-tier martial master, an excruciatingly slow pace, while my enemies, the Ma family, had already grown into a formidable 6-star family. After enduring a century of hardship, the rejuvenated family once again fell victim to the Ma family's slaughter. Ultimately, I lost an arm in my efforts to lead a portion of my kin to break free and escape into the Jiuxiao Mountains. Perhaps fate took pity on me. There, I finally acquired a body refinement technique suited to me, and from that point onward, I began to rise. Within 3 years, I broke through to Martial Sovereign, after 10 years to Martial King. And in 100 years to martial emperor. 500 years later, I achieved martial venerable status, finally gaining the power to seek revenge. I not only annihilated the Ma family but also saw the Chu family flourish into an 8-tier family. Finally, after millennia, I reached the end of my life, unable to break through to martial emperor. Chu Zhan sighed, reminiscing about the surreal yet undeniably real experience, especially the 2 moments when his family faced annihilation. Feelings that echoed as if they had truly occurred. Thus, the difference between you and the ancestor lies in your steadfast adherence to your original intent. Despite enduring countless hardships, you never wavered. Your goals remained rooted in vengeance and the revitalization of your family. In contrast, the ancestor succumbed to the temptation of the demonic skill, which clouded his judgment and led him to forget his original purpose, resulting in his downfall. Chu Jingyue analyzed. From these 2 cases, it became evident that entering the heart refinement tower would entail various trials, likely manifesting as psychological tribulations in the present world. If one could maintain their true self, they would pass the trials. However, should they become lost within, failure would be inevitable. Chapter 50. The Dragon Guardian Chu Zhan regarded the ancestor with a peculiar expression before bursting into laughter. I never imagined the ancestor would fail. Ha ha ha! This means I am the first to conquer the heart refinement tower. I feel compelled to chronicle this glory here. Chu Tianyang's expression darkened, wishing only to subdue the lad and teach him a lesson. Thus, the trials within the heart refinement tower are unrelated to cultivation level. It is the mindset that is tested. As long as one's resolve remains firm, they can withstand the trials within. However, one must also be mentally prepared. Otherwise, they may suffer greatly within. Furthermore, those with weak will should refrain from entering, as it could lead to a complete collapse of their mindset, reducing them to mere shells of their former selves. Chu Jingyue addressed the crowd. Such a possibility is indeed real, just as the ancestor appeared quite unwell upon emerging. Therefore, the rewards within that defy fate are not so easily obtained. After much contemplation, some chose to enter while others opted to wait for a more opportune moment. In the following days, Chu Tianyang did not rush to cultivate, but instead wandered leisurely around his family and Qingyang City. Seeking to soothe the experiences he endured in the heart refinement tower, in the martial arena of the spatial world, he was astonished to discover that Chu Zhan was locked in an intense battle with Chu Xiuran. That young man's physique had undergone a transformation. Observing Chu Zhan, whose skin glimmered with a golden hue, Chu Tianyang could distinctly sense that his physique was no longer the spirit-level great strength diamond body. It resembled the king-level superior diamond battle body. When did his physique change? Could it be a reward obtained from the heart refinement tower? To evolve one's physique is undoubtedly the means of the beast god. Yet Chu Zhan had recently only entered the heart refinement tower, which was a treasure bestowed by the beast god. Thus, it was highly probable that Chu Zhan had received the beast god's reward by enduring the trials within the heart refinement tower. Indeed, it must be so. Chu Tianyang too coveted the beast god's reward. He resolved to enter once more after a period, refusing to believe he could not pass the trials of the heart. Gazing at the vast 9-layered spatial world, Chu Tianyang sighed in wonder. Who could have anticipated that the Chu family would develop to such a degree in just a year? All credit was due to the beast god. Yet, what could they possibly do in return for the divine beast? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, birthing an excellent idea. Though unable to offer anything substantial to the divine beasts, they must consistently demonstrate the beast god's esteemed status within the Chu family. He then sought out Chu Jingyue. What commands do you have, ancestor? I have several thoughts regarding the family that may prove worthwhile. You might want to consider them. Their Chu family is now a 6-star family, yet lacks a family emblem. I believe we should design one, incorporating symbols representative of both our Chu family and the beast god. Henceforth, every member of the Chu family must bear this emblem upon their foreheads. Additionally, we could design a battle flag based on the emblem, signifying that wherever the flag is planted, it falls within the realm of the Chu family's influence. Furthermore, I propose the establishment of an organization. Only the mightiest members of the family should be permitted to join. Ancestor, do you intend to cultivate an assassin organization? Chu Jingyue looked at him in astonishment. Was the aftereffect of the heart refinement tower still troubling the ancestor? Was he plotting to wreak havoc in the world? This was unacceptable. Nonsense. Am I that sort of person? Chu Tianyang glared at Chu Jingyue. What I mean is that this organization will be named after dragons. For instance, we could have the left and right dragon generals, the 7 dragon guardians, and so forth. This organization will become the hallmark of our Chu family's future. From now on, every member of the Chu family should regard joining this organization as the highest honor. Do you understand my intention? Jingyue comprehended. I will discuss this matter seriously with the other elders. We will devise a plan in the shortest time possible. Chu Jingyue nodded, astonished at how agile the ancestor's mind had become. Could the heart refinement tower possess such capabilities? What kind of look is that, you brat? Do you dare to doubt me? Chu Tianyang glared at Chu Jingyue. One by one, they were increasingly disregarding his authority, which was intolerable. He must swiftly break through to martial sovereign, demonstrating his might. I wouldn't dare. Chu Jingyue hastily responded. Chu Jingyue acted decisively, gathering all the elders that same day to convey the ancestors' thoughts. With the Chu family now numbering in the tens of thousands, management had become exceedingly complex, and the elders had increased from the previous 8 to over 20. The ancestors' idea is commendable. I am the first to express my willingness to join this organization. Chu Jianchen spoke up. Don't be so hasty. We are still in the discussion phase. According to my vision, the organization should practice a survival of the fittest approach, allowing only the strong to qualify for entry. Of course, this organization will also enjoy the highest privileges of the Chu family. We must ensure that all regard joining this organization as the greatest honor. Now, let us all speak freely about how the family emblem should be designed, what the battle flag's pattern should be, and what the organization will be named, along with its hierarchy. Following this, the group engaged in an animated discussion. Ultimately, they unanimously decided that the family emblem would feature the central character Chu, encircled by a divine dragon. The battle flag would carry the same insignia. As for the organization, it shall be named the Dragon Guard, consisting of the left and right dragon sovereigns, the 9 dragon generals, and the 33 dragon guardians. Members of the Dragon Guard will possess no substantive rights, but will hold an equivalent status to the elders within the Chu family. Given this, I should have no issue becoming one of the left and right dragon sovereigns, correct? Chu Jianchen was the first to speak, as his strength was amongst the highest of the elders. The other elders, unwilling to be outdone, expressed their desire to join as well. Enough of the bickering. If everyone joins the Dragon Guard, how will the Chu family function normally? We must understand that the family's development is the primary concern. The establishment of the Dragon Guard serves not only to express our utmost respect for the beast god, but also aims to foster the family's growth. As for the criteria for joining the Dragon Guard, I have already devised a method. It shall be based on martial prowess as the entry point. Only the strongest individuals within our Chu family shall qualify for membership. We cannot allow the Dragon Guard's reputation to suffer. As for you elders, let us hold a martial competition. The top 2 will temporarily assume positions among the 33 Dragon Guardians, and should anyone surpass your strength in the future, you must voluntarily relinquish your positions. Subsequently, under the arrangements of Chu Jingyue, all elders wishing to join the Dragon Guard participated in a public competition within the spatial world, which sparked curiosity among the family members. Why were the elders suddenly engaging in combat? However, with the unveiling of the Dragon Guard, everyone grasped the underlying reason. They were to determine the strongest among them for inclusion. Chapter 51. The arrival of the Hell Gate martial saints, all family members were welcome to participate, with 2 being chosen from the elders and the rest selected from the general populace. First, the 33 Dragon Guardians would be determined, followed by the 9 Dragon Generals, and finally, the left and right Dragon Sovereigns. Only the 9 strongest among the 33 Dragon Guardians could ascend to the rank of Dragon General, and the 2 mightiest Dragon Generals would then become the Dragon Sovereigns. The vacancies among the Dragon Guardians would continue to be filled from within the family, and family members could also challenge the Dragon Guardians to become new members. When Chu Jingyue announced this news, the entire Chu family erupted with excitement. It was certain that the Dragon Guard would consist of the strongest individuals within the family. Haha, the Dragon Guard? I, Chu Zhan, must become one of them. Chu Zhan laughed with exuberance, while Chu Shuran and others, had they not already entered the heart refinement tower, would undoubtedly have joined him in shouting their intent to join. In the following period, the Chu family commenced an intense selection process for the Dragon Guard. Just then, the entire Qin domain, which had only recently settled after the fall of a martial saint, was shaken once more by an alarming event. Over a dozen martial saints descended upon the Qin domain simultaneously. This terrifying occurrence plunged all martial practitioners in the Qin domain into an eerie silence. As they remained indoors, fearful of inadvertently provoking a martial saint, within the beast-taming sect, everyone, from the highest to the lowest, was trembling in fear as over a dozen martial saints descended upon their sect. Their overwhelming aura rendering all unable to lift their heads, adorned in attire emblazoned with the skull of the Hell Gate. Flames of a ghastly white flickered at their foreheads. "So, you have yet to uncover any leads?" One of them asked coldly, reporting to the Saint Envoy, "The enemy's strength is unfathomable, leaving no trace. We have scoured the entire Qin domain without finding any sign of them." Du Liuan bowed, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he spoke in a hushed tone. "Ha, unfathomable? Could he possibly be a martial emperor?" One scoffed. "It seems you have not truly exerted yourselves in the search. Were it not for the fact that your beast-taming sect still holds some value in the Qin domain, you would have already vanished." Yes, Du Liuan dared not retort against the insults. They indeed possessed such strength. Decades ago, an ancestor from a holy level power attempted to breach the martial emperor threshold without our permission and was ultimately slain by us. Moreover, it has been nearly 10,000 years since anyone dared to lay a hand on our Hell Gate martial practitioners. Haha, we shall see what kind of strong individuals may arise from this mere Qin domain. This matter is none of your concern. Just keep an eye on the gates for us. As for the one who slayed my beast-taming sect members, we shall flay him alive and draw his bones. To set an example, Du Liuan hastily flattered, with the presence of the holy envoys, that rogues shall surely not escape your grasp. Indeed, that is a certainty. Subsequently, over a dozen martial saints vanished from the Beastmaster sect, and as one of them departed, he let out a sinister chuckle, abducting a fair-skinned and beautiful female elder from the sect. Yet, in the face of this scene, Du Liuan felt not anger, but rather prayed in his heart that the female elder would satisfactorily serve the holy envoy. For this could also be an opportunity for her, could it not? Throughout the entire Qin domain, an atmosphere of dread prevailed, yet the Chu family in Qingyang City remained utterly unaffected, continuing their affairs as usual. The selection of the Dragon Guards proceeded as normal, with the Grand Elder Chu Hongtu and the 7th Elder Chu Jinshin emerging victorious, becoming 2 of the 33 Dragon Guards. Among the clan members, Chu Zhan showcased overwhelming combat prowess, securing his place among them. After half a month, the total of 44 Dragon Guards was nearly finalized. Though you have now become part of the Dragon Guards, do not grow complacent. From this day forth, the elections for the Dragon Guards will occur every 6 months. Should you be defeated at that time, you must leave the Dragon Guards. Conversely, if you can best your superiors, you may ascend to become a Dragon General or even a Dragon Sovereign. Chu Jingyue addressed the assembly, noting that the Chu family had members training in the Zhouxiao Mountains and others honing their skills in the Heart Refinement Tower, among whom were formidable figures such as Chu Shuran, Chu Shan, and Chu Luiying, all of whom were at the Martial King level. In 6 months, a fierce contest was assured. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed throughout Qingyang City, causing the entire city to tremble. Was someone attacking the great formation of Qingyang City? Chu Jingyue was startled and immediately exited the spatial realm. Outside Qingyang City, a martial saint furrowed his brow as he surveyed the city before him. Not only was there a sacred level formation, but also an entrance to the spatial realm. How could such a place possess such an existence? Hell Gate's martial saint Kuei Jie frowned deeply. They had dispersed across various corners of the Qin domain, and as long as their target had not left the domain, they would surely unearth anyone daring to provoke Hell Gate, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. Kuei Jie arrived at the vicinity of the Zhouxiao Mountains, for it was here that a once powerful force, the Yunxiao sect, had emerged. One of their ancestors had once evaded Hell Gate surveillance through unknown means to achieve the martial emperor rank. Although he was ultimately slain under the siege of several martial emperors, the method by which he had accomplished this feat without alerting them remained a mystery. Now, he unexpectedly discovered an entrance to the spatial realm within this city. Initially, he had intended to force out the strong within the city with a single strike, only to provoke a sacred-level formation that even he could not breach. Impossible. Establishing a spatial realm was a feat only achievable by a martial emperor. Yet how could a martial emperor-level presence exist here? Suddenly, he recalled the martial emperor from Yunxiao sect, and a jolt of realization struck him. This city was situated right at the foot of the Jiuxiao Mountains. Could it be that someone among them had acquired the mysterious legacy of that martial emperor from Yunxiao sect? Furthermore, had someone among them already ascended to the martial emperor rank? Thus, they could establish a spatial realm here. If that were the case, it would be unlikely for me alone to subdue them. With this thought, Kuei-jie immediately began relaying messages to other martial saints within the Qin domain. Recklessly charging in would only lead to a tragic demise. Within Qingyang City, Chu Jingyue, accompanied by several elders, ascended the city walls and caught sight of Kuei-jie outside the city. The overwhelming aura emanating from him instilled great fear within them. What manner of strong being was this, and why did he attack our Qingyang city without provocation? Chu Jingyue pondered, suspecting it might be related to the previous incident involving the fallen martial saint from Cangyun City. The entire Qin domain is rife with trepidation, Chu Jinshin remarked, and our intelligence network has uncovered that numerous martial saints seem to have descended upon the Qin domain. All hailing from the same sect, this implies they have come to trouble the Chu family. Martial saints. It appears we must call upon the beast god for assistance. Chu Jingyue expressed his growing anxiety, feeling that against so many adversaries, they were unable to provide adequate support for the beast god. Within merely an hour, over a dozen martial saints descended upon Qingyang City, their terrifying auras sweeping through the air, causing spatial rifts to appear and holy light to shine down upon them, as if divine beings had graced the mortal realm. Chapter 52. The evidence is clear. The beast god is the demon emperor. The powerful aura reverberated, instantly plunging all martial artists within Qingyang City into a state of despair. An entrance to the spatial realm. Martial Saint Wang Taibei gazed in astonishment at the direction of the Chu family. Despite his flowing white hair, his complexion remained rosy and youthful. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, captured attention. North Saint, it seems there is something amiss here. I suspect that the opposition has likely obtained the legacy of the Yunxiao sect within the Jiuxiao Mountains, and it is possible that a martial emperor-level presence resides here. Should we convey this information to headquarters and mobilize imperial-level warriors? Kuei-jie inquired. Wang Taibei, the leader of their current mission, not only possessed the cultivation of a perfected martial saint, but his combat prowess was capable of contending with quasi-imperial figures, rendering him an unfathomable force. It is impossible for an imperial-level warrior to emerge here. The ninth-tier earthly veins were obliterated by us long ago. Presently, aside from the forbidden areas we dare not enter, we maintain control over all remaining ninth-tier veins in the mortal realm. Thus, it is unlikely for an imperial-level warrior to arise. At most, they could be quasi-imperial. Wang Taibei calmly stated, his keen gaze locking onto Chu Jingyue, positioned centrally atop the city wall, concluding that he must be in charge here. He then bellowed, "You, being the lord of this city, why do you not come forth to welcome us?" Due to Kuei-jie's earlier strike, the sun and moon star array had emerged, obstructing their entry into the city. Chu Jingyue trembled, feeling an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, as if a primordial beast had fixed its gaze upon him. Yet, he gritted his teeth and coldly retorted, "If you were friends, I, Chu, would naturally welcome you warmly. However, your murderous intent is evident, and it is clear you come with ill intentions, hence I cannot greet you with a smile." "Ha! A mere martial king dares to be so brazen. Who grants you such courage?" Wang Taibei sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "The one who grants me courage is none other than myself." A voice akin to thunder suddenly resounded, followed by the emergence of a colossal blue dragon's head from the storm clouds, its golden pupils fixating upon Wang Taibei and the others. A dragon clan? Wang Taibei exclaimed in shock. How could this be? Did not the dragon clan enter the sacred realm long ago? How could they appear here? Kuei-jie and the others stared wide-eyed. It was said that the dragon clan was an exceptionally powerful race within the sacred realm. Wang Taibei scrutinized the giant dragon, sensing that its aura did not seem particularly formidable. Could it be an immature dragon yet to reach its full growth? According to Wang Taibei's knowledge, the dragon clan had a lengthy growth cycle. If he could capture this true dragon and deliver it to the sacred realm, it would surely be a monumental achievement. In an instant, the greed in his eyes was laid bare. Daring to covet my attention? You possess quite the audacity. At that moment, a blue dragon claw descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the group. Capture him alive. Wang Taibei bellowed, his energy surging forth, unleashing a terrifying attack toward the descending dragon claw. The other martial saints simultaneously unleashed unparalleled combat power, their foreheads ablaze with pale flames, roaring as they charged forth. With a resounding boom, the heavens and earth quaked. Infinite holy light collided with the blue dragon claw, unleashing a torrent of energy. However, when the energy dissipated, only a solitary dragon claw remained suspended in the air, while the martial saints below had vanished without a trace. The dragon claw slowly retracted into the storm clouds, and the figure of Long Yuan disappeared from everyone's sight once more. Chu Jingyue and the others swallowed hard, instinctively realizing that this was the beast goddess might. With a single claw, over a dozen martial saints were reduced to ashes. It was confirmed. The beast god was undoubtedly the demon emperor. Without the power of a demon emperor, how could such devastation be wrought? Not far from Qingyang City, martial Saint Du Laiyuan trembled in fear. What manner of existence was this? So terrifying. Could it be the demon emperor? Yet, even if you are the demon emperor, you shall not survive, for Hell Gate will not spare you. With so many martial saints slain, Hell Gate would undoubtedly deploy imperial-level warriors. Du Laiyuan gritted his teeth. This demon emperor must perish, or else the Beast Master sect would never again raise its head within the Qian domain. I must immediately report this matter. This scene was witnessed not only by Du Laiyuan, but by many others. Now, everyone was aware that the beast god of the Chu family was indeed a demon emperor. The previously spoken legends of the 7th-tier demon sovereign and 8th-tier demon saint had been utterly shattered, and in an instant, Qingyang City became the epicenter of Zhangzhou. It would not be long before it became the center of the Qian domain. Yet, the president of the Myriad Domains Chamber of Commerce, Gu Tianli, quietly slipped away at the first opportunity, fleeing to Yinyang City to seek refuge, because he was acutely aware that Qingyang City might soon vanish from existence. This matter would undoubtedly alarm the formidable martial emperor at the gates of hell. If the martial emperor intervenes, how could such a small place as Qingyang City possibly endure? What a pity. A family with so much potential is now on the brink of disintegration. Gu Tianli sighed deeply. However, the Chu family remained unfazed. The beast god must have some reliance to act in such a manner. They simply needed to follow the beast god's directives and strive to develop their family. Elder 13, do you harbor any concerns? In the great hall of the Chu family, Chu Jingyue observed the somewhat dazed expression of Elder 13. Chu Linpeng, alas, my grandson Chu Feng has likely perished in the Nine Heavens mountain range. The white-haired Chu Linpeng sighed, lamenting the absence of news for 2 whole months. Chu Feng? Chu Jingyue furrowed his brow. He recalled that child, whose talents were rather mediocre, yet he was remarkably diligent in his cultivation. Even after a decade of rigorous training, he had not managed to break through to the first tier of martial artists. Yet he remained undaunted, persisting through every setback. At one point, Chu Jingyue had considered recommending him to the beast god, but ultimately chose those with greater innate abilities, such as Chu Shan. Alas, take heart. This world is fraught with perils. One must remain vigilant against the dangers of demise. Although the Chu family is currently powerful, true prowess is required for external ventures. Death is a frequent occurrence. Meanwhile, deep within the Nine Heavens mountain range, a youth of approximately 20 suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp brilliance erupted from the depths of his gaze. Having struggled for years without a breakthrough as a first-tier martial artist, he had finally succeeded. Achieving the pinnacle of a third-tier martial artist, success. At long last, success. After enduring 81 trials within the illusion over several months, he had finally obtained this chaos pearl. Chu Feng gazed at the black pearl within him, exuding tendrils of chaotic energy that continuously refined his essence. Given enough time, His physique would evolve from a first-tier mortal body into an unparalleled chaos divine body. Glancing at the countless skeletal remains beside him, remnants of those who had entered here yet failed the trial of the Chaos Pearl, Chu Feng shivered. Thankfully, he had cultivated an indomitable spirit from a young age. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate as those unfortunate souls. Chapter 53. The Legacy of Yunxiao's Sect. Although he had not acquired the other legacies of the Yunxiao sect, he had secured their most precious Chaos Pearl, which was already sufficient. Moreover, it seemed that the other legacies of the Yunxiao sect were on the verge of emerging. I must relay this news to the family promptly. The Yunxiao sect is said to possess the legendary martial emperor's legacy, and only by acting swiftly can one hope to obtain the finest inheritance. Otherwise, when the legacy truly materializes, it will be a tempestuous upheaval. Through this experience, Chu Feng understood why so many were eager to venture out. Seizing an opportunity could yield results far exceeding years of arduous training. He then departed, returning to his family. Fenger, you are still alive. Upon seeing his grandson, Chu Linpeng, who had been feeling somewhat despondent during this period, was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately embraced Chu Feng, in pursuit of this matter. Not only had he searched tirelessly, but even the clan leader had posted a bounty for finding Chu Feng, yet alas, there had been no news. Grandfather. Chu Feng's eyes glistened. He could only imagine how worried his grandfather must have been during this time. Chu Feng, you have returned alive. At that moment, Chu Zhan, carrying several bottles of wine, happened to approach, intending to share a drink with Elder Linpeng, only to be taken aback by the sight of Chu Feng's return. Chu Zhan, goodness, you have become a third-tier martial artist? It seems you have gained immense fortune during your time away. Chu Zhan marveled at the transformation, fully aware of Chu Feng's past struggles, having trained for years without breaking through to the first tier. Even after the beast god's emergence, the Chu family's overall strength skyrocketed. Yet under the influence of various elixirs, Chu Feng still could not advance at 1 point. He himself had claimed he might never step into the martial realm. But now, after a single journey, he had ascended to the third tier? This truly astonished Chu Zhan. What? You have finally broken through to become a martial artist? Elder Linpeng, caught in excitement, quickly regained composure and perceived the situation with astonishment. Indeed, grandfather, I have not only become a martial artist but have also advanced to a third-tier martial artist. Chu Feng nodded enthusiastically. Aside from himself, only his grandfather truly understood the extent of his efforts. Wonderful, wonderful. Heaven be praised. The beast god has blessed us. My grandson has finally achieved a breakthrough. Chu Linpeng laughed heartily. As the saying goes, when one does not sing, they remain silent. When one sings, they soar to the heavens. Your path of cultivation should now be much smoother. In that case, let us hasten our training, and soon we shall have a grand duel. Chu Zhan clapped Chu Feng on the shoulder. All right. Chu Feng nodded. By the way, grandfather, I have urgent news to report to the clan leader. You have just returned. Any matters can wait until you rest? No. This matter is of utmost importance. I discovered the legacy of an ancient sect in the Nine Heavens mountain range, and from what I have gathered, it is likely an 8-star sect, perhaps even the birthplace of a martial emperor. What? An 8-star sect? Chu Linpeng was taken aback. Quickly, let us go meet the clan leader. If it were a lesser legacy, the Chu family might not have deemed it worth their attention, but if it were indeed an 8-star legacy, they had to proceed with caution. After meeting with the clan leader, Chu Feng recounted what he knew about the Nine Heavens mountain range. Of course, omitting the details regarding the Chaos Pearl. The 8-star legacy of Yunxiao sect? Excellent. Chu Feng, you have done exceptionally well. Once this matter concludes, I shall personally report your accomplishments to the beast god and seek an opportunity for you. Chu Jingyue said earnestly. Opportunities are of little concern to me. I merely wish for our Chu family to grow ever stronger, so that we may never witness such a scene again, Chu Feng declared. Confident that with the Chaos Pearl in his possession, ordinary opportunities held little significance for him. Rest assured, the family will continue to grow stronger. We shall never allow that scene to repeat. Subsequently, Chu Jingyue summoned the ancestral figure. Chu Tianyang, who had been in seclusion, after some time apart, his cultivation had reached new heights. The 10,000 spirits sacred body had made his rate of progression extraordinarily rapid. No other sacred body of the same caliber could compare. In just a few months, he had reached the pinnacle of a martial emperor. Old ancestor, why does it feel like your rate of cultivation has never waned? Chu Jingyue inquired curiously. Because the beast god has bestowed upon me another opportunity. That explains it. What? Is there something amiss? Chu Tianyang asked. Chu Jingyue recounted the information regarding the discovery of the Yunshao sect's legacy. The legacy of Yunshao sect? In that case, I shall take some individuals and investigate immediately. The Yunshao sect's legacy within the Nine Heavens mountain range had been the primary focus of the Chu family's investigations during this time. And now that a lead had finally emerged, Chu Tianyang, accompanied by several elders and clan members, entered the depths of the Nine Heavens mountain range, guided by Chu Feng. I am quite curious. How did you dare venture so deeply into the Nine Heavens mountain range when you hadn't even broken through to the first tier of martial artists? Chu Hongtu asked, intrigued. Even we martial kings do not tread lightly in those depths. Chu Feng scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, to be honest, I was compelled to barge in by a ferocious beast. I see. Haha, it seems fate has favored you. It was sheer luck. If anyone else had been in his position, they would have likely met their demise at the jaws of the beast. As they followed Chu Feng, they indeed encountered no obstructive beasts, reaching their destination without hindrance. Is this an underground spatial world? Chu Tianyang was astonished. Indeed, this place was originally guarded by a treasure, but since I acquired that treasure, the barrier here has been exposed, Chu Feng explained. Chu Tianyang nodded. Although he did not inquire about the nature of the treasure, he surmised it must be an exceptionally valuable item, for it was said that even martial saints and martial emperors had previously explored this location, yet found nothing to evade the eyes of such powerful beings. It could not be an ordinary object. If it were anyone else who had obtained the treasure, they would have fought to seize it. After all, treasures belong to the strong. However, since Chu Feng was a member of the Chu family, there were no issues at all. Feeling the revealed transparent barrier of the underground space, Chu Tianyang unleashed his peak martial emperor strength. Executing powerful martial techniques as his internal energy surged, he struck the barrier before him with a fist, yet the barrier remained unyielding. Let us all join forces. In an instant, the elders following Chu Tianyang erupted with formidable power. Their energies coalescing into a single force that assailed the transparent barrier before them, yet still, there was no response. What a solid barrier! Chu Jinshin gasped in astonishment. Despite wielding the sacred sword Imo and possessing the powers of the ancestral elders, he found himself unable to breach the barrier. There was no alternative but to seek assistance from the beast god. Chu Tianyang sighed, then picked up the communication stone to establish contact. This device allowed for cross-regional communication, proving quite convenient. Very well, everyone, please remain in place. The beast god shall arrive shortly. As soon as Chu Tianyang uttered these words, a blue true dragon, only a few meters long, materialized before him. Chapter 54. The Chaotic Divine Body. Chu Feng greetings. Divine Beast. Chu Tianyang quickly bowed. The others followed suit. Long Yuan nodded and, upon observing the barrier before them, expressed mild surprise. This barrier is remarkably well preserved, as if it has not been eroded by the passage of time at all. Who discovered this barrier? Reporting to the beast god, it was the clansman Chu Feng who found it. Long Yuan followed Chu Tianyang's gaze and noticed a youth with a resolute expression, albeit with a hint of panic in his eyes. Cultivator, Chu Feng physique, chaotic divine body, growth level 1, realm. Mid-third stage martial master physical cultivation. Mid-second stage martial artist identity. Member of the Chu family treasure. Chaotic pearl, supreme artifact. Oh? Long Yuan revealed a trace of astonishment. A chaotic divine body with a growth level of 1. I have never encountered such a phenomenon before. Moreover, possessing a supreme artifact like the chaotic pearl indicates he is indeed a person of great fortune. This physique must have been triggered by the chaotic pearl, correct? Beast god, is there something wrong with my grandson? Chu limping inquired with concern. No, he is quite impressive. If only his gaze were a touch more resolute, it would be even better. Work hard, and I look forward to the day you become a guardian of the dragon, standing by the dragon sovereign's side. Long Yuan remarked to Chu Feng. Long Yuan was well aware of the establishment of the Guardian of the Dragon by the Chu family, which served as a motivation for everyone to cultivate, and he naturally approved of it. The crowd gazed at Chu Feng in astonishment. The beast god harbored such high expectations for him. After all, the twin dragon sovereigns were the two strongest individuals within the Guardian of the Dragon. Chu Tianyang resolved to intensify Chu Feng's training upon returning. I will strive to do my best. Chu Feng nodded, feeling a sense of foreboding that the beast god might already be aware of his secret, yet the latter seemed unconcerned. Long Yuan examined the barrier and remarked, this barrier was set up by an emperor-level expert and, due to certain reasons, has not weakened in the slightest. It is quite normal that you cannot breach it. Emperor-level? Could it be that there is indeed an emperor-level inheritance within? Chu Tianyang exclaimed with excitement. Perhaps, in any case, an emperor-level inheritance is of little significance to me. With a gentle swipe of his dragon claw across the barrier, it shattered with a resounding crack, rendering Chu Tianyang and the others utterly bewildered. The beast god is incredibly powerful. Chu Feng was taken aback, for the emperor-level barrier had crumbled before him as easily as cutting through tofu. Let us proceed and investigate. Long Yuan flew in first. The underground space was vast, clearly a world crafted by an emperor-level expert. However, this world was in a state of ruin, with fissures sprawling across the ground, as if it had endured a violent assault. Long Yuan soared through the desolation, where collapsed buildings and shattered earth lay before him. How peculiar! Why do the traces here give off such a fresh feeling? Chu Tianyang pondered as he surveyed the fallen structures. The Yunshao sect had existed for at least 10,000 years, yet the battle evidence and the ruins appeared remarkably new, as if a fierce confrontation had just transpired the day before. Because a certain treasure has safeguarded this place. It is the opportunity that Chu Feng has obtained. Long Yuan elucidated. I see. Chu Tianyang was further astounded. Indeed, Chu Feng's fortune was terrifying, achieving such a state. Chu Feng confirmed that the beast god was aware of his acquired opportunity. Yet the latter seemed indifferent, dispelling his earlier worries. Truly a case of underestimating the noble heart of a gentleman. Do not wander off. Remnants of the energy fluctuations from the clash of emperor-level experts remain here. A moment's carelessness could lead to peril, Long Yuan cautioned the crowd. After delving deeper for a while, a headless corpse appeared before them. Despite its lifelessness, the body exuded a terrifying aura that deterred everyone from approaching. Beast god, could this be an emperor's corpse? Chu Tianyang inquired, horrified, sensing that the aura emanating from it could reduce them to ashes should they draw near. Indeed, this is an emperor's corpse. Moreover, the aura it emits bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the martial saints I previously vanquished, which suggests it originates from the same organization, Long Yuan declared, striking down with his claw, causing the emperor's corpse to shatter into dust, instantly dispelling the horrific aura. With the fall of a martial emperor. Could it be that the Yunshao sect had indeed once produced a martial emperor powerful enough to slay others of their kind? Chu Tianyang trembled at the thought, wondering how formidable such an individual must have been. I hope they left behind an inheritance of the martial emperor. The extensive destruction of the buildings indicated that the entire sect had been utterly annihilated, with not a single living soul remaining. Yet fortunately, the group discovered a remarkably well-preserved pavilion containing the inheritance of the 8-star sect, Yunshao sect. Could it be that there exists a method leading directly to the 8th stage martial saint? Although their family had already received an 8th stage technique bestowed by the beast god, such treasures were never too many. Very well, this will enrich the family's foundation. Long Yuan nodded. The complete inheritance of an 8-star sect, encompassing martial techniques, pills, formations, and crafting methods, was undeniably invaluable, especially for the Chu family at present. While the Chu family had previously plundered all the inheritances of the Zhangyan sect, the latter was merely a 6-star sect. Significantly inferior in comparison, beast god, ancestor, there is an inheritance for beast tamers here. A young female clanswoman excitedly exclaimed. Her name was Chu Yunling, adorned with a delicate oval face, and her white gown accentuated her slender figure. She was the girl who had obtained a fragmentary inheritance of the beast tamer during the Jiuxiao mountain range, having contracted a treasure-hunting mouse and contributed greatly to the Tsangyan sect by locating hidden treasures for her family. Excellent. Upon returning, you shall begin to comprehend this complete inheritance. Chu Tianyang nodded. Beast tamers were a formidable profession. Their combat prowess was not inferior to that of other martial artists, and they fought alongside powerful spirit beasts. Not to mention in cross-border battles, even in equal realms, taking on multiple foes was a trivial matter. Thus, if conditions permitted, the Chu family would undoubtedly establish a legion of beast tamers. Such a pity. We have yet to uncover an emperor-level inheritance. Chu Tianyang shook his head. If there were an emperor-level inheritance, it would be even more perfect. Suddenly, Long Yuan struck the void before him with a fist, causing a crack to appear, from which a black stone tablet fell. What is this? The crowd gathered around, the tablet appearing entirely black, devoid of any markings. Yet at that moment, a dark ray of light erupted from Chu Feng's brow, illuminating the stone tablet and causing a series of scriptures to manifest. It is the Emperor's scripture, Long Yuan proclaimed. What? This is the Emperor-level scripture, the crowd gasped, turning in unison to gaze at the stone tablet. Yet before they could discern anything further, the entire tablet unexpectedly flew into Chu Feng's brow. If he were not mistaken, this Emperor's scripture was likely left specifically for Chu Feng by the martial emperor of the Yunshao sect. Or perhaps it was meant for whoever possessed the chaotic pearl. Therefore, from this day forth, none present shall discuss any matters regarding the Emperor's scripture. Otherwise, the family rules will be enforced, Chu Tianyang declared sternly. Understood, the crowd replied. They were acutely aware that the revelation of the Emperor's scripture would bring catastrophic consequences upon the family. Chapter 55. The Demon Emperor Fire Lin Beast Chu Feng stroked his brow. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, he had never intended to monopolize the inheritance of the Emperor's scripture. If it has come to you, it is your destiny. Cultivate diligently and do not disappoint the expectations placed upon you by others. Moreover, even if others were to acquire the Emperor's scripture, they would be unable to cultivate it. Long Yuan spoke calmly, having discerned with a mere glance that only those possessing the chaotic body could practice this scripture, rendering it useless to anyone else. Indeed, Chu Feng shall not fail the beast god's hopes, Chu Feng affirmed. Long Yuan nodded, considering that with the assistance of the emperor-level techniques and the chaotic pearl, Chu Feng's future would undoubtedly extend far beyond that of a mere martial emperor. Chu Tianyang's previous regrets faded, as the emperor-level techniques had also been acquired by a clan member, and in conjunction with the sacred-level inheritance found here, this expedition could be deemed a resounding success. Let us continue searching. Not a single useful item shall be left behind, Long Yuan commanded. Yes, like a bird that leaves no feathers behind, the Chu family meticulously scoured the entire underground space, ensuring that not a single corner was overlooked. After thoroughly cleansing everything, the group departed from the underground world. Yet, upon returning to the entrance of the barrier, they encountered a colossal beast glaring at them. Humans, what treasures have you acquired from within? Hand them over, and I shall spare your lives. It was a gigantic beast engulfed in flames, resembling a lion but with a pair of antlers atop its head, a fire unicorn beast of the demon emperor level. Chu Tianyang narrowed his eyes, astonished that this creature was lying in wait here. Heh, if you desire our treasures, let us see if you possess the capability to claim them. Chu Tianyang stepped forward. Halt! At that moment, Long Yuan suddenly interjected. He then turned to Chu Yunling and instructed, You must contract this beast. What? Contract this demon emperor? But it may not consent. Chu Yunling responded anxiously, explaining that contracting a spirit beast could not be done lightly and required mutual agreement. Though she held the creature in high regard, it certainly looked down upon her, considering she was merely a third-tier martial artist, while it was a formidable demon emperor capable of obliterating her with a mere sneeze. It will consent, Long Yuan calmly replied. If Chu Yunling could successfully contract this demon emperor, it would effectively grant the Chu family an additional powerful ally, hastening the completion of his mission. With this thought, Long Yuan felt he had discovered a swift means to bolster the Chu family and expedite his objectives. Moreover, the fire unicorn possessed a hint of Qilin bloodline. Long Yuan suddenly recalled the celestial wolf king he had encountered while searching for the essence of heaven and earth, which bore the bloodline of a divine beast. Had it been now, he would have undoubtedly sought to make it a contracted beast. Well then, seeing the beast goddess' insistence, Chu Yunling took a deep breath and approached the demon emperor fire unicorn. Proclaiming loudly, "Your Excellency, the demon emperor, I implore you to become my contracted beast." "What audacity!" Chu Feng exclaimed in astonishment, noting that despite having received a heaven-defying inheritance, he would not dare to speak so boldly to a demon emperor. "What is there to fear? With the divine beast beside us, we're safe," Chu Limping asserted resolutely. The beast god was the pillar of their Chu family. With it present, no calamity could truly threaten them. "Ha ha ha, become the contracted beast of a mere martial artist? You must be dreaming." The fire unicorn laughed heartily, flames blazing fiercely around it. This human girl truly had courage. Casting a glance at the source of her audacity, Long Yuan, the fire unicorn suddenly trembled, its bloodline quivering uncontrollably, a manifestation of a higher bloodline suppressing a lower one. Although they belonged to different races, the true dragons and Qilins of ancient times were both supreme among the demon races. And at that moment, Long Yuan's bloodline strength was on par with that of a true Qilin, naturally exerting significant pressure on the fire unicorn, who possessed only a trace of Qilin blood. "Damn it! How could I feel fear towards a mere long worm? This is utterly ridiculous." The fire unicorn roared in fury, indignant at the affront to its dignity as a demon emperor. It opened its massive maw, lunging towards Chu Yunling to devour her. Just then, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the fire unicorn, as if a colossal mountain was bearing down upon it. "Is this the might of a dragon? You are a true dragon?" The fire unicorn's eyes widened in disbelief as it gazed at Long Yuan, its faint Qilin bloodline memories awakening, recognizing the true dragon's aura. "What? You recognize me as a true dragon and not just a long worm?" Long Yuan mocked with a chuckle. "I dare not." The fire unicorn lowered its massive head, unable to meet Long Yuan's gaze. At that moment, its enormous body trembled uncontrollably, and the flames enveloping it flickered uncertainly. "This dragon is the guardian beast of the Chu family. I now grant you an opportunity. Either become this girl's contracted beast, or serve as my meal. Choose wisely," Long Yuan stated calmly. I am willing to become a contracted beast. Please, senior, do not kill me," the fire unicorn pleaded urgently. "Was there ever any choice to be made? Congratulations on making the correct decision. Following her will not lead you astray. When the time is ripe, you may even have the chance to return to your ancestral roots and become a true divine beast Qilin." "A divine beast Qilin? Is this truly possible?" the fire unicorn exclaimed in exhilaration. "Rest assured, senior, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to aiding her in becoming a formidable warrior." Subsequently, the fire unicorn voluntarily signed a contract with Chu Yunling, and its massive form shrank to that of a calf. Accompanying her closely, "Thank you, beast god." Chu Yunling expressed her gratitude with an excited bow, realizing that she had now become comparable to a martial emperor. Well, upon returning, seize the opportunity to visit the heart-refining tower. Should you succeed in the trials, I shall bestow upon you a remarkable opportunity that will ensure your path as a beast master is unobstructed. "Thank you, beast god." The others looked at Chu Yunling with envy, marveling at her fortune in receiving such favor from the beast god. Not only had she contracted a demon emperor spirit beast, but the beast god was also bestowing upon her an opportunity that would undoubtedly propel her to great heights. Chu Tianyang nodded, acknowledging that these individuals were the seeds of talent that the Chu family aimed to cultivate vigorously. In the days following the departure of the Chu family members, the underground world was soon discovered by the demon beasts. And subsequently, the humans became aware of it. The entire Cangzhou was abuzz with news that the legacy of the former 8-star sect, the Yunxiao sect, had resurfaced in the Jiuxiao mountain range. In an instant, a multitude of martial artists flocked to the Jiuxiao mountain range, causing a stir throughout the entire Qian domain. The Jiuxiao mountain range, once again. Within the Beastmaster sect, Du Liuan frowned, having already reported the disappearance of the martial saint to his superiors. Yet for reasons unknown, no martial emperor had yet descended. Elder, should we send someone to investigate? Sect masters Wat Songmu inquired. Although the Yunxiao sect was once an 8-star sect like them, the former possessed the legacy of a martial emperor. Had it not been for the Beast Master sect's covert informants tipping off the Hell Gate, they could only speculate how powerful the Yunxiao sect might have become. Chapter 56. The Power of the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. Unsurprisingly, their primary focus lay on the mysterious means of breaking through to martial emperor without being detected by the Hell Gate. If the Beast Master sect could acquire such a method, it would mean the silent emergence of a martial emperor. Du Liuan yearned for this as well. However, the mere thought of that colossal blue creature sent chills down his spine. That thing was far too terrifying. Send a few elders to take a look, but remember to avoid provoking the Chu family for now. Once the martial emperor from the Hell Gate arrives, their days of ease will come to an end. Du Liuan cautioned. Wat Songmu furrowed his brow, but elder, the Chu family's power is expanding rapidly. They have become the most formidable force in Sangzhou, even beginning to extend their influence throughout the Qian domain. Many factions are contemplating whether to align with the Chu family after hearing of so many martial saints falling. If we do not curb their growth soon, the Beastmaster sect may find itself constrained by them in the future. The development of a faction hinges on having a powerful figure at its helm, which causes it to snowball and grow exponentially. The allegiance of other factions naturally leads to a surge in resources. Currently, the Chu family was merely a 6-star family, yet their influence was already so formidable. What would happen if they truly ascended to an 8-star family? Would not the entire Qian domain willingly become their vassals? Did I not say? Once the martial emperor from the Hell Gate arrives, what can a mere Chu family do? Let them develop as they wish. Ultimately, they will have to yield. Du Liuan waved dismissively. Moreover, he harbored suspicions that the Blue True Dragon may have already acquired the legacy of the Yunxiao sect, enabling it to break through to the Demon Emperor level silently. For this reason, Du Liuan held little hope for the legacy of the Yunxiao sect. There were many martial artists in the Jiuxiao mountain range, and even more in Qingyang City. Consequently, the entire city was expanded once more to accommodate the influx of people. As the Saint-level formation could cover a vast area, originally, the region where the Beast Master sect was located, Tanzhou, was considered the center of the Qian domain, but it now seemed to be shifting. The mountain need not be deep. If there are immortals, it shall be spiritual. Even though the once impoverished Qingyang town had been barren, the emergence of a colossal force here would naturally spur its development. Months later, within the spatial realm of the Chu family, a powerful aura erupted, signifying that Chu Tianyong had broken through to the 7th-tier martial venerable, with the sacred body of 10,000 spirits. His cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. Congratulations to the elder for successfully breaking through to martial venerable. Achieving martial saint is now merely a matter of time. The elders, including Chu Jingyue, had long been awaiting Chu Tianyong's emergence from seclusion, all bowing in reverence to celebrate. Ha ha ha, though I have attained martial venerable, the path to martial saint remains a distant goal. Chu Tianyong laughed heartily. As1 progressed further. The time required to break through each realm only lengthened. Chu Tianyong estimated that without other fortuitous encounters, it would take him at least 5 to 6 years to reach martial saint. Have there been any significant events in the family recently? Chu Tianyong inquired. There are no significant matters at hand, but many individuals now suspect that the legacy within the subterranean space of the Jiuxiao mountain range has been acquired by our Chu family due to their failure to uncover any traces of it. Some even claim that it was the beast god who obtained that legacy, thereby propelling the advancement of our Chu family. A considerable number of formidable beings have expressed their dissatisfaction towards our clan, seeking to compel us to surrender the Yunxiao sect's inheritance. Chu Jingyue furrowed his brow as he spoke. Particularly, some obscure martial sovereigns are stirring unrest behind the scenes, intent on seizing the martial saint inheritance of the Yunxiao sect from our Chu family. The situation has become exceedingly tense. Do they truly believe they possess the qualifications to brazenly challenge our Chu family? Chu Tianyong remarked. Such trifles should not have alarmed the beast god, correct? Rest assured. Ancestor, how could I possibly disturb the beast god over such trivialities? Moreover, merely martial sovereigns are of no concern to Jingyue. Chu Jingyue confidently asserted with a smile, though he was only at the martial king level. He remained unafraid of martial sovereign adversaries without invoking the beast god's assistance. Chu Tianyang scrutinized Chu Jingyue, pondering where this audacity stemmed from. Was it a gift from the beast god? Just then, a clan member rushed in with urgency, declaring, "Patriarch, trouble brews outside. 3 martial sovereigns have united, demanding that our Chu family yield the martial emperor legacy. Come, come, let us witness how this martial king of yours dares to disregard the martial sovereigns." Chu Tianyang chuckled, leading the group swiftly out of the spatial realm. Outside the Chu family's domain, the trio of martial sovereigns led a procession of hundreds of martial kings and martial emperors. During this period, the Jiuxiao mountain range had attracted most of the powerful beings from the Qinyu realm, all in pursuit of the Yunxiao sect's martial emperor legacy. Indeed, you all put forth quite the spectacle. Chu Tianyang greeted with a mocking smile. Chu Tianyang, you have finally chosen to show yourself, have you? You have actually broken through to martial sovereign? The 3 martial sovereigns were taken aback, astonished that Chu Tianyang had ascended from a 2nd-tier warrior to a 7th-tier martial sovereign in just over a year, a feat they had never encountered before. It must be the martial emperor legacy. Otherwise, how could one cultivate so rapidly? One martial sovereign exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he regarded Chu Tianyang. The higher the level of the cultivation technique, the swifter the progress. Chu Daoyu, it seems inappropriate for your Chu family to hoard the Yunxiao sect's inheritance. I believe we should jointly comprehend the emperor's scriptures. After all, shared joy surpasses solitary amusement. What say you? Chu Daoyu, a martial sovereign said coldly. Indeed, the Yunxiao sect's legacy ought to be shared and not monopolized by your Chu family. Surrender the inheritance, or we shall not relent today. We shall flatten the Chu family and seize the martial emperor legacy. The trio of martial sovereigns, followed by a multitude of powerful martial kings and emperors, unleashed an overwhelming aura, signaling their readiness to engage in battle should negotiations falter. I in the forefront of the crowd. The 3 martial sovereigns exchanged cold smirks, convinced that the Chu family would not dare to act against such a formidable assembly, as it would invoke the wrath of many as for the entity that had annihilated countless martial saints. They were not genuinely intent on eradicating the Chu family, only demanding the martial emperor legacy. Surely, a formidable being like the demon emperor would not intervene. Chu Tianyang regarded the 3 with a chilling smile, declaring, I harbor no grand ambitions. My sole desire is for the happiness of those within the Chu family. Therefore, I must decline your request. He then turned to Chu Jingyue, saying, show me how you regard the martial sovereigns with such disdain. Chu Jingyue addressed the 3 martial sovereigns. Are you certain you wish to raise my Chu family in pursuit of the martial emperor legacy? If you refuse to yield the legacy, we shall be compelled to take such action. One of them replied solemnly, die in that case. Prepare to meet your demise. Chu Jingyue's expression turned icy, and with a sudden gesture, a massive 3-legged cauldron appeared from thin air, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The 3 martial sovereigns, along with a vast number of martial kings and emperors behind them, were obliterated into a mist of blood before they could even mount a defense. Blood splattered, saturating the ground before the Chu family, forming a small river that flowed with the crimson liquid. Witnessing this scene, many martial artists behind them turned pale, realizing that over 100 powerful individuals had perished in an instant. Now, do you still desire the so-called martial emperor legacy? Chu Jingyue raised his hand, the 3-legged cauldron soaring into the sky once more, seemingly poised to annihilate all present. Run, run, the crowd screamed, having believed that their numbers would deter the Chu family from acting, only to discover that they were indeed bold enough to strike. Swift and decisive, in the blink of an eye, all had vanished without a trace. The surrounding onlookers felt their hairs stand on end, realizing the Chu family's ferocity and strength. Even without the presence of their beast god, they had rendered the martial sovereigns powerless to resist and sent them to the underworld. What kind of treasure was that cauldron? Capable of such terrifying might? And Chu Tianyang had broken through to martial sovereign as well? The Dragon Emperor Cauldron. You can actually wield the power of the Dragon Emperor Cauldron? Chu Tianyang gazed at Chu Jingyue in astonishment. The beast god had previously mentioned that one needed not only the bloodline of the Chu family, but also the ability to mobilize the clan's fortune to unleash the power of the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. This meant that Chu Jingyue had begun to sense the clan's fortune and could harness its power to control the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. Did this imply that Chu Jingyue possessed strength rivaling that of a martial emperor? The realization left Chu Tianyang utterly stunned. That night when I couldn't sleep, I got up to study the clan's imperial weapon, intending merely to explore it, and unexpectedly managed to grasp its essence. Chu Jingyue chuckled. He could now see the golden clan fortune continually converging around the Dragon Emperor Cauldron, as the fortune within the cauldron coalesced into a golden dragon, rejoicing in exuberance. Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you for the position of clan leader. Chu Tianyang stroked his beard. Among the many elders of the Chu family, Chu Jingyue was the first to sense the presence of the clan's fortune, truly deserving of his title as clan leader. Patriarch is formidable, Chu Hongxiao praised, having attempted to study the clan's imperial weapon numerous times without success. Patriarch, what kind of powerful beings can you eliminate while manipulating the clan's imperial weapon? The eighth elder, Chu Yunfei, inquired. By unleashing its full power, I should be able to vanquish an average martial emperor. Hiss. Everyone inhaled sharply, gazing at the patriarch in disbelief. Was the patriarch truly so formidable? Yet, there are limitations. The further the imperial weapon is from our family, the weaker its unleashed power becomes. Thus, this imperial weapon was likely crafted by the beast god specifically for our clan's protection, Chu Jingyue explained. Since he had begun sensing the clan's fortune, he had been diligently studying the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. Uncovering these insights through his own research, the clan's fortune was indeed mysterious. He could perceive the recent sentiments of the clan's members and even detect fluctuations during significant crises or opportunities for the clan. Most alarmingly, it appeared he could cultivate using the clan's fortune. With its augmentation, his perception of all things became clearer, making breakthroughs in cultivation significantly easier. However, this aspect was still under exploration, and he believed results would soon manifest. Even so, that was still terrifying. It was akin to having a martial emperor stationed within the clan. Chu Tianyang nodded, finally understanding why Chu Jingyue dismissed the martial sovereigns so lightly. Indeed, he truly did not regard them as threats. Even if a martial emperor were to arrive, he might not feel compelled to treat them with any deference. Jingyue, have you entered the Heart Refinement Tower? Chu Tianyang inquired. Ancestor, I have yet to do so. Since you have emerged from seclusion, you should give it a try. If you succeed in passing the heart's trials, the rewards will exceed your wildest expectations. He hoped that Chu Jingyue could acquire a body refinement elixir to evolve his spiritual body into a royal physique. I have indeed been contemplating this, Chu Jingyue nodded. He had recently researched many clan members who had passed through the Heart Refinement Tower, but a significant portion had received only mediocre rewards. Not everyone could obtain earth-shattering boons. It had been proven that the quality of the rewards was also related to the difficulty of the heart's trials encountered. The more harrowing the trials faced, and if one's mindset remained unaffected by the illusions, the better the final rewards would be. Few individuals from the Chu family had perfectly navigated the trials in recent months. News of the Chu family's annihilation of the 3 martial sovereigns and over 100 powerful adversaries, along with Chu Tianyang's breakthrough to martial sovereign, spread rapidly, solidifying the claims that the Chu family had acquired the Yunxiao sect's legacy. But what of it? The current Chu family was no longer a force that could be easily provoked. Within the Beast Tamer sect, clan leaders Wat Songmu reported grimly to the ancestor, "The elder we dispatched has been slain by the Chu family." Indeed, among the 3 martial venerables leading the disturbance at the Chu family, one was an elder from their Beastmaster sect. Forcing out the inheritance of the Yunxiao sect was merely one aspect. The other was to observe whether the beast deity of the Chu family would act with ease. Little did they anticipate such a dire consequence. They were unexpectedly subdued by Chu Jingyue with a mere flick of his hand. At this moment, Du Liuyuan's expression was exceedingly grim. It was not the elder's demise that troubled him, but rather that the Hell Gate had not dispatched a martial emperor. Instead, they commanded the Beastmaster sect to annihilate the Chu family in Qingyang City within the shortest time possible. Du Liuyuan pressed his forehead in frustration. If they dared to act, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Initially, he had sought assistance from the Hell Gate, but now he found himself ordered by them. Du Laiyuan felt overwhelmed, contemplating surrendering to fate. At worst, a being equal to their Beastmaster sect would emerge in the Qian domain. But now it was too late. The command from the Hell Gate had arrived, and failure to comply would undoubtedly lead to a disastrous outcome. What had transpired at the Hell Gate? Why was this time so sluggish? Logically, should a martial emperor beyond their control appear, wouldn't they eliminate him on the spot? Why was there no one sent this time? If only their beast deity would refrain from intervening, that would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Ancestor? What is it? Asked Sangmu. Nothing much. The Hell Gate has ordered us to obliterate the Chu family. Henceforth, you are to continuously challenge the limits of the Chu family to gauge the stance of their beast deity. Du Laiyuan surmised that if the Chu family's beast deity were truly a demon emperor, he would not act lightly. Moreover, even with the three martial venerables taking action, their beast deity had not appeared. Thus, Du Laiyuan believed that as long as the martial saint did not intervene, the demon emperor would likely disregard the situation. Understood, Sangmu nodded and took his leave. After some contemplation, he immediately summoned the affiliated forces of the Beastmaster sect, deeming it an excellent idea to use them as cannon fodder in that case. The first step would be to eliminate the Chu family's affiliated forces. Sangmu's eyes narrowed. Recently, with the continuous expansion of the Chu family, their affiliated powers had multiplied. Wherever the Chu family planted their battle flag, it marked their territory. Sooner or later, this would undoubtedly threaten the dominance of the Beastmaster sect in the Qian domain, which had long irked Sangmu. What? We are to annihilate the Chu family's affiliated forces. The factions that received the orders to rush to the Beastmaster sect were all filled with trepidation. What nonsense was this? The Chu family was a clan under the protection of a demon emperor-level powerhouse. Provoking them was akin to courting death. Chapter 58. Prepare for my last rites. What is there to fear? We have received news that the beast deity of the Chu family is currently unable to act, making this the perfect opportunity to eliminate the Chu family. Moreover, they are merely demon emperors. Do you truly believe they would care about the survival of a six-star family? Thus, I, Zhua, in the name of the Beastmaster sect, pledge that should we acquire the Chu family's inheritance from the Yunxiao sect, it will be shared among the three factions that contribute the most. Should I go back on my word? I, Zhua, shall face the wrath of heaven, Sangmu declared to the representatives of the several factions before him. These representatives were the strongest forces under the Beastmaster sect, with the mightiest among them being the Qingshan Academy, a genuine seven-star power. Moreover, it was said that their ancestor had reached the pinnacle of martial venerable, merely a step away from becoming a martial saint. If they could seize this opportunity to eliminate the ancestor of Qingshan Academy, it would also rid the Beastmaster sect of a potential threat. While the other factions might not reach 7 stars, nearly all possessed martial venerables to command. Utilizing them against the Chu family to probe that mysterious beast deity was an excellent strategy. Indeed, upon hearing the promise of sharing the martial emperor inheritance, many factions were stirred. Rest assured, sect master, our Tianmin shall be the first to respond to the call of the Beastmaster sect. How dare a newly risen Chu family, barely a year old, expand so audaciously, disregarding us? This is outrageous. Elder Chu Li of Tianmin, hunched and leaning upon his staff, slammed it against the ground as he coldly declared, if such a force is allowed to continue its development unchecked, it is only a matter of time before their battle flag is planted within our territory. Therefore, gentlemen, the eradication of the Chu family is imperative. Seeing others concur, Sangmu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the Chu family has grown excessively arrogant. They are merely a 6-star faction, yet they dare extend their claws so far. If they continue to grow, it will be intolerable. The elder of the Guangming sect also nodded in agreement. Other factions echoed their intent to eliminate the Chu family, save for Elder Gao Wumian of Qingshan Academy, who remained silent with his head bowed. Elder Gao, do you have any objections? Sangmu frowned. Sect master, I have heard that the Chu family possesses considerable means. Even in the absence of their mysterious beast deity, they managed to swiftly annihilate 3 martial venerables, and nearly 100 formidable warriors. With our martial venerables, we may struggle to make an impact, Gao Wumian replied with a cupped fist. Ha ha ha, I thought you were concerned about something serious. Is that truly your worry? Do you know the strength of the one who vanquished 3 martial venerables and numerous martial kings and emperors? Let me inform you, they are merely at the martial king level. To slay so many strong warriors while being at the martial king level without employing some forbidden technique, do you truly believe that? Such techniques cannot be wielded carelessly and come at a steep price. Therefore, rest assured, gentlemen, there is no need for concern. As long as we obliterate the Chu family, their martial emperor inheritance shall be ours. Elder Gao, do you still harbor any concerns? Swat Songmu inquired, gazing at Gao Wumian. The latter took a deep breath and, with a resolute bow, declared, "No more, Swat Sect Master. Rest assured, Qingshan Academy shall also respond to the call of the Beastmaster sect and shall not allow the Chu family to grow." Excellent. With such resolve, we shall undoubtedly obliterate the Chu family and seize the Yunshao sect's inheritance. In due time, we may even glimpse the profound mysteries of the martial saint or even the martial emperor. Zwat Songmu proclaimed loudly, and the crowd erupted with excitement, each shouting for the destruction of the Chu family and the acquisition of the Yunshao sect's inheritance. Gao Wumian joined in the clamor. Yet his eyes clearly lacked the fervor and madness of the others. At most, he sought to avoid standing out too much. After departing the Beastmaster sect, Gao Wumian hurriedly returned to Qingshan Academy, intent on reporting this matter to the dean and the ancestor. The Chu family was currently riding a wave of prosperity, particularly with that demon emperor beast deity. Such an existence was not something they could provoke. If they truly angered him, a mere breath could obliterate the so-called holy land of the Beastmaster sect, and Qingshan Academy would be no exception. And what of the martial emperor, who was unaware that in the mortal realm, one must pass through the Hell Gate to break through to the martial emperor level? Otherwise, it would only lead to a dead end. Such lofty promises should be grounded in reality. Upon returning to the academy, Gao Wumian promptly relayed the news to Dean Mo Shaoling, who, without delay, reported it to Ancestor Shangfeng. Ancestor, what do you suppose the Beastmaster sect intends to do? If they truly possess the capability to annihilate the Chu family, they could simply act. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for one to feast alone than to share? Why do they wish to collaborate with us? Mo Shaoling inquired, puzzled. Having been an affiliated faction for many years, they were well aware of the Beastmaster sect's predilections. This was clearly not their modus operandi. Ancestor Shangfeng, with his hair now gray and dressed in coarse linen, hunched over yet with a glimmer of insight in his eyes, responded, "You are correct. This does not align with the Beastmaster sect's usual behavior. If my conjecture is accurate, they likely seek the inheritance of the Yunshao sect, yet fear the strength of the Chu family's beast deity. Hence, they have tasked us as their vanguard to test the waters. After all, in the eyes of a demon emperor, a 6-star family like the Chu family should not hold much significance. Perhaps that last act was merely an impulsive gesture. Thus, the Beastmaster sect is merely probing whether the beast deity of the Chu family will intervene. Moreover, I suspect the elders of the Beastmaster sect will not take action themselves." Ancestor Shangfeng analyzed intently. Last time a martial saint appeared, that beast deity intervened. This time, with 3 martial venerables and so many strong warriors pressing the Chu family, yet the beast deity did not show up. This strongly suggests that unless a martial saint descends, the Chu family's beast deity may remain uninvolved. Should we participate in this campaign to annihilate the Chu family? Mo Shaoling inquired. No. We cannot partake. Such a gamble is beyond our means. Should we fail, the nearly 10,000-year foundation of Qingshan Academy would be obliterated. Shangfeng shook his head. Yet, if we refrain from involvement, it will surely incite the displeasure of the Beastmaster sect. They have long been wary of you. Ancestor, if we do not comply this time, they may seize the opportunity to retaliate against Qingshan Academy. No matter. I will break through to the martial saint level right now. What? Ancestor, do you have confidence in breaking through to the martial saint level? No, not in the slightest. Shangfeng shook his head, and Mo Shaoling looked bewildered. All right, go make arrangements and prepare for my funeral. Huh? Days later, news reached the Beastmaster sect that the venerable ancestor of Qingshan Academy had made a concerted effort to respond to the Beastmaster sect's call to utterly annihilate the Chu family, forcefully breaking through to Martial Saint, only to ultimately perish. Was this old fellow truly dead, or was it merely a ruse? How could he die so conveniently? Sangmu furrowed his brow and promptly dispatched 2 martial honor elders to Qingshan Academy to pay their respects. Of course, the primary aim was to ascertain whether that old fellow was genuinely deceased. If he truly was, that would be fortunate. But if he dared to feign death, then he would meet his end once more. Completely eliminating this hidden threat, however, the report from the 2 elders of the Beastmaster sect upon their return left Sangmu sighing deeply. Indeed, that old fellow was truly dead. Chapter 59. Not far from the Qixing family. Yet this also meant that the annihilation of the Chu family would proceed without a martial honor-level ally. How could he not die on the battlefield? It was simply a waste. Sangmu shook his head. Sect leader, Qingshan Academy has stated that Shang Feng's funeral will be held next month, which may delay their participation in the fight, one elder reported. Why next month? It is said to be an auspicious date. Humph, utterly foolish. A dignified martial artist believing in the superstitions of mere mortals? Sangmu rebuked sharply. Nevertheless, considering the deceased's contributions to their cause, he did not press the matter further, as the individual had perished in his attempt to heed the call of the Beastmaster sect. What of the other factions? Sect leader, the other factions are already prepared and ready to strike at a moment's notice. Very well, let us first target those factions that bear the Chu family's battle flag. And let everyone witness the fate of those who followed the Chu family, Sangmu declared coldly. Additionally, Elder Xiaomu, you and Elder Jianglu shall represent the Beastmaster sect in battle. Understood, clan leader. Grave news! Chu Hongxiao rushed in to report to the clan leader. As he reached the door, a powerful aura erupted from within the room, vast and overwhelming, as if a sovereign had descended. Martial Emperor aura? The clan leader has broken through to Martial Emperor? Chu Hongtu exclaimed in astonishment. Immediately, he felt a wave of regret for disturbing the clan leader at such a crucial moment. What if there were complications with the breakthrough? In truth, Chu Jingyue should have broken through long ago, but he had been preoccupied with family matters, causing a delay, hence his slower progression compared to the other martial emperors. Just then, the door swung open, and Chu Jingyue emerged. What did you just say? Clan leader, our affiliated sect, the Qingyun sect, has been destroyed. Our battle flag has been broken and replaced with the Beastmaster sect's flag, and other affiliated factions have also come under attack. So, it appears the 8-star sect, the Beastmaster sect, has struck against us. Chu Jingyue narrowed his eyes. Previously, there had been reports that one of the 3 leading troublemakers among the martial honor experts was an elder from the Beastmaster sect. However, the Chu family felt they lacked the strength to eliminate them, so they held back. Little did they expect the enemy to take the initiative. It must be accurate. Perhaps the Beastmaster sect covets the inheritance of the Yunxiao sect or perceives our rapid development as a threat. Clan leader, what shall we do? What else can we do? Since they seek war, let us meet them on the battlefield. Chu Jingyue declared with resolve. Our Chu family has developed for over a year without engaging in any significant battles. This is the perfect opportunity. It is time for a change in the dominion of the Qianyu. His face bore a fierce determination. After several months, the inheritance of the Yunxiao sect had almost been fully assimilated, greatly enhancing the family's strength. Now is the time to test their results. Chu Jingyue immediately summoned all the elders to discuss the matter. Are we finally going to battle? Elder Chu Jiannan exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement. Despite his hair being completely white, his eyes sparkled with vigor, full of martial spirit. The others were curious, as ever since his last venture into the heart-refining tower. He seemed to have undergone some transformation, radiating an indomitable fighting spirit. Some elders speculated that he must have gained a powerful physique, for he had returned from the tower with an unmistakable fervor for battle. Rivaling that of Chu Jiannan smiled. Had it not been for the divine beast's admonition not to disclose the nature of his fortune, he would have eagerly shared that he had attained the holy level physique. The battle saint body. As a holy body, it was a remarkably potent constitution, particularly conducive to breakthroughs in combat. Thus, he was now eager and ready for battle. Very well, let this battle serve to firmly establish the Chu family's reputation in the Qinyu. Chu Jingyue and the elders began to devise their strategy. Chu Tianyang also emerged from seclusion, leading a contingent of clan members directly towards the devastated Qingyun sect. The area was now occupied by Tianmen, with the Beastmaster sect's flag raised high. Not only did he aim to drive them back, but he also sought to penetrate the very heart of Tianmen. Just as he departed from the family, a black tower descended from the heavens, landing in Chu Tianyang's hands. It was the Wanlong Tower, the life-bound artifact of Long Yuan. If there were to be bloodshed, let it be of such magnitude that it instills terror. Let the entirety of Qinyu bear witness to the might of the Chu family. Seizing this opportunity, the Chu family would ascend to become the true overlords of Qinyu. The voice of the beast god echoed in Chu Tianyang's ear. Indeed, I shall not fail in this mission, he replied solemnly. His target was crystal clear. The martial honor experts among those factions, in truth, Long Yuan had been observing all that transpired in the Qinyu. But he refrained from intervening in troubles that the Chu family could resolve themselves. If the strongest beings in this world were merely at the imperial level, he could easily sweep through everything, employing a method akin to hastening growth to rapidly elevate the Chu family's rank. However, that was evidently not the case. Beyond the imperial level lay the divine level, and perhaps even higher realms. Simply acting as a mere ornament might allow them to swiftly break through to the imperial level, but to reach the divine or beyond would be a far more formidable challenge. Thus, the Chu family required the tempering of blood and fire, which was precisely why he refrained from intervening. You must strive hard. The distance to becoming a Qixing family is not far. Chu Tianyang had achieved martial honor, while the Chu family had already produced 6 martial emperors, bringing them close to the threshold of becoming a Qixing family. However, Long Yuan felt a twinge of regret. Despite having assisted Chu Yunling in contracting 2 martial emperor-level beasts, the system seemed to indicate that they could only count as a single martial emperor. This left Long Yuan quite vexed. Were it not for this, the task of establishing a Qixing family would have already been accomplished. Long Yuan had also considered contracting a beast emperor for another clan member, which would immediately yield an additional beast emperor, but alas, becoming a beast master required a special talent. Otherwise, even if they contracted a spirit beast, it would not provide any cultivation feedback to the Beastmaster upon breakthrough. Host, Long Yuan race, Sangyan Blue Dragon Realm cultivation, 9th rank Demon Emperor full circle physical cultivation, 10th rank Demon God full circle current task, elevate the Guardian family to Qixing family task rewards, 10 years of cultivation, 1 bloodline return to ancestry, 10 holy artifacts, 5 holy level physique origins, 5 holy level martial soul origins, imperial level body refinement technique, cosmic star technique Guardian family level, 6 stars, host's cultivation speed increased by 60 times. Gazing at the rewards, Long Yuan could not help but lick his lips. His cultivation during this period had brought him closer to the divine level. He had a strong feeling that upon completing the Qixing family task, his cultivation realm would undoubtedly surpass the divine level. Just imagine, under the auspices of divine level techniques, uninterrupted cultivation for 600 years. What a concept! Thus, breaking through to the divine level was inevitable. Chapter 60. Out to battle. Chu Tianyang took a portion of clan members ahead, followed closely by the Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard was led by the dual dragon sovereigns, Chu Jianxin and Chu Yunling, both of whom were martial emperors. After experiencing the heart-refining tower, Chu Jianxin's Jade Spirit Sword Martial Soul had evolved to the king-level Heavenly Sword Martial Soul, making him extraordinarily powerful. Meanwhile, Chu Yunling had already broken through to the Martial Emperor level. While ordinary martial artists might struggle to break through so rapidly, Chu Yunling, as a Beastmaster, not only practiced her own cultivation but also received a portion of cultivation feedback whenever her contracted spirit beasts broke through, especially since her prior cultivation level had not exceeded that of her spirit beasts, making the feedback particularly substantial. This was the reason for her swift breakthroughs. Currently, her spirit beast, the Fire Unicorn, was also nearing the 7th rank Demon Sovereign. Thanks to the holy level martial soul origin, the Heart of the Beastmaster, which Chu Yunling acquired in the Heart Refining Tower, this martial soul did not enhance her own combat power, but as her cultivation level continued to rise. The heart of the Beastmaster could purify the bloodlines of her contracted spirit beasts continuously, an unparalleled ability for a Beastmaster. Long Yuan gazed at the Fire Qilin beast, addressing it. Fire Qilin Emperor. Species: Fire Qilin beast, awakening degree of Fire Qilin bloodline. 25. Realm cultivation. Complete 6th stage Demon Emperor, physical cultivation. Complete 5th stage Demon King, identity. Contract beast of Chu Yunling. The awakening of its bloodline has progressed remarkably. When Long Yuan first encountered it, its Fire Qilin bloodline awakening degree was merely 3. However, after Chu Yunling acquired the martial soul heart of beast control, its bloodline began to awaken at an accelerated pace. The Fire Qilin is a divine beast. Upon reaching an awakening degree of 100, it would at the very least achieve divine physicality. This nearly guarantees its status as a preordained god-level powerhouse. Furthermore, the other Demon Emperor spirit beast contracted by Chu Yunling is equally impressive, possessing the bloodline of the Azure Dragon. The Qing Tian Thundercloud Jiao, which Long Yuan discovered deep within the Zhoushiao mountain range. Although it did not contribute to increasing the number of martial emperors within the system, it undoubtedly represents a formidable force for the Chu family. As long as Chu Yunling does not encounter opponents with imperial or divine physiques among the martial emperors, she will undoubtedly be an invincible presence. The enhancements provided by the Azure Dragon and Fire Qilin bloodlines significantly bolster the combat prowess of the two spirit beasts. Why, Master? Will the beast god not take action? Inquired the Fire Qilin Emperor towards Chu Yunling. If the beast god intervenes, we will hardly stand a chance, replied Chu Yunling calmly. Perhaps this is also a test from the beast god for our Chu family. Thus, we must fight with all our might to demonstrate the might of the Chu family to the entire Qin domain. Moreover, I have heard that there are elixirs within the beast control sect that can enhance the bloodlines of spirit beasts. We must seize them and treat them like candy. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two spirit beasts gleamed with excitement. Elixirs that enhance bloodlines, such treasures indeed. We must acquire them this time, declared the Qing Tian Thundercloud Jiao. You are correct, Master. Once the beast god takes action, we will be completely outmatched. Old Qing, the beast god mentioned you possess a trace of Azure Dragon bloodline, belonging to the same dragon clan bloodline as the beast god. Can you sense the strength of the beast god? Inquired the Fire Qilin Emperor. I cannot discern it, but as a member of the dragon clan, regardless of realm or cultivation, upon becoming a pureblood dragon, one's physical strength will inevitably reach the divine level. You, as a Qilin, should be aware of this as well. Chu Yunling looked at the two spirit beasts and asked, What do you both mean by divine level? We have no knowledge of this divine level. All you need to understand is that the beast god's strength far exceeds that of those imperial-level powerhouses. The Fire Qilin Emperor responded, Is the beast god truly that formidable? Chu Yunling's eyes widened, initially believing the beast god to be merely an imperial-level powerhouse. However, from the tone of her two spirit beasts, could it be that the beast god's strength has surpassed that of the imperial level? How could this be possible? Isn't the imperial level already the pinnacle, behind Chu Yunling and Chu Jianxin? The Dragon Guard, led by Chu Zhan, followed closely in Qingyang City, witnessing numerous strong members of the Chu family preparing for battle. Many martial artists, aware of certain rumors, began to speculate on the impending events. Do you think the Chu family can contend with the beast control sect? Many questioned in hushed tones. Is that even a question? Unless the beast god of the Chu family refrains from intervening, how could they possibly stand against the beast control sect? Moreover, according to some reports, the beast control sect has mobilized all its affiliated forces. What an enormous power that is! Simply put, the Chu family and their affiliates stand no chance against them. Of course, all of this is contingent upon the beast god of the Chu family not taking action. If the beast god does intervene, it would likely be an insurmountable challenge for any imperial-level powerhouse. This was a universally acknowledged truth, signifying a foregone conclusion. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as the opponents lacked imperial-level powerhouses, the Chu family could not be extinguished. Yet, many were curious. The beast control sect must be aware of this. So why provoke the Chu family? Isn't this akin to courting death? As the Chu family mobilized, many of their affiliated powers did likewise. However, some of the weaker factions lacked the qualifications to engage in such a conflict. The lowest sects or families required at least one martial emperor-level powerhouse to be present, lest they become mere cannon fodder. Upon realizing the fate awaiting the Chu family, many allied factions also sprang into action. Chu Tianyong led a portion of his kin to storm the Qingyun sect, while the Tianmin powerhouses anticipated their arrival, having taken many members of the Qingyun sect hostage to compel their response, thus waiting for them to come. Reporting to the ancestor, the Chu family ancestor, Chu Tianyong, has arrived. Chuli, the elder of Tianmin, reported to the sect's patriarch, Emperor Shitian. While leaning on his cane, I have heard that Chu Tianyong recently broke through to the martial sovereign level. The same realm as myself die in that case. I shall personally take his head to present to the Beast Control sect as a token of merit. Let him understand that the 8-star sect is not to be trifled with, and that the Chu family is merely a newly risen upstart. Dressed in a black robe, Emperor Shitian emanated a formidable aura, his gaze sharp as a hawk. Chu Tianyong has only just attained the martial sovereign level. With the prowess of our ancestor, it should be a simple task to claim his life, Chuli respectfully stated. Emperor Shitian chuckled, stepping forth, his figure appearing outside the Qingyun sect. Chu Tianyong arrived at the entrance of the Qingyun sect. Frowning at the corpses strewn across the ground, his heart brimming with indignation. If they had grievances against the Chu family, they should have declared war directly. Such underhanded tactics were truly contemptible, unbeknownst to him. The Beast Control sect employed these methods merely to test the limits of the Beast God's tolerance. What? Are you the only one here? Where are the other martial sovereign elders from the allied factions? Upon their first meeting, Chu Tianyong immediately inquired. This question stirred Emperor Shitian's ire, his white hair billowing in the wind like an enraged beast. The implication was that he deemed Chu Tianyong unworthy of his attention. A blatant display of disdain. Chu Tianyong, how ridiculous it is for a mere fledgling like you to act so brazenly before me, an elder who has cultivated for several millennia. You have only trained for a mere 100 years or so. How dare you presume to challenge my authority? Chapter 61. The battle of martial sovereigns. Emperor Shitian roared, his form instantly transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Chu Tianyong. What? You have cultivated for several millennia, and yet you have only just reached the martial sovereign level? How pathetic. Chu Tianyong did not hesitate to mock him. I will slay you, Emperor Shitian bellowed, his fists radiating light, surging with overwhelming power as they struck toward Chu Tianyong's immortal body. To have gradually attained this realm over millennia, he had long surpassed countless others, yet here was someone dismissing him? Today, if I do not tear your mouth apart, I shall not bear the surname of Emperor. Then you should change your surname. You are unworthy of it. Chu Tianyong scoffed, soaring into the sky to meet the enraged charge of the Tianmin patriarch. Emperor Shitian, boom. The two figures clashed ferociously, their fists and palms interlocking, brilliant light erupting in the skies, sending waves of energy rippling outward with a terrifying momentum. Despite being merely at the early stage of martial sovereign, your combat prowess is astonishingly formidable. After several exchanges, Emperor Shitian was astonished to find that Chu Tianyong could contend with him, a late-stage martial sovereign. Humph, you overestimate yourself. You are merely a late-stage martial sovereign. Chu Tianyong sneered. Although the enhancement from his myriad spirit body was not substantial, that was only relative to other sacred bodies. Faced with a mortal body, transcending 2 minor realms was still within reach. While they exchanged words, their hands remained in relentless motion, unleashing formidable martial techniques that echoed like thunder in the sky. How could this be? Chu Tianyong can actually contend evenly with our patriarch. Did he not just break through to the martial sovereign level? Tianmin elder Chuli observed the sky in shock. He had anticipated that their patriarch would finish off Chu Tianyong with a single blow. How could this happen? Ha ha ha. You have no idea of my ancestors' capabilities. Come, young pups of Tianmin, witness the might of our Chu family. Chu Jinan bellowed, leading the charge into the fray. The battle saint body activated. Radiant golden light bursting from him as he plunged into the throng. Chu Hongxiao, Chu Yunfei, and Chu Shiran followed closely, joining the fray. Come, old man, let me see your true abilities. Chu Xiaoran instantly engaged with Chu Li. Where did this little brat come from? So audacious as to challenge me. Run back home and drink your milk. Chu Li scoffed, dismissing Chu Xiaoran, who was not yet 20 years old. I will kill you. Chu Xiaoran seethed, enraged by such disdain. Now that he had become a sacred body, his anger ignited, golden lightning crackling around him as he unleashed the aura of a martial emperor. What? A martial emperor? Chu Li's eyes widened, nearly biting his tongue. How could this seemingly insignificant little brat actually be a martial emperor powerhouse? Old fossil, you will soon regret uttering those words. Chu Xiaoran transformed into a streak of lightning. Charging forward with ferocity, Chu Li's heart was shaken, yet her movements were not hindered in the slightest. She wielded the 6th-tier spiritual artifact staff in her hand, and in an instant, engaged in a fierce battle with Chu Xiaoran. As the powerful warriors clashed, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, instantly transforming the surroundings into a colossal battlefield. Although the Heavenly Gate was under the watch of a martial honor elder, it was not a 7-star sect, which implied that the adversary lacked 7 martial emperors. Furthermore, several martial emperors were required to remain within the sect, resulting in a limited number of martial elder participants here. Apart from Chu Li, there was only one other elder. Yet that individual was simultaneously restrained by the combined forces of the 2 martial kings, Chu Hongxiao and Chu Yunfei. In a flash, the battle erupted in full force. With the 2 martial honorable beings clashing in the skies, while warriors below engaged in fierce combat, the air thick with vibrant and tumultuous energy. Where they passed, the surrounding mountains were razed to the ground, and grotesque fissures split the earth beneath them. Before long, the elder of Qingyun's sect and others, having lost the suppression of the Heavenly Gate, surged forth from within. The elder of Qingyun's sect, a martial emperor himself, though gravely injured, radiated an aura of murderous intent. With bloodied fists, he struck out, rendering the disciples of the Heavenly Gate below the martial emperor level utterly defenseless. You have slain so many of our disciples. Today, I demand blood for blood. The elder of Qingyun's sect roared with fury, unleashing the might of a martial emperor, causing each disciple of the Heavenly Gate to explode into a mist of blood, leaving no corpses behind. In the sky, even more terrifying energy erupted, a collision of ultimate martial techniques from both sides. With a thunderous roar, a massive palm collided with a golden fist imprint, a dazzling light bursting forth in the heavens as the overwhelming energy surged forth, crashing into Di Shirtian, sending him reeling back hundreds of meters and forcing him to spit out blood. Holy-level martial technique. Has your Chu family truly acquired the legacy of Yunxiao sect? Di Shirtian's expression darkened. Such a martial technique was something even the Heavenly Gate did not possess. Moreover, the adversary was clearly only at the early stage of martial honor, yet their combat prowess was terrifying, especially their physical strength, which far surpassed his own. Guess. Chu Tianyang sneered, advancing once more to slay. This holy-level battle technique was indeed derived from the legacy of Yunxiao sect. This was the foundation of a family. Do not be arrogant. Di Shirtian produced his own 7th-tier spiritual artifact, revealing the riches of the opponent, who had actually summoned 2 7th-tier artifacts at once. A dark red bell hovered above his head, while a silver war spear was gripped in his hand, launching an aggressive assault against Chu Tianyang. With a resounding clang, the bell's chime echoed through the skies, followed by the war spear, wielding the might of 10,000, cleaving downward. The sound morphed into visible red ripples, the spear creating a silver arc of devastation that threatened to rend the heavens and the earth asunder. Chu Tianyang's energy surged around him, his form shimmering with specks of silver starlight. A result of cultivating the holy-level technique, stellar body refinement. At the same time, a silver-long knife appeared in his grasp, a 7th-tier spiritual artifact he had procured from the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce. A Jura blade. With a single stroke, Chu Tianyang unleashed a 1,000-meter silver blade of light, colliding with the incoming strike and bell ripples. The energies intertwined, exploding in the skies, radiating brilliance. You managed to block my 2 attacks with just 1 strike. This is yet another holy-level martial technique. Di Shirtian seethed with frustration, bellowing as he charged forward once more. eye in an instant. Their forms intertwined again. Below, a martial emperor elder of the heavenly gate fell. Besieged by Chu Hongxiao, Chu Yunfei, and the elder of Qingyun's sect, ultimately being pierced through the chest by a punch from the elder of Qingyun's sect. However, the elder was also rendered devoid of combat ability by the retaliatory strike before his demise. A chilling scream erupted as Chu Li's spiritual artifact staff shattered under the onslaught of Chu Xiuran's thunderous fists, followed by a punch to her abdomen, the golden lightning piercing through her body. Blood gushed forth as Chu Li staggered back, her face now a mask of terror, stripped of her earlier composure. "Little brother, please do not kill me. I was coerced by the Beastmaster sect. I had no choice." Chapter 62. 100 Flower Valley. Chu Li wept bitterly, hoping her performance would deceive the young man before her. "Whether you were coerced or not is of no concern to me, but it was you who told me to go home for milk just moments ago." Chu Xiuran's expression suddenly turned icy. He pointed a finger, and a golden lightning bolt shot forth, instantly piercing Chu Li's forehead. "You?" Chu Li's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the young man before her. Astonished at how someone so young could be so decisive, a tinge of regret flickered within her mind. Had she known the Chu family would be so formidable, she would not have been so eager to partake in the annihilation of the Chu family. "I was blinded by the inheritance of the martial emperor." With that, she collapsed, devoid of any life force. "Humph! Such petty tricks dare to flaunt themselves before me. Do you truly think I entered the Heart Refinement Tower for leisure?" Chu Xiuran scoffed coldly. He had endured a lifetime of trials within the Heart Refinement Tower. What cunning methods had he not encountered? To think he could be swayed by mere acting was a fool's errand. With the death of the two martial emperors of the Heavenly Gate, the fate of the others was sealed. They were not even granted a chance to surrender, over 1,000 souls annihilated. As Chu Tianyang battled Di Shitian, the terrifying fluctuations of energy were sensed by other martial honor beings. That was the aura of the Heavenly Gate's ancestor, Di Shitian. He was clashing with another martial honor. Undoubtedly Chu Tianyang it seemed the Chu family had only this one martial honor. "Let us go. If we can capture Chu Tianyang alive, we can compel them to relinquish the legacy of Yunxiao sect." Elders Xiamu and Jiang Lu of the Beastmaster sect, having just slaughtered a 4-star sect with tens of thousands of members, felt the powerful auras clashing, as long as they held the ancestor of the Chu family. They had no fear of the Chu family refusing to comply, and as the two made their way toward Qingyun's sect, the martial honor level powerhouses from the affiliated sects under the Beastmaster sect also rushed toward the same destination. Everyone harbored the same intentions. As for the affiliated forces with only martial emperor level warriors, they followed the orders of the Beastmaster sect, continuing to massacre the sects bearing the Chu family battle flag. Ha ha ha, kill. With the holy level sect, the Beastmaster sect, as our backing, what do we have to fear from the Chu family? 100 Flower Valley, our Hahuan sect is here. Ha ha ha, in the past, both our sects were affiliated with the Beastmaster sect, and we could not openly take action against you. But now that you have betrayed the Beastmaster sect and allied with the Chu family, I shall not show mercy today. Ha ha ha, Elder of 100 Flower Valley. You are also a martial emperor. If you could become my furnace, it would surely allow me to break through to the martial sovereign realm. An elder of Hahuan's sect, his face lined with wrinkles, gazed greedily at the elder of 100 Flower sect, unabashedly revealing his covetousness. Though they had both trained for a similar duration, why did the other appear as though she were in her 40s? But this was even better. There was no need to extinguish the lights. Humph! Betray the Beastmaster sect? If I had the ability, I would have long since exterminated them all. Every year, we must offer up over 100 of the most exquisite female disciples to that pack of beasts at the Beastmaster sect. Even our Hahuan sect's former generation leader was ravaged to death by that beast, Swatsangmu. The elder of 100 Flower Valley, Xiao Min, trembled with rage, gritting her teeth as she spoke. That night, the agonized cries of that leader echoed throughout the entire sect. Ever since then, as the elder, Xiao Min's state of mind had been irrevocably damaged, and her cultivation could no longer progress. I would devour their flesh and drink their blood, if it were not for the Beastmaster sect being more beastly than beasts. Hundred Flower Valley would not have sought refuge with another sect. Not only Chiu Min, but the current leader beside her and the female disciples of the sect glared furiously at the people from Hahuan's sect. Ha ha ha, why speak so harshly? How many wish to be favored by Zhu's sect leader but lacked such fortune? Your leader was fortunate indeed to be favored by Zhu's sect leader for one night. And yet, you have allied with the Chu family while offering up your female disciples. What difference is there? The elder of Hahuan's sect sneered, his gaze invasive as he looked at Chiu Min. You speak so eloquently. Why not offer your mother to Zhuo Sangmu for him to enjoy? Chiu Min retorted angrily, and while they had indeed allowed some female disciples to enter the Chu family, it was done with the consent of the women, in stark contrast to the Beastmaster sect's vile practices. Since you are so ungrateful, let us kill. The disciples of Hahuan's sect received their orders. Today, there were no reservations, and the women of Hundred Flower sect were to be taken freely. Whoever seizes them would claim them. Ha ha ha. The elder of Hahuan's sect laughed maniacally. Kill. Even if today results in the destruction of jade and stone alike, we must never allow the likes of the Huanhe sect to prevail. Chiu Min's countenance twisted with rage as she roared, for they had endured enough of such days. It was only in the past few months, sheltered by the Chu family, that they truly grasped the essence of freedom. Therefore, even in death, they would resist. Moreover, many members of the Chu family were related by marriage to those in the Hundred Flowers Valley. They would never stand idly by. In an instant, the two factions clashed violently. Sharp sword lights crisscrossed, energy erupted, and a cacophony of screams and splattering blood filled the air. Ha ha ha, my lovely beauties, I have arrived. This time, I want 10 of you. I have just learned a new dual cultivation posture. Which beauty wishes to practice with me? I guarantee she will soar to the heavens. My art of indulging has reached perfection. To cultivate with me is undoubtedly a blessing earned over several lifetimes. The disciples of the Huanhe sect laughed heartily, their eyes gleaming with avarice, drool pooling at their feet. Their covetous gaze had long been set upon the female disciples of the Hundred Flowers Valley, for they possessed a remarkably mystical technique. Any woman who practiced this technique not only retained her youth but also grew increasingly beautiful as her cultivation deepened. Throughout the Qian domain, what man would not take pride in marrying a disciple of the Hundred Flowers Valley? Indeed, many secretly resorted to unscrupulous means to seek a taste of their charm. Better to shatter like jade than to remain intact like tiles. The sect leader of the Hundred Flowers Valley. When Ruyu donned a pure white veil, yet her eyes, visible beneath it, were exceptionally beautiful in this moment. She wielded a long sword and engaged in a fierce battle with the leader of the Huanhe sect. Might I inquire whether you would share a bed with me? The leader of the Huanhe sect laughed heartily, and amidst their exchanges, he tore away when Ruyu's veil. The visage revealed was startling. Her face was marred by a network of gruesome scars. By the heavens, you startled me. How could one be so hideous? Is this the result of the beasts from the Beast Control sect? When Ruyu's sword grew increasingly sharp, since that incident involving the former sect leader, every subsequent leader had disfigured their appearance before assuming leadership, to prevent the beasts of the Beast Control sect from setting their sights on them. Heh, Chiu Min, with your stagnant cultivation over the years, how could you possibly be my match? Submit to me, and I shall liberate your hands to experience the joys of womanhood. The elder of the Huanhe sect unleashed a palm. Devoid of energy, upon Chiu Min Tsk. What a delightful sensation. 2 words, remarkably firm. He then burst into raucous laughter. Chapter 63. The martial sovereign's encirclement die. Chiu Min's body trembled with fury, her mind momentarily thrown into disarray, leading her to be captured by the Huanhe sect elder, who sealed her cultivation. Ha ha ha, let us see where I shall begin. The elder of the Huanhe sect roamed wantonly over Chiu Min's form. Elder! When Ruyu exclaimed in shock, her heart racing. For them, the elder at the martial emperor level was their greatest pillar of support. Indeed, at the moment Chiu Min was captured, chaos ensued in the Hundred Flowers Valley. Disciples were either injured or captured, and as for being killed, what use would it be to kill when dual cultivation was still a possibility? The Huanhe sect had no interest in desecrating corpses. Heaven seeks to obliterate my 100 Flowers Valley. Tears streamed down Xiaomin's face. Yet perhaps it was for the best, for it was far superior to living in constant fear and humiliation. You ugly creature, perish! The leader of the Huanhe sect regarded Wen Ruyu's ghastly appearance, unleashing his energy as he struck out with a palm. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out, and a beam of sword light sliced through the air, severing one of the Huanhe sect leader's arms with precision. Who dares to ambush this sect leader? He looked up to see a figure standing in the sky, brandishing a black longsword, exuding an icy demeanor. Are you from the Chu family? The leader of the Huanhe sect's expression shifted in terror as he staggered backward. Chu Jianchen, the dragon guardian of the Chu family. The 100 Flowers Valley is related to my Chu family. How dare you harbor designs upon them? Chu Jianchen's voice was frigid as he descended step by step, a formidable sword intent radiating from him, slithering around his form like serpents. Has the Chu family finally arrived? Xiaomin felt a slight relief upon seeing the newcomer, but when she realized he was alone and merely at the initial stage of martial emperor, her heart sank again. After all, the elder of the Huanhe sect was at the late stage of martial emperor. How could one person save them? Just you alone. You must think far too highly of the Huanhe sect. The elder of the Huanhe sect sneered coldly. The opponent's cultivation was 2 minor levels below his. Capturing him and delivering him to the beast control sect would surely be a monumental achievement. Killing you shall suffice. With that, he swung his sacred sword, a dark beam of sword light slicing through the void towards the Huanhe sect elder. Ignorant child, today I shall make you understand that even a single minor level's difference can be a chasm. The elder of the Huanhe sect scoffed, his fist ablaze with light, exuding an overwhelming energy that threatened to obliterate all in its path. Let us see how you intend to kill me. He then hurled his fist towards the dark sword light aimed at him. With a resounding sizzle, the dark sword light swept through, and the formidable Huanhe sect elder was instantly cleaved in two. The scene fell into a stunned silence, only broken by the sound of his dismembered body hitting the ground. Elder is dead? The leader of the Huanhe sect staggered back in shock, and before he could react further, another beam of sword light sliced through, sending his head spinning from his shoulders, leaving his body standing in place. The rest should be manageable for you. Chu Jianchen calmly addressed Xiaomin, as though he had merely completed an inconsequential task. Xiaomin swallowed hard. They were all at the initial stage of martial emperor, yet how could he possess such terrifying strength? He had dispatched a late-stage martial emperor in an instant. Thank you, Senior, for your intervention. We can handle the remaining matters. When Ruyu snapped back to her senses, astonished. So powerful. Is this truly the so-called strongest dragon guardian of the Chu family? Indeed, fearsome beyond measure. I advise you to press your advantage and utterly eradicate the Huanhe sect. Since their martial emperor elder has fallen, the others should pose no threat. I shall not interfere. With that, Chu Jianchen departed, for he had other matters to attend to. After leaving the Chu family, the Dragon Guardians dispersed to assist the besieged factions. Though they could only manage those forces led by martial emperor-level experts. As for the martial sovereigns, that was a task for the elders to handle. Annihilate these lecherous scoundrels of the Huanhe sect. Watching Chu Jianchen leave, when Ruyu commanded fiercely, leading the disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley into a counterattack, die in mere moments. Thousands of Huanhe sect disciples were slaughtered. Elder, shall we heed the advice of that senior and completely obliterate the Huanhe sect? When Ruyu inquired, alas, who would have thought we would come to such a point? Xiaomin sighed, reflecting on the long-standing heritage of their two sects, once powerful and deeply intertwined in ancient times, often uniting their holy sons and daughters in marriage. Regrettably, as time passed, both sects declined. The Huanhe sect had descended into the evil path of using women as vessels, according to the fragmented records of the 100 Flowers Valley. In ancient times, while the Huanhe sect also practiced dual cultivation, it was a mutually beneficial exchange that caused no harm to either party, but rather enhanced each other's cultivation. Thus, many female disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley longed to become the companions of Huanhe sect warriors. Yet as time progressed, everything changed. Let us slay them. What more could be said now that matters had reached this point? Xiaomin sighed resolutely. Following her lead, when Ruyu and the disciples of the Hundred Flowers Valley surged towards the Huanhe sect. Meanwhile, Chu Yunling successfully rescued a subordinate sect of the Chu family. With her 2 spiritual beasts aiding her, she was as formidable as 3 martial emperors, easily dispatching any ordinary force. Not only did the Chu family members engage, but several subordinate forces of the Chu family also took action. From the behavior of the Beast Control sect, it was evident that if they gained the upper hand, the subordinate forces of the Chu family would surely suffer. This included 4 other 6-star sects from Zhangzhou and several surrounding 6-star forces. All of these gathered numerous martial emperor-level experts. If the Chu family fell, they would share in the misfortune. If the Chu family triumphed, they would enjoy the spoils. Yet they firmly believed the Chu family would not falter, for there was a powerful beast god among them. With such an existence, the Chu family could never lose. In the skies above the Qingyun sect, following a fierce battle, Chu Tianyang drove his sword through the center of Di Shiryan's brow and deftly claimed the opponent's spiritual artifact. Yet, before he could exhale a sigh of relief, a dozen terrifying presences surged toward him. Have they all arrived? Very well. This will save me the trouble of seeking you out one by one. Hovering in the air, Chu Tianyang's eyes blazed with brilliance, his formidable aura unabashedly unleashed. Moments later, led by the elder Xiaomu and Jiang Lu from the Beastmaster sect, several martial sovereigns descended, encircling Chu Tianyang completely. Chu Tianyang, I grant you a chance to live. Immediately surrender the martial emperor inheritance of the Yunshao sect. Such a fortuitous opportunity is not something a mere Chu family can claim, Xiaomu admonished. Indeed, Chu Tianyang, considering your status as a martial sovereign, it would be wise to relinquish the treasure voluntarily. Otherwise, it will lead to your demise. The ancestors of the Radiant sect watched Chu Tianyang with predatory gazes. Difficult cultivation? I beg your pardon. I have only just begun my rise less than 2 years ago. As for the martial emperor inheritance, if my Chu family lacks the qualifications, then which of you possesses them? Chapter 64. Tower God, please vanquish these martial sovereigns. The Beastmaster sect. What qualifications do you possess to claim the martial emperor inheritance in your current state? Even if you were to obtain it, would you not still be reduced to groveling like a hound before the gates of hell, surrendering the so-called martial emperor inheritance? In the end, you would not dare to utter a word. With your pitiful, tail-wagging demeanor, you dare to aspire to be the overlord of my Qian domain. It is an utter disgrace to our realm. If I were your ancestor, I would shamefully end my life here. Chu Tianyang scoffed. Chu Tianyang, you are truly doomed. Do you comprehend the abilities of the gates of hell? When you finally witness them, your Chu family will appear even more insignificant than we of the Beastmaster sect. Xiaomu roared, Hemph, and what of seeing them? The numerous martial saints who ventured into my Qingyang city last time all perished like ants. Do not speak of martial saints, even if the martial emperor of the gates of hell were to descend. What could he possibly do against my Chu family? Nonsense. Without your beast god, what do you think your Chu family amounts to? Jiang Lu spat furiously. You make a valid point. If you are so formidable, why not seek out a powerful beast god for yourselves? I would not oppose it. However, given your Beastmaster sect's nature, it is unlikely any divine beast would deign to acknowledge you. Ah, Chu Tianyang. I shall kill you, Xiaomu shouted in fury, his face flushed with rage. This wretched old man, how can his tongue be so reckless? Yet, his mental energy spread, for he had not forgotten the reason behind the attack on the Chu family's affiliated forces. It was merely to probe the limits of that beast god. Thus, he was also filled with trepidation, fearing that the beast god's claws might suddenly materialize above him from the rift of shattered void. Kill! The other martial sovereigns surged forward, unleashing powerful martial techniques, leaving Chu Tianyang no room for resistance, intent on suppressing him in an instant. Since you have chosen to abandon martial ethics, do not blame me. Chu Tianyang bellowed, Tower God, please vanquish these martial sovereigns. Whoosh! The Dragon Abyss's innate spiritual artifact, the 10,000 Dragons Tower, instantly appeared, soaring into the sky, transforming into a mountain-sized behemoth. It then trembled violently, accompanied by resounding dragon roars. As the void quaked, All the martial sovereigns charging toward Chu Tianyang erupted into a fine mist of blood, scattered by the wind, without even a moment's reaction. The beast god is formidable. The tower god is formidable. Below, witnessing this spectacle, Chu Xiuran shouted in excitement, affirming that the beast god is indeed an invincible existence, as even his innate spiritual artifact had grown to such immense power, having previously vanquished the martial emperor. It now effortlessly subdued over a dozen martial sovereigns. This must be a holy artifact, or even an imperial artifact. Chu Yunfei and the others gasped in awe, realizing that even without the beast god's intervention, his innate spiritual artifact was already unmatched. Initially reluctant to summon the tower god so soon, but you left me no choice by disregarding martial ethics. Chu Tianyang cupped his hands, and the 10,000 Dragons Tower shrank once more. Landing in his grasp, all members of the Chu family and affiliated forces, obey my command. Annihilate the affiliated forces of the Beastmaster sect at once, sparing only those who surrender. Chu Tianyang's voice rang out, echoing across Zhangzhou and the nearby continents, heralding a shift in the tides of battle. Soon after, news spread like wildfire throughout the Qian domain. The martial sovereign ancestors of the forces that had allied with the Beastmaster sect against the Chu family had all perished. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. In a battlefield dominated by martial sovereigns, the fall of all martial sovereigns signified that the outcome of the conflict had become clear. The Chu family was overwhelmingly powerful. Even without the beast god's direct involvement, they could still annihilate so many martial sovereigns. It seemed that from this point onward, the Chu family had truly become the second most formidable force in the Qian domain. Second only to the Beastmaster sect, however, according to detailed reports, although the Chu family's beast god did not personally intervene, he had dispatched his innate spiritual artifact, which allegedly had instantaneously vanquished all the martial sovereigns. Without that, relying solely on Chu Tianyang as a martial sovereign, he could not possibly contend with so many martial sovereigns. Is this related to that beast god? What extraordinary fortune did the Chu family stumble upon to encounter such a powerful guardian beast? Everyone marveled and envied, recognizing that the true rise of the Chu family began with the appearance of that guardian beast. Now, rumors spread that the Chu family's beast god had perhaps truly obtained the martial emperor inheritance from the Yunshao sect, enabling him to cultivate to the level of a martial emperor. Yet, why would someone so powerful choose to become the guardian beast of the Chu family remained a mystery to all. In an instant, the affiliated sects of the Beastmaster sect became anxious. All their martial sovereign ancestors had perished. At this point, fleeing was their only option. Otherwise, when the Chu family truly came knocking, there would be no time to escape. What is there to fear? Is there not still a martial saint of the Beastmaster sect? With that powerful figure present, how could we possibly be in danger? Are you foolish? If the martial saint of the Beastmaster sect could intervene, he would have done so long ago. Now that 2 martial sovereigns from the Beastmaster sect have perished, and he has still not acted, what does that signify? It signifies that he fears the Chu family's beast god and dares not make a move. Many forces, despite having their sect leaders present, found their morale crumbling. Many had already begun to flee. This was a contest for dominance in the Qian domain. A moment's carelessness could lead to their affiliated forces facing destruction. Most importantly, many clearly understood that with the presence of that demon emperor, the Chu family could not be eradicated. Thus, the ultimate losers could only be the forces led by the Beastmaster sect. It could be said that the outcome was all but certain. At this moment, within the depths of the Beastmaster sect, numerous sect leaders and clan heads gathered, urgently beseeching the ancestor Du Laiyuan to take action, for he was their only chance at a turnaround. Deep within the Beastmaster sect, Du Laiyuan's brow furrowed. The bottom line had been tested this time. Even if that beast god did not personally intervene, he would still employ certain measures to ensure the safety of the Chu family. Why would a dignified demon emperor regard a mere Chu family with such importance? Du Laiyuan could not fathom. Logically, such existences should transcend all concerns and not behave in this manner. As for the many martial sovereigns of the affiliated forces that had fallen, he felt no sorrow. After all, they were not part of the Beastmaster sect. It was only the loss of the 2 elders, Xiaomu and Jianglu, that caused him a twinge of pain. Unlike the nouveau riche Chu family, these martial sovereigns had cultivated step by step, each taking hundreds or even thousands of years to achieve their current status. Now they were gone, and combined with the previous loss of the martial sovereign elder who had led the disturbance in Qingyang City and the one captured by the martial saint of the gates of hell, they had already lost 4 martial sovereigns, leaving the Beast Master sect with precious few remaining. Ancestor Du Laiyuan of the Beast Master sect, do you intend to remain cooped up here indefinitely? Have you no sense of guilt for treating so many martial sovereigns as cannon fodder? A booming voice suddenly echoed above the Beast Master sect, resonating in everyone's ears. Chu Tianyang, Du Laiyuan's gaze turned frigid as he appeared instantly above the Beast Master sect. You possess great audacity, daring to intrude upon my Beast Master sect. Do you truly believe I would not dare to kill you? I suspect you truly lack the courage to kill me. If you did, you would have acted long ago, rather than cowering like a turtle, hiding within the Beast Master sect, afraid to show your face. Chapter 65. The martial saint of the Beast Master sect is annihilated. Though merely a martial sovereign, Chu Tianyang's imposing presence standing there eclipsed that of the martial saint Du Laiyuan. The latter gritted his teeth in frustration, his fists cracking in anger, yet he dared not make a move. He was apprehensive, setting aside whether that mysterious beast god would intervene. The Black Tower in Chu Tianyang's possession could very well annihilate him. Chu Tianyang, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Du Laiyuan inquired coldly. Although our two factions have grievances, we should not reach the point of mutual destruction, should we? While my Beast Master sect has obliterated some of your Chu family's affiliated forces, it should not have affected you in the slightest. Correct? Your audacity in coming to my Beast Master sect today seems rather excessive. Chu Tianyang smirked. Excessive? Not in the slightest. The moment you severed the battle standard of the Chu family, you declared war against us. Therefore, you ought to be prepared for the consequences. What do you intend to do? Let us engage in battle, with you. A mere martial sovereign, Du Laiyuan scoffed. Himph, with the divine tower in my hand, with that. Chu Tianyang revealed the black tower he held. Du Laiyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, You shameless scoundrel! But the black tower had already soared into the sky, expanding instantaneously, its formidable aura sweeping over the entire Beast Master sect. Rendering its experts immobile, Du Laiyuan roared, unleashing the terrifying power of a martial saint in the midst of Chu Tianyang's astonished gaze. A spiritual portal appeared behind Du Laiyuan, through which a holy-level spirit beast, the demon tiger, burst forth. The spiritual portal is a unique ability exclusive to beast masters, serving as a sanctuary for nurturing spirit beasts. Only those martial artists who awaken their spiritual portals can become beast masters. You Beast Master sect truly harbors deep secrets. To think you have 2 martial saints in your midst? Yet, even so, Du Laiyuan, you shall not escape today, Tower God. Please vanquish our foes. Chu Tianyang bowed deeply. For to hesitate would be foolish. Roaring echoes resounded as the skies trembled, an overwhelming might unfurling. With the very fabric of space quaking, Du Laiyuan and his demon saint spirit beast were ground to dust. Ah, no, you cannot kill me. I am backed by the Hell Gate. If you slay me, the martial emperor experts from the Hell Gate will surely annihilate the Chu family, erasing you from existence. Though Du Laiyuan's body lay lifeless, his soul remained, now transformed into a tiny figure the size of a fist, writhing in terror. Due to the suppression of the Wenilong Tower, even as a martial saint, he could not move an inch. He could only invoke the Hell Gate, hoping to instill fear in the Chu family. Ha? You Beast Master sect is not even worth a dog in front of the Hell Gate. Do you truly believe they would act on your behalf? Du Laiyuan, you greatly overestimate your Beast Master sect with that. The Wenilong Tower trembled violently, and Du Laiyuan's soul was utterly obliterated. The Wenilong Tower was the life-bound spirit weapon of Long Yuan, its level commensurate with Long Yuan's cultivation. Having reached the divine level, to exterminate a martial saint was but a trivial task. Below, the Beast Master sect's leader, Zhuangmu, sat helplessly on the ground, realizing the martial saint ancestor had perished just like that. It was over. Their Beast Master sect was doomed. Meanwhile, the leaders of the subordinate forces stood in a stupor, their minds blanked. Why has this happened? The leader of the Radiant sect cried out in terror. Did not the Beastmaster sect assure us that the Chu family's beast god would not intervene for certain reasons? And did we not have the martial emperor of the Hell Gate as our backing? Where is your promised support? This time, the Beastmaster sect has truly led us to our demise. We are willing to surrender. Finally, some sect leaders and clan heads could no longer contain themselves. The Beastmaster sect had lost its might. Even if they were not exterminated, they had already fallen from the ranks of the 8-star sects and could never again become the dominators of the Qian domain. In a matter of moments, all the power holders of the sects and families expressed their intentions to surrender and submit to Chu Tianyang. Is what Sangmu's complexion turned ashen. While those subordinate forces might have a chance of survival, the main instigator, the Beastmaster sect, would likely face annihilation. Very well, I, Chu Tianyang, am not one to slay without cause, as long as you sincerely submit and provide satisfactory reparations to those sects you have wronged. I, the Chu family, shall let bygones be bygones. After all, with so many factions, it was impossible for the Chu family to eradicate them all, even if it meant slaughtering millions. Rest assured, Senior Chu, my Radiant sect will definitely provide satisfactory reparations as a show of my allegiance to the Chu family. The leader of the Radiant sect, Pei Lin, was the first to declare. Swat Sangmu glared at him with murderous intent. This scoundrel always seemed to be the first to surrender. He recalled that when the Beastmaster sect had risen thousands of years ago, the Radiant sect was also the first to submit. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly descended upon the Qian domain, overwhelming all beings. Is this the arrival of a martial emperor? Some experts gasped in horror. Why would a martial emperor descend at this moment? It must be the martial emperor of the Hell Gate. With the Chu family's demon emperor not having emerged, it had to be the martial emperor of the Hell Gate. The situation had shifted dramatically. With the arrival of a martial emperor, the Chu family's advantage was obliterated. Almost everyone had believed the Chu family was certain to win, but now that certainty was cast into doubt. Above the Beastmaster sect, the void was suddenly torn apart by a pair of colossal hands, and a figure of earth-shattering proportions descended with immense force, its terrifying aura sweeping like a chasm. Striking fear into the very soul, Martial Emperor. Ah, Martial Emperor, have you finally appeared? The leader of the Beastmaster sect, Swat Sangmu, bowed before the Martial Emperor, exclaiming, "My Beastmaster sect is on the brink of annihilation. I implore the Martial Emperor to uphold justice for us." Seeing that figure descend, Swat Sangmu clung to his last hope, kneeling and crawling out of the great hall, tears streaming down as he prostrated before the Martial Emperor of the Hell Gate. Martial Emperor? Pei Lin trembled, gazing incredulously at the figure in the sky. Before them stood a being with white hair and a pale flame burning in the center of its brow. There was no doubt this was the mark of the Hell Gate. Martial Emperor, please save us. The Chu family, relying on their demon emperor-level beast god, has coerced our major factions into submission, instigating a war throughout the Qian domain, causing rivers of blood to flow. The Hell Gate is the unchanging sovereign of the human realm. I beseech the Martial Emperor to take a stand for us. Restore peace to the Qian domain. Pei Lin knelt down, tears streaming down his face as he recounted the crimes of the Chu family. In that fleeting moment, he had realized the Chu family had but one demon emperor, while the Hell Gate had multiple martial emperors in every era. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Swat Sangmu cursed inwardly, that damnable fence-sitter, Pei Lin, truly lacks shame. Following Pei Lin, several other sect leaders also knelt before the Martial Emperor, tearfully accusing the Chu family of inciting chaos. Qimye was quite displeased. They had been engaged in an assault on a forbidden area when suddenly they were dispatched here. A demon emperor? How could a demon emperor arise here? In this world, to become an emperor, one must secure the approval of the Hell Gate. Who else dares to aspire to such a title? Qimye frowned as he regarded the crowd. Reporting to the Martial Emperor, the Chu family's demon emperor has acquired a mysterious inheritance from the Yunxiao sect in the Jiuxiao mountain range, enabling him to attain emperor-level status without alerting the outside world. What did you say? the mysterious inheritance of the Yunxiao sect. Qimia's expression darkened, a terrifying aura enveloping the surrounding space, causing the very ground beneath him to collapse, for he had participated in the battle to annihilate the Yunxiao sect. Their martial emperor's strength had led to the demise of 3 martial emperors from the Hell Gate, inflicting severe injuries upon him that took thousands of years to recover from. Even now, the memory filled him with trepidation. Thus, upon hearing that the opponent had gained the mysterious inheritance of the Yunxiao sect's martial emperor, the murderous intent within Qimia surged uncontrollably. We scoured the entirety of the Jiuxiao mountain range, yet could not find their inheritance. To think it has now emerged, I ask you, how long has the opponent been a martial emperor? Qimia glared with fury, his eyes fixed on Zhuangmu and the others like a predator about to pounce. If the opponent had been a martial emperor for some time, he might not be a match for them after all. This, we juniors are unaware, but that demon emperor is the guardian beast of the Chu family, and the Chu family's ancestor, Chu Tianyang, just happens to be here. Zhuangmu said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Chu Tianyang. Qimia scrutinized the elderly figure hovering above the Beastmaster sect, visibly anxious. If you wish to avoid punishment, you better lay bare every detail regarding your so-called beast god. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make you wish for death. Though Chu Tianyang trembled at the thought of the beast goddess might, he steeled himself and replied, You think you, a mere martial emperor, can ascertain the situation of our beast god? Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Qimia's massive hands descended upon him. Zhuangmu and the others exchanged gleeful glances, believing the Chu family had grown too arrogant, assuming that the presence of a demon emperor would allow them to act with impunity. Now, let us see how you meet your end. Tower god, save me! Chu Tianyang cried out, and with a roar, the Wenilong Tower soared into the air, expanding to several zhang in size, meeting Qimia's descending hand head-on. Boom! The two forces collided, and in the expectant gazes of Zhuangmu and the others, Qimia's hand exploded into a mist of blood. What is that thing? An imperial weapon? Qimia staggered back, his expression one of terror as he beheld the black tower before him. How could a mere imperial weapon injure him, a late-stage martial emperor? However, the martial emperor, with his indomitable vitality, astonishingly regrew his shattered arm before the naked eye. The Crimson Annihilation Pagoda Fist, with a mighty roar, Qimia unleashed his most formidable divine abilities without any reservations, striking towards the looming black tower ahead. Boom! As he unleashed his punch, a crimson radiance erupted from his fist, and in an instant, powerful energy surged forth, shattering the very fabric of space. Yet, in the face of a blow capable of subduing even a martial emperor, the 10,000 Dragon Tower showed no intention of retreating. Boldly meeting the attack head-on, a deafening explosion ensued, but this time it was even more terrifying, as half of Qimia's body was obliterated in a gruesome spectacle. His expression turned to one of sheer terror as he staggered backward. The black tower before him was undeniably a force he could not provoke. However, the 10,000 Dragon Tower was determined not to let him escape. It instantaneously pierced through the void, descending upon Qimia's position. Its overwhelming divine might rendering him immobile. What do you intend to do? What are you planning? I am the martial emperor of the Hell Gate, the sovereign of the mortal realm. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Qimia cried out, a sense of foreboding washing over him. At that moment, a massive black dragon's maw emerged from the base of the 10,000 Dragon Tower, accompanied by an unmatched force of suction, swiftly drawing Qimia into the tower. With a resounding crash, the pagoda trembled violently, and after a scream of anguish, silence fell once more. The 10,000 Dragon Tower then diminished, landing in the hands of Chu Tianyang. Gulp! Chu Tianyang's hands trembled, and he instinctively swallowed hard. He knew the divine tower was powerful, but he had never anticipated it to be to such an extent, even capable of easily subduing a martial emperor. Zhuangmu and the others quaked in fear. Had the martial emperor truly perished? This was something they had never foreseen. Why? How could this happen? Could it be that even the martial emperor of the Hell Gate could not suppress the beast god of the Chu family? What was even more despairing for everyone was that the beast god had not even made a move. Merely the opponent's innate spirit weapon was sufficient to annihilate a martial emperor. Just how formidable was the opponent? That I, the Bright Sect, vow to follow the Chu family for generations, and should I harbor any other intentions, may the heavens strike me down. Pei Lin continued to play the fence-sitter. Swearing fealty to Chu Tianyong, however, no sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous roar erupted, striking him on the head. Instantly, he let out a wail of pain. Chu Tianyong looked over to find that it was the young Chu Xiuran who had unleashed a lightning technique, striking Pei Lin's head. Well done. The Chu family does not require fence-sitters like you. Chu Tianyong's expression turned cold, and with a swift motion, he struck down, turning Pei Lin into a mere pulp, killing him on the spot. He then turned his attention to Zhuo Sangmu and the other martial sovereigns of the beast-taming sect. He would never let the powerful members of the beast-taming sect escape. Not long after, the news of the martial emperor of the Hell Gate's demise spread like wildfire, leaving everyone in shock. They had believed that the arrival of a martial emperor would stabilize the situation. Yet, unexpectedly, the martial emperor had also fallen at the hands of the Chu family. This was unfathomable. The Chu family was truly formidable. Upon receiving the news, Gu Tianli of the 10,000 Domains Chamber of Commerce trembled in shock. He knew of Qi Mia, a peerless powerhouse of the late martial emperor stage, and the only ones capable of defeating him must possess a cultivation beyond that stage. Moreover, it seemed that the beast god of the Chu family could annihilate him relying solely on his innate spirit weapon. Gu Tianli speculated that the mysterious beast god of the Chu family might have reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. Such a level would render one invincible even among martial emperors. There were likely very few at the pinnacle of martial emperor within the Hell Gate. Gu Tianli was torn. Should he ally with the Chu family or distance himself? If he allied with them, he would worry about the Hell Gate. If he distanced himself, what if the Chu family truly rose to become an imperial family? For now, the best course of action was to remain observant. He would continue to engage with them as a businessman, maintaining relations. Perhaps this was the most prudent approach. Thankfully, the old ancestor had the foresight. Within the Qingshan Academy, upon receiving the news, the old ancestor Shang Feng sprang from his coffin in alarm. Fortunately, the old ancestor had employed means to eliminate such threats. Otherwise, the fate of Qingshan Academy might have mirrored that of the Bright Sect. Dynamo Shaoling sighed, praising the old ancestor as a cunning fox. Several forces that were once on par with Qingshan Academy had been eradicated by the Chu family. Millennia of foundations had been obliterated. The reason for all this was their alliance with the beast-taming sect. What of the martial emperor legacy? Such things can be pursued, but one may not live to enjoy them. Even if you became a martial emperor, what would it matter? Discovered by the Hell Gate. Would it not lead to a dead end? Old ancestor, what about the Chu family? Imo Shaoling inquired. Have they mentioned any intentions of us submitting to them? No. It seems the Chu family is indifferent to those who do not actively seek to align with them. Only those who willingly offer their allegiance will become their vassals. Chapter 67. Your mask can be removed, then let us wait and see. After all, the current situation is too uncertain. The Hell Gate is a colossal entity that has existed since time immemorial. Not easily provoked. Just how long can the Chu family's beast god withstand? Shang Feng waved his hand, indicating that the current situation was unclear. Any wrong choice could lead to utter annihilation. Moreover, he remained skeptical of the Chu family. With the death of a martial emperor from the Hell Gate, a horde of martial emperors would inevitably follow. How would the Chu family cope then? Thus, in this situation, the best approach was to remain an observer. Furthermore, one must remain as low-key as possible, avoiding drawing the attention of either the Chu family or the Hell Gate. When the time comes, you shall make a grand display for my funeral. Shang Feng instructed Imo Shaoling. Old ancestor, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? If one is to perform, they must do so thoroughly. Not only must you hold a funeral for me, but I must also be laid to rest within. From this point forward, I shall reside in the Academy's cemetery, and unless the Academy faces a life or death crisis, I shall no longer concern myself with its affairs. Yes, old ancestor. While the entire Qian domain was in turmoil, the Chu family soared to new heights. The beast-taming sect had been obliterated, and its affiliated powers were likewise destroyed. These forces had been behemoths with thousands of years of heritage. Their foundations immeasurable, and in certain respects, they were even more robust than the current Chu family. Most of those foundational resources now belong to the Chu family, especially the 8-star sect, the beast-taming sect. Although it lacked an imperial legacy, it was abundant in resources such as elixirs and essence stones, making the annihilation of a beast-taming sect a boon that significantly enriched the Chu family. Do not hesitate to distribute usable elixirs to our clansmen. Ensure they are well-equipped, do not skimp. Our primary task now is to vigorously develop the Chu family. The number of strong members within our clan is still alarmingly low. Within the main hall of the Chu family, upon hearing the report of this acquisition, Chu Jingyue immediately issued orders to the elders. Currently, the family has only one martial sovereign as its pillar, and martial emperor-level powerhouses are scarce. Chu Jingyue believed that to truly enter the ranks of significant powers, the family must have several martial sovereigns to hold the fort. Yet, breaking through to the realm beyond martial emperor is no easy feat. While time is spent honing oneself, various resources must also be accumulated to facilitate rapid growth, especially now that they have offended the Hell Gate, which is said to be a true colossus of the mortal realm, reigning over it for countless ages. If they were to unleash their full might, the only one who could withstand them would be the beast god, and the Chu family could not remain in hiding forever. They must tirelessly cultivate strong members to share the burden with the beast god. At that moment, someone came to report. Patriarch, the leader of the 100 Flowers Valley, when Ruyu seeks an audience, let her in. Many female disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley have married into the Chu family. Their relationship is not merely one of subservience, but also kinship. When Ruyu appeared before the Chu family patriarch, bowing to the elders, dressed in flowing white garments, she approached gracefully. Despite wearing a veil, her eyes sparkled with clarity. There is no need for excessive formalities, Valley Master One. The troubles of your esteemed sect should have been resolved by now. Yes, Chu Jingyue inquired as he rose. Thanks to the timely arrival of the Chu family's dragon guards, we suffered minimal losses. I have come today not only to express my gratitude, but also to report the discovery of a secret realm. When Ruyu bowed, her tone polite. Though your sect has submitted to the Chu family, our two families share many ties. Offering assistance is only right. As for the secret realm, may I inquire where it is located? It lies within the depths of the forbidden area of the Hahuan sect. Hahuan sect? Chu Jingyue gasped. He was aware of that sect, notorious for its dual cultivation practices, infamous among martial artists, regardless of gender. Indeed, it is located deep within the Hahuan sect's burial grounds. In the depths of the valley, the revered ancestor of the Wu clan, Wu Huang, had attempted to breach the formidable barrier but was unable to disturb it in the least. Thus, it could be surmised that only a martial sovereign could forcibly open such a powerful seal. When Ruyu candidly expressed this revelation, which they had discovered while searching for the Hahuan sect, the barrier was exceedingly concealed, surrounded by piles of rubble, suggesting that a formidable expert had attempted to break through, only to cause the surrounding mountains to collapse without so much as a dent in the barrier itself. This piqued the curiosity of the members of Baihua Valley, leading them to wonder how such a place could exist within the Hahuan sect. Ultimately, Ancestor Chiao Min made an attempt, yet found himself equally incapable of shaking the barrier in the slightest. With no other recourse, they resolved to report this matter to the Chu family, hopeful that they might possess a solution. If even the martial emperor is at a loss, I shall report this to the esteemed ancestor, declared Chu Jingyue. That would be for the best. When Ryu nodded in agreement. Just as she prepared to take her leave, Chu Jingyue added, when Valley Master, you may remove your mask. Though my Chu family is not known for benevolence, we would never stoop to the base actions of the beast-taming sect. With that, a pill flew towards Wenryu, who caught it and realized it was a beauty restoration pill. Taking a deep breath, her delicate figure trembled slightly as she bowed in gratitude. As the clan gathering dispersed, Chu Jingyue promptly sought out the venerable ancestor Chu Tianyang, relaying the discoveries made by Baihua Valley. Another secret realm? You say? In that case, I shall make a visit, Chu Tianyang proclaimed, departing from his meditation chamber. However, upon arriving at the family square, he encountered an elderly man, furiously dragging a gaunt, pallid youth whose sunken eyes spoke of fatigue. I told you to seek women for just one day, yet you neglect your training. At merely 18, you have already fathered 3 children. As a warrior, are you not afraid of being drained by women, thus hindering your ascension in martial arts? Chu Long bellowed, Grandfather, I am acutely aware of my limited talents and cannot elevate our family's strength, so I must shoulder the responsibility of continuing our lineage. Nonsense, limited talent. You are merely wallowing in indulgence. Look at Chu Feng, once beneath you. Yet he never gave up and has now soared to great heights. If you put in the effort, who knows, the beast god might one day recognize you. And you could defy fate, the elder shouted, delivering a swift kick to Chu Long's backside. Grandfather, I cannot help it. The moment I close my eyes, visions of enchanting figures flood my mind. Please, allow me to fulfill my duty to expand the Chu family. I promise you shall have dozens of great-grandchildren within a year. Chu Long protested, having never felt such overwhelming urges before marrying and experiencing the pleasures of intimacy. Now, he found himself unable to control these desires. Only in the company of women could he soothe his restless heart. Still claiming you are not lost in pleasure. Our Chu family is thriving, and you fail to seize the moment while uttering such words. Watch as I do away with you. Though the Chu family was vigorously expanding its population, few, like his grandson, were martial artists who immersed themselves in the realm of tenderness, while the majority sought to rise to prominence, leaving the propagation of the family largely to those without martial aptitude. The irony was that his grandson, possessing the cultivation of a second-tier warrior, spent his days entwined with his several wives, nearly exhausting himself, yet fixated on acquiring even more beautiful concubines. With such talent for cultivation, his lack of urgency was infuriating to his grandfather. Just then, Chu Long spotted the ancestor and the clan leader in the distance. Ah, clan leader uncle, ancestor, save me, he cried out, drawing the attention of his grandfather, who immediately released his grip. What is the meaning of this? Chu Tianyang inquired as he and the clan leader approached. Chu Long's grandfather sighed and recounted the situation. What indulgence! I am merely contributing to the family. Chu Long dashed behind the ancestor, asserting his position. You rascal, I will break your third leg. Ancestor, save me. Clan leader, save me. My grandfather seeks to eliminate me, the contributor to our family's prosperity. Chu Long's grandfather chased after him, while Chu Long circled around Chu Tianyang and the clan leader. Enough, Chu Jinghua intervened. The vigorous expansion of our family is a decree directly from the beast god. And we must not falter. Despite the recent increase in population, now numbering in the tens of thousands, as long as the beast god did not call for a halt, this endeavor must continue. He then turned to Chu Long, however. This does not grant you license for excess. Look at you now. Once a robust individual, you have become a mere shadow of your former self. Chu Long, though tall, lacked his previous vigor, his lips pale, eyes sunken, and his gaze dim. An unmistakable sign of excess. This cannot stand. How can our Chu disciples appear in such a state? But clan leader, I simply cannot control it. He protested. Young people are like this. It will pass with time. Chu Jinghua reassured him. Come, let us take a stroll. Perhaps you are simply under too much pressure. Chu Tianyang suggested, acknowledging the psychological toll the Chu family had endured through their recent trials and tribulations. Arriving at the Haohuan sect, Chu Tianyang brought Chu Long along, only to find the sect in ruins. Its disciples either perished or fled. Greetings, senior, 2 elders from Baihua Valley saluted. Chu Tianyang nodded. Where is the secret realm located? Please follow us, the elders responded, leading him deeper into the Haohuan sect cemetery. There, Chu Tianyang indeed discovered a golden barrier embedded within a mountain. Everyone, step back. Without hesitation, he prepared to breach the barrier. His internal energy surged as he unleashed a powerful holy-level martial technique, his fist glowing brilliantly. With a thunderous crash, the barrier trembled, rocks cascading from above, yet it remained unyielding. Strange. Chu Tianyang marveled. This barrier is extraordinarily resilient. I am a martial sovereign, yet cannot breach it. Undeterred, he continued to strike, even employing a 7th-tier spirit weapon, but still to no avail. How peculiar. How can the Haohuan sect possess such an impenetrable barrier? In shock, he inquired of the Baihua Valley elders, what level of force is the Haohuan sect? Reporting to you, Senior, they are a 6-star force with a martial emperor in residence. However, our ancestor mentioned that the Haohuan sect was likely quite formidable in ancient times. This barrier may very well be a relic from that era, though we are not certain, as even some elders of the Haohuan sect are unaware of its existence. One elder explained, "It seems we have no choice but to summon the beast god." Chu Tianyang sighed, sensing that the barrier's strength might surpass that of the one in the Nine Heavens mountain range. The thought startled even him, for that barrier was a remnant of a martial emperor. What could be more fearsome? He promptly used a communication stone to inform the beast god of their predicament, seeking assistance for an insurmountable challenge. The two elders of Baihua Valley exchanged astonished glances. The enigmatic beast god of the Chu family was about to make an appearance. Though they had only heard tales of his prowess, they now felt a wave of anxiety at the prospect of meeting him. Before they could fully brace themselves, a colossal entity measuring several hundred meters emerged before them. Long Yuan had learned to control his size, able to alter his form at will. "Salutations, beast god." Chu Tianyang bowed, followed swiftly by the others. The two elders from Baihua Valley were awestruck, though Long Yuan's size was not overwhelmingly large. The aura he exuded was unfathomable, leaving them in awe. Long Yuan, disinterested in the gathering, immediately focused on the barrier, recognizing its remarkable strength. It surpassed even the imperial level. The divine essence emanating from the barrier indicated that it had been set by a being undoubtedly beyond imperial prowess. However, is it truly possible for there to exist beings beyond the imperial level in the mortal realm? This should not be the case. His divine consciousness failed to perceive any god-level entities within this world. Beyond the imperial level? Chu Tianyang's heart trembled violently, his eyes widening as he inquired, "Beast god, could it be that there are other realms beyond the imperial level?" "Indeed, there are. However, that is not something for you to contemplate at this moment. When the day arrives that you attain the imperial level, I shall naturally impart that knowledge unto you," Long Yuan replied. "Attaining the imperial level?" Chu Tianyang shook his head with a bitter smile. "The beast god seems unaware that in our realm, one must obtain the approval of the Hell Gate to ascend to the imperial level, and currently, there is no way they would consent. In the past, they were oblivious to these hidden truths, but as their family grew stronger, they became privy to many matters reserved only for the powerful." "Approval from the Hell Gate?" Long Yuan scoffed dismissively. "Perhaps it was once necessary to seek their consent, but from this moment forth, wherever the Chu family's influence extends, the Hell Gate's nod will no longer be required. Moreover, how could the Hell Gate interfere in mortal affairs? This rule must be amended." Beside Chu Tianyang, Chu Long could not help but sigh inwardly at the beast god's imposing presence. At that moment, Long Yuan approached the barrier and addressed the crowd. "You all should step back." Chapter 69. An ominous sign that moves the heart. Then, a blue dragon claw extended forth. Although no energy emanated from it, a thunderous roar resonated from within the claw. As he unleashed the power of his physical form, the perfection of the Demon Emperor's cultivation was still insufficient to breach this barrier. A claw struck the golden barrier with a resounding boom, causing ripples to spread across the entire golden surface, yet it remained unscathed. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed. This barrier is extraordinary. It seems that this sect was indeed formidable in ancient times, for such a barrier would not exist otherwise. Just moments ago, Chu Tianyang had already conveyed the situation here through a communication stone, recounting the history of the Haohuan sect during ancient times. Long Yuan speculated that it was likely true. And in that instant, his interest in the contents within the barrier deepened. Utilizing his divine abilities, Long Yuan's massive dragon claw subtly transformed into an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with what appeared to be ancient characters. With the divine physical prowess of the azure dragon's inscription hand, a thunderous sound erupted, and the entire mountain enveloping the barrier was reduced to powder under the terrifying force of the impact. The barrier trembled violently, and even the nearby mountains began to shake. Witnessing this spectacle, Long Yuan unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, employing powerful divine abilities in succession. Moments later, accompanied by a cracking sound. A fissure finally appeared in the barrier. After several more strikes, a massive gap was forcefully created in the barrier. Yet, at the very moment the barrier was breached, a colossal golden radiance shot up into the heavens, overwhelming in its magnificence, directly piercing the azure skies. Roar, cry. Amidst the golden light, a magnificent golden dragon soared, surrounded by countless golden divine phoenixes that danced alongside the celestial dragon. What a terrifying omen! Chu Tianyang and the others were utterly astonished. When the martial emperor barrier of the Jiuxiao mountain range was broken, no such phenomena had been observed. What level of inheritance is this? Long Yuan squinted at the soaring golden dragon in the sky. Could it be that the inheritance within is related to the dragon and phoenix clans? Let us venture forth and see. Long Yuan took the lead, followed closely by Chu Tianyang and the others. But what about us? The two elders from Baihua Valley exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. However, regardless of what inheritance lay within, it had no bearing on them, and should any secret matters arise, it could very well endanger their lives. Thus, the two elders commanded all members of Baihua Valley to remain outside the barrier, forbidding entry. At that moment, Chu Tianyang suddenly interjected to the two elders, "There is no need for such measures. This barrier was discovered by your Baihua Valley. Allow your disciples to enter. Should they acquire any fortuitous encounters, it would be their destiny, since the other party was a subsidiary force of their Chu family. Intertwined through close familial ties, it was only fitting that while enjoying the benefits, they should not let others go hungry. Much like the recent annihilation of the Beastmaster sect, every family or sect that had allied with them against the Beastmaster sect reaped considerable rewards. This further solidified those factions' allegiance to the Chu family. Then we are truly grateful to the senior." The two elders from Baihua Valley expressed their thanks, regardless of whether they would gain any opportunities. At the very least, the Chu family's attitude was 1,000,000 times better than that of the Beastmaster sect in the past. The phenomena appearing here were astonishing, drawing the attention of the entire Qian domain. And even beyond, especially the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries, filled with boundless majesty. Fortuitous encounters, without a doubt, an extraordinary fortuitous encounter has arisen. Some powerful individuals were inexplicably excited, immediately making their way toward the source of the phenomena. Qingyang City naturally noticed the disturbances, and many cultivators could hardly contain their excitement as they rushed toward the site of the phenomena. For opportunities are eternally coveted treasures. That direction seems to be where the Hahuan sect is located. Could it be that the ancestors have entered a secret realm? Chu Jingyue gazed at the magnificent golden light, filled with anticipation for what opportunities might emerge. Suddenly, he glanced upward at the Chu family's sky, where the once flowing lineage fortune now surged violently, as if it were about to ignite. Chu Jingyue inhaled sharply, exclaiming in shock, "Could it be that my Chu family is about to receive an extraordinary fortuitous encounter there?" The last time they obliterated the Beastmaster sect, a similar boiling of lineage fortune occurred, leading Chu Jingyue to confidently predict their victory. Yet this time, the intensity of the lineage fortune's boiling far exceeded that of previous confrontations with the Beastmaster sect and multiple other factions. What does this signify? It indicates that the upcoming fortuitous encounter is even greater than before. Chu Jingyue found it difficult to fathom what kind of opportunity this could possibly be in merely half a day's time. A multitude of martial artists had gathered here, the majority being martial emperors, with a notable number of martial sovereigns among them. However, what left everyone in despair was that this barrier emanated an indescribable aura, causing even these martial emperors and martial sovereigns to hesitate to approach. Should they come into contact with that golden light, they would instantly vanish without a trace. This indicates that this barrier is beyond the reach of these martial emperors and martial sovereigns. What a pity, what a lamentable situation. Such a miraculous opportunity stands before us, yet we are powerless to seize it. All the powerful beings sighed in frustration. We need a martial saint or stronger to shield us from this devastating golden light. Many expressed their envy with shouts, yearning to at least catch a glimpse of what fortuitous encounter lay within. A day later, several martial saints arrived together. As their holy light swept through, all present martial emperors and martial sovereigns felt an unparalleled pressure. These were martial saints from regions surrounding the Qin domain, as the phenomena had drawn the attention of powerful factions from afar. Let me see what this so-called annihilating golden light truly is. One martial saint coldly huffed, unleashing his sacred artifact with a casual wave. However, to the shock of everyone, the moment the sacred artifact touched the golden light at the barrier's entrance, it too disintegrated into golden motes. Leaving all present in a state of shock, "Together, let's strike," Elder Marshal St. Lu commanded in a deep voice. Despite his elderly appearance, he exuded a terrifying aura, a testament to his martial saint perfection. However, the other martial saints present understood that while he was merely at the pinnacle of martial saint, his combat prowess was at the quasi-emperor level, thanks to his unparalleled holy physique. Were it not for the dominance of the Hell Gate suppressing him, he might have already broken through to martial emperor, just as Elder Lu has stated. The assembled martial emperors nodded in agreement. With so many mighty beings joining forces, even an imperial barrier should not withstand for long. Under the eager gazes of all around, the group led by Elder Lu simultaneously summoned their sacred artifacts, unleashing a powerful strike. A thunderous roar erupted as their combined attacks coalesced into a singular point. Crashing forward like a titanic torrent, shattering the void in its wake, the terrifying impact striking the fractured entrance of the barrier. Yet, even such a formidable assault from these martial saints was effortlessly dissipated by the golden light, leaving no trace behind. Not only did this astonish the onlookers, even the martial saints themselves were left in disbelief. Chapter 70. If Chulong can, why can't we? How is this possible? Our combined attack has failed to leave any impact here. The other martial saints were incredulous. With their united strike, even a quasi-emperor would surely be unable to withstand it. How could this barrier remain utterly unchanged? Continue. Elder Lu, unwilling to accept defeat, again led the other martial saints to assault the already fractured barrier. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Long Yuan found the surroundings to be quite peculiar. The space within was limited, appearing barren and desolate, having seemingly been untouched for countless ages. Apart from a solitary golden stone pillar standing majestically at the very center of the space, all the extraordinary phenomena emanated from this resplendent column. The towering golden cylindrical pillar reached a height of several dozen zhang, necessitating several individuals to encircle it fully. Adorning the pillar was a magnificent golden dragon, coiling and twisting, accompanied by multiple golden phoenixes of varying postures, gracefully guarding the dragon. Long Yuan circled the golden pillar, scrutinizing it closely. Aside from these carvings, there was nothing else to be found upon the pillar. What could this be? A legacy? Or perhaps a divine weapon? Long Yuan extended his consciousness into the golden pillar, only to encounter an expanse of chaos, discovering nothing of significance. Curious, he pondered, there was no legacy here, nor any divine weapon. This left Long Yuan perplexed. Without a legacy and devoid of treasures, what could account for such a terrifying spectacle? At that moment, Chu Tianyang and the others arrived, but after a thorough investigation, they too found nothing of note. Could it be that the opportunity lay elsewhere, hidden in another location? Chu Tianyang mused, reminiscent of the steel they had discovered in the underground world of the Jiuxiao mountain range. Concealed within the fabric of space. Long Yuan shook his head, having sensed the surroundings. Aside from this pillar, there was absolutely nothing else present in this space. There remains another possibility. Perhaps the object is hidden so deeply that, with his current level of cultivation, he cannot perceive it. Just as everyone was mired in confusion, Chu Long approached the pillar, curious, and gently caressed the golden stone. In an instant, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated, and the melodious cries of phoenixes resonated throughout the space. Suddenly, the golden dragon upon the pillar opened its eyes, and its golden gaze momentarily illuminated Chu Long. Chu Tianyang exclaimed in alarm. Unsure of what was transpiring, thinking that Chu Long might be in danger, he rushed to intervene. But a force descended, rendering him immobile. It was Long Yuan's intervention. Do not touch him. Perhaps he shares a connection with this object. He had scrutinized for an extended period without any findings, yet the mere touch from the other party triggered an extraordinary phenomenon. Was this not a sign of fate? Cultivator. Chu Long physique. None cultivation level. Late-stage second-order warrior physical cultivation. Perfected first-order warrior identity. Member of the Chu family. Long Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. This individual seemed quite ordinary, so how could he provoke a reaction from the golden pillar? Furthermore, it was evident from his appearance that he was utterly drained, his essence and spirit severely depleted. How could such a person elicit a response from the pillar? This seemed utterly illogical. Moreover, was this not a legacy of the Dragon clan? If he could not trigger a reaction, why would it respond to someone so indulgent in carnal pleasures? Long Yuan found this baffling. In that instant, Chu Long's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Yet Long Yuan clearly observed that he had been drawn into the golden dragon's eyes. Beast god! Chu Tianyang exclaimed anxiously. While Chu Long may have been preoccupied with his indulgences, he was still a junior of the Chu family. Fear not. He must have been absorbed into the interior of this pillar. Perhaps this is a fortuitous encounter. Long Yuan stated calmly. However, when he once again extended his consciousness into the pillar, he still encountered nothing but chaos, with no sign of Chu Long whatsoever. This perplexed Long Yuan. How could this be? Perhaps the pillar's level was extraordinarily high, beyond his current abilities to comprehend. You may also approach the pillar and see if it evokes any response. Subsequently, Chu Tianyang and the members of Baihua Valley each attempted to interact with the pillar. Yet none elicited any change. It appears that you are all fated to be without the opportunity here. Long Yuan remarked, shaking his head. Indeed, such chances are bestowed upon those with destiny, while those lacking it cannot forcibly obtain them. How can this be? Chu Long is just a lecherous fool, wallowing in pleasures every day. Chu Tianyang's face darkened. He had come to realize Chu Long's true nature. The boy was utterly consumed by his desires, preoccupied with thoughts of his wives and concubines. No wonder his grandfather had been so harsh with him. It was truly too lenient. Upon returning, he would ensure his grandfather continued to discipline him properly. Ha ha ha, yet perhaps this legacy requires someone like him, a lecher. Long Yuan laughed heartily. How could that be? What legacy would be so blind as to choose such an individual? Chu Tianyang shook his head. Do not forget, this is the Haihuan sect. An elder from Baihua Valley cautioned. It is possible that the legacy here is the ultimate foundation of the Haihuan sect from ancient times. Chu Tianyang's forehead twitched. The legacy of the Haihuan sect? That was hardly a commendable inheritance. If that lecherous boy were to truly acquire the legacy of the Haihuan sect, it would spell disaster for countless female warriors. There is no need for concern, senior. I have heard that in ancient times, the Haihuan sect was a legitimate sect, and their dual cultivation methods were quite different from today's. Back then, many female warriors vied to become companions of Haihuan sect disciples. The elder of Baihua Valley explained, sharing what she had learned from ancestor Chiao Min. Although shocked, she believed the ancestor had no reason to deceive them. Let us observe the situation. If it is indeed a legitimate dual cultivation method, then it is acceptable. However, if it involves using the other as a vessel to absorb their cultivation, we must prevent him from practicing this legacy. Chu Tianyang stated gravely, for the Haihuan sect's reputation was notoriously foul, often resorting to unscrupulous means for the sake of cultivation. Meanwhile, Chu Long found himself in a peculiar space, where an array of spring palace paintings, no less than 108, materialized before him. Upon witnessing the vividly detailed and fantastically diverse poses, he realized that the few postures he had researched paled in comparison. Marvelous! He couldn't help but exclaim, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with fervor, as if he had uncovered a new world. Just as he reveled in this exhilarating moment, ethereal figures began to emerge from the walls, clad in alluring sheer gowns, gliding toward him. Young master, please dual cultivate with us. The seductive whispers echoed in Chu Long's ears, igniting a fervent stir within him. Chapter 71. Mysterious techniques. The golden pillar, adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, exuded an imposing grandeur, and Chu Long's disappearance compelled the others to remain at their post. Long Yuan initially contemplated uprooting the pillar entirely but hesitated, concerned about any adverse effects on the vanished Chu Long, and thus chose to wait. Outside the barrier, an increasing number of warriors drawn by the unusual phenomena gathered, surrounding the Haihuan sect. Martial saints, led by Lu Chun, fell silent, coming to the realization that this barrier could not be breached by their might. Neither the already opened breach nor the intact sections of the barrier could they disturb in the slightest. There is evidently a massive hole in this barrier, clearly man-made. Yet why can't we enter? One martial saint questioned in confusion. Lu Chun pondered. I surmise that the means to this barrier is likely a remnant of the powerful individual who breached it, meant to prevent our entry. What then? We can't just watch this grand opportunity slip away into the hands of another. The other martial saints urged restlessly. The phenomena alone were awe-inspiring, indicating that the opportunities within must be extraordinary. What else can we do? The one capable of breaking this barrier must undoubtedly be a martial emperor. Do you truly believe we can seize opportunities from a martial emperor? Lu Chun shook his head. A martial emperor? Could it possibly be the martial emperor of the Hell Gate? The martial saints collectively held their breath. If it were indeed the martial emperor of the Hell Gate, they would dare not harbor any thoughts of claiming the opportunities within. After all, many among them were vassals of the Hell Gate. Not necessarily. I recently overheard snippets from other warriors around here, suggesting that the Chu family of Qinyu Cangzhou has birthed an emperor demon. And since the Haohuan sect was annihilated by the Chu family's subordinate forces, perhaps it is that emperor demon from the Chu family. Lu Chun frowned as the surrounding warriors grew increasingly absurd in their speculations. Even claiming that the Chu family's emperor demon had slain a martial emperor of the Hell Gate. Such claims were utterly ludicrous. However, he recalled a terrifying aura that had swept past above his Tai Xian sect not long ago, which seemed to belong to a martial emperor. Could this truly be the case? If so, it would be terrifying. Yet Lu Chun deemed the likelihood to be slim. After all, if a martial emperor from the Hell Gate had fallen, their forces would have already attacked, making it impossible for the Chu family's emperor demon to survive. In light of present circumstances, it would be prudent to wait and observe. They will inevitably make their appearance. If they are indeed supreme beings, they can only relinquish their fortunes willingly. However, if they are not, then they must seize the opportunity by any means necessary. Within the barrier, Chu Long re-emerged before the crowd. Although his face bore an expression of delight, his eyes still reflected lingering trepidation. Fortunately, having previously entered the family's heart refinement tower, he was not easily swayed by the alluring beauty that had appeared earlier. Otherwise, he would have surely met a tragic fate. Chu Long, what inheritance have you acquired? Chu Tianyang inquired, his brow furrowed. Ancestor, I learned 108 postures inside. Chu Long replied with a grin. Do you believe I will hand you over to your grandfather upon our return? No, ancestor. I genuinely learned 108 postures, but it is an exceedingly powerful inheritance known as the Dragon and Phoenix Reversal Yin-Yang 108 styles. This is fundamentally different from the nefarious techniques of the Haohuan sect. It is a legitimate method of dual cultivation, Chu Long hurriedly clarified, emphasizing that this technique does not treat the partner as a mere furnace, but is a reciprocal practice that rapidly enhances both parties' cultivation. It is indeed a supreme dual cultivation method. Even more astonishingly, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, the male can attain the Yang Dragon physique, while the female can embody the Yin Phoenix physique. During combat, if both partners are present, their combined might can unleash a terrifying power, and furthermore, one can form formidable battle formations with multiple partners, transcending realms with ease. Chu Tianyang listened in stunned silence. Could such miraculous techniques truly exist in this world? He cast a doubtful glance toward the beast god. Ancestor, beast god, you must believe me. I would never dare to deceive you. Chu Long implored urgently. For the cultivation of this technique necessitates a partner. Should the ancestor doubt him and assume he was merely infatuated with women, leading to his confinement in anger, how could he possibly hope to progress? Thus, he gazed at the beast god with hopeful anticipation. As long as the beast god spoke, the ancestor would undoubtedly acquiesce. Long Yuan remarked, in this world, there are countless peculiar techniques, many of which we have yet to behold. As for whether it is a nefarious art, let us observe him for a while to see the cultivation and condition of him and his partners. The truth will soon become apparent. Therefore, we need not rush to conclusions. Ha ha, the beast god is magnificent, Chu Long exclaimed excitedly. With the beast god's endorsement, he had no further worries about the ancestor. Indeed, he soon heard Chu Tianyang declare, "Since the beast god has said so, we shall observe you for a time. Should I learn that you dare to use other female warriors as your furnace, I shall not spare you." Although the Chu family was not known for their benevolence, Chu Tianyang would not permit his kin to practice such wicked arts. "Rest assured, ancestor, I would never commit such an act." Chu Long patted his chest, then whispered, "Ancestor, would you like me to teach you a few postures?" Smack! Chu Tianyang delivered a sharp slap to the back of Chu Long's head, fuming, "You rascal, from now on, focus on your cultivation and the development of the family. If I discover you spreading anything detrimental to the family's progress, I shall break your third leg." "Ancestor, you misunderstood. I merely wish to ask if you would like to learn this inheritance." "I can teach you," Chu Long protested, rubbing the back of his head in grievance. "Never mind. I too touched the golden pillar earlier, but it yielded no response, indicating that I am not destined for this inheritance. Even if you were to pass the technique to me, I would likely be unable to cultivate it, or my efficiency would be far inferior to yours. Most importantly, I have no interest in so-called dual cultivation." Chu Tianyang shook his head. "Each individual has their own opportunities and destinies." "Huh? Ancestor, are you not interested in women? I shall beat you to death, you little rascal." "Ah, beast god, save me. Ancestor is going to stifle the family's genius." Observing this scene, Long Yuan chuckled and shook his head. The warm atmosphere was indeed quite comforting. He could hardly foresee that many years later, Chu Long's lineage would give rise to numerous extraordinary talents for the Chu family. Subsequently, Long Yuan directly employed his abilities to extract the entire divine pillar, intending to place it within the Chu family's ninefold spatial world, where perhaps others could still obtain this inheritance. After all, such artifacts are not singular in nature. Outside the barrier, everyone awaited with bated breath. Some even prepared to launch an attack, for the previous phenomena had vanished, indicating that the inheritance might have been seized by certain individuals. The moment someone emerged from within, they would seize the inheritance with a storm of ferocity. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, Chu Tianyang and the others stepped out from the barrier. "Oh, so many have come to greet us," Chu Tianyang remarked with a slight smile, observing the warriors blocking their path. "Chu Tianyang of the Chu family?" Lu Chen inquired. "Indeed, and you are?" "I am Lu Chen of the Taishan sect." "Taishan sect? Is that not a force from the Qin domain?" Chu Tianyang was taken aback. The recent occurrences had attracted even external forces. "I have encountered the esteemed members of the Taishan sect. Might I inquire as to your intentions in obstructing our passage?" Lu Chen smiled. "We have heard that a demon emperor has emerged from the Chu family, and we have come to pay our respects." "Demon emperor? What demon emperor?" Chu Tianyang questioned, perplexed, for the beast god had never acknowledged himself as such. "He, supreme beings are seldom seen. We have come here out of admiration. I kindly request that you do not conceal your beast god." The martial saint from the Myriad Swords sect chuckled. "Indeed, we ought to at least be granted the courtesy of a visit." The martial saint from the Divine Fist sect crossed his arms, nodding, revealing arms as robust as tree trunks. "I have heard it is a true dragon. I, Long Yuan, belong to the lineage of the Flood Dragon. I must see the fabled true dragon for myself." An elder with fiery red hair and a pair of flood dragon horns stepped in front of Chu Tianyang. Though he spoke thus, Zhao Fei was skeptical. While there were a few flood dragons that possessed a trace of true dragon blood, they were exceedingly rare, and true dragons did not exist at all. If they did, they would have long been captured by the Hell Gate and brought into the Holy Realm. How could they possibly appear here? Zhao Fei's objective was undoubtedly the inheritance here. He had clearly seen the golden true dragon apparition within. He suspected that the inheritance was intrinsically linked to the dragon and phoenix clans, and thus, he was determined to find a way to obtain it. Chu Tianyang regarded these individuals, who spoke of visiting the beast god. Yet their true intent was merely to probe for information and then devise a means to seize the inheritance. "Since you all have come to visit my family's beast god, I presume you have brought significant gifts." With a slight smile, Chu Tianyang continued, "How about this? If you present your gifts to me, I shall invite our beast god to join us." "Humph, what nonsense about a beast god. I see this as nothing more than a case of hearsay." There is no demon emperor at all. The martial saint from the Divine Fist sect, Hao Jiang, could no longer feign ignorance, bellowing loudly as a subordinate force of the Hell Gate. He was well aware of its might. The number of martial emperors there was not a trivial matter. Moreover, given the Hell Gate's nature, if a martial emperor had truly fallen here, they would have dispatched at least 10 imperial powerhouses to eliminate the threat. How could the Chu family still exist? After speaking, he initiated the attack, his fists radiating with golden light, striking toward Chu Tianyang as if they were ancient sacred mountains. Indeed, I shall claim the inheritance here today. Even a demon emperor cannot stop me. Jiao Fei, unwilling to be outdone, transformed one hand into a claw adorned with red scales, lunging at Chu Tianyang and the others. The other martial saints almost simultaneously launched their assaults. For the early bird catches the worm. Moreover, had it not been said that the Chu family had also obtained the inheritance of the Yunjiao sect from the Zhoushan Mountain, lesser forces might be unaware of the Yunjiao sect. But these holy-level factions had deep-rooted legacies and were well-versed in the history of the Yunjiao sect, which had indeed produced a martial emperor. If they could acquire the Yunjiao sect's inheritance today, it might serve as leverage for them to fully integrate into the Hell Gate, rather than merely being its vassals as they were now. Thus, several individuals exerted themselves without reservation. Only Lu Chun furrowed his brow. Quietly retreating behind the others, he was not affiliated with the forces of the Hell Gate, nor did he possess formidable backing, so he could not afford to act with such arrogance and recklessness. Moreover, the demeanor of Chu Tianyang was evidently one of unwarranted confidence, suggesting he might have some hidden strategies at his disposal. It was wiser to observe the unfolding events. Facing the ferocious assault from the group, Chu Tianyang, positioned at the forefront, felt as though he were on the verge of being torn apart. Yet, at that moment, a surge of power emerged, standing before him and countering the terrifying might of the martial saints. Just as the martial saints were about to make contact with Chu Tianyang,